Chapter 1. The Night of Nirvana. The Malevolent Flame Ignites. In the year 2056, in the 8th Civil District of Jiangnan Bay City, the summer night was stifling, akin to being trapped in a steamer. Within the cramped confines of a tubular building, Chao Ming lay upon a hard bed, his body trembling violently, sweat soaking through his worn undershirt. His handsome face, tinged with a hint of ferocity, contorted as if he were enduring excruciating agony. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, 2 points of eerie crimson igniting within the depths of his gaze like kindling. A searing aura emanated from him, causing the air in the confined space to shimmer slightly. The malevolent phoenix bloodline awakened this night, heralding a rebirth. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, followed by a torrent of system information. Initial scans complete. Identified binding targets. Su Xin, potential rating, excellent. Zhenan, potential rating, excellent. Power surged through him, accompanied by an indescribable desire and urge to conquer the exceptional opposite sex that coursed through his veins. With a flick of his fingers, a burst of crimson flame ignited, radiant and bewitching, exuding an aura of both devouring and allure. Roar! In the distance, the howls of beasts and the piercing sound of alarms simultaneously tore through the night sky. Stray monsters had breached the defenses. Chaos erupted as screams and the sound of frantic footsteps flooded the corridors. Chao Ming's gaze sharpened, and he darted out of his room like a leopard, his form swift enough to stir a gentle breeze. In the alley below, shadows flitted about, and the blood-red eyes of a bloodthirsty shadow cat glimmered. The crowd recoiled in terror as a slender figure stumbled and fell, perilously close to being engulfed by the encroaching darkness. It was a girl, clad in a bright canary-yellow t-shirt and form-fitting, washed-out white jeans. Her petite figure was accentuated by graceful curves. With her lively ponytail, her cherubic face was now pale with fear. Her large eyes brimmed with anxious tears, resembling a frightened fawn. It was Zhenan. Chao Ming stood at the doorway, the malevolent flame within him surging as he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A streak of crimson flame sliced through the air, striking the shadow cat's head with deadly precision. The beast let out no wail. Its head turned to char, and it fell lifeless. A swift kill. In the ensuing silence, all eyes turned to Chao Ming in astonishment. Disregarding the onlookers, he stepped forward to Zhenan, extending his hand. Awakened, he appeared even more imposing, his features sharp yet imbued with an otherworldly allure, his eyes seemingly flowing with molten lava. That you're safe now. His voice, deep and resonant, carried an unusual magnetism, the allure of his malevolent bloodline inadvertently instilling a flutter in Zhenan's heart. She lifted her delicate face, her tear-filled eyes reminiscent of dusty glass. Gazing at the powerful, yet strangely captivating figure who had saved her, her fear swiftly transformed into shyness and excitement, a blush rising on her pale cheeks. Her petite hand instinctively found its way into his warm, expansive palm, where he gently pulled her up, the reassuring strength of his grip igniting a warmth within her. A preliminary emotional bond established with the quality target Zhenan. Chao Ming's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. However, his gaze drifted past Zhenan's shoulder to another figure slightly beyond the crowd. It was a girl of entirely different temperament. Su Xin stood quietly at the junction of shadow and light, a serene oasis amidst the chaos. Dressed in a simple white cotton dress that reached her knees, her slender, fair legs were exposed. Her flowing, raven-black hair framed a face of pure innocence, enhancing her delicate features. Her gentle brows were slightly furrowed as she surveyed the corpse of the beast and Chao Ming. Her clear, bright eyes reflected surprise and curiosity, yet devoid of excessive fear, embodying calmness and independence. Her slender figure was well-proportioned, and even beneath the minimalist dress, her graceful silhouette was evident. Like a white lotus poised to bloom, she emanated an aura of purity and simplicity, yet possessed an alluring charm that compelled one to protect and explore. Chao Ming's malevolent bloodline stirred restlessly. The system's excellent rating deepened his intrigue towards Su Xin. These two girls, each exquisite and distinct in their essence, simultaneously entered his field of vision. His plan crystallized. This night, marked by rebirth and the ignition of malevolent flames, signified the commencement of his journey towards an invincible cosmos and an eternal harem amidst the chaos. And beauty of Jiangnan City's summer night, the delicate allure of Zhenan and the pure intellect of Su Xin would serve as the initial testament to his burgeoning power and ambition. Chapter 2. The Corruption of Fire. The emergence of Feng Yi. The chaos in the alley gradually subsided as rescue personnel and security teams swiftly arrived to handle the remains of the monstrous creature and console the frightened residents. Yet, All eyes inevitably gravitated towards the tall figure of the youth, Chao Ming, standing at the alley's entrance. The flickering crimson flames of the extinguished shadow cat danced at his fingertips, emanating an indescribable aura that intertwined might and sinister allure, evoking both reverence and curiosity among onlookers. Jin Nan's small hand remained clasped in Chao Ming's, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Stealing a glance at his sharply defined profile, she felt the warmth emanating from his palm, so distinct from the ordinary, causing her heart to flutter like a startled deer. "Chao Ming, thank you," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, laced with a hint of shy tremor. Chao Ming withdrew his gaze from Su Xian and lowered his eyes to Jun Nan. In this close proximity, her doll-like face, delicate skin, long lashes, and those sparkling large eyes appeared even more vivid. Her petite frame, slightly tense from nervousness, accentuated the allure of her youthful vitality. The bloodline of the sinister fire pulsed subtly within him, naturally exuding an intangible charm that momentarily stole her breath away, rendering Chao Ming even more captivating and inviting her to draw nearer. Just a small effort. Chao Ming's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. "It is unsafe here. I shall escort you home." He did not release her hand, but rather, with an air of casualness, led her toward the building where she resided. Jin Nan, feeling somewhat dazed, followed, the various glances from those around her making her feel bashful. Yet, deep within, an unusual sweetness surged, a sense of being protected. Emotional connection with target Jun Nan deepens. The system prompt echoed in his mind again. Upon reaching the base of her building, Chao Ming showed no inclination to depart immediately. He stood at the entrance, his gaze piercing as if it could see through the very souls of those around him. "Times are unsettled. Do your best to avoid venturing out alone." He paused, his tone carrying an undeniable insistence. "Tomorrow, I will participate in the preliminary martial artist assessment at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Afterward, I might teach you some self-defense techniques." The implications and initiative in his words caused Jun Nan's cheeks to redden further. However, rather than feeling repulsed, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. The power he had just displayed was nothing short of awe-inspiring. "That sounds wonderful," she replied softly, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Target Jun Nan's favorability increases, anticipation established. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Instead of returning home, he vanished into the night like a shadow, heading toward the nearby abandoned industrial district. He needed to thoroughly familiarize himself with the powers he had just awakened and validate the system's functions. Within the derelict factory area, moonlight filtered through the dilapidated roof. Chao Ming stood still at the center, his thoughts sinking deep within. The sinister fire energy surged through his meridians like a jubilant torrent of lava. Where it flowed, his cells responded with a fervent hunger, ravenously consuming energy to strengthen themselves. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air whooshed as the crimson energy enveloped his fist, creating a searing shockwave that struck a discarded alloy steel plate with great force. Boom! Amidst the resounding crash, the nearly 10-centimeter thick steel plate was scorched through by the intense heat and then violently deformed at the center, leaving behind a charred imprint. Strength, speed, and the destructive force of this sinister fire. Chao Ming felt the potency of this punch, far exceeding that of an apprentice-level martial artist, even approaching that of a warrior level. This was merely the beginning. He further tested his speed, weaving through the ruins, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that the ordinary eye could scarcely perceive. At last, he opened his palm, channeling the sinister fire energy with all his might. A low hum resonated as a more vibrant and enchanting crimson flame erupted in his palm, casting a red glow around him, warping the air as the heat lifted the dust from the ground. Within the core of the flame, a faint silhouette of a phoenix spiraled, letting out a long, melodious cry. This flame possessed not only extreme heat and incinerating properties, but Chao Ming could also distinctly sense the allure it radiated, capable of evoking desires and shattering wills. The sinister fire phoenix, blessed with many offspring, he murmured, ambition igniting in his eyes. "This shall be my path." At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Detected that the host has initially grasped the bloodline power. With a clear objective in mind. Beginner guidance task issued. Establish a close relationship with the excellent target, Jun Nan, and successfully conceive the first offspring. Task rewards. Substantial increase in basic rewards. Bloodline evolution points. Random dragon race secret technique fragments. Special reward. 1 absolutely loyal warrior level servant. The task had arrived, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. Especially that absolutely loyal warrior level servant. Precisely the foundation he required in the early stages. A glint of determination flashed in Chao Ming's eyes. Zhen Nen was the perfect first piece in his grand scheme. Her lively personality and evident affection towards him, coupled with the system's assessment of her excellence, were sufficient to trigger this special reward. After the preliminary martial artist assessment tomorrow, Qiao Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. For one endowed with the bloodline of the sinister fire phoenix, conquering a girl who already harbored feelings for him would be no challenge at all. He repressed his aura, concealing the sinister fire within. Under the moonlight, he stood tall, his handsome features tinged with a hint of wicked charm, reminiscent of a phoenix poised to strike. After tonight, the 8th Civil District of Jiangnan Bay City would no longer be home to the inconspicuous Qiao Ming. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the pure and intelligent Su Xen, clad in a simple white dress, might be quietly reading at her desk, unaware that she had been quietly placed on the most important target list by an awakened sinister fire phoenix. Beneath the starry sky, the sinister fire had ignited, and the wings of the phoenix began to unfurl. Qiao Ming's journey had officially taken its first step. Chapter 3. The Academy's Renown. The sinister phoenix's initial call the following morning at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Jiangnan Bay City branch. Under the vast dome, various training equipment whirred, filling the air with the scent of sweat and determination. Today marked the monthly preliminary martial artist practical assessment, and the hall was crowded with youthful faces, each embodying a mix of tension and anticipation. Qiao Ming, clad in a simple black training outfit that accentuated his tall and sturdy figure, stepped into the hall. His striking features bore a hint of languid charm that contrasted sharply with the surrounding atmosphere of anxiety. The sinister fire tempering from the previous night had deepened his aura, causing an invisible wave of heat to ripple outward as he walked, drawing the attention of many. Qiao Ming, a bright, lively voice broke through the air. Turning his head, he saw Zhen Nen jogging towards him. Today, she donned a pink and white sports tank top and form-fitting leggings, perfectly accentuating her petite, yet curvaceous figure. Her adorable doll-like face was lit up with a radiant smile, and her large eyes sparkled even more brightly upon seeing him. "You're here for the assessment too? Good luck." She approached him, slightly breathless. Tilting her head back to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed. "Yes," Qiao Ming nodded, his eyes sweeping across her. The perception granted by the sinister fire bloodline allowed him to clearly sense the vitality and outstanding potential contained within her youthful form. "You too." His gaze enveloped Zhen Nan like a gentle caress from a warm flame, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. At that moment, Qiao Ming sensed a cool and probing stare. He lifted his eyes to find Su Xen standing quietly near the testing area, slightly distanced from the bustling hall. Clad in a simple yet elegant ensemble of a pure white knitted short-sleeve top and fitted light blue trousers, she exuded a graceful and intelligent aura. Her long, ebony hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, suggesting she was merely accompanying someone rather than intending to participate in the assessment. Upon meeting Qiao Ming's gaze, her clear and bright eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that the boy who had effortlessly dispatched a beast the previous day was present here. With a polite nod, he averted his gaze, returning his attention to the testing area, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. A subtle smile played at the corners of Qiao Ming's lips, as he refrained from engaging in conversation. Patience is key when it comes to hunting. The assessments commenced shortly thereafter. In the speed and reflex tests, Qiao Ming performed casually, achieving above-average scores that did not stir much excitement. He deliberately restrained most of his strength until it was time for the power test. "Next, Qiao Ming," the examiner called out. Qiao Ming approached the colossal punching power tester, drawing the attention of numerous individuals awaiting or having completed their evaluations, including Su Xen and Zhen Nan. Zhen Nan clenched her small fists, her face a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Qiao Ming stood firm, eschewing any elaborate preparation, and simply unleashed a single punch. Though the speed appeared unremarkable, a faint crimson aura suddenly enveloped his fist at the moment of impact. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The entire testing machine quaked violently, and the numbers on the display screen fluctuated wildly. Ultimately, a jaw-dropping figure crystallized at 2,588 kilograms. What? Over 2,500 kilograms. This neared the standard for intermediate warriors, did it not? How old is he? He hasn't even begun genetic energy cultivation, has he? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Every examinee was stunned, and even the examiner gaped in disbelief at the display screen, then back at the composed Qiao Ming. The strength standard for apprentice-level warriors is 900 kilograms, with exceptional individuals reaching 1,000 to 1,100 kilograms. The standard for warrior-level strength is merely 2,000 kilograms. Chao Ming's punch far exceeded that of ordinary aspiring warriors, even overshadowing many novice warriors. Zhen Nan's adorable mouth formed an A shape, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clapped vigorously, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Even the typically composed Su Xin revealed genuine astonishment in her clear eyes. She straightened her slender waist, her gaze once again fixating on Chao Ming, imbued with curiosity and scrutiny. This boy appeared to be far more enigmatic and formidable than she had imagined. Chao Ming withdrew his fist, feeling the surge of sinister fire energy coursing within him. This was merely a casual strike without utilizing his true sinister fire powers. Excellent! Excellent! The examiner exclaimed, fervently recording the results. His gaze toward Chao Ming resembled that of a connoisseur beholding an exquisite treasure. Chao Ming, your physical prowess exceeds all standards. You passed directly. No, I will report this immediately. You are worthy of focused training. Chao Ming nodded nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. His gaze swept across the exhilarated crowd, ultimately landing on Zhen Nan and Su Xin. Their admiration and curiosity brought him satisfaction. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Humph. Just lucky. Great strength does not equate to strong combat capability. A tall, robust youth clad in expensive training attire approached, his gaze condescending as he regarded Chao Ming. He was Li Wei, a distant relative of the Bolognese family, contemptuous of students from the civilian district. Chao Ming cast him a fleeting glance, his expression indifferent, akin to observing an annoying fly. The arrogance bestowed by his sinister fire lineage rendered him disinclined to acknowledge such a minor character. Enraged by Chao Ming's dismissive look, Li Wei opened his mouth to retort when suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air. The urgent announcement was more frantic than the previous night. Emergency notification. A large herd of beast general-level iron-haired wild boars has been startled and is charging toward the northern district of the base city. All martial artists and above, proceed immediately to the North District Line 7 to assist in defense. Repeat, all martial artists. A tense atmosphere enveloped the hall. The assault of beast general-level monsters on the defense line was indeed a significant matter. The examiner's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded. All martial artists who have passed the assessment remain on standby. Others. Before he could finish, Chao Ming interjected, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Examiner. I will go. Nonsense. You are still an aspiring warrior. It is too dangerous there. The examiner immediately countered. Is my strength sufficient? Chao Ming merely replied coolly, his gaze fixed upon the screen displaying 2,588 kilograms. The examiner faltered. Without further ado, Chao Ming turned and dashed out of the martial arts hall, his figure swift as the wind. Chao Ming, Zhen Nan called out anxiously. Su Xin instinctively took a step forward. Concern etched on her innocent face as she watched his resolute departure. Li Wei sneered at Chao Ming's bravado, seeking death. At North District Line 7, smoke billowed and beast roars reverberated through the air. Dozens of massive iron-haired wild boars, clad in steel-like bristles, were vehemently assaulting the fragile defense formed by military martial artists and martial arts hall practitioners. The situation was dire. Upon arrival, Chao Ming beheld an exceptionally formidable iron-haired wild boar king overturning an armored vehicle, its tusks poised to impale a fallen warrior. Without a moment's hesitation, a crimson light flickered in Chao Ming's eyes, and his sinister fire energy erupted in full force. He transformed into a streak of crimson light, shooting forth at a speed unparalleled by others. Burn, he uttered in a low voice, his right fist clenched tightly, engulfed in searing crimson flames. It resembled the cry of a phoenix, emanating an aura of annihilation, as it struck fiercely at the head of the iron-haired wild boar king. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Fire and power fused perfectly. The iron-haired wild boar king, whose strength approached that of an intermediate beast general, could not even emit a cry of despair. Its massive head, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, exploded as though struck by a high-temperature shell, charred and lifeless. The colossal body collapsed with a resounding thud, twitching twice before falling still. One strike. Annihilation of the beast general. The chaotic battlefield seemed to freeze in time. All martial artists and warriors stood agape, staring at the young man who stood proudly beside the fallen beast, surrounded by a faint crimson aura, his black hair slightly lifted, and his gaze cold as fire. Sunlight cascaded down, bestowing upon him a golden edge, reminiscent of a war god or a flame demon descending upon the mortal realm. Chao Ming slowly retracted his fist, feeling the sinister fire energy within him invigorated by the battle, along with the myriad stunned, awed, and incredulous gazes directed at him. He understood that from this day forth, the name Chao Ming would no longer be confined to the 8th Civilian District. The sinister Fire Phoenix had, at this moment, issued its first world-shaking cry before the Iron and Blood defense line. In his mind, the system's notification echoed at the opportune moment, demonstrate formidable prowess in public, instilling awe among the crowd, establishing initial prestige. Target Jun Nan's favorability and admiration significantly increased. Target Su Xian's curiosity and attention greatly heightened. Newbie Guidance Task Progress Updated. Chapter 4. Reward Realization. Feng Yi's Return to Heart. The stunning scene on the northern defense line spread like wildfire, as if sprouting wings, racing through the upper echelons of Jiangnan Bay City with astonishing speed. With a mere flick, the Shadow Cat was obliterated, and a single punch, nearing 26 million kilograms, surged forth to aid the defense line, annihilating the mid-tier beast general, the iron-haired wild boar king. Each piece of news was sufficient to cause a stir. And when these accolades converged upon an 18-year-old youth, the resultant effect was explosive. The headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School promptly issued an order, elevating Chao Ming's status to the highest echelon of extraordinary genius. The allocation of resources was unprecedented, with even a senior inspector from headquarters taking a personal interest. The military extended an olive branch, offering generous terms. Various factions were quick to react, attempting to probe and court this sudden rising superstar. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Chao Ming remained remarkably composed. He politely declined all immediate invitations and interviews, leaving only his contact information with the upper echelons of the martial arts school and military. He then departed the still bustling hall of the martial arts school with the generous rewards, including startup capital, keys to a standalone villa, and training resources bestowed upon him in advance. The sunset cast an orange-red hue across the sky as Chao Ming returned to his somewhat dilapidated home in the civilian district, briefly gathering his essential belongings. His possessions were few, the most vital being the awakened bloodline and the system residing within his mind. As he stepped out of the tenement building with his modest bundle, he noticed Jun Nan waiting eagerly beneath an old locust tree not far away. The evening breeze tousled her hair as she donned a lovely canary-yellow dress, its hem swaying gently, accentuating her petite and adorable figure, brimming with youthful vitality. Her cherubic face radiated unmistakable excitement mingled with a hint of shyness, her bright eyes sparkling as they locked onto Chao Ming, holding a thermal container in her hand. "Chao Ming," she exclaimed, sprinting towards him with a buoyant voice. "You are absolutely incredible. The entire Bay City is talking about you. I've made some soup to celebrate." Witnessing her unabashed admiration and concern, a flicker of mischief ignited within Chao Ming. He naturally accepted the thermal container, his fingers inadvertently brushing against hers, causing her to shiver slightly, her cheeks flushing deeper. "Thank you," Chao Ming said, gazing at her. "I am about to move to the villa provided by the martial arts school. It's much safer there." "Ah, that's wonderful," Jun Nan responded genuinely, though her eyes soon revealed a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. The villa district seemed to stretch further away from her civilian area. "You can visit often." Chao Ming seemed to read her thoughts, his voice imbued with a magnetic allure. "I promise to teach you some self-defense techniques. Besides, there are plenty of rooms there." The implication in his words made Jun Nan's heart race. Her fair face instantly flushed crimson, even her delicate earlobes tinged with pink. She lowered her head, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her voice barely a whisper. "Okay, sounds good." The system's notification chimed in perfectly. Chao Ming smiled subtly, aware that the moment had arrived. He effortlessly extended his hand, grasping Jun Nan's slightly cold one. "Let us go. Accompany me to explore the new environment." Jun Nan stiffened momentarily but did not resist, allowing him to lead her, her heart pounding as she followed by his side towards the villa district, a symbol of identity and status within the base city. The villa provided by the martial arts school was nestled in a tranquil area, complete with private access and fully equipped facilities, a stark contrast to the crowded and dilapidated civilian district. Upon entering, the spacious and bright living room, along with the modern training room, dazzled Jun Nan, her eyes filled with wonder and envy. Chao Ming set his belongings down and turned to gently press Jun Nan against the entrance wall. The space suddenly felt intimate and charged. "Chao Ming." Jun Nan sensed the shift, her large eyes shimmering, breath quickening, her petite frame trembling, not from fear, but from a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "You are quite adorable." "Jun Nan." Chao Ming's gaze bore into hers, the allure of his bloodline's mischief magnified to its zenith. His eyes were deep, as if flames were igniting within, easily able to spark the hearts of others. "I noticed you from the very first moment we met." His voice was low and magnetic, his fingers lightly caressing her warm cheek. Junnan felt her entire being grow soft, her mind blank, completely enveloped by his essence and charm. The notion of resistance fled her thoughts, replaced by an intense desire to surrender to the moment. I also. Her voice trembled. The subsequent words barely audible. Chao Ming spoke no more, leaning down to capture her slightly parted, rosy lips, which quivered with nervousness. The fiery essence of the mischief within him seemed to carry a searing warmth, instantly consuming the last remnants of her reason. Her response was inexperienced, clumsy yet sincere. Lost in the moment, it unfolded naturally, establishing an intimate relationship with the quality target Junnan, commencing the conception of the first offspring. Infusion of energy and genetic optimization underway. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the newbie guidance task. Task rewards issued. 1. Genetic primordial energy significantly enhanced. Strength stabilized at the advanced warrior level. 2. Bloodline evolution points. 10. 4. Special reward. An absolutely loyal war general level servant has been generated and is awaiting orders. The system's notification resonated like heavenly music. A surge of energy far more powerful and pure than before flooded through Chao Ming's limbs and bones, cleansing his meridians, fortifying his body and soul. The quality of the mischief energy seemed to elevate, becoming more refined and potent. Simultaneously, a profound insight into a technique for exertion flooded his mind, revealing the cultivation method of Tsang Long Jin. The greatest surprise, however, was yet to come. With a mere thought, Chao Ming sensed in the villa's spacious living room a hazy figure transitioning from illusion to reality, rapidly coalescing. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a man nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust and well-proportioned physique and a countenance as stern as granite, knelt before him in the center of the room. Dressed in a matte black special operations uniform, his muscular frame strained against the fabric, exuding explosive power. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, yet imbued with unwavering devotion and obedience. He lifted his gaze to Chao Ming, his voice steady and powerful, with a metallic resonance. Servant Feng Yi, summoned at your command. I pay my respects to my master. I am willing to incinerate all obstacles for you. A formidable aura radiated from Feng Yi, unmistakably at the initial level of a battle god, with a solid foundation and a piercing gaze, clearly a seasoned warrior, far beyond the ordinary novice. Feeling Feng Yi's unfeigned loyalty, Chao Ming's heart swelled with ambition. With his strength enhanced, secret techniques acquired, and now an additional loyal warrior at his side, he felt invincible. He gently embraced Junnan, who had collapsed into his arms from fatigue and shock at Feng Yi's sudden appearance. Her delicate face flushed, and her eyes were hazy. Yet her gaze was sharply directed towards the endless night sky outside the window. The earth, and even this expanse of stars, was destined to become the cornerstone of his rise as the phoenix of evil fire and the everlasting divine kingdom. The first step had already been flawlessly taken. Chapter 5. The initial spread of the phoenix wings. The shadow of Belena's the morning light streamed through the villa's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the soft carpet. Chao Ming opened his eyes, the crimson glimmer in his gaze fleeting, while the surging evil fire origin power within him became even more potent and refined. His advanced warrior-level strength had been thoroughly solidified, and he was inching closer to the barrier of the god of war level. He turned his head to glance at the side. Junnan was still fast asleep, her cherubic face adorned with a content and serene smile. Her long lashes framed her peaceful expression, and her petite form curled up beside him, lost in sweet slumber. Last night, she had transformed from a girl into a woman and had become an essential part of Chao Ming's plans. Chao Ming did not disturb her and gently rose. With a flicker of thought, a brand new black training outfit enveloped his body, accentuating his already statuesque figure, exuding an air of repressed yet indelible sinister charm. Upon entering the living room, the battle general Feng Yi stood like the most loyal statue, already at attention by the door. Upon seeing Chao Ming, he immediately bowed in respect, his gaze sharp yet obedient. Master. Indeed. Chao Ming nodded, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. From now on, you are responsible for the safety and affairs of this place. Yes, master. Feng Yi replied in a deep voice without a hint of hesitation. With the presence of Feng Yi, an absolutely loyal battle general servant, Chao Ming felt considerably lighter. Many trivial matters no longer required his direct involvement. He stepped into the courtyard and began practicing the Sanglong Jin he had acquired the previous night. Though merely a fragment, this power technique was extraordinarily intricate, far surpassing the current levels of power on Earth. As he moved through his punches and kicks, The energy coalesced without dissipating when it erupted. The air emitted a low explosive sound, its power becoming more concentrated and formidable compared to relying solely on the evil fire origin power. The synergy between the evil fire origin power and Songlongjin seemed to enhance his training progress significantly. After about an hour of practice, Chao Ming concluded his session, his breath steady. When he returned to the living room, Zhun Nin had awakened, wearing one of his oversized shirts. Her bare, fair legs were exposed, and her cheeks flushed as she clumsily prepared breakfast in the kitchen. The hem of the shirt barely covered her pert backside, revealing an alluring glimpse of her figure. Upon seeing Chao Ming enter, her face turned even redder, and she fumbled, I wanted to make you something to eat. Take your time, no rush. Chao Ming approached her and naturally wrapped his arms around her petite, delicate form from behind, resting his chin on her fragrant hair. The warm aura emanating from the evil fire bloodline enveloped Zhun Nan, causing her body to soften slightly, filled with sweetness. Target Zhun Nan's serving behavior, preparing breakfast, ongoing. Slight enhancement in original energy affinity acquired. The system's prompt made Chao Ming's lips curve into a slight smile. Such daily servitude indeed bore unexpected benefits. After enjoying Zhun Nan's breakfast, which was slightly charred yet filled with heartfelt intention, Chao Ming's communicator buzzed. It was a notification from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, indicating that the formalities for his special genius contract had been completed, requiring his personal presence at headquarters to sign and receive the corresponding identity privileges and resource cards. I'll step out for a while, Chao Ming informed Zhun Nan. You can rest at home or let Feng Yi accompany you to fetch some things. He had already regarded Zhun Nan as his possession, naturally wishing to keep her close. Okay, Zhun Nan replied obediently, her large eyes filled with dependence. Chao Ming then turned to Feng Yi. Take good care of her. Mission accomplished at all costs. Feng Yi responded resolutely. After arranging matters at home, Chao Ming left the villa alone, heading towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. In Jiangnan Bay City, the main district, the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy towered into the clouds. Upon his arrival, Chao Ming immediately attracted considerable attention. Many staff members and martial artists recognized him as the newly emerging figure of prominence, casting curious, awed, and even obsequious glances his way. The person responsible for receiving him was a supervisor Liu, whose demeanor was exceedingly warm, even tinged with respect. Mr. Chao Ming, this way please. Your contract has been prepared. Here is your identity card, and your privileges have been activated to the highest level. This is your startup fund card, with an astonishing limit. And this is your exclusive account for resource exchanges within the academy. Supervisor Liu explained in detail while leading the way, handing Chao Ming a series of cards and documents. The process was swiftly concluded. Just as Chao Ming was about to leave, he spotted a familiar figure in the lounge area of the headquarters. Su Xin. Today, she wore a light blue, collegiate-style dress. The hem reached her knees, revealing her slender, fair legs, and she wore a pair of pristine white shoes. Her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders as she sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a physical book. Her profile exuded tranquility and beauty, a stark contrast to the somewhat noisy environment of the academy, yet she stood out as a picturesque scene. Seemingly sensing his gaze, she lifted her head, meeting Chao Ming's eyes once more. This time, her expression was no longer merely one of surprise and curiosity, but held a hint of complexity. She had evidently heard about the events that transpired at the defense line yesterday, as well as Chao Ming's astonishing test results. She nodded slightly to Chao Ming, offering a faint and polite smile, acknowledging him without any inclination to engage in conversation, maintaining her characteristic tranquility and distance. Chao Ming did not approach her immediately. He understood that for a girl like Su Xin, who possessed a cool demeanor and an inner pride, being overly eager would be a misstep. What he needed was an opportune moment and sufficient allure. He simply returned her a meaningful smile, one imbued with the unique confidence and charm of the evil fire bloodline, causing Su Xin's gaze to linger for a moment before she turned away. Watching Chao Ming's tall figure depart, a flicker of subtle emotion passed through Su Xin's clear eyes. She gently closed her book, deep in thought. However, as soon as Chao Ming exited the headquarters of the academy, a sense of being watched crept into his consciousness. The heightened sensitivity brought on by the evil Fire Phoenix bloodline allowed him to pinpoint the source of malice to a black luxury car at the street corner. The window descended slowly, revealing a well-maintained yet coldly arrogant visage. It was a stunning woman, her golden hair elegantly styled, and her piercing blue eyes resembled that of a viper. She regarded Chao Ming with a chilling gaze, filled with scrutiny, disdain, and a deeply hidden wariness. Chao Ming's memory surged, Vini Na Bolanas, the wife of Li Yao and one of the heads of the Bolanas family in the Huaxiao region. It appeared that Li Yao's death and Chao Ming's sudden ascent had thoroughly captured this woman's attention. The gazes of Vini Na and Chao Ming clashed in the air. There was no hint of retreat in Chao Ming's eyes, rather, a flicker of mockery and a deeper aggression. He had not only killed her husband, but now regarded her as a valuable target on his System S list. Vini Na seemed to be stung by Chao Ming's unabashed gaze, which bore a sense of possession and conquest. Her expression turned even colder as she abruptly raised the car window. A black sedan silently glided into the traffic, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chao Ming stood his ground, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The Bolognese family? Wanina? Should they possess the wisdom to retreat, all would be well. However, should they seek vengeance or attempt to undermine him, he would not hesitate to transform this so-called family into the very stepping stone for his ascent. The wicked phoenix ready to take flight. Furthermore, he would gladly turn that aloof and proud woman into a caged canary, blooming solely for his eyes. A tempest was quietly brewing, and Chao Ming, unperturbed, anticipated his prey arriving at his doorstep. Chapter 6. Undercurrents in the nest of the phoenix. Upon returning to the villa, the sunset had painted the sky in resplendent shades of purple and crimson. Foam, akin to the most loyal sentinel, silently opened the door. Inside the living room, Zhun Nin had already returned, engaged in conversation with a visitor, Zhao Rua. Today, Zhao Rua adorned herself in a vibrant orange sports tank top and fitted shorts, showcasing her healthy, sun-kissed skin and athletic physique to perfection. Her features were striking. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an aura of vivacity as she animatedly conversed with Zhun Nan, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon noticing Chao Ming's return, Zhao Rua's eyes sparkled, and she greeted him with unabashed warmth. Chao Ming, you're back. Wow, this place is amazing. Her tone was bright, revealing unmasked curiosity and envy. Zhun Nan promptly rose, a reassuring smile illuminating her cherubic face, and gracefully approached him, naturally taking his coat, embodying a demeanor of endearing dependence. Chao Ming nodded at Zhao Rua. Make yourself comfortable. His gaze swept over Zhao Rua's youthful form, and the system interface clearly displayed her commendable ratings. She was a target of distinctly different style, yet equally exceptional quality compared to Zhun Nan. I want to hold back, Zhao Rua exclaimed cheerfully as she seated herself, crossing her legs to reveal her supple waist and taut leg lines. Zhun Nan told me you were extraordinary yesterday. Everyone at the martial arts school is buzzing about you, declaring you a once-in-a-century genius from our Jiangnan base city. Her eyes glimmered with admiration for the strong. The allure of his innate power was evidently captivating to this bright and spirited girl. Chao Ming casually settled into the main seat, while Zhun Nan obediently nestled beside him. Foam, ever silent, retreated to the corner, yet even her warrior-like aura compelled the boisterous Zhao Rua to steal a few glances, deepening her awe of Chao Ming's enigmatic strength. It's merely luck, Chao Ming replied with a nonchalant tone. Luck? Not at all. Zhao Rua exaggeratedly waved her hand, leaning in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. But you should be cautious. I heard that Wanina from the Bolognese family seems to have set her sights on you outside the martial arts headquarters today. Chao Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly the news had spread, or perhaps Zhao Rua was simply well-informed. He studied her. The girl appeared sunny and innocent, yet seemed to possess her own sources of information. Yes, I encountered her, he admitted without denial. That woman is notoriously ruthless and protective. She will not let Li Yao's death go unanswered. Zhao Rua's voice carried a hint of concern, but more so an encouraging tone. You must be wary of her underhanded tactics. Just a clown, Chao Ming replied indifferently, as if discussing a trivial matter. This unwavering confidence, coupled with his striking features and formidable prowess, wielded a potent allure that captivated the opposite sex. Zhao Rua's bright eyes indeed sparkled with admiration, and she nodded vigorously. Right. Why fear her? If you need assistance or sparring, feel free to reach out. Although I may not be as monstrous as you, I am still an advanced student. She playfully flexed her firm arm. Chao Ming smiled faintly, choosing not to comment. Zhao Rua's eagerness was well within his expectations. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Rua, displaying her perceptiveness, stood to take her leave, winking at Zhun Nan, which caused her to blush once more. Once Zhao Rua departed, tranquility enveloped the villa. Zhun Nan busied herself preparing dinner, her culinary skills somewhat rusty, yet executed with great care. Feng, at Chao Ming's behest, began a thorough examination of the villa's security systems, quietly setting up discreet surveillance measures around the premises. Chao Ming sat on the sofa, appearing to meditate, yet his consciousness delved deep into the system. His brief encounter with Wanina, though laced with animosity, seemed to have prompted a unique form of attention from the system. The interface indicated an increase in the difficulty of conquest, alongside a potential rise in rewards. Disgust? A cold smile crept across Chao Ming's face. In the lexicon of the Wicked Phoenix, the line between disdain and desire is often perilously thin. The more intense the emotion, the more astonishing the transformation. He had already marked Wanina as a necessary conquest. Her identity, her icy beauty, and her hatred would all contribute to his ultimate reward. After dinner, Chao Ming resumed his training with the Songlong Jin, attempting to merge it with the essence of his wicked fire. His control over power grew increasingly refined, each movement infused with formidable explosive potential. Zhen Nan, having tidied everything, quietly sat nearby, her large eyes filled with admiration. Occasionally, during his breaks, she would offer him warm water or dab at non-existent sweat with a towel, relishing the intimacy that her servitude fostered. As night deepened, Chao Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, surveying the serene nightscape of the villa community. Feng lurked like a shadow in the courtyard, a steadfast guardian. Zhen Nan had completed her evening routine, donning a charming nightgown, her petite form nestled on the bed, awaiting him. Everything seemed tranquil. Yet, Chao Ming understood that the Bolognese family's retribution would inevitably come. Wanina's cold and vengeful gaze had made that abundantly clear. However, he remained unfazed, even somewhat eager. He anticipated those oblivious individuals arriving at his doorstep, serving as the stepping stones for honing his wicked flame and establishing his reputation. This would also provide him with ample justification to repay that frosty Bolognese matron. Come, let me witness what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chao Ming murmured softly to himself, his eyes flickering with a fierce glow, akin to a phoenix lying in wait in the night, ready to ignite everything at the opportune moment. His nest was beginning to settle, his wings growing strong, and he was in dire need of a trial by fire. This impending tempest might very well serve as the perfect prologue for him to thoroughly disrupt the equilibrium of the world and draw more exceptional targets beneath his wings. Chapter 7. The Night's Lethal Intent. The wicked flame consuming the night. The night was profound, the villa community enveloped in an eerie silence. The occasional breeze whispering through the treetops, producing a soft rustling sound. Within the master bedroom, Zhen Nan had fallen into a deep slumber. Her petite form nestled within the soft down comforter, a serene smile gracing her cherubic face as she breathed evenly. Chao Ming, however, had not succumbed to sleep. He sat cross-legged in the living room's training chamber, enveloped in an almost imperceptible crimson aura, the essence of wicked fire ebbing and flowing like the tide, tempering his physique as he contemplated the intricacies of the Songlong Jin. Suddenly, a hum resonated in the air. In the courtyard's periphery, an almost imperceptible, high-frequency energy fluctuation flickered and vanished into the night. In that very instant, Feng Yi, standing like a statue in the villa's shadows, suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto the direction from which the disturbance emanated. He remained silent, yet an icy intent to kill began to permeate the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Chao Ming in the training room sensed the anomaly. The bloodline of the evil fire phoenix granted a heightened perception of energy and malice. Have they arrived? A cold smile curved Chao Ming's lips. Rather than feeling anxious, he exhibited a hint of anticipation. He gradually withdrew his energy, the crimson currents surrounding him retracting into his body. Almost at the moment he ceased his practice, a series of pitch-black, non-reflective crossbow bolts sliced through the air, their shrill cries piercing the silence, shooting towards the villa from various cunning angles, targeting the master bedroom and training room windows. These bolts had evidently undergone special treatment, possessing immense kinetic energy, with tips glimmering with a sinister blue hue, indicating they were laced with potent poison. However, before these bolts could reach the villa's walls, a shadow surged forth like a specter, moving with such speed that it left a faint afterimage in its wake. The sound of metal clashing rang sharply in the tranquil night. Feng Yi's figure appeared, as if teleporting to several critical positions around the villa, wielding a pair of matte black daggers that had seemingly materialized in his hands. With a deft flourish, he shattered all the incoming crossbow bolts mid-air, deflecting them with precision. Sparks flew as the broken bolts clattered to the ground. He stood firm in the courtyard's center, his piercing gaze scanning the darkness. The formidable aura of a war general emanating unabashedly, creating an invisible barrier that shielded the entire villa. Assassins, protect the master. Feng Yi's low voice echoed through a built-in communicator to Chao Ming, simultaneously rousing the sleeping Zhen Nan. Zhen Nan let out a startled gasp. Her petite form clad in a silk nightgown, bolting upright in bed. Her large eyes filled with panic as she instinctively glanced towards the training room. "Stay inside. Do not come out." Chao Ming's calm voice resonated, infused with an unusual, reassuring power. He pushed open the training room door and stepped out slowly. He did not glance outside but first looked toward the master bedroom door, noticing Junan's pale face and slightly trembling shoulders, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. "Seeking death." He uttered 2 words with an air of indifference. Almost as if in response to his words, the darkness outside the villa erupted with several powerful auras. At least 5 figures clad in black tactical gear and masked like predators lunged forth. Each wielded high-strength alloy combat knives, their blades shimmering with the light of primal energy. All of them were general-level experts. They moved in perfect synchronization, 2 rushing towards Feng Yi while the other 3, like arrows released from a bow, charged towards the villa's reinforced glass windows from different angles. Clearly, their primary target was not Feng Yi, but rather the individuals within the villa. The Bolaños family was not to be underestimated. Their initial strike included 5 war generals, evidently intending to eradicate Chao Ming, the significant threat, with overwhelming force. A cold glint flashed in Feng Yi's eyes as he roared, the dual daggers whirling in a tempest of primal energy, instantly drawing the 2 war generals into a fierce melee. The wind from the daggers howled, their fierce energy enveloping the 2, binding them in an inescapable struggle. Meanwhile, the other 3 war generals had broken through the windows, the shattering glass creating a sharp, jarring sound. They landed in the living room, their cold gazes instantly locking onto the seemingly defenseless Chao Ming standing at the center. "Kill!" The leader barked, and the 3 warriors, their blades gleaming with lethal intent, simultaneously struck at Chao Ming from 3 different angles. Their attacks were ruthless and unyielding, showing no intention of leaving any survivors. Jinan, witnessing this scene from the bedroom door, covered her mouth with her small hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, in the face of the 3 war generals' assault, Chao Ming remained utterly unmoved, his feet rooted to the spot. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Boom! A terrifying and unparalleled heat, as if from the primordial chaos, erupted from within Chao Ming. The temperature in the entire living room soared to an alarming degree. The crimson evil fire primal energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption. No longer a mere wisp of air, but a tangible flame. It was both enchanting and searing, possessing the dual characteristics of incinerating all and captivating the heart. The 3 war generals, rushing forward, were momentarily blinded by a flash of red. The overwhelming heat instantly scorched their skin and eyes. Furthermore, an eerie mental shock surged into their brains, causing their movements to falter with an involuntary stiffness and confusion. Evil fire burning domain. Chao Ming's cold voice echoed like a death sentence. He clenched his raised right hand fiercely. Centered around him, a 10-meter radius was enveloped by an invisible force field. The crimson evil fire raged, swirling and forming a transient domain of flames. Within this domain, the air was completely depleted, filled with extreme heat and bizarre mental pressure. The 3 war generals who entered the domain felt as though they had crashed into an erupting volcano. Their combat knives, when thrust into the fiery realm, slowed dramatically, the primal energy illuminating their blades visibly devoured and annihilated by the evil fire. Their protective primal energy crumbled before the evil fire like mere paper, swiftly dissolving. The piercing screams erupted instantly. Their clothes and hair ignited, their skin blistered and charred by the horrifying heat. The insidious evil fire's mental assault caused their heads to throb painfully, their consciousness blurring, rendering them incapable of effectively gathering primal energy or fighting spirit. This was not combat. It was a one-sided incineration and crushing. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the 3 formidable war generals were reduced to frantic, screaming figures engulfed by the evil fire-burning domain that Chao Ming had casually summoned, swiftly turning into charred remains, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of ash. Instant kill, and simultaneously, 3 war generals. The living room was suffused with the acrid scent of burning flesh and the terrifying aftershocks of heat, yet it was eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. At the bedroom door, Junan's mouth gaped in astonishment, her initial fear replaced by overwhelming shock and admiration. She gazed at Chao Ming, standing tall amidst the embers of flame, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Outside the window, the 2 war generals entangled with Feng Yi witnessed the horrifying scene unfold in the living room, their souls fleeing in terror, no longer daring to engage, feigning a move before attempting to escape with all their might. Let them go. Chao Ming's figure had appeared in the courtyard, his speed ghostly. He did not even glance at the fleeing war generals, merely flicking his fingers in their direction. Whoosh, whoosh. Two meticulously condensed crimson sparks shot forth, instantly catching up to their targets. Pop, pop. A faint explosion resonated as each war general felt a scorching hole appear in their backs. The terrifying fiery force invading their bodies, reducing their organs and brains to ashes. Their bodies maintained their forward momentum for a few staggering steps before crashing to the ground. Lifeless. In an instant, all 5 of the attacking war general-level assassins were annihilated. Feng Yi sheathed his dual sabers and swiftly approached Chao Ming from behind. Kneeling on one knee, "My subordinate has failed in his duty of protection. I implore you to punish me, master." "It does not concern you," Chao Ming replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. "Clean it up." "Yes." Feng Yi immediately rose, efficiently beginning to manage the scene. Chao Ming turned to return to the villa. Zhen Nan hurriedly rushed over, her petite frame collapsing into his embrace, trembling slightly, whether from fear or excitement indistinct. "It is all right now." Chao Ming gently patted her back, the warm aura emanating from his bloodline quickly calming her. He held Zhen Na in his arms. Yet his gaze drifted toward the pitch-black night sky outside, as if he could pierce through the distance to behold the opulent Belena's family estate situated in the bustling heart of the main city. "Wenina Belena's." Chao Ming murmured the name softly, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, devoid of anger. Instead, a hint of playful intrigue and intensified aggression surfaced within him. "I accept this gift of introduction. Soon, I shall personally express my gratitude." The night breeze swirled, stirring up the ashes on the ground and carrying a hint of charred scent, as if foreshadowing a more intense storm on the horizon. In his embrace, Zhen Na felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and the mesmerizing warmth that brought her solace, tilting her little face upward, her eyes filled with complete dependence and submission. Chapter 8. Feng and Ailin, Su Xin's invitation. The morning sun dispelled the bloodshed and menace of the previous night. The villa's courtyard had been meticulously cleaned by Feng Yi, as though the brief yet fierce attack had never transpired. Only the faint scent of charred remains lingered in the air, and the deepening crimson gleam in Chao Ming's eyes served as a testament to the night's reality. Zhen Nan had awakened early, or rather, she had hardly slept soundly during the latter half of the night. At this moment, she tied on a slightly oversized apron and diligently prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Following the events of the previous evening, her reliance on and reverence for Chao Ming had reached its zenith. Her petite figure busied itself, yet her doll-like face radiated an unusual, proud brilliance, akin to a resilient vine that has weathered a storm. Target Zhen Nan's loyalty has significantly increased. The effect of her service, meticulously preparing breakfast, has been enhanced, granting a slight boost to original energy recovery speed. Chao Ming sat at the dining table, relishing the warmth and thrill of her service. Feng Yi stood a short distance behind him, embodying the archetype of a vigilant guardian, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, heightened in alertness following the events of the night. "Brother Ming." Zhen Nan placed a perfectly cooked egg and beast milk before Chao Ming, her voice soft and sweet, imbued with a hint of lingering fear and newfound determination. "I will diligently learn how to manage household duties and take care of you." Her large eyes blinked, filled with a resolute desire to become more useful. Chao Ming reached out, gently pinching her delicate, smooth cheek. The warmth emanating from his bloodline caused Zhen Nan's cheeks to flush slightly, yet she obediently did not flinch away. "Just be yourself," Chao Ming said in a neutral tone, yet it filled Zhen Nan's heart with sweetness. At that moment, Chao Ming's communicator chimed. It was an unfamiliar number, yet from the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He answered it casually. A holographic projection materialized, revealing not a high-ranking official from the academy or a member of the Belena's family, but rather the pure and captivating visage of Su Xin, exuding an intellectual aura. She seemed to be in a tranquil study, with a vast bookshelf in the background, clad in a simple, cream-colored turtleneck sweater that accentuated her slender neck. Her demeanor was increasingly serene. Her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and upon seeing the connection established, a fleeting hint of anxiety crossed her clear eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "Mr. Chao Ming, I apologize for the intrusion." Her voice was melodious, akin to the gentle trickling of spring water. "I am Su Xin. Is there something you require?" Chao Ming's gaze fell upon the projection, tinged with scrutiny. He had not anticipated that she would be the first to reach out. Su Xin appeared somewhat unaccustomed to Chao Ming's direct and aggressive gaze, momentarily averting her eyes before quickly returning to maintain politeness. "Regarding the events at the Academy headquarters yesterday, as well as the unpleasantness that may have transpired last night, I wish to express my apologies and goodwill on behalf of the Su family. Chao Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Su family, one of the largest military-industrial families in the base city. The information indeed travels swiftly. It seems that despite the commotion being suppressed, those who ought to know are well aware. The Bolaños family's actions have always been domineering, and they have disrupted the balance and harmony within the base city to some extent, Su Xin articulated carefully, her serious expression gracing her fair face. The Su family hopes to establish a positive relationship with a talent such as yourself, rather than a hostile one. Should you require any assistance or encounter troubles, the Su family is willing to provide help within our capacity. Her words were neither submissive nor overbearing, expressing goodwill while maintaining the pride and propriety befitting a young lady of the Su family. Chao Ming regarded the pure and intelligent face in the projection, feeling a subtle stir of restlessness from the bloodline within him. Su Xin's exceptional standing and the resources and power she represented piqued his interest. Conquering a girl with such a serene intellect would offer a different allure compared to the vivacious simplicity of Zhen Nan. I acknowledge your goodwill, Chao Ming said, a faint smile gracing his lips. As for assistance, it may soon materialize. His words hinted at deeper significance, causing a flicker of confusion in Su Xin's clear eyes. Though she refrained from probing further, she merely nodded slightly. I look forward to our next meeting. Wishing you all the best. The communication ended. Zhen Nan, blinking her large eyes, asked softly from the side, is that Sister Su Xin? She is so beautiful and has such an elegant demeanor. Her tone laced with a hint of envy and comparison that she herself was unaware of. Chao Ming shot her a sidelong glance, easily discerning her subtle emotions. He pulled her closer. Each has their own merits. A simple statement rekindled Zhen Nan's joy. Her petite frame nestled against him. Target Zhen Nan's sense of security has increased, deepening her reliance. After placing the communicator down, Chao Ming's expression turned frosty. The Su family's goodwill was merely an embellishment. Yet the vendetta against the Bolaños family must be avenged. Moreover, it should be repaid in the most domineering and overwhelming manner. Feng Yi, subordinate at your service. Feng Yi stepped forward without hesitation. Investigate. Chao Ming's voice was chilling. Gather information on all of the Bolaños family's enterprises in Jiangnan Bay City, particularly those that operate in the shadows. Identify the key subordinates of Li Yao and Wanina. Compile a list for me. Yes, master. Feng Yi showed no sign of doubt, a glint of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes as he turned to depart. As an absolutely loyal warrior produced by the system, he possessed information retrieval and infiltration capabilities far beyond this era. Chao Ming then picked up the communicator to contact Supervisor Liu of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Mr. Chao Ming, how may I assist you? Supervisor Liu's voice was exceedingly warm, even tinged with a hint of reverence. The events of the previous night were unknown to ordinary people, yet someone of his rank could hardly be oblivious to the whispers of the wind. The silent disappearance of 5 warriors showcased the ruthlessness and strength of this lord, surpassing all expectations. Prepare a comprehensive dossier detailing all of the Bolaños family's visible enterprises in the base city, including responsible parties and security forces, Chao Ming commanded directly, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Supervisor Liu hesitated for a moment, but then recalled the order from headquarters to fulfill Chao Ming's requests at all costs. He gritted his teeth and replied, no problem. I will send it to you within half an hour. Hanging up the communication, the crimson light in Chao Ming's eyes intensified. Did Wei and I not wish to engage in assassination? He would indulge her with something far more direct. What he sought was not defense, but offense. Not merely a strike, but a crushing blow, a thorough and complete retribution. He intended to make the entire Jiangnan Bay City aware of the dire consequences awaiting those who dared to cross him. Chao Ming. Furthermore, he desired for the cold and beautiful Wei and I Na Bo Lai Na Si to comprehend, amidst despair and terror, who truly held dominion. Soon, the files of Feng Yi and Supervisor Liu were transmitted in succession. Chao Ming meticulously perused them, ultimately fixating on several names and locations listed. These included the most capable subordinates of Li Yao during his lifetime, as well as several lucrative establishments associated with the Bo Lai Na Si family, likely to harbor unsavory dealings. Among them were an underground fighting arena, an upscale private club, and a smuggling warehouse situated on the outskirts of the city. This would be where he commenced his endeavors. Chao Ming rose, the essence of evil fire within him simmering, akin to a phoenix yearning to ignite. Minggu, are you heading out? Zhen Nen inquired with concern. Yes, to collect some interest, Chao Ming replied, ruffling her hair. Wait for me at home. I shall return shortly. He exited the villa, the setting sun elongating his shadow. Instead of summoning a vehicle, he melded seamlessly into the throng of the street, his figure moving swiftly towards his first target, the underground fighting arena known as Shuelang. Feng In I Lin, touch it, and wrath shall follow. With the evil fire ignited, may all enemies be consumed. Chapter 9. The Blood Wolf's Den Falls. Phoenix Flames Ignite the Night, Part 1. The Shuelang Underground Fighting Arena is situated within a chaotic gray area of the southern district of Jiangnan Bay City. This is a den where fortunes can be made or lost overnight, a battleground interlaced with blood and desire, and one of the key strongholds for the Bo Lai Nasi family to amass wealth and recruit outlaws. As night descended, the entrance to the arena flickered with neon lights. Vehicles modified to roar thunderously entered the underground parking lot, and a steady stream of well-dressed gamblers, fierce warriors, and thrill-seeking tycoons flowed in. However, the raucousness of the night was fated to be utterly shattered by a far more violent sound. Chao Ming's silhouette emerged from the shadows of a street corner, clad in a simple black combat suit that accentuated his formidable stature. His face bore no disguise. His handsome yet sinister countenance flickered in the dim light. He had no intention of concealing his presence. Tonight, he came to obliterate everything in his path. He strode towards the heavy metallic door of the arena, reminiscent of a beast's maw. For burly guards, all advanced warriors, stood sentinel, their vigilant gazes sweeping over every approaching figure. Halt! Present your membership card or invitation. One of the guards barked as he noticed Chao Ming advancing without slowing. Stepping forward and placing a hand on his weapon, Chao Ming did not falter in his stride, nor did he divert his gaze. Suddenly, an invisible yet terrifying pressure radiated from him like a tangible mountain. This was not merely a force of raw energy. It contained the absolute deterrence of a high-level life form descended from the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix, capable of incinerating all and enchanting the hearts of lesser beings. The ferocity on the faces of the four guards instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. They felt as though they were being targeted by a primordial beast, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, blood nearly congealing, and breathing becoming exceedingly arduous. Their legs weakened, screams caught in their throats. They could only watch in horror as the figure, akin to a demonic deity, strode past them. Chao Ming had not even struck a blow. Simply releasing the pressure of his bloodline left the four advanced warrior guards immobilized, drenched in cold sweat. He approached the robust alloy door, which glimmered with the faint light of an energy shield, evidently boasting considerable defensive capabilities. With a casual lift of his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, he gently pressed against the door. In an instant, a torrent of crimson evil fire energy erupted from his palm, no longer in the form of flame, but a horrifyingly concentrated energy akin to molten lava. The alloy door, capable of withstanding missile strikes, along with its energy shield, melted before him like butter meeting a hot knife, rapidly turning red, softening, and liquefying from the center of his hand. An irregularly shaped opening, large enough for passage, silently emerged, with molten metal dripping from its edges. Chao Ming withdrew his hand and stepped through the molten breach. Within lay a boisterous passageway leading to the underground fighting arena. Two security personnel patrolling the corridor were taken aback by the suddenly melted door and the entering Chao Ming, their faces draining of color. Just as they reached for their weapons to raise an alarm, Chao Ming's gaze swept over them. Thud, thud, before they could utter a sound. Their eyes glazed over, as if their souls had been extracted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The mental allure and impact of the evil fire energy proved devastating for these low-ranking warriors with weak wills. At the end of the corridor, a cacophony of noise surged forth. In a vast underground space, a ring encircled by high-strength glass showcased two warriors engaged in a bloody struggle, while countless spectators below howled in frenzy, placing bets, the air thick with the sense of sweat, alcohol, and a hint of blood. Initially, Chao Ming's arrival did not attract much attention. He ascended to a raised vantage point at the back of the audience, coldly surveying the frenzied scene below. His gaze, akin to a precise scanning device, swiftly locked onto the transparent VIP booth directly opposite the ring. Inside, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a sinister gaze was embracing two scantily clad women, reveling in the carnage before him. He was one of Li Yao's most trusted subordinates, the actual manager of this fighting arena, Poison Wolf Zhao Kuan, a junior battle general. Chao Ming's target was him. As well as this crucial stronghold of Li Yao, he no longer concealed his intentions. Taking a deep breath, the crimson light in Chao Ming's eyes blazed. Boom! A surge of malevolent energy far more formidable and terrifying than before erupted explosively from him. The crimson flames instantly engulfed a significant portion of the audience behind him. The extreme heat warped the air, causing numerous electronic devices to short-circuit and smoke. A terrifying mental pressure, mixed with a murderous intent that incinerated all, swept through the entire underground space like a tsunami. What is happening? It's hot. So hot. My head hurts. In an instant, all the clamor and frenzy were replaced by screams and gasps. Audience members near Chao Ming began collapsing in waves, their eyes rolling back in their heads, while those further away felt their heads splitting, struggling to breathe, as if trapped in a furnace, desperate to escape. The battle in the ring abruptly halted, as the two fighters were struck with fear by the sudden, overwhelming pressure, glancing towards its source. In the VIP booth, Poison Wolf Zhao Kun abruptly pushed the women away, rising in shock to behold the figure shrouded in crimson flames, like a god of fire descending upon them. Who dares to cause trouble at Shuelang? Zhao Kun shouted, a mixture of fear and rage in his voice, as he unleashed his energy to resist the omnipresent pressure and mental assault. Yet he found his energy flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment before the crimson flames. Chao Ming offered no reply. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the massive ring, and with a mere grasp of the air, the surrounding high-strength glass enclosure instantly cracked and then shattered explosively. The two warriors atop the stage barely had time to scream before being engulfed by the dispersing evil fire energy, instantly reduced to charred remains. Then, Chao Ming's gaze locked onto the VIP box. With a single step, he traversed several dozen meters as if teleporting, directly appearing before the specially designed bulletproof glass. Inside, Zhao Kun was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. He instinctively attempted to activate the emergency defense system of the box. However, Chao Ming merely exhaled gently towards the glass. A single, exquisitely condensed crimson spark, as if imbued with life, drifted down onto the bulletproof glass. With a hissing sound, the thick glass, capable of withstanding rocket fire, was instantly melted into a fist-sized hole, its edges smooth as a mirror. That spark pierced through the opening, and under Zhao Kun's dilated gaze, it softly landed on his chest. No! Zhao Kun let out a desperate scream. In an instant, the spark erupted, transforming into a raging inferno that completely consumed him. A scream so piercing it seemed inhuman echoed within the box, but it lasted barely half a second before abruptly ceasing. As the flames dissipated, only a small pile of human ash remained, along with a deformed spatial ring that Chao Ming effortlessly drew into his possession. The entire fighting arena fell into a paralyzing silence, steeped in fear. All those who remained conscious trembled at the sight of the figure standing outside the box, his body surrounded by receding flames, resembling a demonic deity. Chao Ming paid no heed to the insignificant onlookers. His soul energy swept over the spatial ring in his grasp, effortlessly erasing the previous owner's mark, collecting all valuable items and some unsavory documents within. After completing this, he vanished once more, like a phantom, leaving behind a scene of devastation akin to a battleground ravaged by a fiery storm, along with countless individuals shaken as if they had just awakened from a terrifying nightmare. News spread like wildfire, faster than it had the previous night, throughout the dark underbelly of Jiangnan Base City. Chao Ming's next target was the upscale private club known as Jiaofeng. There, Vini Na Bolognese frequently entertained her esteemed guests. The wings of vengeance were just beginning to unfurl, the flames of retribution igniting. Chapter 10, The Inferno of Jiaofeng. The Phoenix S Command Overall, Part 2. The Jiaofeng Private Club is situated in the most opulent northern district of Jiangnan Base City. Its exterior is a modern garden architecture brimming with artistic flair, while the interior is a lavish den of indulgence, catering solely to the elite. Here lies Vini Na Bolognese's intricate web of relationships, a vital venue for winning hearts, as well as a hub for the Bolognese family's intelligence and gray market dealings. Under the night sky, Jiaofeng glowed brilliantly, yet exuded an aura of reserved nobility that kept the unworthy at bay. Lavish cars frequented the entrance, where the affluent and powerful passed through, and the security level was far beyond that of the Blood Wolf fighting arena. Guards, both visible and hidden, included many seasoned warriors. However, no matter how imposing the hierarchy, it crumbled before absolute power. Chao Ming's figure merged with the night, appearing at the meticulously designed outer gardens of Jiaofeng. He did not approach through the front entrance, but instead fixed his gaze directly on the largest private observation room on the third floor, said to belong exclusively to Vini Na, which was currently illuminated with a soft glow, with faint sounds of music and laughter wafting through the air. He made no effort to conceal his presence. Instead, he deliberately let forth the oppressive aura of the evil fire phoenix, a blend of immense power and allure. Spreading like an invisible tide, enveloping the entire Jiaofeng. In an instant, the highest level of intrusion alarm blared, shattering the facade of tranquility and luxury. Enemy attack. Energy response extremely high. Locking source. All guards, position. Initiate highest defense protocol. The well-trained security team reacted instantly. Powerful auras erupted from all corners of the building. And the laser defense system activated, energy shields enveloping the main structure in an instant. However, all this appeared as child's play in Xiao Ming's eyes. With a single step, he disregarded the spatial distance, directly appearing on the outer wall of the building, standing in midair, facing the observation room on the third floor. Break. He uttered a single word, his finger poised like a sword, lightly touching the energy-shielded reinforced glass curtain wall. Whoosh. A thread of crimson fire, refined to perfection and no thicker than a finger, pierced through the energy shield and the specialized glass designed to withstand artillery fire, silently penetrating both. Bang! The glass instantly shattered, creating an opening large enough for passage. The shattered glass was vaporized by the intense heat, not a single shard falling to the ground. Xiao Ming's figure flickered as he passed through the hole, already inside the observation room. Inside, the music abruptly ceased. A small salon gathering had been taking place, with 7 or 8 elegantly dressed men and women engaged in conversation, among them prominent wealthy individuals and officials from the base city. At this moment, they all stood frozen, wide-eyed and filled with terror, gazing at the uninvited guest who had burst through the window like a demonic figure. Xiao Ming's gaze immediately locked onto the most conspicuous figure among the crowd, Vini Na Bolognese. Tonight, she wore a wine-red off-shoulder evening gown, the fabric smooth as a second skin, perfectly accentuating her voluptuous S-curve. Her golden hair was styled into an elegant updo, exposing her long, fair neck and delicate collarbone. Her well-maintained face bore exquisite makeup, and her azure eyes were now filled with astonishment, fury, and a hint of undeniable fear stemming from the memories of the previous night. The wine glass she held trembled slightly, its contents swirling. Xiao Ming. She nearly ground her teeth, forcing the name through clenched jaws. She never expected retribution to come so swiftly, so directly, so ruthlessly, to dare invade the very core of her social empire. Madame Vini Na? Xiao Ming's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone and a hint of amusement. It seems last night's greeting did not teach you the virtue of silence. His gaze, as tangible as steel, swept over Vini Na's bosom, slightly heaving with anger and fear, and the alluring curve beneath her gown, unabashedly predatory. The other guests in the hall were too frightened to breathe, hastily retreating, wishing to distance themselves from Vini Na. Impudent. Vini Na forced herself to remain calm, her voice sharp as she commanded, "This is not a place for your rampage. Guards, subdue him." However, as her command left her lips, the guards outside hesitated, failing to rush in. Only the sounds of fierce fighting and short, anguished cries echoed from the corridor outside, indicating that Feng Yi had intercepted all attempts to provide reinforcements. Xiao Ming slowly advanced, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the onlookers. The invisible pressure of the evil fire made it difficult for all ordinary individuals and lower-tier warriors in the hall to breathe, their bodies growing weak. Rampage? Xiao Ming chuckled, a smile both sinister and frigid. "I have merely come to collect a little interest. Li Yao is dead. As his wife, should you not repay his debts?" Before his words could fade, his figure abruptly blurred. In the next moment, he was standing right before Vini Na, mere inches apart. Vini Na's face paled in fright, her elevated bosom rising and falling sharply as she instinctively attempted to retreat and retaliate. However, Xiao Ming's speed eclipsed hers. His right hand moved like lightning, leaving no room for Vini Na to react, as he seized her delicate, pale neck. He did not apply force to crush it, but held it firmly like a vice. Simultaneously, he waved his left hand casually. Boom. The crimson evil fire surged forth like a torrent, incinerating all the expensive decorations, wine cabinets, and sofas within the hall to ashes. The guests, terrified, screamed and fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Wei and Na found herself grasped by the throat, emitting painful whimpers. Her azure eyes filled with humiliation, fear, and disbelief. As the esteemed lady of the Bo Lai Na Si family and a high-ranking warrior, she had been so easily subdued and humiliated by a mere youth on her own territory. Xiao Ming approached her, disregarding the hatred in her gaze, his eyes sweeping over her flushed face, reddened from asphyxiation and rage. His voice was low, yet it whispered like a demon's, resonating clearly in her ears. "This gown suits you well, Wei and Na. Alas, soon you shall no longer require such worldly adornments." His words dripped with insinuation and possessiveness, sending a chill of dread and trepidation coursing through her. Today is merely a small warning, Chao Ming continued, his finger lightly caressing the delicate yet taut skin of her neck, the unique allure and searing essence of the dark fire energy seeping into her, unsettling her very spirit. Convey to the Bloodline family, and to yourself, that the game has only just begun, he declared, his voice icy to the bone. What I have lost, I shall reclaim 100-fold, and what you owe me, I shall personally retrieve, piece by piece, with interest. With that, he abruptly released her grip. Wei and I stumbled backward, her delicate form quaking, coughing violently, a vivid crimson mark remaining on her fair neck, a mark of shame. She gazed at Chao Ming, her expression a tumult of emotions, fear, hatred, and beneath it all, an unsettling thrill ignited by absolute power. The influence of the dark fire was silent yet pervasive. Chao Ming no longer regarded her, his gaze sweeping over the silent figures of the so-called prominent individuals on the ground. A disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned, as composed as he had arrived, stepping through the shattered window and standing in midair. Below, the security at Ji Lufeng had been thoroughly cleared by Feng Yi, leaving chaos in its wake. Chao Ming looked down upon the opulent cage, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. From this day forth, the Bloodline shall find no refuge in Jiangnan Bay City. Those who oppose me shall meet the same fate as this hall. He raised his hand, pressing downwards towards the main structure of Ji Lufeng. A resounding roar erupted. A terrifying, invisible force, mingled with the searing dark fire energy, descended like divine retribution. The entire structure of Ji Lufeng trembled violently, its framework groaning under the strain, glass shattering in vast quantities, and the luxurious interiors crumbling within the unseen force. Though it did not collapse entirely, it was left in ruins, reduced to mere debris. Having accomplished this, Chao Ming's figure flickered, merging with Feng Yi, who approached like a streak of black lightning, and together they vanished into the vast night. All that remained was the silent destruction of Ji Lufeng and Wei and I Na Bloodline, who sat on the ground, dazed and lost. Bearing the searing mark on her neck, her eyes hollow yet tinged with an eerie flush. Where Feng Yi passed, flowers bowed, and enemies trembled. That night, Chao Ming's name transcended mere genius, becoming an inescapable nightmare looming over the entire Bloodline family. Chapter 11. The Embers Submit. Feng Yi invites Bloodline, the ruins of Ji Lufeng emitted wisps of green smoke in the night, resembling a tombstone for the Bloodline family's power in Jiangnan Bay City. Chao Ming did not stray far. He and Feng Yi stood as sovereigns of the dark night atop a nearby high-rise, coldly surveying the rising sounds of police sirens, the clamoring of rescue teams, and the myriad of terrified guests fleeing. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, precisely locking onto the damaged observation hall. He could distinctly sense the chaotic, fearful, and humiliated aura of Wei and I Na Bloodline, interlaced with a hint of peculiar excitement, flickering like a candle in the wind. Feng Yi, Chao Ming spoke indifferently. Your subordinate is here. Go find her. Bring her to me, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dispute. I wish for no interruptions. As you command. Feng Yi's figure melded into the shadows, stealthily advancing towards the ruins of Ji Lufeng, effortlessly evading the ordinary rescue personnel and police with his godly combat prowess and system-bestowed stealth skills. Chao Ming then turned, stepping forward, his figure flickering until he appeared atop a high-end cafe that had long since closed, several blocks away. He casually perched on the edge of the rooftop, legs dangling, surveying the city awakening from its slumber. The night breeze tousled his dark hair, his eyes swirling with a crimson glow. Beneath his calm exterior lay the wrath of a phoenix poised to devour its prey. Before long, a faint sound of slicing through the air announced Feng Yi's return, carrying a figure beneath his arm, none other than Wei and I Na Bloodline. At this moment, she had lost her previous elegance and grace. Her burgundy evening gown was tattered and dust-laden, her golden hair disheveled, strands clinging to her damp forehead and cheeks. The crimson mark on her pale neck had become even more pronounced, resembling a brand of disgrace. Though she seemed to have struggled, it was evidently futile before Feng Yi. He unceremoniously cast her down at Chao Ming's feet on the rooftop, her delicate form trembling slightly, her azure eyes brimming with terror, despair, and a touch of bewilderment from her rough treatment. Feng Yi silently retreated to the side, like the most loyal shadow guard. Chao Ming slowly turned his head, looking down at the crumpled Wei and Ina. His gaze was as palpable as reality, sweeping over her heaving chest, which betrayed her fear, and over her disheveled yet alluring curves, ultimately settling upon her eyes, which were filled with a complex array of emotions. The alluring and oppressive aura of the dark fire bloodline coiled around her like chains, leaving her devoid of any thought of resistance. Consumed only by primal fear and a strange languor wrought by absolute power. Wei and I na bo lai na si. Chao Ming's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Now we can have a proper discussion regarding compensation. Wei and I na abruptly lifted her head, her lips trembling. You have destroyed everything I had. What more do you want? Her voice was hoarse and tinged with a sob, yet she dared not raise it high. Everything. Chao Ming scoffed. Do you refer to this ostentatious establishment, or the crumbling power of your Bo Lai Na Si family in Jiangnan Bay City? He stood, approached Wei and I na, crouched down, and gently lifted her smooth yet cold chin with his finger, forcing her to meet his gaze. The warmth at his fingertips sent another involuntary shiver through her body. Li Yao is dead. All that belonged to him is now my spoils of war. Chao Ming stated flatly, yet his words were laced with dominance. And you, as his wife and one of the conspirators behind the assassination attempt against me, what do you think you and your so-called family should offer to quell my wrath? Wei and I na's pupils constricted. No, the family will not. The family? Chao Ming interrupted, his eyes suddenly turning cold and sharp. Do you believe that, after tonight, the Bo Lai Na Si family still has the audacity to refuse me? Or do you think your family headquarters would risk incurring the wrath of someone capable of effortlessly incinerating 5 high-ranking warriors and destroying Ji Lu Feng for the sake of you? A mere branch, and a deceased Li Yao? His words fell like heavy hammers, striking hard against the already fragile psychological defenses of Wei and I na. Indeed, she understood the essence of her family all too well, self-interest above all. Faced with a monstrous force like Chao Ming, whose growth in power was terrifyingly swift and beyond reason, the family would most likely abandon her and Li Yao entirely, even sever ties, in a bid for self-preservation. Despair enveloped her like the frigid tide, swiftly drowning her spirit. As he beheld the last flicker of light in her eyes fade into a dull and ashen hopelessness, Chao Ming understood that the moment had nearly arrived. With a subtle pressure of his fingers, he caressed her chin, his voice lowering slightly, laced with an insidious allure. Of course, I offer you, as well as the Bo Lai Na Si family, a choice. Vini Na gazed at him in confusion. Submit to me. Chao Ming's voice was akin to a demon's whisper, penetrating her very soul. In the name of you, Vini Na Bo Lai Na Si, transfer all your assets, resources, and connections in the Jiangnan Bay City, unconditionally, to me. And you yourself. His gaze turned fiercely aggressive, as if he intended to see through her very essence. From this moment forth, you shall be nothing but my private possession. Your body, your soul, your loyalty, everything you are, belongs solely to me. Use yourself and all that you possess to repay the debt you owe me. This is your only path to survival, and perhaps even a chance for more. Vini Na was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated Chao Ming would propose such an overbearing and humiliating condition. It was as if he sought to devour her along with everything she held dear. Yet, in the depths of her extreme fear and despair, under the relentless allure and pressure emanating from the sinister bloodline, this seemingly unacceptable condition began to take on a bizarre rationality and even a hint of morbid anticipation within her twisted emotions. To submit to an absolute power did not seem entirely unacceptable. After all, it could mean survival, or even a chance to approach this terrifying yet captivating source of strength. Her eyes struggled fiercely, caught in a tumult of fear, humiliation, hatred, and that twisted stirring born of coercion. Chao Ming did not rush her. He merely observed quietly, the malevolent fire energy circulating at his fingertips, deepening its psychological influence. After a lengthy pause, Vini Na appeared to have been drained of all strength, her delicate form collapsing as her head drooped weakly, her golden hair cascading down to conceal her tear-streaked face, etched with complex emotions. In a barely audible voice, she choked out the words that signified her absolute submission. I agree to your terms. Everything shall be as you say. A notification chimed. Conquest of the quality target Vini Na Bo Lai Na Si. Potential rating, excellent. Successful. Conquest rewards issued. 1. Gene energy greatly enhanced. Strength elevated to God of War level. 2. Bloodline evolution points, 20. 3. Acquired special secret technique. Evil Phoenix, Gu Heart Seal. Beginner mental enslavement method, enhances control. Subtly alters mentality. 4. Authority to access resources of the Bo Lai Na Si family, Jiangnan Bay City branch, activated. A surge of immense energy flooded into Chao Ming's body, breaking through barriers and allowing him to officially ascend to the God of War level. Simultaneously, a profound mental enslavement technique filled his mind. Chao Ming smiled with satisfaction. He reached out, placing his hand atop Vini Na's head. The evil phoenix Gu heart seal, silently implanted, deepening her submission, subtly distorting her mentality, transforming her into a servant whose very existence would revolve around his whims. Very well, Chao Ming retracted his hand. From this moment on, you are mine. Rise and lead me to claim my assets. Vini Na trembled, her gaze becoming increasingly obedient, even tinged with an eerie devotion. Struggling to her feet, her disheveled form bent slightly in a humble posture. Yes, master. Chao Ming turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the sky gradually brightened. Overnight, the Bloodline family's influence in Jiang and Bay City had changed hands, and under his command, there now lay an extraordinary potential female servant. Along with a substantial dowry, beneath the phoenix's wings, the territory had begun to expand. Chapter 12. The phoenix rests on the parasol tree, Su Xian's visit as dawn broke. Golden rays illuminated the battered Jiang and Bay City. The previous night's bloodshed and turmoil were but vague whispers and sirens to most ordinary citizens. Yet, for the upper echelons of the Bay City, it was undoubtedly a seismic event. The Bloodline family's two pivotal strongholds, the Blood Wolf Fighting Arena and the Paradise Club, had been reduced to ruins overnight. The family's actual leader, Madame Vini Na Bloodline, was rumored to have submitted to the newly risen, godlike prodigy, Chao Ming, and was beginning to transfer all her assets and authority. News spread like a tempest among the upper echelons of various factions, igniting a tidal wave of reaction. The name Chao Ming was no longer merely synonymous with exceptional talent. It now represented unrestrained power and ruthless methods. In an instant, various factions fell silent, re-evaluating their strategies concerning this newly minted sovereign. Meanwhile, Chao Ming, at the epicenter of the storm, remained remarkably calm. He had not taken residence in his original villa but had instead moved, under Vini Na's guidance, to a premier estate in the heart of the main city, formerly belonging to the Bloodline family's assets, known as Fengqi Garden. This expansive estate boasted superior security, luxurious amenities, a training room, an ecological garden, and even a small airport, complete with the finest intelligent butlers and a team of servants. Now all of this had a new master. In the grand hall of the estate, spacious enough to host hundreds, the ambience felt somewhat vacant. Chao Ming casually reclined in a grand chair carved from a single piece of warm jade, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. He had just thoroughly absorbed the energy from the system rewards. His god of war level strength was firmly established, with the malevolent fire energy surging within him, becoming increasingly pure and powerful. Beneath his feet, on the soft, expensive animal skin carpet, Vini Na Bloodline knelt. She had changed from her tattered evening gown into a perfectly tailored black satin qipao. The fabric clung smoothly to her alluring S-shaped silhouette, and the high slit revealed her long, elegant legs encased in sheer stockings. Her golden hair remained somewhat disheveled, her fair complexion free of tears, but bearing an almost reverent submission and humility. Her azure eyes cast downward, avoiding direct contact with Chao Ming, her slender fingers delicately cradling his foot, using a warm cloth to wipe away non-existent dust. The effects of the evil phoenix Gu heart seal continued to ferment, mingling with the natural allure of the malevolent bloodline and the absolute power of conquest from the previous night, thoroughly erasing the last remnants of her reluctance and resentment, transforming them into a warped dependency and submission. Master, Vini Na's voice trembled slightly, yet flowed with remarkable obedience. The detailed inventory and ownership documents of all family assets in the Bay City have been organized and are ready for signing. The family headquarters has just sent a communication, indicating their tacit approval of the current situation and expressing a desire to avoid conflict. As she reported, her ample bosom rose and fell with anxiety, the neckline of her qipao appearing almost burdened. Chao Ming responded with a nonchalant showing little interest in such trivial matters. In the face of absolute power, these worldly riches and authorities were merely adornments within reach. The Bloodline family's retreat was as he had anticipated. Just get it sorted. He casually instructed that from now on, these trivial matters would be your responsibility. If done well, there would be rewards. If not, his tone turned cold. Wei and Na shivered slightly, hastily lowering her head further, declaring that she would exert every effort to satisfy her master. At that moment, the intelligent butler system of the estate emitted a gentle chime. Master, a young lady named Su Xian, is requesting an audience outside the estate. Chao Ming paused momentarily in his tapping of the armrest, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. She has arrived. Let her in. Very well. Moments later, under the guidance of a robotic butler, Su Xin appeared at the entrance of the hall. Today, she was once again dressed in a simple yet elegant manner. Wearing a pure white knitted long-sleeve top paired with a light blue knee-length pleated skirt, revealing her slender, straight calves clad in white socks. Her long, raven black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her pure, enchanting face bore an unmistakable look of shock and complexity as her clear eyes swiftly surveyed the opulent yet oddly atmospheric hall. Upon seeing Chao Ming lounging in the master seat and Wei Ni Na Bolanas, clad in a revealing cheongsam and humbly serving at his feet, even her calm demeanor caused her delicate body to stiffen involuntarily, a look of astonishment coloring her fair face, her lips parting slightly in unconscious disbelief. The impact of the scene before her was 100-fold more intense than any rumors she had heard. Wei Ni Na Bolanas, the typically proud and striking woman of immense power, was now kneeling at Chao Ming's feet like the most submissive of maidens. This was utterly beyond her comprehension. Chao Ming observed her reaction keenly, but did not bid Wei Ni Na to rise. Instead, he naturally extended a hand. Gently twirling a stray golden lock of Wei Ni Na's hair, his gaze fixed on Su Xin, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Miss Su Xin, what brings you here so early?" His voice was flat yet imbued with an invisible pressure and aura, causing Su Xin to snap back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell the turmoil within her, straightening her slender waist and regaining her cool, intellectual demeanor, though the shock in her eyes remained difficult to conceal. She gently nodded, her voice still melodious, albeit tinged with caution. "Mr. Chao Ming, I apologize for the intrusion. I am here on behalf of the Su family to congratulate you on your new residence." After a brief pause, her gaze subtly swept over the kneeling Wei Ni Na once more, adding that she wished to convey the Su family's goodwill and willingness to cooperate. "Oh, cooperation?" Chao Ming seemed intrigued, his fingers still tangled in Wei Ni Na's hair, causing her body to tremble slightly, a peculiar flush gracing her cheeks as she dared not move. "What does the Su family propose for this cooperation?" Su Xin steadied herself and replied earnestly. "The Su family primarily engages in military and energy industries, possessing well-established channels and resources. We believe that, with your strength and current influence, Mr. Chao Ming, both parties can engage in profound cooperation across various fields for mutual benefit. Whether it be funding, technology, or market access, the Su family is willing to provide support." Her words were neither submissive nor arrogant, reflecting respect while showcasing the Su family's depth and value. Chao Ming gazed at her innocent yet intelligent face, her slender, well-proportioned figure still curving beautifully beneath her simple attire, stirring a subtle excitement within him. This girl not only possessed high potential, but also had valuable resources behind her. "Cooperation is acceptable," Chao Ming said, loosening his grip on Wei Ni Na's hair, leaning slightly forward, his gaze becoming more assertive as he looked at Su Xin. "However, I prefer a more direct approach. I acknowledge the Su family's goodwill. As for the specifics of our cooperation," he deliberately paused, observing the tension in Su Xin's delicate frame and her unconsciously clenched hands before continuing. "I can grant the Su family the privilege of priority cooperation. In return, I would like to see the Su family's sincerity. For instance, detailed information regarding the distribution of forces in Base City and even globally, or access channels to certain rare resources." He did not immediately present overly harsh demands, but made it clear that it was not an equal partnership. Rather, it was a blatant request for the Su family to demonstrate their loyalty and value. The brilliance in Su Xin's intelligent eyes flickered as she comprehended Chao Ming's underlying message. This was not a partnership of equals, but rather a near-vassal relationship. However, considering Chao Ming's formidable strength and ruthless methods, coupled with his overnight overthrow of the Bolanas family, she realized that the Su family had little choice in the matter. "I understand," Su Xin breathed out softly, a serious expression crossing her lovely face. "I will convey your intentions to my family. The Su family will promptly demonstrate our sincerity." "Excellent," Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Then I shall await your good news." After sending away the contemplative Su Xin, Chao Ming's gaze returned to the trembling form of Wei Ni Na at his feet. "Rise." "Yes, master." Wei Ni Na carefully stood, her cheongsam accentuating her voluptuous figure, the tension revealing her curves. "Manage our enterprise as well," Chao Ming said, gently pinching her smooth chin. "Soon, there will be more guests arriving. Do not disappoint me." "I dare not." Wei Na promptly responded, her azure eyes reflecting only submission. Chao Ming stood and walked toward the estate's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the city below as it gradually awakened. The phoenix has settled, its wings growing strong. The next step is to preen its feathers, intimidate the myriad birds, and even devour more of the forest. The Su family will be an excellent beginning. And Su Xin herself, with her hidden potential beneath that cool intellect, piques my interest even further. The hunting grounds are continuously expanding. Chapter 13. The Phoenix descends on the martial arts hall. Heart in secret dread the news of Chao Ming's establishment at Fengqi Yuan and his thunderous acquisition of the Belena's family's enterprises rippled through the upper echelons of the Jiangnan Bay City like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ongoing tremors. In the wake of their shock, various factions swiftly recalibrated their strategies. In no time, invitations and congratulatory gifts flooded toward Fengqi Yuan, eager to establish connections with this newly ascendant, fierce overlord. However, Chao Ming paid them no mind, delegating all matters to Wei and Aina. The once proud and striking Madame Belenas, now donned in well-tailored OL attire or modified Chong Sam, managed communications as Chao Ming's personal assistant and housekeeper. Her high heels clicking softly as she moved with a humble demeanor, embodying the essence of subservience. Her transformation was so thorough that it sent chills down the spines of all who were aware, deepening their respect for Chao Ming. Following a brief adaptation to his newfound power, Chao Ming turned his attention to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He sought more systematic training guidance and access to higher-level information and resources. Naturally, he would leave no potential targets, as identified by the hall's systems, overlooked. One day, accompanied by Feng Yi's guards, Chao Ming once again entered the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Unlike his previous visit during the assessment, this time, silence reigned wherever he tread. All martial artists and staff who recognized him immediately halted, respectfully clearing a path, bowing their heads, their eyes filled with awe, fear, and even a hint of curiosity. His notorious reputation as the one who vanquished the Beast King and toppled the Belena's family in a single night had spread far and wide. Expressionless, Chao Ming disregarded the gazes around him and walked straight toward the advanced instructor area of the hall. His target was clear, Jiang Fong. According to the information Wei Na had compiled and provided, along with the hall's internal records, Jiang Fong was one of the few female martial deities at the headquarters. Renowned for her fierce knife techniques, rigorous teaching style, and cool demeanor, her prowess places her among the elite in the realm of intermediate battle gods. But what sets her apart is her rare talent as a master of swordsmanship, possessing profound insights into the techniques of force application and body movement. This foundational knowledge is precisely what Chao Ming requires to complement his current reliance on bloodline powers and system rewards. Furthermore, her exceptional potential and the allure of her mature, captivating demeanor are additional reasons for Chao Ming's unwavering determination to gain her guidance. Upon arriving at Jiang Fong's exclusive private training room, Chao Ming gestured for Feng Yi to wait outside before he entered. Inside, a lithe and agile figure was moving with remarkable speed. Jiang Fong, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, showcased her tall and voluptuous S-shaped silhouette. The fabric clung to her body, accentuating her curves, while her full bosom rose and fell with her movements, contrasting dramatically with her impossibly slim waist and the sudden expansion of her rounded hips. Her long, straight legs, enveloped in combat pants, unleashed tremendous power with each push against the ground. In her hand, she wielded a dark-hued, curved battle knife, its blade shimmering like spilled ink, swirling around her with astonishing speed, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. Her movements were crisp and efficient, embodying the beautiful fusion of strength and technique. Her exquisite and cold beauty was evident, with a high nose and tightly pursed lips, her gaze focused and sharp, as if the entire world had narrowed to just her and the knife in her hand. Sweat dampened a few strands of hair at her forehead, adhering to her fair skin and adding a wild allure to her presence. Chao Ming chose not to interrupt, instead leaning against the doorframe with crossed arms, openly admiring the captivating scene of strength and beauty, particularly the stunning curves of her waist and hips that morphed enticingly during her vigorous training. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Fong abruptly halted her movements, standing still. She turned, her cold eyes slicing through the air like a blade, and when she recognized Chao Ming, her finely arched brows furrowed ever so slightly. Chao Ming. Her voice was cool, tinged with an imperceptible edge of caution, indicating her awareness of the rumors surrounding him. Instructor Jiang, Chao Ming replied, straightening up and stepping into the training room, his gaze still firmly fixed on her. It is an honor to finally meet you. Is there something you need? Jiang Fong sheathed her battle knife with a swift motion. Standing tall and nearly at eye level with Chao Ming, her cold expression betrayed little. Yet her slightly tensed posture hinted at her wariness. Chao Ming's unabashedly aggressive gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy. I wish to inquire about techniques of force application and body movement, he stated directly, having heard of Jiang Fang's expertise in these areas. Jiang Fang scrutinized him intently. With your strength, do you still require guidance on these fundamentals? She had heard of Chao Ming's ability to instantly eliminate intermediate beast generals and even multiple battle generals. Power must be harnessed with technique, Chao Ming replied evenly. The basics are never too solid. This perspective eased the tension in Jiang Fang's eyes. A person with immense strength who still seeks to master the fundamentals deserves more respect than one who merely exploits raw power. My training is quite rigorous, Jiang Fang remarked coolly, her red lips parting slightly. Moreover, my time is precious. The price I can offer will undoubtedly satisfy you, Chao Ming hinted, his gaze sweeping over her glistening skin, illuminated by perspiration. Jiang Fang's brow furrowed even more. His words and gaze carried an insinuation she found difficult to manage. Nevertheless, considering his strength and potential, she ultimately nodded. Very well, I will instruct you, but you must adhere strictly to my requirements. She decided to maintain professionalism. Now, allow me to assess your foundational force application. Approaching the force measurement device, she instructed him, use your maximum strength, but refrain from employing that peculiar flame. Strike with just your physical might. Following her guidance, Chao Ming stepped up to the apparatus, recalling the technique of Song Long Jin, summoning the vast power of his physique to deliver a straightforward punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the display screen erupted with the figure 158, 888 kilograms, showcasing the sheer physical strength of a peak advanced battle god. A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed Jiang Fang's cold features. She had not anticipated such terrifying raw power from Chao Ming without the aid of that enigmatic flame. This physical foundation was nothing short of extraordinary. Your strength is formidable, but your application is too crude. Jiang Fang quickly assumed the role of instructor, her expression focused. The force is dispersed and not concentrated. Watch closely. She moved to another force measurement device, her body slightly angled, twisting her waist and hips as her arm lashed out like a whip. Crack! The sound of a sharp impact resonated as her fist seemingly landed effortlessly on the target. The display froze at 256,000 kg. A near-planetary level of power achieved through her intermediate battle god physique and impeccable technique. Force application is not merely about brute strength. Jiang Fang retracted her fist, turning to face Chao Ming, her chest rising and falling slightly as she explained, all your power must be channeled through your spine, connecting seamlessly to unleash an explosive force at a single point. Your physical strength far exceeds mine. If you can master this technique, the power you wield will be unimaginable. As she spoke, she approached Chao Ming, extending her slender fingers to point at his spine, waist, shoulders, and elbows, crucial nodes for force application. Feel the transmission and explosion here. Her fingertips, warmed by training and slick with sweat, made contact with Chao Ming's body. However, the moment her fingers brushed against his spine, a resonating hum echoed within him. The dormant bloodline of the evil fire phoenix stirred, seemingly awakened by a quality aura, beginning to circulate involuntarily. An intense heat, imbued with irresistible allure, subtly seeped through his skin and reached Jiang Fang. Jiang Fang's body stiffened suddenly, an unusual flush rising to her cold features. She recoiled her fingers as if shocked, stumbling back a step, her expression a mix of shock and a hint of panic. What was that sensation? It felt as if a wave of scorching electricity surged through her fingertips, racing toward her heart, rendering her weak and accelerating her heartbeat. An unprecedented, indescribable warmth and attraction nearly overwhelmed her composure. Chao Ming, too, sensed the stirrings of his bloodline and Jiang Fang's intense reaction. He turned to observe her, breathless, cheeks flushed, and her gaze evasive, a sly smile curving his lips. Instructor Jiang, what seems to be the matter? He teased, taking a step closer. The intangible allure he exuded grew stronger. Jiang Fang felt her heart race even faster, her elevated bosom rising and falling erratically. She could even detect a heat emanating from him, reminiscent of sun-scorched wilderness, causing her head to spin. Her long legs instinctively drew together, her body retreating slightly. And nothing. She forced herself to regain composure, averting her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes that seemed to burn with an inner fire. I have assessed your foundations and will devise a training plan. That will be all for today. She hurriedly dismissed him, almost flustered. Observing her reaction, Chao Ming chose not to press further, merely offering a knowing smile. Thank you for your efforts, Instructor Jiang. I eagerly anticipate our upcoming sessions. With that, he turned and left the training room. It was only after a considerable time had passed since his departure that Jiang Fong finally exhaled slowly, her body weakly leaning against the cool apparatus. She lifted her trembling hand, gazing at the fingertips that had just touched Chao Ming. The blush on her exquisite face still lingering, her expression profoundly complex. What power was that? How could it so directly disturb her senses? That Chao Ming was indeed as perilous and irresistibly alluring as the rumors suggested. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her restless heart, yet the intense, unusual sensation lingered like an indelible mark. Engaging in profound contact with her esteemed target, Jiang Fong, had triggered a tumultuous shift in her emotions, establishing an initial connection. The target exhibited an overwhelming curiosity and an ineffable allure towards her, a result of the sinister bloodline effect. Heeding the system's prompt, Chao Ming exited the training room. His mood buoyant. The cool, alluring instructor? It appeared she was not immune to the enchantment of the wicked fire. The strategy was merely in its infancy. Chapter 14. The Phoenix Fire tempering the heart of Jiang Fong in the ensuing days. Chao Ming frequented the Extreme Martial Arts Hall almost daily for Jiang Fong's guidance. The atmosphere in the training room, however, was palpably different from before. Jiang Fong remained as strikingly beautiful as ever, her teaching still rigorous. Yet her slender waist seemed to instinctively evade direct contact with Chao Ming during demonstrations. Her frosty gaze, while explaining key points, would subconsciously avoid Chao Ming's eyes, which seemed capable of igniting everything. Even when her tall, voluptuous form became damp from rigorous exercise, revealing breathtaking contours through her fitted combat attire, she hastily donned a jacket, as if concealing something. The alluring aura emanating from her wicked phoenix bloodline, akin to the richest of spirits, quietly eroded her defenses. The scorching tremor that had coursed through her fingertips that day felt like a nightmare, or perhaps a seed taking root in her heart, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Chao Ming observed this all, yet refrained from revealing his insights. He adeptly played the role of an eager student, advancing at a bewildering pace. The techniques of power exertion and the essence of movement imparted by Jiang Fong were rapidly absorbed, digested, and even elevated within his formidable physique and the foundation of Tsang Longjin. Often, he would deliberately make slight errors, prompting Jiang Fong to approach him for hands-on correction. Power from the waist must involve twisting, not just brute force. Jiang Fong furrowed her exquisitely shaped brows, suppressing an inexplicable flutter. Her delicate hand once again pressed against Chao Ming's side, attempting to guide the angle of his exertion. However, the moment her fingertips made contact, the dormant wicked fire within him seemed ignited, and a wave of warmth spread through their point of contact. A barely audible gasp escaped Jiang Fong's throat, unnoticed even by her, as her icy complexion flushed a vibrant red. The hand resting on Chao Ming's waist withdrew as if jolted, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to her hurried breaths. That infernal, disconcerting warmth surged once more. Chao Ming, seizing the moment, turned to her with an expression of innocent confusion. "Instructor Jiang, is this correct?" His breath drew near, mingling with the heat of the sun and the wilderness, causing Jiang Fong's heart to skip a beat. "That's enough." Jiang Fong retreated awkwardly, her gaze evasive. "You should practice more." She almost fled to the corner of the training room, grabbing a water bottle. With her graceful, pale neck slightly tilted back, she gulped down water, attempting to quell the inexplicable heat within. The system prompt indicated a deepening of the wicked fire attraction effect through her intimate contact with Jiang Fong, intensifying her emotional fluctuations. A subtle smile graced Chao Ming's lips at this development. This cat-and-mouse game continued for several days. Jiang Fong's cold exterior, under the silent burn of the wicked fire, was gradually becoming more fragile. A turning point occurred during an unexpected sparring session. To provide Chao Ming with a more intuitive understanding of power exertion, Jiang Fong proposed to personally demonstrate the techniques. Armed with a training blade, unsharpened yet fierce as a tempest, she attacked with precision. Chao Ming, unarmed, relied solely on his movement and basic blocks for defense. He deliberately suppressed most of his strength, focusing on absorbing the techniques. However, during a fierce exchange, Jiang Fong accelerated her strikes to elicit Chao Ming's ultimate reflexes, angling her attacks with utmost cunning. Caught off guard, Chao Ming's defensive response faltered by a fraction. With a swift slash, the unsharpened blade, infused with Jiang Fong's formidable strength, tore through the fabric of his training attire, leaving a shallow cut on his forearm. Blood immediately seeped forth. Jiang Fong's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly withdrew. "Are you all right?" Her voice betrayed an uncharacteristic hint of panic and regret. She had not anticipated that Chao Ming would fail to evade completely. Chao Ming glanced at the blood on his arm, his demeanor remaining calm, even playful. It's just a minor wound. Instructor Jiang, your strikes are indeed swift. His nonchalant attitude only heightened Jiang Fang's guilt. She promptly retrieved antiseptic and bandages from a nearby first aid kit. Stay still, I'll take care of it. She approached quickly, her usually aloof demeanor replaced by an unusual urgency. Her slender fingers carefully grasped Xiao Ming's wrist, while the other hand held a cotton swab soaked in antiseptic, meticulously cleaning his wound. The proximity between them was palpable. Jiang Fang could feel the disconcerting warmth radiating from Xiao Ming. His arms' muscular contours were both powerful and warm to the touch. The aura of the wicked fire bloodline, heightened by the injury and their close contact, seemed to swirl between them. Jiang Fang focused intently, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her breath involuntarily quickening. She could distinctly perceive the unique, subtly burning masculine scent emanating from Xiao Ming, leaving her dizzy, as the suppressed tumult within her heart surged forth like wild grass. Her fingertips began to tremble, her movements to clean the wound growing frantic. Her pale cheeks flushed deeper, the color even spreading to her delicate earlobes. Xiao Ming lowered his gaze, catching sight of the deepening curve of her neckline, which heaved with anxiety and unfamiliar emotions. Instructor Jiang, his voice lowered, imbued with a magnetic allure. What are you afraid of? Jiang Fang stiffened, meeting his gaze, deep and star-like, as if it could draw her very soul in. I am not, she instinctively denied. Her voice quivering, she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to realize that Xiao Ming had gently grasped her wrist from beneath. His palm was warm and strong, the searing sensation coursing through her like an electric current, shattering her final vestiges of resistance. Your hand is trembling. Xiao Ming's fingers lightly caressed the delicate skin on her wrist, the unique allure of the wicked fire energy washing over her like a tide. Is it because you injured me, or because of me? His blatant, aggressive words struck Jiang Fang's heart like a hammer. Her azure eyes brimmed with conflict, panic, and an inexplicable longing. The intense warmth from the earlier touch, the turmoil of her emotions over the past few days, and the overwhelming masculine presence and power she sensed at this moment converged, obliterating her rationality. Her red lips parted, yet no coherent sound emerged. Her body felt weak, nearly collapsing against Xiao Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming gently pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Fang's form stiffened momentarily, then she surrendered, abandoning her resistance entirely. Their bodies pressed tightly together, the rhythm of their heartbeats resonating in tandem, the suffocating aura of the wicked fire enveloping her, igniting her senses and blurring her consciousness. It seemed to be the latter. Xiao Ming leaned down, his heated breath brushing against her sensitive ear. In the next instant, he claimed her slightly parted lips, still agape in astonishment, with a fervent kiss. Jiang Fang's enchanting eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. While her icy rationality struggled to resist, her body surrendered, softening under the intensity of the kiss that bore a searing warmth, igniting a long-dormant flame within her. The primal power of the Xiehua Fenghuang bloodline revealed its innate desire for conquest and allure at that moment. After a prolonged silence, their lips parted. Jiang Fang languished in Xiao Ming's embrace, her once cold countenance now flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze hazy, and her swollen lips parted as she gasped for breath. No longer resembling the icy instructor of yore, but rather a bashful maiden tasting the sweetness of love for the first time. Xiao Ming observed the utterly conquered, alluring instructor in his arms with a satisfied smile. He extended a finger, gently caressing her smooth, heated cheek. From now on, you may simply call me by my name, he declared with an undeniable possessiveness. Jiang Fang shivered slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering downwards, her voice barely above a whisper, yet tinged with compliance. It is Xiao Ming. At this moment, all semblance of the instructor's authority and her cold facade crumbled before the overwhelming power and charm. The phoenix fire tempered her, melting the ice. Chapter 15. The Night Banquet at Fengqi Garden, where blossoms begin to unfurl under the night sky. Fengqi Garden was ablaze with lights. Yet it no longer exuded the aloof luxury of the Polanas family. Instead, it was enveloped in a newfound, awe-inspiring atmosphere filled with a peculiar allure. Within the banquet hall of the main building, an intimate private dinner was underway. Xiao Ming reclined in the host's seat, exuding a languid demeanor as he toyed with a crystal wine glass. He had donned a tailored black suit with subtle patterns, shedding some of his usual sharpness for an air of wicked elegance. The crimson glow in his eyes flickered under the light, reminiscent of a dormant flame. Tonight's gathering was devoid of outsiders, with only a few women who shared a close bond with him in attendance. Vini Polanas wore a stunning dark purple backless mermaid gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure to breathtaking effect. Her golden hair was elegantly styled into an updo, revealing the smooth curve of her back and her slender waist. Rather than taking a seat, she stood dutifully beside Chao Ming, resembling the most obedient of maids. Her fair hands cradling a bottle of exquisite red wine, poised to serve him. Her azure eyes were lowered, a submissive gaze infused with a hint of dazed surrender. Her luscious red lips pressed tightly together, daring not to overstep. The faint crimson mark on her neck seemed to symbolize her new identity. Zhen Nan sat closest to Chao Ming on his left. She wore a charming pink and white lace princess dress, the fluffy skirt accentuating her petite figure. Her doll-like face was adorned with delicate makeup, her bright eyes sparkling with happiness and dependence. She clumsily and earnestly cut a piece of exquisite pastry for Chao Ming with a small fork, her slender wrist adorned with a gemstone bracelet he had casually gifted her. Occasionally lifting her face to gaze at him, her eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Fong occupied the seat to Chao Ming's right. After much internal conflict, she had ultimately chosen a relatively conservative deep blue satin gown, though the fitted fabric did little to conceal her tall and curvaceous figure. A light makeup enhanced her cold beauty, her alluring red lips rendering her even more captivating. She sat with a somewhat stiff posture, her gaze evasive, seemingly unaccustomed to the occasion and her role, yet her slightly flushed earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. She remained quiet, content to simply sit. Yet whenever Chao Ming's gaze swept over her, her body would tense slightly. The atmosphere at the banquet was subtly charged. The three women, each possessing distinct yet equally striking charms, exchanged occasional glances filled with curiosity, appraisal, and an imperceptible hint of rivalry, but more so, they shared a sense of connection bound by the same formidable force. Their collective focus remained fixed on the young and powerful man in the host's seat. Chao Ming reveled in this ambience, the most direct reward bestowed by power. He occasionally exchanged light banter with Zhen Nan, accepted Vini Na's respectful service of wine, and let his gaze linger on Jiang Fong's taut, alluring face and the rise and fall of her chest, appreciating her awkward shyness. The Xiehua bloodline coursed silently, enveloping the banquet hall in an innate aura of allure, heightening the atmosphere with a touch of intimacy and charm. "Master," Vini Na said with a slight bow, her ample bosom barely concealed by her gown's neckline, her voice smooth as she reported, "The Su family has sent their initial offerings, including the transfer agreements for priority mining rights of 3 rare metal mines surrounding the base city, as well as access to a portion of encrypted information regarding global power distribution. Additionally, Miss Zhao Ruo called this afternoon inquiring when you might be available to guide her training." She had fully embraced her role, diligently fulfilling the duties of both housekeeper and secretary. Chao Ming replied nonchalantly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "The Su family's actions are swift. It appears they are resolute. That lively girl, Zhao Ruo, seems rather impatient." His gaze swept across the three women, and he suddenly remarked, "In the near future, I may leave Earth to venture into the cosmos." At this pronouncement, all three women were taken aback, their expressions revealing shock and reluctance. "Minggu, you are going to the cosmos?" Zhen Nan immediately set down her fork, anxiously grasping his sleeve, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Will you be gone for long?" Vini Na's wine pouring faltered for an instant, a flicker of unnoticeable disappointment and concern crossing her features, though she quickly resumed her dutiful demeanor. Jiang Fong's cold visage also reflected surprise, her lips parting in a silent gasp, caught between words. She found herself inexplicably anxious at the news. The cosmic human genius battle is about to commence. This is an opportunity, Chao Ming elucidated, observing the varying reactions of the three women, the Xiehua within him stirring restlessly. "I shall not be gone for long. Besides, returning is not out of the question." He paused, his gaze deepening with an imposing intensity. "During my absence, affairs on Earth will require management." His eyes sequentially met those of Vini Na and Jiang Fong. "Vini Na, you shall be responsible for the integration and management of all industries and resources, handling daily affairs. Jiang Fong, your strength is sufficient. You will oversee the safety of Fengqi Garden and key personnel. If necessary, you may mobilize Fengyi." Both women stiffened at his words, aware of the gravity of the responsibilities bestowed upon them. "I shall do my utmost to safeguard the master's legacy." Vini Na immediately responded with a bow, her voice tinged with excitement and seriousness. "I will strive to do my best." Jiang Fong nodded, her cold demeanor now marked by a serious expression. This trust began to dissolve certain barriers within her heart, nurturing a burgeoning sense of belonging. "As for you," Chao Ming reached out, ruffling Zhen Nan's soft hair. "Just stay put, train diligently, and wait for my return." Zhen nodded vigorously. Though reluctant, she obediently acquiesced. Having arranged the matters at hand, Qiao Ming's mood lifted. His gaze roamed over the three women, each exuding their unique charm, as the fervent desire ignited by the Xiahua bloodline simmered quietly within him. He suddenly extended his hand, drawing the nearby Zhen Nan into his embrace. Amidst her charming gasp, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. Then, with the astonished gazes of Wei Na and Jiang Feng upon him, his other hand reached out to encircle Jiang Feng's slender yet strong waist, applying a slight pressure that brought her somewhat rigid form closer to him. This evening, Qiao Ming's voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness and an undeniable dominance, signaling that no one was to leave early. Wei Na's cheeks flushed instantly, her breath quickening, her azure eyes shimmering with moisture as she instinctively drew her long legs, clad in stockings, closer together. Jiang Feng's body became completely rigid, her coldly beautiful face reddening to the point of near bloodshed. Her gaze flitting about in a panic as she sought to escape, yet she found herself firmly ensnared by Qiao Ming's arm and his intense gaze. Her heaving chest rose and fell violently, and in a resigned manner, she finally closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. Zhen Nan, on the other hand, shyly buried her head in Qiao Ming's embrace, her ears flushed crimson, yet she offered no opposition. On this night at Fengqi Yuan, the air was charged with a fiery passion, blossoms glistening with dew, all blooming for a single individual. The foundations of Earth's dominion and the inner court were being established this very night. Meanwhile, Qiao Ming's gaze had already turned towards the vast expanse of the starry sky, where greater challenges and superior resources awaited his conquest. Chapter 16. The Phoenix Sings in the Nine Valleys. The Star Wars commence. A night at Fengqi Yuan was filled with boundless springtime radiance. As dawn broke anew, the atmosphere within the estate had transformed entirely. Wei Na was dressed in a polished professional ensemble, her golden hair elegantly styled, her face adorned with a blush that blended languor and obedience, as she efficiently managed various affairs, executing Qiao Ming's orders with meticulous precision. Jiang Feng had changed back into her customary fitted combat attire. Her icy demeanor softened slightly, revealing a touch of gentle light as she stood tall, surveying the estate's security. Her sharp gaze unwavering, though it occasionally flickered with a barely perceptible warmth as she passed by the main building. Zhen Nan, clad in adorable loungewear, busily hummed a tune in the kitchen, her cherubic face radiating joy, her eyes filled with affection as they turned towards Qiao Ming. The system's prompt indicating the initial formation of the concubine group serving aura brought delight to Qiao Ming's heart. This comprehensive enhancement was indeed marvelous. He did not indulge in the comforts of tenderness. The elevation of his strength remained paramount. Deep within the exclusive training grounds of Fengqi Yuan, Qiao Ming was adapting to the surge of power he had acquired. Boom, boom, boom. Bare-chested, he displayed a physique of well-defined muscles, each muscle brimming with explosive strength. He refrained from employing the power of the dark flame, relying solely on his physical body to practice the Songlong Jin and the force techniques he had learned from Jiang Feng. His fists and feet broke through the air, producing a deep sonic boom. The atmosphere was stirred by his sheer power, forming visible waves of energy. His speed escalated, his figure morphing into a series of afterimages within the training ground, sometimes as fierce as a dragon's claw, brutal and aggressive, at other times as ethereal as a phoenix in flight, agile and elusive. The two distinct styles of force application began to merge under the unification of the dark flame phoenix bloodline, evolving into a more potent and personalized combat technique. Practical training, combining Songlong Jin with advanced force techniques, created the prototype of the fused combat skill, Xia Huang Pa. Bloodline evolution points slightly increased. Qiao Ming stood, exuding heat as it rose around him, his eyes flickering with crimson light, clearly reaping substantial gains. Master Feng Yi appeared like a specter, bowing to report that the martial arts headquarters had announced the pre-selection for the Cosmic Human Genius Battle would commence in 1 hour within the virtual space of the martial arts global headquarters. Is it finally about to begin? A hint of anticipation curved Qiao Ming's lips. Earth, after all, was merely a starting point. 1 hour later, Qiao Ming connected his consciousness to the virtual cosmic network, entering the colossal virtual plaza specially established for the Genius Battle at the global headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy. The plaza was teeming with people. Elite warriors from various base cities around the globe gathered here, each exuding a fierce aura, their eyes sharp, brimming with confidence and desire. This was the opportunity to leap into the vast universe, a chance to soar beyond the ordinary. The moment Qiao Ming appeared, A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. It's Chao Ming, the scourge who annihilated the Bolanas family. His aura is terrifying. He feels stronger than some seasoned war gods. In hushed whispers, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. His notorious reputation and power had already spread far and wide. Chao Ming paid no heed to their stares and proceeded directly to the assembly area for the contestants from Huaxia district. Chao Ming, over here, a lively voice called out. Zhao Ruo was vigorously waving her hand. Clad in a fiery red virtual sports tank top and shorts, she showcased her healthy, sun-kissed skin and athletic physique perfectly. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, her face radiating a sunny, vibrant smile, her bright eyes sparkling upon seeing Chao Ming as if they were lit by the sun. She appeared utterly unfazed by the tense atmosphere surrounding them. You finally made it. Zhao Ruo bounded to Chao Ming, unabashedly patting his solid arm. Her curiosity evident as she scrutinized him. I heard you've been causing quite a stir lately. That's incredible. Her tone was filled with admiration and envy. Chao Ming's gaze swept over her youthful, vibrant form, and he smiled. Just a minor affair. Just a minor affair? Zhao Ruo exaggeratedly widened her eyes, then leaned in closer, lowering her voice. But be cautious. I heard that the Bolanas family headquarters seems somewhat displeased. Though they don't dare to confront you openly, they might cause trouble during the genius battle. Her words carried an unmistakable tone of concern and goodwill. Chao Ming nodded, noncommittal. The Bolanas family? If they dared to extend their claws, he would not mind uprooting them after he ascended to the cosmos. At that moment, several more gazes fell upon him. Chao Ming turned to see other top talents from Huaxia district, such as Luo Feng and Rong Jun. Luo Feng's expression was calm as he nodded slightly to Chao Ming. Rong Jun's gaze was intense, brimming with a strong desire for combat. As if eager to engage with Chao Ming merely acknowledged them with a faint nod, harboring no intent for deep connections. His target had never been these peers. Soon, the grand announcement resonated throughout the virtual space, signaling the official start of the pre-selection. The rules were simple and brutal. All participants would be thrust into an ultra-large virtual world for indiscriminate melee combat. Death meant elimination. The top 1,000 scores would earn the qualification to represent Earth in the cosmic human genius battle. With a flash of light, Chao Ming found himself in a desolate desert landscape. Almost instantly upon his arrival, several warriors nearby glared at him with murderous intent, simultaneously launching their attacks. No weaklings would come here. They all aimed to eliminate potential threats first. Seeking death, Chao Ming's eyes turned cold. He couldn't even be bothered to use the power of the dark flame. With a slight shift of his form, he effortlessly evaded all the attacks, then struck out with his fingers like blades. PFF, PFF, PFF. The warriors did not even have time to react before a line of blood appeared at their necks, and they vanished into white light in an instant. Instant kill. Chao Ming's score surged upward in an instant. He strolled through the virtual world with the ease of a leisurely walk. All opponents he encountered, whether at the warrior or war god level, crumbled before him like paper. None could stand against him. He didn't even need to employ any techniques. A mere casual strike, imbued with terrifying strength and mental pressure, was enough to crush everything. Occasionally, when faced with a few who overstepped their bounds, thinking themselves capable of surrounding him, Chao Ming merely exerted a bit more effort, revealing the nascent form of Xia Huangpe, effortlessly eliminating them as if slicing through vegetables. His score skyrocketed at a pace that was utterly despairing, leading by an overwhelming margin. In the virtual leaderboard, the name Chao Ming shone brilliantly at the pinnacle, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that left the second-place contender far behind. The spectators watching through the virtual broadcast were utterly astounded. A monster. Simply a monster. This strength has undoubtedly surpassed the level of a battle god, has it not? The foremost genius of Earth. No, it is a monster. In the viewing area of the Huaxia district, Zhao Ruo leaped up in excitement. Her cheeks flushed, fervently waving her fists. So impressive. Go, Chao Ming. She gazed at Chao Ming's formidable silhouette on the broadcast screen, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and infatuation. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and others wore solemn expressions. They considered themselves geniuses as well, yet in the face of Chao Ming's absolute strength, they could only feel a profound sense of helplessness. The preliminary round was devoid of suspense. Within just a few hours, Chao Ming had decisively claimed the top spot on the scoreboard, securing the qualification to represent Earth in battle. As the virtual space dissipated and Chao Ming's consciousness returned to reality, he rose from the training chamber in Fengqi Garden, and his communicator immediately chimed. It was a personal communication from Hong, the global head of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Chao Ming, Hong's voice remained calm as ever. yet beneath it lay an unmistakable hint of astonishment. Congratulations. Your performance has far exceeded expectations. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, we will depart for the assembly point designated by the Virtual Universe Company at Xiaolong Star. Understood. Chao Ming's response was succinct. After ending the communication, he exited the training room. Outside the window, the setting sun blazed like fire, seemingly heralding the grand journey he was about to embark upon. The chapter of Earth had reached a temporary conclusion. In the vast cosmos, countless races, billions of prodigies, and those exceptional women marked on the system's list across the universe awaited his arrival. The infernal phoenix shall eventually spread its wings and incinerate the starry sky. Chapter 17. Feng Li Wu Tong. The journey begins. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During these days, Chao Ming did not succumb to the allure of leisure, but dedicated most of his time to consolidating his rapidly increasing strength, familiarizing himself with the application of Xie Huang Pe, and further digesting the detailed information he had acquired from the Su family, Vini Na, and the Extreme Martial Arts Institute regarding cosmic civilizations, the Virtual Universe Company, and the Genius Battles. Under his direction, Fengqi Garden operated efficiently. Vini Na showcased remarkable managerial talent, adeptly integrating various industries and resources, with a continuous stream of wealth and rare resources flowing into the estate's storeroom for Chao Ming's use. Dressed in a sharp business suit, her meticulously arranged golden hair framed her face, and her azure eyes reflected only her unwavering commitment to executing Chao Ming's commands and her desire for control over the vast enterprise. Only in the presence of Chao Ming did she reveal a demeanor of subservience and even obsession. Jiang Fong had taken full charge of the estate and the core personnel's security. Her striking figure often patrolled alongside Feng Yi, her tall stature and piercing gaze compelling all guards to remain vigilant. Together, she and Vini Na formed an increasingly harmonious partnership, one managing the interior while the other focused on external affairs. In private, when facing Chao Ming, her previously aloof demeanor softened, revealing an increasingly natural shyness and compliance. Zhen Nan remained the most innocent, still as joyful as a little bird, meticulously preparing meals or diligently practicing, wishing only to spend more time with Chao Ming before his departure. On the 3rd day at dusk, the moment of departure finally arrived. In front of the main building of Fengqi Garden, a sleek, 50-meter-long, deep blue spacecraft hovered silently. This was the C-class spaceship, Falcon, equipped for Chao Ming's journey by the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, representing the pinnacle of Earth's current technological prowess. Hong and Lei Shen personally came to bid farewell, demonstrating their immense regard for Chao Ming. Standing at the foot of the ship's ladder, Chao Ming was flanked by Vini Na, Jiang Fong, and Zhen Nan, who had come to see him off. Vini Na struggled to suppress her emotions, her exquisitely made-up face maintaining a poised smile as she respectfully presented a spatial ring. Master, this is the resource you will need for your journey, including some universal currency, energy crystals, and earth specialties. Chao Ming accepted the ring, sweeping his soul's power over it, nodding in satisfaction. Vini Na's diligence was indeed commendable. Jiang Fong pursed her red lips, a hint of concern barely perceptible on her cool, beautiful face. She stepped forward, her voice still chilly, yet laced with care. Be careful. Her slender fingers instinctively tightened around the hilt of her blade. Chao Ming reached out, gently squeezing her smooth chin. Take good care of the estate. Jiang Fong's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing, and she nodded earnestly. Lastly, Zhen Nan, her eyes already red-rimmed, rushed forward to tightly embrace Chao Ming's waist, her doll-like face expressing reluctance as she buried it in his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Brother Ming, you must come back early. I will miss you. Chao Ming gently ruffled her soft hair, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. Train well. I will return to check on your progress. After bidding farewell to the 3 women, Chao Ming turned his gaze to Hong and Lei Shen. Chao Ming, Hong began, his eyes profound. The future of Earth may, to a large extent, depend on your journey into the cosmos. Go forth and strive without concern for the past. I understand, Chao Ming replied calmly, his voice imbued with absolute confidence. He said no more, turning to ascend the ladder of the Falcon with steady steps. Feng Yi, like the most silent shadow, followed closely behind. The cabin door slowly closed. On the launch pad, Vini Na, Jiang Fong, and Zhen Nan gazed upward, their eyes fixated on the ascending spacecraft until it transformed into a deep blue streak of light, tearing through the clouds and vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Inside the ship, Chao Ming settled into the comfortable pilot's chair, gazing through the panoramic window as the blue planet below shrank rapidly. Destination, Xiaolong Star. Set course, enter the dark universe, and accelerate. Chao Ming commanded the ship's intelligence. As you wish, Master, came the soft electronic response. The ship vibrated slightly as it swiftly broke through the atmosphere, entering outer space. Subsequently, the surface runes of the ship illuminated, and space twisted slightly, instantly tearing through the fabric of space to enter the bizarre and distorted light bands of the dark universe. Commencing its faster-than-light journey, traveling through the dark universe was an essential route to distant star realms. Chao Ming closed his eyes, his consciousness delving within as he continued to comprehend the laws and adapt to the subtle changes brought about by cosmic travel. Feng Yi stood like a statue, guarding the door. The journey, initially dull and tranquil, suddenly took a turn when the ship traversed a relatively secluded area of the dark universe. An ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the cabin. Warning! Warning! High-intensity spatial interference detected. Warning! An anomalous spatial fold has been identified ahead. An unidentified object is approaching at high speed. Warning! Energy reaction is rising sharply, determined to be an ambush by interstellar pirates. Outside the window, the previously calm dark universe light bands abruptly became chaotic and distorted. Several small, sinister-looking warships adorned with skull insignias lunged from the spatial folds, encircling the Falcon and unleashing a relentless barrage of energy beams. These beams, vibrant in color, clearly contained various attribute attacks, ripping through the dark universe's space and bearing down with an aura of destruction. Humph! Unaware of their impending doom, Chao Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce crimson light flashing within, and instead of panic, a glimmer of icy killing intent emerged. He had long been aware from the information provided by Hong that traveling through the dark universe was not entirely safe. Some desperate pirate groups lurked in certain regions, preying on passing ships. Little did he expect that his first journey through the cosmos would encounter such a situation. Evasive maneuvers. Maximize energy shields. Chao Ming calmly commanded. The Hayabusa, in an instant, executed a swift maneuver, its hull elegantly evading the onslaught, while a cerulean energy shield expanded to its utmost limits. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of energy beams struck the shield, erupting into a dazzling yet lethal spectacle of light. The shield trembled violently as energy dissipated rapidly. The firepower of these pirate vessels was ferocious, clearly not a mere rabble. Master, the adversary appears well prepared. The depletion of the shield's energy is exceeding our expectations. The ship's intelligence system issued a warning. Lock onto the main cannon target. Feng Yi, prepare for boarding combat. Chao Ming rose, a sinister energy swirling around him. Understood. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Feng Yi's eyes as she grasped her dual sabers. Chao Ming approached the control panel, personally operating the ship's weapon systems. A massive energy cannon at the bow of the Hayabusa began charging, emitting a foreboding hum. A bunch of rabble dares to obstruct my path? A cruel smile curved Chao Ming's lips. Annihilate them. Whoosh. A formidable cerulean energy beam, akin to the judgment of death, shot forth from the Hayabusa's main cannon, striking a pirate ship that failed to evade in time. The vessel's energy shield was torn asunder like paper, its hull punctured in an instant, resulting in a violent explosion that transformed it into a brilliant fireball. A single strike, a swift kill. The remaining pirate ships were evidently unprepared for the ferocity of this seemingly ordinary Class C vessel, causing their formation to falter. However, at that moment, the Hayabusa's shield finally reached its limits under the relentless assault and shattered with a thunderous crash. Several energy beams penetrated the hull, striking it violently, causing the ship to shudder as alarms blared within. Now is the time. A cold light flickered in Chao Ming's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. The next moment, he found himself in the vacuum of space, enveloped by a layer of condensed crimson evil fire energy, resembling a deity clad in fiery armor. Ignoring the void of space, he locked onto the nearest pirate ship and transformed into a crimson meteor, charging directly toward it. Evil Phoenix break, he shouted, his right fist clenched tightly, as the crimson evil fire coalesced, manifesting as a miniature phoenix that struck fiercely at the pirate ship's cabin. Boom. The pirate ship's heavy alloy exterior shattered before Chao Ming's fist like fragile glass, creating a massive hole. The terrifying evil fire energy surged into the ship's interior, igniting all flammable materials, while a mental shockwave swept through the entire cabin. The pirates inside barely had time to scream before being reduced to ashes by the flames and mental onslaught. Without a moment's pause, Chao Ming flickered once more, lunging toward another pirate vessel. Simultaneously, Feng Yi leaped from the Hayabusa like a specter, her dual sabers dancing as she precisely cleaved through the energy beams aimed at her, forcibly boarding another pirate ship to unleash a bloody massacre. With battle general-level prowess, she effortlessly overwhelmed these generally planetary or stellar-level pirate minions. The remaining pirate ships were utterly thrown into disarray. They had thought they were confronting an easy target, only to find themselves up against an inferno. Retreat! Quick, retreat! The cries of panic echoed through the pirate communication channels. Yet, it was already too late. Chao Ming, like a flame-wreathed demon, traversed the vacuum of space. And with each strike, another pirate ship was reduced to a burning coffin. The obliterative nature of the evil fire energy left little more than remnants behind. In mere minutes, the ambushing fleet of 7 or 8 pirate ships was completely annihilated. Only one ship, having sensed the danger early and fled swiftly, managed to tear through space and escape into the depths of the dark universe. Chao Ming did not pursue. He cast a cold glance in the direction of the fleeing vessel before flashing back to the slightly damaged Hayabusa. All clear, Master, Feng Yi reported upon her return. Her sabers untouched by blood, her breath steady. Repair the hull damage and resume navigation, Chao Ming commanded, as though it were merely a trivial task. He sat in the captain's chair, gazing out at the restored tranquility of the dark universe, his eyes deep with contemplation. The cosmos, indeed, held far greater wonders than Earth. This was merely the beginning, and already, someone had eagerly presented an appetizer. One could only wonder what surprises awaited him on Qiulongxing. The cosmic journey of the evil fire phoenix commenced with a bloody obliteration. Chapter 18. Arrival at Qiulongxing, Feng Yi in a foreign domain. The voyage through the dark universe resumed its calm, the brief yet intense skirmish having made but a ripple, adding only a notch to Chao Ming's achievements without stirring further waves. The Hayabusa efficiently repaired its hull damage, continuing at a steady pace. Days later, the ship's intelligence system announced, approaching exit from the dark universe, nearing target coordinates in the outer regions of Qiulongxing. Chao Ming opened his eyes, the crimson glow within them receding as the swirling evil fire energy gradually settled. He rose and walked to the panoramic viewport. The ship trembled slightly as it exited the bizarre dark universe, re-entering the familiar starry expanse. The vista before him was breathtaking. A colossal planet, bathed in a pale green hue and adorned with intricate patterns and metallic constructs, dominated the view. This was Qiulongxing, a thriving medium-sized cosmic cultural planet under the dominion of the He Longshan Empire, and one of the designated gathering places for the upcoming Genius Battle's preliminary round by the Virtual Universe Company. The surrounding space was bustling far more than the solar system, with various spacecraft of all shapes and sizes darting about like fish crossing a river, creating dazzling trails of light. Enormous interstellar ports sprawled across the planet's orbit, resembling metallic beasts consuming vast quantities of ships. In the distance, one could even spot luxury interstellar cruise ships and heavily armed warships, some comparable to asteroids. An overwhelming air of grandeur, prosperity, and a cosmic civilization far surpassing Earth enveloped him. Master, we have received the docking signal from the Qiulongxing spaceport and are requesting port entry permission, the ship's intelligence reported. Connect, Chao Ming commanded. Soon, the permission was granted. The Hayabusa followed the guiding beams, slowly entering a colossal spaceport docking platform. Upon the platform were vessels from various star domains of the He Longshan Empire, diverse in races and technological levels, yet all unmistakably bearing the dust of long journeys and anticipation. The hatch opened, and Chao Ming, accompanied by Feng Yi, descended the gangway. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds, strange energy fluctuations, and countless gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, and others imbued with hostility, converged upon them. The docking platform was already bustling with thousands of talented warriors from various star domains along with their attendants. They varied greatly in form, towering figures over 5 meters tall, their skin resembling rock, diminutive beings with compound eyes and antennae, beautiful winged individuals, and many others resembling earthlings, but with distinctly different temperaments, attire, and energy attributes. Each of these prodigies exuded a fierce aura, their gazes sharp, brimming with confidence and pride. To be present here, representing their respective planets in the preliminary rounds, meant they were the creme de la creme, selected from millions. Chao Ming's appearance did not attract much attention. His earthly visage seemed rather ordinary among the myriad of peculiar races, and his aura, subdued by the evil fire lineage, was unassuming. Feng Yi, too, remained as silent as a shadow. In contrast to the vibrant attire and energy displays of the surrounding prodigies, their presence seemed somewhat plain. Chao Ming remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd. The power of his soul subtly emanated, akin to a precise radar, instantly detecting several targets whose energy responses far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Humph, another native from some obscure corner of the universe. With a dilapidated spaceship and a feeble aura, an unharmonious voice pierced the atmosphere, dripping with undisguised disdain. Chao Ming turned to look. Not far off, a group of elegantly dressed youths adorned with a unified emblem surrounded an arrogant, blond young man, clad in a streamlined silver battle armor. The young man exuded an aura that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of stellar rank, his gaze condescending. The words that had just been uttered came from his lips. Beside him, his entourage were all high-tier stellar rank, evidently hailing from a civilization of considerable strength. Just a lackey of the Nuo Lanshan family, reduced to barking. Another voice, cold and unyielding, emerged from a different direction. The speaker was a black-haired youth donned in a black training outfit, bearing a dark golden staff on his back. His gaze was as tranquil as an abyss, and his aura was refined. It was Luo Feng. He had evidently just arrived and heard the blonde youth's provocation. Chao Ming nodded slightly to Luo Feng, acknowledging him. He had no interest in this verbal sparring. The blonde youth, having been retorted by Luo Feng, darkened in countenance, yet appeared somewhat wary of him. With a cold snort, he chose not to pursue the matter further, casting a more unfriendly glance at Chao Ming, and whispered to his nearby attendant. Investigate where this backward planet hails from. If we encounter them in the preliminaries, ensure they are well taken care of. Chao Ming's eyes turned slightly frosty, yet he refrained from acting out. Qiu Longxing forbids private disputes. Any grievances are better settled in the preliminaries. He had already etched the other's appearance in his memory. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the platform entrance, accompanied by murmurs of astonishment. Look, it's the lightsaber genius AI Chun. Goodness, she has truly arrived. So beautiful. The first prodigy of the Nuo Lanshan Empire. It is said her comprehension of light laws has reached an astonishing level. Following the sound, Chao Ming beheld a woman, gracefully advancing into the docking platform amidst a throng of admirers. She wore a form-fitting silver armor that shimmered with starlight, perfectly outlining her slender, supple, and graceful figure. Her hair flowed like a dream, a cascade of silver akin to the moonlight, cascading down to her waist, gently swaying with the breeze. Her skin was nearly translucent, her features exquisite beyond mortal standards, and her starry eyes seemed to harbor the entire cosmos, brilliant and profound yet tinged with a hint of aloofness. Her ethereal demeanor suggested she was an otherworldly spirit, yet the sharp sword intent and formidable waves of light laws emanating from her warned against any underestimation. She was none other than AI Chun, the super prodigy from the Nuo Lanshan Empire, prominently highlighted in the intelligence of the Virtual Universe Company. Renowned for her mastery of the lightsaber, AI Chen's appearance instantly captivated the majority of the male spectators, their gazes filled with awe, admiration, and even greed. The bloodline of the evil fire phoenix within Chao Ming stirred slightly, and the system interface automatically displayed a notification. High potential target detected. AI Chun, potential rating, exceptional. Affinity for light laws, pure soul, conquest recommended. Extremely rich rewards. Exceptional. A flicker of genuine interest crossed Chao Ming's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a target rated as exceptional by the system. This woman, in terms of talent, beauty, and aura, surpassed any female he had previously encountered. AI Chen seemed accustomed to such scrutiny, her starry eyes scanning the crowd without lingering on any individual. When her gaze inadvertently brushed towards Chao Ming's direction, her picturesque eyebrows appeared to move imperceptibly. Although Chao Ming's aura was restrained, the ultimate charm and aggressiveness stemming from his evil fire phoenix bloodline stood out to her, akin to a torch in the night. Strikingly visible and exuding a peculiar allure and sense of threat. Her gaze lingered on him for half a second, a flicker of faint curiosity flashing across her brilliant eyes before she regained her composure and continued on her way. A smile curled at the corners of Chao Ming's lips. Excellent. The prey has appeared, and she seems to possess an instinctive curiosity towards him. That is more than sufficient. Unlike the others who stared intently, he withdrew his gaze, appearing nonchalant. The more unattainable the flower, the more patience and special methods are required. Attention all participants in the preliminary competition. Please proceed to the Qiu Longxing Giant Axe Martial Arena according to the instructions. The grand announcement resonated throughout the spaceport. The crowd began to stir, moving towards the teleportation point within the planet. Chao Ming, accompanied by Feng Yi, mingled among the throng, his expression calm. Luo Feng approached, walking alongside him. Did not expect to meet you again so soon. Chao Ming, Luo Feng remarked. That was a member of the Nua Lanshan family's affiliated civilization. Be cautious of their underhanded tactics. Just a clown, Chao Ming replied dismissively. However, that AI Chun is rather intriguing. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng glanced at AI Chun's retreating figure, his expression grave. The first prodigy of the Nua Lanshan Empire, favored by the light laws, is quite powerful. She will be a formidable rival. Chao Ming remained noncommittal. A formidable rival? Perhaps. Yet more likely a future trophy. Soon, through the teleportation array, the crowd arrived at the interior of Qiu Longxing, at the immense building known as the Giant Axe Martial Arena, colossal as a mountain. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was electric with excitement, as tens of thousands of talented warriors from thousands of star domains congregated, their powerful auras intertwining and clashing, creating an atmosphere both fervent and tense. Staff members from the Virtual Universe Company were organizing registrations and drawing lots for divisions. The true cosmic talent battle was about to unfold here, marking the beginning of a brutal chapter. And Chao Ming, this evil fire phoenix intruding into the prosperous star domain, would commence his journey of scorched stars and captivating countless beauties. Chapter 19. The prelude of the preliminary contest, the phoenix flame engulfing all heroes. Inside the Giant Axe Martial Arena, it was vast, akin to a realm unto itself. Tens of thousands of talented warriors were allocated to different waiting areas. The air thick with tension, excitement, and unabashed combativeness. Chao Ming was assigned to the Qianwu district, subdivision number 382. Each subdivision housed nearly 10,000 talents from various star domains, and only the top 1,000 based on scores would qualify for the next round of arena battles. The competition was fiercely brutal. In the waiting area, the crowd bustled, adorned in all manner of eccentric attire, their powerful auras colliding. Many martial artists were meditating, adjusting their states, while others scrutinized one another, searching for potential opponents or allies. Leaning casually against a metallic pillar, Chao Ming closed his eyes in repose. Feng Yi, like the most loyal shadow, stood silently behind him, shielding him from any external scrutiny. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the surrounding throng, which was brimming with anticipation and overt displays of energy. Pretentious. Not far away, the previously provocative blonde youth, Locke, the young master from the Carlos star of the Nua Lanshan family's affiliated civilization, glared at Chao Ming with hostility, clearly interpreting his calmness as cowardice and pretense. Luo Feng, not far off, also closed his eyes, his aura solid as a mountain. Further away, Ai Chun, the focus of countless gazes, stood quietly in a relatively open area. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, her posture regal, her starry eyes slightly closed. Surrounded by a faint halo that separated her from the surrounding tumult, akin to a star independent of the earthly realm. Occasionally, those with considerable self-assurance attempted to approach her, yet they were coldly intercepted by several formidable guards of her kin. Target Ai Chen's attention level increased, estimated rewards for conquest adjusted upwards. The system's notification caused a barely perceptible smile to grace Chao Ming's lips. At that moment, a resonant and chilling voice reverberated through the waiting areas of the martial arena. The cosmic human genius battle, the preliminary round of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, is now commencing. All participants, connect your consciousness to the Virtual Universe Network and enter the designated battle world. Rules: unrestricted free-for-all. Eliminate opponents to earn points. Final rankings will be based on points. Death results in elimination. Good luck to all. As the voice faded, all participants in the waiting area simultaneously closed their eyes, their consciousness plunging into the virtual universe. Chao Ming felt a brief disorientation before opening his eyes to find himself in an entirely new environment. He stood in an expansive primeval forest, towering ancient trees obscuring the sky, the air thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves and a hint of blood. In the distance, the faint sounds of beastly roars and energy collisions echoed. The battle had begun. Chao Ming glanced down at himself. His physical data matched perfectly with the external environment, save for the standard virtual combat suit he now wore. He sensed that his Xiaohui Yuanli was still accessible, albeit restricted to the 9th tier of stellar level. However, this limitation was sufficient for him. The hunt commenced. A crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the dense underbrush. His speed was astonishing, and his soul perception spread out like an invisible radar, swiftly locking onto nearby figures cautiously exploring or engaged in combat with one another. With a swish, he appeared behind two alien geniuses fiercely battling each other. One had skin resembling rock, while the other possessed compound eyes. Both were around the 7th tier of stellar level and evenly matched in their struggle. Chao Ming did not even employ his Yuanli, delivering merely 2 swift knife-hand strikes. His speed was at its zenith, and his power was finely honed. In an instant, the two geniuses failed to react before their heads separated from their bodies, vanishing into white light. Chao Ming's score panel instantaneously increased by 2 points. Instant kill. An overwhelming display of dominance. He did not linger, his figure disappearing once more as he advanced toward his next target. In this vast forest, he was the epitome of an efficient predator. There was no need for hiding or strategy. He obliterated his opponents with sheer speed and strength. Whether facing geniuses of the 7th, 8th, or even 9th stellar tier, they appeared as mere lambs to the slaughter before him. He occasionally swept through like a tempest, leaving a trail of adversaries transformed into white light. At other times, he descended like a boulder, smashing those who fancied themselves defensively formidable into mere fragments. When encountering small teams attempting to encircle him, he did not even need to use Xiaohuangpe, relying solely on his agility and basic combat skills. He annihilated them all in the blink of an eye. His points soared at an astonishing rate, and Chao Ming's name on the leaderboard of the 382nd competition zone of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, rapidly ascending into the top 100 with unabated momentum. Outside, spectators following the virtual universe broadcast, particularly those focusing on Zone 382, quickly noticed this anomaly. Look at Zone 382. That one named Chao Ming. His points are climbing so fast. My heavens. Another instant kill. A stellar level 9th tier giant rock tribe genius was obliterated by a single punch. His movements are so elusive, it's impossible to catch his trajectory. Is it a special bloodline? His Yuanli carries a terrifying burning and corrosive quality. A dark horse. An absolute super dark horse. In the viewing area, individuals from Earth such as Hong, Lei Shun, and others, alongside Wanina, Jiang Fong, and Zhun Nan who were observing through special permissions, watched Chao Ming's invincible figure on the broadcast with excitement and tension. Ming Gu is incredible, Zhun Nan exclaimed, her face flushed with enthusiasm as she pumped her fist. Jiang Fong's cold beauty revealed a hint of proud delight. Wanina's azure eyes sparkled with awe and fascination. Meanwhile, in a swampy region of the battle world, Chao Ming had just effortlessly extinguished a 5-person team that had attempted to ambush him, his points surging once again. As he prepared to leave, a sudden intuition prompted him to glance toward a nearby low hill. Atop the hill stood a slender figure, her silver hair fluttering gently in the virtual wind, her starry battle armor radiating light. It was Ai Chen. Evidently, Chao Ming's efficient and ruthless slaughter had captured her attention. Their gazes met. Chao Ming could distinctly sense the probing and gravitas in Ai Chen's clear, deep eyes. The waves of light laws emanating from her were pure and formidable, creating a peculiar interplay of attraction and opposition with his Xiahua Yuanli. A predatory smile curled at Chao Ming's lips. Rather than retreating, he swiftly moved toward the hilltop. Ai Chen's exquisitely shaped brows furrowed slightly, her delicate fingers instinctively resting upon the hilt of her light sword. She did not flee. It seemed she too wished to assess this suddenly emerged, enigmatic yet powerful opponent directly. In mere moments, Chao Ming had ascended the low hill, standing 100 meters apart from Ai Chen. Your flame is quite unique, Ai Chen remarked, her voice cool and melodious, like flowing starlight. Your light is commendable as well, Chao Ming replied, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her gracefully contoured waist and elongated legs outlined by her armor. However, it is destined to be extinguished soon. Before his words had fully settled, Chao Ming struck. He refrained from using his Xiahua, instead seeking to test this light sword wielder's close combat prowess. In a blur, he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Ai Chen's face, his speed producing a piercing sonic boom. Ai Chen's starry eyes narrowed, her reaction swift. With a fluid twist of her supple waist, she narrowly avoided the punch, while simultaneously grasping the hilt of her light sword. With a hum, a dazzling, tangible white light sword burst forth, embodying the intent to purify all and slice through anything, slashing towards Chao Ming's wrist. The sword moved as swiftly as lightning, its angle cunningly precise. Interesting, Chao Ming thought, transforming his fist into a claw, the crimson Xiahua flickering momentarily between his fingers, striking accurately against the side of the light sword. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated. Flames and white light exploded outward. Ai Chen felt a searing, domineering force accompanied by a peculiar mental impact surge along the sword's blade, causing her arm to tingle slightly and almost lose her grip on the sword. She gracefully propelled herself backward, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. The opponent's strength and the strange flame exceeded her expectations. Chao Ming, seizing the advantage, pressed forward relentlessly, his fists flying, initiating the embryonic form of Xiaohuangpe, enveloping Ai Chun in a fiery storm reminiscent of a blazing phoenix. Ai Chun clenched her silver teeth, her starry eyes glowing with intensity. The laws of light surged around her, her figure seemingly transforming into light itself, becoming indistinct. The light sword unleashed a torrent of shimmering sword shadows, weaving a net of light in an attempt to block and counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of fists and swords erupted in a cacophony of sound. The crimson xiahua and the pure white light collided ferociously, annihilating one another. The two exchanged blows at an astonishing pace, engaging in a flurry of dozens of strikes atop the low hill. Energy raged, trees splintered, and rocks were reduced to powder. Ai Chen's swordsmanship was exquisite, her mastery of the laws of light unparalleled, her speed astonishingly swift. Yet Chao Ming's strength, velocity, and the xiahua's overwhelming destructive and enchanting qualities completely suppressed her. Each collision of Ai Chen's sword with Chao Ming's fists eroded her resolve, the scorching power disrupting her mental state, causing beads of sweat to form on her fair forehead. It is over. Chao Ming suddenly let out a low growl, his fist shifting from a pursuit of finesse to a concentration of overwhelming wicked fire energy, striking out with a single punch. Boom. A crimson flame phoenix surged forth with a piercing shriek, shattering the web of light, swords in its wake. Ai Chen's expression shifted as she summoned all her strength to block with her light sword. Bang! The flaming phoenix collided forcefully with the light sword. A terrifying force erupted. Ai Chun let out a muffled groan, her delicate form trembling violently, and the light sword slipped from her grasp, flying away. Her graceful figure was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, silver hair cascading and her starry eyes filled with disbelief. Chao Ming's figure flickered as he swiftly closed the distance, his hand gripping her pale, slender neck before she could land. Ai Chun struggled, a flicker of humiliation and shock flashing in her eyes. She never anticipated her defeat would come so swiftly and so completely. I have said, your light must be extinguished. Chao Ming lowered his gaze upon the exquisite woman struggling in his embrace, the breath of wicked fire brushing against her delicate cheek with a searing intensity. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to her sensitive earlobe and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "However, I have changed my mind. Your brilliance will shine even brighter when you submit to me." As he spoke, under Ai Chen's astonished and indignant gaze, Chao Ming tightened his grip on her neck. Crack! Ai Chen's figure transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing without a trace. Points acquired. Chao Ming stood still, savoring the sensation of her supple form in his arms and the look of astonishment and indignation in her eyes, a satisfied smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Defeated the highly potential target Ai Chun, significantly undermining her confidence and triggering intense emotional fluctuations. Conquest progress 15. Points greatly increased, currently ranked first in the division. Excellent. The high and unattainable flower has been plucked. The rest will be harvested slowly. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the now bustling forest below, his eyes glowing with an intensified crimson light. The hunt continues. Chapter 20. The end of the preliminary selection. The crown of phoenixes. The brief clash between Chao Ming and Ai Chun, though lasting only a few moments, unleashed energy fluctuations and collisions of laws far surpassing ordinary stellar-level battles, capturing the astonished attention of all survivors in the 382nd Division. At the instant Ai Chun transformed into white light and vanished, every genius who witnessed this scene through broadcasts or perception gasped in shock. Ai Chun was eliminated. It was that Chao Ming. He defeated the light sword Ai Chun. How could this be? Ai Chun was recognized as one of the strongest seeds in the division. A monster. This fellow is undoubtedly a monster. Panic spread among the surviving contestants like a plague. In their minds, Chao Ming's image had become synonymous with an invincible demonic entity. Many began to frantically distance themselves from the area where Chao Ming had last appeared, fearing they would become the next target to be effortlessly crushed. Chao Ming stood atop a low hill, overlooking the chaos below caused by his presence, a hint of indifference gracing his lips. Ai Chen's fall was precisely the effect he desired, eliminating countless troubles and establishing his undisputed dominance. He did not linger, his figure transforming into a blur as he plunged back into the forest. This time, his hunting efficiency was heightened. Often, it was merely a fleeting encounter, or even a punch thrown from a distance, where the fist wind infused with wicked fire energy could obliterate hidden opponents into white light. His points surged at a despairing speed, firmly securing the top position, leaving the second place far behind, the disparity so vast that it extinguished any thought of pursuit. The time of the preliminary rounds flew by amidst Chao Ming's unstoppable clearing of opponents. Finally, a resonant sound echoed throughout the battle world. The preliminary selection of the Qianwu Universe Nation, 382nd Division, has concluded. The final point rankings are locked. Chao Ming's figure halted beside a river, having just incinerated the last stellar-level 8th-tier warrior who attempted to flee. The final leaderboard materialized before him. Rank 1. Chao Ming, Earth, points. Rank 2. Locke, Kalos Star, points. Rank 3. Rank 1000. His points were more than 10 times those of Locke, the blonde youth who had previously provoked him. This was a despairing chasm of dominance. Congratulations to the top 1,000 qualifiers. The cold voice continued. In 10 minutes, consciousness will automatically return to reality. Please pay attention to notifications from the Virtual Universe Company regarding the arrangements for the next round of arena battles. A flash of light enveloped Chao Ming, his consciousness returning to reality, back in the waiting area of the 382nd Division of the Great Axe Martial Arena. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon him. These eyes were filled with awe, fear, jealousy, and disbelief. Many talented individuals who had narrowly qualified looked at Chao Ming as if he were an insurmountable mountain, instinctively taking a few steps back to maintain distance. The blonde youth named Locke appeared as pale as a sheet, his eyes brimming with trepidation and relief. It was only now that he realized the magnitude of the terrifying existence he had previously provoked. He lacked the courage to even meet Chao Ming's gaze. Hastily departing with his entourage, Luo Feng cast a glance at Chao Ming, his expression complex, containing shock as well as intense fighting spirit. Yet he understood that he was far from being Chao Ming's opponent at present. Chao Ming regarded all of this with indifference, his demeanor calm. His gaze swept across the waiting area, quickly landing on another recently solidified figure, Ai Chen. Ai Chen's starry eyes were slightly closed, her long silver eyelashes gently trembling, seemingly still reminiscing about the brief yet brutal defeat she had just experienced. Her fair face revealed little emotion, yet her tightly pressed red lips and the slight rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. When she opened her eyes, her brilliant starry gaze instinctively searched, soon locking onto Chao Ming's eyes. In her gaze, the previous calmness and aloofness had vanished, replaced by a profound seriousness, defeat, and a flicker of an unwilling flame ignited by force. Yet within that flame, there seemed to lurk a barely perceptible, unsettling pulse born from the crushing weight of absolute power. The influence of wicked fire was silent and insidious. Chao Ming offered her a meaningful smile, one that unabashedly conveyed admiration and possessiveness. Ai Chen's breath caught slightly, and she instinctively averted her gaze, her fair earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson. Her slender fingers unconsciously clenched, and she turned to leave the waiting area with quickened steps. Conquest progress of target Ai Chen 5, due to her indomitable spirit. The difficulty of conquest has increased, potential rewards enhanced. The system notification uplifted Chao Ming's mood. The more proud the flower, the more delightful the conquest. With consciousness fully returned, Chao Ming, under the protection of Feng Yi, exited the waiting area. Awaiting him were numerous representatives from various media and factions, clamoring to interview this rising star who had claimed the division's first place with an overwhelming display of dominance. Mr. Chao Ming, what are your thoughts on the preliminary selection? Mr. Chao Ming, there are rumors that you possess a special bloodline. Is this true? Mr. Chao Ming, regarding your battle with the light sword Ai Chen. Chao Ming frowned slightly, showing no interest in such commotion. Feng Yi promptly stepped forward, releasing a subtle pressure befitting a war general that acted like an invisible barrier, pushing everyone aside and swiftly escorting Chao Ming away. Upon returning to the temporary residence arranged on Qiulongxing, Chao Ming immediately received communication requests from various parties. With heartfelt congratulations from the Jixian Wu Guanhong and Lei Shun, the atmosphere brimmed with a sense of admiration and astonishment. The Su family conveyed a more humble and eager intention for collaboration through Wei and Ina. There was even a formal notification from a staff member of the Virtual Universe Company Qianwu, informing him of his successful advancement, granting him temporary elite status within the company, along with privileges for resource exchange and intelligence access. Most significantly, the arrangement for the next round of the arena battles was announced. In 1 month, all qualifiers from the preliminaries would gather at the designated Qiongyu. where the final ranking battles would determine the representative for the Qianwu Universe Nation in the grand finals of the Intergalactic Human Genius Competition. Chao Ming pondered for a moment. Qiang Yuxing was an exceptionally prosperous planet within the borders of the Qianwu Universe Nation, far surpassing Qiu Longxing. Just then, the doorbell rang at his residence. Feng Yi answered the door and returned shortly with an exquisite electronic invitation. Master, this is an invitation sent by Miss Kelly from the Nuo Lanshan Empire, inviting you to attend the Genius Exchange soiree tonight at the Xinglan Hotel. Feng Yi reported. Kelly? Chao Ming raised an eyebrow. He recalled the name from the intelligence provided by the Virtual Universe Company, noting that she was another remarkably talented woman from the Nuo Lanshan Empire, ranked just below AI Chun, known for her wild and fervent combat style. Discovering quality target. Kelly, potential rating, excellent, noble from the Nuo Lanshan Empire, possessing a special Yin-Shi bloodline, characterized by a wild personality, recommended for conquest. The system promptly displayed a notification. Interesting, Chao Ming thought, accepting the invitation. It was a perfect opportunity to observe the talents from other universes and perhaps find new trophies worth collecting. That evening, atop the Xinglan Hotel, the stars twinkled brilliantly. An exchange soiree specifically for the talented individuals advancing from the preliminaries was underway. Geniuses from various star domains gathered, adorned in resplendent attire, engaging in lively conversation, attempting to gauge one another before the arena battles commenced. When Chao Ming and Feng Yi arrived, they did not cause much of a stir, yet his presence momentarily hushed the crowd. Many recognized him as the notorious figure from Area 382, their gazes filled with both wariness and curiosity. Ignoring their stares, Chao Ming helped himself to a drink and scanned the venue. He soon spotted Ai Chun, standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Donned in a starry blue evening gown, her silver hair elegantly styled, revealing her graceful swan neck. In the starlight, her profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Holding a glass of juice, she gazed coldly at the starry sky outside, seemingly disconnected from the surrounding revelry. Upon sensing Chao Ming's gaze, she subtly stiffened but did not turn her head. Chao Ming smiled, choosing not to disturb her immediately. His attention shifted, quickly locking onto another target of interest, Kelly. She was a dazzling woman, radiant as flames. Clad in a daring scarlet backless gown, the attire accentuated her voluptuous, wild physique. Her skin was a healthy wheat tone, with striking features, and her amber eyes shimmered with a predatory allure. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders like flames. She was engaged in lively conversation with several formidable geniuses, her laughter bright and her movements exuding a lazy yet dangerous beauty, akin to a lioness ready to pounce. Sensing Chao Ming's gaze, Kelly's amber eyes abruptly met his, revealing a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by intense interest and competitive spirit. A wild smile crept across her red lips as she confidently approached him with her drink, her strides reminiscent of a feline. You must be Chao Ming, the one who defeated Ai Chun, the cold beauty? Kelly inquired, her voice a raspy melody. Her gaze boldly appraising him, radiating heat unlike those timid souls around her. Her proximity brought with it an intense, wild energy, resonating subtly with Chao Ming's own fiery lineage. Chao Ming met her scrutiny with calmness, unabashedly surveying her voluptuous form. You are Kelly, the lioness of the Nuo Lanshan Empire? Instead of reacting with anger, Kelly's laughter grew more exuberant, her ample bosom heaving slightly. How intriguing. I have never encountered a man more audacious than myself. How about we clash in the arena? Let me taste the flames that can defeat Ai Chun. I wonder if they are potent enough. Her words dripped with provocation and self-assuredness, embodying a wild desire for conquest. As you wish, Chao Ming replied with a faint smile, raising his glass. I hope you don't extinguish too quickly, like Ai Chun. Humph. Kelly's competitive spirit flared even more, her tongue flicking over her red lips in a gesture brimming with wild temptation. Rest assured, I will leave a lasting impression. She clinked glasses with Chao Ming, her amber eyes sparkling with determination, as if she had already marked him as her prey. An electric tension enveloped them, a mix of competitive fervor and peculiar attraction. In the distance, Ai Chun, catching sight of this scene, furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on her glass. Engaging with quality target Kelly has intensified her competitive spirit and desire for conquest, reverse, increasing the difficulty of conquest and potential rewards. Target Ai Chun experiences slight emotional fluctuations due to host's interaction with Kelly. Chao Ming sensed the system notifications, observing the wild lioness before him. Then casting a glance at the distant, cool, and aloof starry flower, the corner of his mouth curving into an increasingly sinister smile. The intergalactic genius battle was becoming ever more intriguing. His hunting list had gained another vividly marked entry. Chapter 21. Arrival at Qiangyuxing. Ascending the arena, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye as Chao Ming engaged in diligent training and anticipation. Throughout this month, he did not squander his time. Utilizing the privileges of an elite within the Virtual Universe Company, he exchanged a wealth of foundational insights regarding fire and spatial laws, as well as fragments of powerful secret techniques prevalent throughout the cosmos. The terrifying comprehension of his Xia Hua Phoenix bloodline allowed him to voraciously absorb this knowledge, honing his strength further within the framework of Stellar Level 9, while his mastery of Xia Huang Pa reached new heights. On the Earth side of Fengqi Yuan, through regular reports from Wei and Aina, everything remained orderly. The Su family had fully submitted, providing extensive details about Qiangyuxing and the Qianwu Universe Nation. Zhen Nin diligently cultivated under Jiang Fang's guidance, occasionally reaching out through the virtual universe to timidly express her longing. Everything was stable, requiring no concern from him. The day of departure finally arrived. At the Qiulong Star spaceport, an aircraft far larger and more advanced than the Falcon. Streamlined and emblazoned with the Virtual Universe Company's emblem, the D-class spaceship Xingshua was ready. This vessel was specifically provided by the Virtual Universe Company to transport the advancing talents of the Qianwu Universe Nation. Chao Ming and Feng Yi boarded the ship, discovering the cabin already filled with hundreds of qualifiers from various subregions. Each of these geniuses exuded a robust aura, their gazes sharp, keeping their distance from one another. The air thick with subtle competition and vigilance. Chao Ming's arrival once again stirred a slight commotion and countless scrutinizing gazes. His dominating performance against AI Chen during the preliminaries had spread like wildfire, and no one dared to underestimate him. A swift glance allowed him to spot several familiar figures. Luo Feng sat in a corner, meditating, his aura even more profound than it had been a month prior. AI Chen sat alone by the window, donned in a plain white cultivation robe, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. With a serene profile, her starry eyes gazed into the night sky, lost in contemplation. Upon sensing the scrutiny of Chao Ming, her lashes fluttered slightly, and her fingers tightened around the armrest, yet she refrained from turning her head. Meanwhile, Kelly stood with several prodigies from the Newland Mountain Empire. Her fiery red hair resembled flames, and her form-fitting dark red leather armor accentuated her wild and explosive curves. Her amber eyes fixated intensely on Chao Ming, as she licked her crimson lips, an unabashed grin of battle intent and aggression gracing her features, akin to a lioness stalking her prey. In response to Kelly's conquering gaze, Chao Ming offered a playful smirk before finding a vacant seat. Closing his eyes to rest and ignoring the prying eyes around him, the Xingsu ship soon set sail, tearing through space and entering the dark cosmos, heading towards the core region of the Qianwu Universe Nation, the Qianyu Star. The journey through the dark cosmos lasted several days. During this time, the atmosphere aboard the ship was stifling, with no one engaging in conversation, each person preparing for the impending brutal arena battles. As the ship trembled slightly upon exiting the dark cosmos, an unimaginably grand and magnificent planet appeared before all the prodigies. Qianyu Star, one of the most prosperous planets under the Qianwu Universe Nation and the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company's Qianwu branch. The entire planet seemed constructed from countless dazzling crystals and metals, with enormous energy light bands encircling it like a starry halo. The spaceport was densely packed, resembling a beehive, bustling with ships arriving from all corners of the universe. Its level of prosperity surpassed that of Qiulong Star by 100-fold. Guided by the port, the Xingsu ship gradually maneuvered into an extraordinarily vast dedicated spaceport. Above the port, it was already teeming with crowds. Talents from over 10,000 star domains of the Qianwu Universe Nation, having passed the preliminary rounds, gathered here in the hundreds of thousands. Various extraordinary races and powerful presences intertwined, creating an overwhelming tide of energy. The staff of the Virtual Universe Company worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly directing the million prodigies to an enormous structure resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, the ultimate arena of Qianyu Star. Inside the arena, thousands of vast fighting zones were delineated, each equipped with top-tier protective shields and broadcasting equipment. The stands were filled to capacity, with spectators from all corners of the cosmos and representatives of various factions eagerly awaiting the event. Following a grand opening ceremony, a cold electronic voice announced the rules of the arena battles. The arena battles would adopt a group elimination format. All qualifiers would be randomly assigned to 1,000 groups, each comprising 1,000 participants. Each group would engage in round-robin matches, with the top 10 scorers securing a spot in the finals. During the competition, intentional fatalities were strictly prohibited. Violators would be disqualified. Now, let the grouping begin. The light screens flickered, and the names of a million prodigies scrolled rapidly. Chao Ming soon found himself in Group 99. To his surprise, he spotted several familiar names on the list. AI-chan, Kelly, and even the golden-haired youth Rock from Carlos Star, who had once provoked him. How intriguing. A smirk played on Chao Ming's lips. This grouping was clearly a hunting ground prepared just for him. Once the grouping concluded, each group proceeded to their designated arena zone. The atmosphere of Arena Zone 99 instantly became tense. 1,000 prodigies scrutinized one another, most gazes filled with awe, fixating on the recognized superpowers, Chao Ming, AI-chan, and Kelly. Rock stood at the edge of the crowd, his complexion pale and his gaze evasive, too frightened to meet Chao Ming's eyes. Kelly flexed her wrists, her amber eyes excitedly darting between Chao Ming and AI-chan, a wild smile filled with fervent battle intent gracing her lips. Excellent. No need for me to seek you out one by one. Chao Ming, AI-chan, are you ready to be trampled underfoot by me, your elder sister? AI-chan's expression remained stoic, her starry eyes merely casting a fleeting glance at Kelly before shutting once more, a faint luminescence swirling around her, as if she were adjusting her state. However, the slight tension at the corners of her mouth revealed her inner unrest. Chao Ming, on the other hand, completely disregarded Kelly's taunts, his gaze locking onto Rock amidst the crowd. He walked over deliberately, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Upon seeing Chao Ming approach, Rock's face drained of color, and his body trembled involuntarily. What do you want? The match hasn't even started yet. Chao Ming halted before Rock, looking down at him with icy eyes. During the preliminaries, your words were quite foul. Rock stammered, retreating repeatedly. It was a misunderstanding. I apologize. Apologize? Chao Ming scoffed. I accept apologies with my fists. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the announcement for the arena battle rang out. Group 99. The first round of random matchups begins. The light screens flickered, and the first pair of opponents was generated. By sheer coincidence, the first match was Chao Ming versus Rock. No. Rock let out a desperate scream, turning to leap off the arena in surrender. But Chao Ming was swifter. Without even utilizing his original power, he merely flickered and appeared before Rock like a phantom, one hand gripping his throat like a vice, lifting him off the ground. Ugh, let me go? Rock flailed helplessly, his eyes bulging with terror. Useless. Chao Ming coldly uttered those two words, his arms slightly shaking. A surge of dark energy coursed through his palm into Rock's body. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. The majority of Rock's bones shattered in an instant. He could not even let out a scream, collapsing like a rag doll. His eyes filled with endless pain and despair. Chao Ming casually discarded him onto the ground, as one would toss aside refuse. The first match concluded with a victory for Chao Ming. The electronic voice announced. The arena fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. It was too swift, too ruthless. He had incapacitated a ninth-tier stellar genius purely through physical prowess, without even employing his original power. Kelly's amber eyes sparkled, her breath quickening as she licked her now even redder lips. How brutal. I like it. AI-chan opened her eyes, a trace of solemnity flickering in her starry gaze. The sheer physical strength displayed by Chao Ming startled her as well. Chao Ming did not even glance at Rock, who lay like a dead dog on the ground. His gaze sweeping across the arena, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable dominance. I claim first place in this group. Anyone with objections may voice them now. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Yet at this moment, no one dared to speak against him. Not even Kelly, whose battle intent only intensified in her eyes, refraining from immediately jumping in. Through his actions, Chao Ming established an unassailable position of authority right at the onset of the arena battles. The ensuing matches were devoid of suspense. Chao Ming's opponents either surrendered outright or were dispatched in a single blow, none able to compel him to utilize a second strike. His score soared. AI-chan and Kelly also showcased their terrifying prowess, effortlessly defeating all their opponents, closely trailing behind in points. Soon, it was time for the highly anticipated clash of titans. Match 37, Kelly versus AI-chan. The arena erupted with excitement. One wild as fire, the other as serene as a star. A duel between two breathtaking prodigies of starkly contrasting styles. Kelly swayed her hips, brimming with wild power, leaping onto the arena, beckoning to AI-chan. Cold beauty, come. Let me see if your light can pierce through my fire. AI-chan maintained an expressionless demeanor as she gracefully ascended the arena. her steps reminiscent of celestial bodies gliding across the night sky, her luminous sword quietly coalescing in her grasp, as you wish. In an instant, the battle erupted. Kelly let out a ferocious roar, her body radiating a crimson tempest of primal energy, akin to a roaring lion ablaze. She unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each strike imbued with a wild ferocity, aiming to obliterate everything in her path as she relentlessly assaulted Ai Chun. Ai Chun, with an ethereal poise, wielded her luminous sword as if it were a flowing beam of moonlight, her swordplay exquisite and unparalleled. She harnessed the principles of light to their utmost, moving with astonishing speed, the blade flashing as it deftly sliced, refracted, and dissolved Kelly's ferocious flames. Boom, boom, clang, clang. The clash of crimson and pure white light sent shockwaves through the arena, causing it to tremble violently. Energy shockwaves relentlessly battered against the protective barrier, creating ripples that spread across its surface. Both combatants were stellar-level prodigies, equally matched in prowess, locked in a breathtaking struggle that left the audience gasping in awe. As Kelly became increasingly frenzied, her assaults grew more vicious, embodying the relentless spirit of a lioness. Meanwhile, Ai Chun remained composed, her swordsmanship as profound as the starry sky, meticulously searching for her opponent's weaknesses. The fierce confrontation raged on for several minutes. At last, Ai Chun seized a fleeting moment of Kelly's exertion, her starry eyes flashing with brilliance. The luminous sword surged forward, akin to a teleportation, aiming directly at Kelly's throat. In a moment of peril, Kelly's pupils constricted, and with a thunderous roar, she did not evade but rather retaliated with a punch aimed at Ai Chun's abdomen, prepared to exchange injury for injury. Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm voice interrupted, "That's enough." In the next heartbeat, a crimson figure, akin to a specter, interposed itself between the two. It was Chao Ming. He had audaciously stormed onto the arena. With both hands outstretched, he deftly seized the tip of Ai Chun's swiftly thrusting sword with one hand, while effortlessly capturing Kelly's ferocious fist with the other. Zzz. Ai Chun's luminous sword trembled in his grip, emitting a piercing hum, yet it could not penetrate further. Kelly's fist, capable of shattering mountains, was grasped in his hand, its immense power dissipating as if it had vanished into thin air. Both of their wild assaults were effortlessly neutralized by him. An immediate silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the man who commanded both light and fire at the center of the stage. Ai Chun's starry eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld her sword held captive, acutely aware of the unyielding, terrifying force emanating from it. Kelly's amber eyes brimmed with shock. She attempted to withdraw her fist, only to find her hand seemingly bound by the stars, utterly immobile. "You too." Chao Ming's gaze swept over the two stunning visages before him. Ai Chun's chill juxtaposed against Kelly's wild spirit. A mischievous smile graced his lips. "Whoever I harm, I shall feel pity. This match shall be deemed a draw." With that, he released his grip. Ai Chun abruptly retracted her sword, stumbling back a step, a hint of an unusual flush appearing on her otherwise icy countenance. Her breath quickened as she cast a complex gaze at Chao Ming. His domineering intrusion and flippant remarks had stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Kelly also retracted her fist, rubbing her slightly numbed wrist, rather than anger. Her eyes burned with a fiercer flame as she fixed her gaze upon Chao Ming. A mix of battle fervor and something more ignited within her. "You are indeed more formidable than you appear. Chao Ming, I increasingly wish to conquer you completely." Chao Ming met her wild yet enticing gaze with an even deeper smile before turning to descend from the arena. The electronic voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing the unforeseen circumstance, before ultimately announcing, "Due to special circumstances, this match is ruled a draw." The arena battles continued. However, following Chao Ming's astonishing intervention, the atmosphere of Group 99 transformed entirely. All the prodigies understood that there was only one absolute sovereign in this group. That was Chao Ming. His might had transcended the very concept of stellar-level strength. In his presence, even the extraordinary talents of Ai Chun and Kelly appeared to be mere pawns at his disposal. The subsequent matches lost all suspense. Chao Ming swept through the competition, achieving an unblemished victory. Ai Chun and Kelly, unsurprisingly, also secured their advancement. Ultimately, Chao Ming finished first in the group with an undeniable advantage, followed by Ai Chun in second and Kelly in third, as the three of them collectively earned the right to represent the Qianwu Universe Nation in the finals of the Intergalactic Human Genius Tournament. When the results were announced, an uproar of deafening cheers erupted from the stands. For the first time, Chao Ming's name resonated throughout the Qianwu Universe Nation. with an invincible presence. He entered the cosmic finals. As the arena dispersed, Chao Ming prepared to leave when Kelly approached him with determined strides, blocking his path. Her fiery hair billowing wildly. Chao Ming, in the finals, I shall surely defeat you. You are destined to be mine. Chao Ming regarded her wild allure and fiery physique. Then suddenly reached out, gently brushing his fingers along her smooth chin, his gesture both flirtatious and authoritative. Defeat me? Perhaps conquering me in a different manner would be easier. Kelly's body stiffened suddenly, a flicker of shock passing through her amber eyes, followed by an unusual flush on her face. Whether from anger or something else, it was unclear. She swiftly swatted Chao Ming's hand away. You scoundrel! Just wait and see. With that, she hurriedly turned and ran off. Chao Ming watched her retreating figure with a smile. This lioness was rather intriguing. Meanwhile, Ai Chen silently observed the scene, a glimmer of light flickering in her icy eyes before she turned and departed. The entire arena was captivated, the invincible presence deeply etched in their minds, his prestige greatly elevated. Target Kelly's conquest progress. 10. Due to her untamed nature. The desire for reverse conquest has intensified, and the relationship has entered a phase of fierce competition. Target Ai Chen's conquest progress. 5. Due to her aloof personality. Complex psychological changes have arisen in response to the host's domineering actions. The system notifications rang out in succession. Chao Ming felt elated. The arena battles were merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited him at the cosmic finals. There, even more superior prey awaited his hunt and conquest. The evil fire phoenix was poised to spread its wings and soar towards the vast cosmic stage. Chapter 22. The Final Battle of Qianwu. The Phoenix Dances Among the Stars, Part 1. The clamor of Qiong Yuxing gradually subsided, yet discussions within the Qianwu Universe Nation reached a fever pitch. Chao Ming's unparalleled dominance, crushing his contemporaries, was broadcast across countless star systems through the virtual cosmic network. His moniker, the Evil Fire Phoenix, swiftly gaining notoriety. Emerging as the most sought-after dark horse of this genius tournament, even overshadowing many seasoned contenders from established powers. Chao Ming, Ai Chen, and Kelly, who secured their spots in the finals, did not linger on Qiong Yuxing. Under the guidance of staff from the virtual cosmic company, they, along with nearly 10,000 other advancing prodigies from various regions of the Qianwu Universe Nation, boarded the colossal E-class spacecraft, Qianwu Hao, emblazoned with the virtual cosmic company's emblem. En route to the gathering place for the Intergalactic Human Genius Tournament Finals at the headquarters of the Virtual Cosmic Company, a temporary base beyond the initial universe. Known as Wanqing Island, the interior of the Qianwu Hao spaceship was vast, resembling a small city, with each prodigy equipped with their own independent training rooms and rest cabins. In his exclusive chamber, Chao Ming reflected upon the gains from this arena battle in the Qianwu Universe Nation. Besides the indisputable qualification, the Virtual Cosmic Company had awarded generous rewards based on rankings, a substantial amount of universal currency, rare cultivation resources, and most importantly, initial access rights and corresponding points to the core realms of the Virtual Cosmic Company. Chao Ming examined the permissions for the realms of heaven and earth. That was a sanctified training ground established by the Virtual Universe Company for its core prodigies, boasting cultivation conditions beyond the imagination of the outside world, with secret methods passed down through generations and guidance from formidable masters. For him, this undoubtedly represented an exceptional platform for rapidly enhancing his power and engaging with higher-level principles. Without hesitation, he promptly utilized his points to exchange for the first batch of precious resources and secretive methods aimed at comprehending the laws of flames and space. With the synergy of the Xiehua Fenghuang bloodline and the resources from the Tiandi Mijing, his strength was destined to experience a significant surge. Beep. Host detected to have acquired a vast array of resources and core permissions, resulting in a substantial optimization of the cultivation environment and a permanent increase in cultivation speed by 50, provisional. The system's notification was indeed a delightful addition. After several days of navigation through the dark universe, the Qianwu spacecraft trembled slightly as it exited the dark universe. Through the porthole, the scene before all the prodigies, including Chao Ming, evoked a sense of awe. It was an expanse of the cosmos that defied description. In the distance, a colossal celestial body, unimaginably vast and cloaked in chaotic energies, quietly floated. This was one of humanity's greatest marvels, the entrance to the primordial universe. Surrounding the periphery of the primordial universe was an enormous floating island, Wanqing Dao, constructed from countless shards of stars and exotic metals. At this moment, numerous transport vessels from the human factions across 1,008 cosmic nations were docked around Wanqing Dao. Each vessel exhibited diverse forms, technological levels, and styles, representing the various civilizations and races within the human domain. An overwhelming aura emanated from these ships, intertwining in a breathtaking torrent. Here gathered the most elite stellar prodigies from the human territories across the universe. Guided to a designated area, the Qianwu spacecraft gently docked at Wanqingdao. The hatch opened, and the prodigies from the Qianwu universe, led by Chao Ming, stepped onto the land of Wanqingdao. Instantly, it felt as though they had entered a seething furnace. The island was teeming with people. Prodigies from various cosmic nations and races formed clusters or stood apart. Some towered like small mountains, others bore wings, exuding an aura of the divine. Some were shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery, while others resembled earthlings but emanated a profound and unfathomable presence. Adorned in peculiar attire, each unique yet radiating powerful confidence and a fierce aura. Many gazes from the prodigies were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and even provocation as they surveyed the newly arrived Qianwu Universe team. Humph, yet another team from a mediocre cosmic nation has arrived. Look at that silver-haired woman. She has a cool demeanor. That red-haired girl is wild enough. Just my type. The black-haired lad leading them seems rather ordinary. Is he the best of Qianwu? Various languages of commentary flowed freely. The prodigies from the Qianwu universe suddenly felt a wave of pressure, with several faces changing color, instinctively tightening their formation. However, Chao Ming remained composed, his gaze piercing through the crowd as his Xiahua bloodline stirred slightly, as if sensing the presence of numerous high-quality fuels. His eyes quickly locked onto several particularly powerful targets, a tall, slender figure enveloped in black energy, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Was this a super prodigy from the Masha race? A young savage clad in an ancient white battle robe, wielding a massive axe. With a gaze akin to a primordial beast, was he from Mancaxing? A mysterious being seemingly composed of concentrated light. Its features indistinct yet emanating a disquieting wave of laws. These were his true rivals. Aichin furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of gravity flashing in her starry eyes as she instinctively moved closer to Chao Ming, as if in this unfamiliar and hostile environment. Only his presence could offer her an inexplicable sense of security, though she was reluctant to admit it. Kelly, on the other hand, excitedly licked her lips, her amber eyes sparkling as they scanned the powerful alien prodigies around her, her face brimming with wild combat spirit. Wow, so many tough-looking contenders. This is going to be fun. At that moment, a group of flamboyantly dressed, arrogant youths surrounded them, blocking the path of the Qianwu Universe team. The leader, with flaming red hair and serpent-like pupils, exuded an aura that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of stellar power, accompanied by a searing yet chilling presence. The red-haired, serpent-eyed youth cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, ultimately landing his gaze on Chao Ming, and spoke in the universal language. I heard that this year's cohort has a certain Xiahua Fengwang among you. Is that you? You don't look like much. I am Qi Yan from the Yanxi universe. I'll give you a chance to concede now and withdraw, or you might embarrass yourself in the finals, or worse, lose your life. His companions erupted in laughter, oozing provocation. The prodigies from the Qianwu universe glared furiously, but upon sensing the unabashedly powerful aura emanating from their opponents, many felt a mix of anger and apprehension. Before Chao Ming could respond, Kelly impulsively stepped forward, her fiery figure nearly pressing against Qi Yan, and shouted, "Where did this long worm come from? Spouting venom here? Do you want to fight? I'm up for it." Qi Yan's serpent-like eyes narrowed, his cold gaze fixed on Kelly's voluptuous form and wild visage. His forked tongue flicking across his lips, "A lioness? Quite spicy. I like it. Once the competition starts, I'll take good care of you." Before he could finish, Chao Ming moved. He didn't even glance at Qi Yan. Instead, he casually raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers at the void. A barely noticeable crimson spark, akin to a teleportation, instantly appeared before Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression changed dramatically, his slit pupils narrowing as an eruption of crimson, serpent-like flames shielded his form. Yet, with a mere thud, the spark pierced through his flame shield effortlessly, striking precisely at his brow. Ugh! Qi Yan let out a short, pained cry. Stumbling backward as a charred spot appeared on his forehead, an intense and peculiar mental shock surged into his mind, causing him excruciating pain, and he nearly collapsed. His companions fell silent in astonishment, staring at the scene in shock. The entire area fell abruptly silent. Many prodigies from other cosmic nations turned in disbelief. Qi Yan, a top 100 powerhouse in the Yanxi universe, had been effortlessly defeated and caught off guard by a mere flick of the finger. Chao Ming then slowly turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over Qi Yin and his now silent companions. Leave. Or die. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling aura that resonated with an absolute authority. Qi Yin, gritting his teeth against the pain and dizziness, looked at Chao Ming with eyes filled with horror and fear. He no longer dared to maintain any arrogance, and with a defeated demeanor, he hurriedly retreated with his companions, disappearing into the crowd. The prodigies from the Qianwu universe instantly felt a surge of relief and pride, their gazes toward Chao Ming filled with admiration and respect. Kelly's amber eyes sparkled as she looked at Chao Ming, unabashedly exclaiming, "Wow, that was so domineering. I love it." Aichen's starry eyes also flashed with intrigue, but quickly returned to their usual composure. Ignoring the reactions around him, Chao Ming led his team directly to the resting area of the Qianwu universe. This minor incident spread rapidly across Wanqingdao like a stone thrown into a lake. The name Xiehua Fenghuang Chao Ming entered the sights of many top prodigies across the universe for the first time, marked as an extremely dangerous entity not to be trifled with. After settling in, the procedures for the finals were soon announced. The grand finals of the Universal Genius Battle will unfold within a specially designated divine battlefield in the virtual cosmos. The rules are equally ruthless. All geniuses will be thrust into an immense battlefield, engaging in unrestricted chaos. The final rankings will be determined based on kill points and survival standings, with the top 1,000 securing the opportunity to cultivate in the primordial chaos city of the initial universe. Moreover, those in the top 100 will gain immediate membership in the core realms of the virtual universe company. The stakes are higher, the competition fiercer, and the rewards astonishing. All geniuses are eager, and the atmosphere is charged with tension. On the eve of the competition, Chao Ming is in his resting chamber, meditating. The doorbell chimes, and Feng Yi goes to answer it. Moments later, she returns with news. "Master, Miss Ai Chun and Miss Kelly are here." Chao Ming raises an eyebrow slightly. "Let them in." As the door slides open, Ai Chun and Kelly enter, one after the other. Ai Chun is clad in a cool white training outfit, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, her starry eyes reflecting a hint of complexity and hesitation. Kelly, on the other hand, wears a striking red tank top and shorts, unabashedly surveying Chao Ming's chamber with a grin that exudes excitement. "Is there something you need?" Chao Ming inquires, his gaze sweeping over the two women. Ai Chun takes a deep breath, her cold voice breaking the silence. "Chao Ming, the finals are fraught with danger. Numerous powerful beings from other cosmic nations are participating, including some legendary beings from our own Qianwu cosmic nation. Perhaps we could consider a temporary alliance." Her words seem to come with difficulty, her fair cheeks flushing slightly. Kelly interjects boldly, "Exactly. While I would love to take you down myself, I would rather not let those misfits get the jump on us. Let us join forces for now, clear out the outsiders, and then settle our score later." Her amber eyes gleam with a wild challenge as she fixes her gaze on Chao Ming. Chao Ming observes the two exquisite genius maidens before him, one exuding an icy aloofness, the other a fiery wildness, both now seeking his collaboration due to external pressures. This is rather intriguing. He rises and approaches them, his eyes lingering on their delicate features and graceful forms, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "An alliance? Very well. However, my terms are non-negotiable." His presence radiates an undeniable dominance, mingled with a seductive allure that momentarily halts their breath. Ai Chen's eyelashes flutter as she slightly turns her head. "Agreed." Kelly grins broadly. "No problem. As long as you're strong, I'll follow your lead." "Excellent." Chao Ming extends his hand. "Then let our collaboration be fruitful." He clasps Ai Chen's cool, slender hand and Kelly's warm, robust one, their contrasting textures evoking intriguing thoughts. Both women instinctively stiffen, attempting to withdraw their hands. But Chao Ming holds them firmly. Ai Chen's earlobes turn crimson, a flicker of panic crossing her starry gaze. Kelly, momentarily taken aback, then squeezes back with a challenge in her raised brow. "Nice grip, huh?" Chao Ming chuckles lightly and releases their hands. "Tomorrow, stay close to me. I'll lead you to a commendable ranking." His tone is calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. Ai Chun and Kelly exchange glances, sensing a complex emotion reflected in each other's eyes. Perhaps even they are unaware that in the face of Chao Ming's overwhelming strength and charisma, their attitudes are subtly shifting. Temporary alliance established with targets Ai Chun and Kelly, relationship deepening, conditions for conquest maturing. Harem aura effect slightly activated, temporary team energy recovery speed 3. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chao Ming gazes out at the vast starry sea and the multitude of formidable opponents, his eyes ablaze with ambition. The stage for the finals has been set. The hunt for the universe's elite geniuses and the conquest of a magnificent banquet of beauty is about to commence. The infernal phoenix shall truly make its name known across the cosmos in this endeavor. Chapter 23, Divine Battlefield. Phoenix Flames Burning the Heavens, Part 1. The clamor of Wanxing Island reaches a fever pitch as the finals commence. Over 1 million pinnacle stellar geniuses from 1,008 cosmic nations connect their consciousness to the virtual universe, immersing themselves in the vast and unimaginably expansive divine battlefield created specifically for this grand contest. Chao Ming's consciousness descends, finding itself amidst a desolate and shattered expanse of colossal meteorites. As he surveys the surroundings, countless massive meteorites float in the void, with shattered stars glimmering in the distance. Even further, the flickering lights of other geniuses arriving can be faintly discerned. The entire battlefield is boundless, its environment complex and ever-changing, rife with unknown dangers. A chilling announcement echoes in the minds of every genius. The divine battlefield has begun. Rules: unrestricted chaos. Eliminate opponents to gain points. Final rankings will be determined by points and survival time. Death results in elimination. May you all survive. The slaughter commences instantly. In the distance, the blinding light of energy explosions coincides with the chilling screams of despair. The geniuses, upon arrival, waste no time and launch attacks on the nearest opponents. Chao Ming stands atop a massive meteorite, his expression calm. His soul power spreads like a tide, enveloping an area of hundreds of kilometers in an instant. The positions and intensity of all geniuses within this range manifest in his mind like a three-dimensional map. To the southwest at 37 degrees, 80 kilometers away, a 3-person team, the highest being stellar level 9. To the southeast at 12 degrees, 120 kilometers away, a 5-person team exhibiting fluctuations of a special combined formation. Below him, hidden behind a meteorite, a solitary figure adept in stealth. He does not seek out AI Chun and Kelly. In this chaotic battlefield, they possess their own means of survival. A temporary alliance does not necessitate constant protection. True strength must be forged in the fires of battle. Let us begin with you. Chao Ming's gaze locks onto the southwestern trio, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from his position. In the next moment, he appears like a phantom behind the 3 cautious alien geniuses. One has blue-scaled skin, another appears as if composed of rock, and the last has transparent wings sprouting from their back, all emanating formidable auras. However, they scarcely have time to react. Chao Ming's fingers, poised like blades, strike out casually. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 finely honed crimson fire lines flash through the air, precisely piercing the back of their skulls. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 corpses collapse to the ground, instantly dissipating into white light. Points 3, a swift execution, as effortless as squashing 3 ants. Chao Ming hardly glances at the aftermath, his form flickering once more as he lunges toward his next target. He weaves through the meteorite field at high speed, akin to a precise and efficient harbinger of death. Within the range of his soul perception, all locked targets, whether solitary or in groups, regardless of their cosmic nation or special abilities, find themselves unable to withstand his casual strikes. The infernal fire manifests as threads, piercing the void. At times, it coalesces into a colossal hand, shattering meteorites along with any hidden foes. At other moments, it expands into a domain, instantaneously reducing all enemies within its reach to ashes. His points escalate at a pace that breeds despair. On the leaderboard, Chao Ming, Qianwu Cosmic Nation, skyrockets, rapidly ascending into the top 10,000, momentum unabated. His rampage soon draws attention from those nearby. Be cautious. There's a flame-wielding monster. It's Chao Ming from Qianwu Cosmic Nation, the one who crushed AI Chun in the preliminaries. Run. Don't let him lock onto you. Panic begins to spread. Many prodigies, upon witnessing the iconic crimson energy of Chao Ming, were so terrified that their souls seemed to flee their bodies, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, fleeing was utterly futile. Chao Ming's speed far surpassed their imagination. Often, in the blink of an eye, he would be upon them, dispatching their lives with a mere flick of his hand. Within a brief half-hour, the number of talented individuals who perished at his hands exceeded 100, and his score steadily entered the top 1,000. Such efficient slaughter finally attracted the attention of a true powerhouse. Boom! A violent thunderbolt rent the void, striking fiercely at Chao Ming, who was in pursuit of a group of prodigies. The thunder's might was immense, far exceeding the stellar level. Evidently wielding some powerful secret technique or artifact, Chao Ming paused momentarily, casually slapping his hand, and the crimson malevolent fire transformed into a shield, effortlessly extinguishing the thunder. He turned his gaze, and not far away, a towering figure enveloped in lightning stood suspended in midair. His bronze skin glistened, a single horn protruded from his forehead, and his eyes burned with a fierce battle intent. The Thunder Madman of Lei Universe Nation? Xiao Ming recognized him from the intelligence recorded by the Virtual Universe Company. He was a top 10 super prodigy, known for his ferocious attacks. Xiao Ming, your points will belong to me, Thunder Madman roared, his hands gripping the air as boundless thunder coalesced into a colossal hammer of the Thunder God, descending upon Xiao Ming with a cataclysmic force. The might of this strike sent shivers down the spines of prodigies watching from afar. Xiao Ming's gaze remained indifferent, even too lethargic to employ Evil Phoenix Break. He simply met the hammer with a single punch, his fist enveloped in swirling crimson, malevolent fire. Boom! The clash of fist and hammer erupted with a deafening roar, and the terrifying shockwave shattered the surrounding meteors into dust. The sinister smile on Thunder Madman's face froze instantly as he felt an indescribable, searing heat with an eerie corrosive force surge violently into his arm through the Thunder God hammer. Crack! The hammer he had conjured was instantly riddled with cracks before exploding violently. Spitting blood, Thunder Madman was thrown backward, his arm contorted and twisted, as if he had been struck by an ancient behemoth, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. His full power strike had been effortlessly shattered by a mere punch from his opponent. Too weak, Xiao Ming remarked blandly, his figure shadowing Thunder Madman as he swiftly pursued him, pointing a finger at his forehead. No! Thunder Madman let out a desperate howl, desperately activating his protective artifact. A thick layer of thunderous shield materialized instantly. However, with a hiss, Xiao Ming's finger pierced through the thunder shield like a red-hot iron rod through ice, striking his forehead. Thunder Madman's body went rigid, his gaze instantly losing focus, and he transformed into a burst of white light, vanishing. Points, 52. Eliminating a top-ranking prodigy grants higher points. The top 10 prodigy of Lei Universe Nation had been slain in an instant. The prodigies observing from a distance were terrified to their core, no longer daring to linger, and fled in a frenzy. Xiao Ming did not even glance at the spot where Thunder Madman had disappeared. His gaze turned further afield. He could sense several more powerful auras drawn in by the commotion. Just in time, a cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ming's lips as he moved to meet them. The ensuing moments became a showcase of Xiao Ming's prowess. He actively sought out those super prodigies renowned for their high rankings on the points board, systematically crushing them with overwhelming force. A genius girl from the Huanyu Universe Nation, skilled in illusions and mental attacks, ranked within the top 50, attempted to ensnare Xiao Ming in a mirage, only to be repelled by the inherent mental allure and pressure of his malevolent fire lineage. Screaming in agony as her mind shattered, and she was effortlessly incinerated by Xiao Ming, a rock giant prodigy from the Juyin star domain. Boasting invincible stellar-level defenses and ranked within the top 30, found his proud rock armor shattered by a single punch of Evil Phoenix Break, his massive form splintering into pieces. A winged prodigy from the Guang Universe Nation, renowned for his speed and ranked within the top 20, tried to evade with his swiftness but was overtaken by Xiao Ming's even greater speed, his splendid wings ignited by malevolent fire, turning to ashes amidst his screams. Slaughter. Domination. Unstoppable. Xiao Ming's name ascended the points board at a terrifying pace, swiftly penetrating the top 100, then the top 50, and finally the top 20. His notorious reputation spread like a plague throughout the entire divine battlefield. The words Evil Fire Phoenix became synonymous with death and invincibility. Many prodigies quaked in fear, daring not to confront him. Just as Xiao Ming cleared a region and ranked 15th in points, he sensed familiar auras under siege. It was Ai Chun and Kelly. They seemed to have regrouped, but were now embroiled in a fierce battle. The attackers were an elite squad from the Mo Sha Universe Nation, consisting of 7 members, each at the peak of the 9th level of stellar rank, working in perfect harmony with vicious and uncanny assaults, clearly a team specifically designed to hunt powerful groups. Ai Chun was surrounded by shimmering starlight, wielding her light sword in a defensive dance, but her pallor betrayed her exhaustion, gasping for breath as her energy was clearly depleted. Kelly, like an enraged lioness, had her crimson energy raging, her fists raining down strikes, yet again and again, they were thwarted by the enemy's bizarre formation. Her body marred by several wounds, her wild face etched with unyielding fury. 2 little beauties, can you hold on any longer? The leader of the Mo Sha team, shrouded in shadow, let out a raspy laugh. Hand over your points and play along with us. Perhaps we can spare your lives? In your dreams, Kelly shouted furiously, disregarding her injuries, and once again unleashed a punch toward the speaker, but he easily dodged, the backlash from the formation causing blood to trickle from her lips. A glint of resolution flashed in Ai Chen's starry eyes, seemingly preparing to employ some forbidden technique. Just then, a calm yet chilling voice echoed. "Did you ask for my permission to attack?" Suddenly, a crimson figure, like a meteor descending from the heavens, burst into the fray. Chao Ming had arrived. He did not even glance at the members of the Mo Sha team, but directly positioned himself in front of Ai Chun and Kelly. "Chao Ming!" The two girls exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with disbelief, surprise, and an inexplicable sense of relief. Chao Ming's gaze swept over their disheveled appearances. The blood on Kelly's lips and Ai Chen's pale countenance causing a flicker of crimson light to ignite in his eyes. He reached out, placing his hands on the girls' backs. A surge of pure, searing malevolent fire energy flooded into their bodies. This energy not only caused them no harm, but bore a peculiar nurturing and restorative quality, swiftly replenishing their depleted energy, even healing Kelly's wounds at a visible rate. The two girls trembled simultaneously, feeling a warm current flow through their limbs. Their fatigue vanishing in an instant, their strength exceeding that of their prime. They looked at Chao Ming in astonishment. Ai Chen's cool gaze flickered with complexity, while Kelly's amber eyes brimmed with wonder and something else entirely. "Stay behind," Chao Ming commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He then slowly turned to face the 7 members of the Mo Sha elite squad, who appeared apprehensive. "Chao Ming," the leader's shadowy voice quivered with fear. "This is our business with them. It does not concern you." Before he could finish, Chao Ming moved. He had no interest in conversing. His figure blurred instantaneously, transforming into 7 crimson afterimages, simultaneously lunging toward the 7. "Form a formation," the shadowy leader shrieked in horror. 7 figures converged in an instant, their eerie black energy intertwining to form a flawless defensive formation. Yet, with a single, effortless punch, the true form of Chao Ming emerged at the core of the array, unleashing the technique known as Xia Huangpa. A colossal red phoenix, wreathed in flames, screeched as it crashed into the black formation. The seemingly impenetrable array shattered like paper. The 7 prodigious talents of Mo Sha simultaneously spewed blood, hurtling backward, their eyes filled with unending terror. Chao Ming flickered again, moving with a speed akin to teleportation among the retreating 7. With each blink, another was consumed by white light, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the formidable, well-coordinated 7 were utterly annihilated. Score, 215. Chao Ming's score surged dramatically, propelling him into the top 10. His form solidified as he descended, surrounded by swirling dark flames, resembling a war god. Ai Chun and Kelly stood in awe, gazing at his imposing silhouette, witnessing his overwhelming might, rendered momentarily speechless. Chao Ming turned to the 2 women, asking if they were still able to fight. Ai Chun took a deep breath, her starry eyes rekindling with determination as she vigorously nodded. Kelly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her amber eyes blazing with fervor as a wild smile spread across her face. "Nonsense. That was merely a warm-up. Now, it's our turn to counterattack." "Very well," Chao Ming replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Follow me, and I shall lead you into the top 100. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the distant area where intense energy fluctuations could be felt. Ai Chun and Kelly exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and a thrill ignited by his formidable power. Without hesitation, they summoned their primordial energy and followed closely behind. One was ablaze like fire, another shone like stars, and the third exuded a wild fury. Together, they formed a sharp arrowhead, charging into the most chaotic and fierce core of the battlefield of gods. Wherever they passed, obstacles fell before them. The dark flames scorched the heavens, dimming the stars. Chao Ming's score ascended at an even faster pace, surging toward the highest throne. The true tempest of the finals was unleashed by his own hand. Chapter 24, Battlefield of the Gods, Fiery Phoenix, Part 2. The arrowhead formed by Chao Ming, Ai Chun, and Kelly pierced into the heart of the most chaotic and brutal core of the battlefield of gods, akin to a searing blade. This was the hunting ground of the top contenders on the scoreboard, a veritable meat grinder. The cacophony of energy collisions, the intertwining of laws, and the screams of the dying echoed, far more intense than in the outer regions. Chao Ming charged ahead, unleashing his dark fire primordial energy, without reservation. No longer content with hunting single targets, he directly plunged into the large battle formations engaged in fierce conflict. "Dark fire domain, incinerate," Chao Ming bellowed, his crimson flames wildly expanding and enveloping a radius of several thousand meters in an instant. Within the domain, the temperature soared to a terrifying level, warping the air and melting meteors. More alarmingly, the flames contained the annihilation properties and mental allure of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Those with weaker strength would instantly find their primordial energy dissipating and their minds collapsing. "Ah, it's Chao Ming. Run." The cries of despair echoed. Several battle formations, each composed of dozens of talented individuals, were swiftly engulfed by the sea of crimson flames. Countless prodigies, unable to muster any resistance, vanished in despair as white light. Chao Ming's score skyrocketed like a volcanic eruption, instantly breaking into the top 5. Then the top 3, Ai Chun and Kelly, followed closely behind, their hearts shaken by the spectacle. They, too, were top-tier talents, yet they had never witnessed such a domineering and efficient method of clearing the battlefield. It was not merely combat, it was a harvest. What a monster! Kelly couldn't help but mutter, her amber eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. He's just too cool. Ai Chen's usually cold demeanor was now filled with gravity, her starry eyes reflecting the blazing crimson of destruction. Her grip on the light sword tightened as she realized her once proud mastery of light seemed somewhat pale in comparison to this pure, domineering force of annihilation. Chao Ming's ferocious actions instantly drew the attention of all the top powers in the core region. "Chao Ming, do not be so arrogant." A thunderous roar echoed. Like a clap of thunder, a massive axe shadow tore through the sea of flames, wielded with the might to rend the heavens, striking fiercely toward Chao Ming. The assailant was a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like a savage war god, a super genius from Manka Star, Rong Jun. He ranked second on the scoreboard. At the same time, a silent shadow, like a venomous serpent, slithered toward Chao Ming from behind, aiming for his heart. It was a mysterious genius from the Mo Sha clan, ranked 4th. Further away, a pure, sacred beam, imbued with extreme penetrating power, shot toward Chao Ming's brow like a spear of judgment. This was the first genius from the Guangyin universe, ranked 3rd. The 3 top-tier powerhouses had all simultaneously chosen to strike at Chao Ming, clearly sensing the lethal threat he posed, forcing them to momentarily ally. "Be careful, Minggu," Kelly exclaimed, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Ai Chen's starry eyes narrowed, her light sword igniting instantly. "Step back," Chao Ming shouted coldly, not retreating but instead igniting an even fiercer battle spirit in his eyes. "Come at me." The dark fire primordial energy surged violently within him. Facing the assault of the 3 formidable opponents, he neither flinched nor evaded, suddenly forming seals with both hands. Nirvana, Dark Phoenix, true form. Boom! A sound reminiscent of ancient primordial phoenix cries reverberated across the battlefield. An unimaginable brilliance and heat erupted from Chao Ming as an enormous phoenix. Its wings spanning the sky and composed entirely of crimson dark flames emerged behind him, enveloping him. This phoenix apparition was solidified, its feathers distinct, eyes gazing down with a terrifying aura that could incinerate all and beguile souls. This was the initial manifestation of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. The enormous axe struck the phoenix's wings, producing a deafening clash of metal. Rong Jun's expression shifted drastically as he felt a terrifying rebound force, causing his grip to falter and blood to seep from his mouth. He stared in disbelief at the immovable flaming wings. The shadowy assassin from the Mo Sha clan pierced through the phoenix apparition, only to be consumed by the searing dark flames, vanishing without a trace. The assassin let out a muffled groan, his form staggering into view, eyes filled with horror. The judgment beam from the Guangyin genius struck the phoenix's head, merely creating ripples before being assimilated and devoured by the dark flames. The combined might of 3 top-tier powerhouses was effortlessly thwarted by Chao Ming alone. How is this possible? The 3 exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with disbelief. "Now it is my turn." Chao Ming's icy voice echoed from within the phoenix apparition. The dark phoenix let out a resounding cry, its wings suddenly unfurling. World-burning starfall. Countless crimson fire meteors erupted from the phoenix's wings like a torrential downpour, raining down upon Rong Jun, the Mo Sha genius, and the Guangyin genius. Each meteor was infused with terrifying annihilation power and mental shock. The 3's expressions changed dramatically as they summoned their abilities to defend desperately. Rong Jun roared, swinging his massive axe to shatter the meteors, yet was forced to retreat, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Mo Sha genius flickered like a ghost, but still found himself struck by the meteors, his shadowy form dissipating amidst anguished cries. The radiant genius, Guangyi, upheld a sacred light shield, which trembled violently under the onslaught of meteors, quickly becoming riddled with cracks. They were utterly suppressed, rendered powerless to retaliate. In the distance, AI Chun and Kelly gazed in astonishment, their hearts racing in turmoil. They understood the strength of Chao Ming, yet could scarcely fathom it to such an extent. 1 against 3, overwhelming the top 3 contenders on the leaderboard? This was nothing short of a myth. Chao Ming's gaze remained indifferent as he prepared to decisively eliminate the 3 adversaries. Suddenly, a subtle yet lethal wave of energy surged from afar, locking onto his vulnerable back. It was a nearly transparent, hair-thin poison needle, imbued with a sinister force specifically designed to corrode the essence of the soul and life itself. The ambusher was exceptionally well concealed, striking at a most opportune moment, right as Chao Ming unleashed his full power. "Be careful!" AI Chun and Kelly simultaneously screamed in horror. Yet Chao Ming seemed to possess eyes behind him. Just before the needle could strike, the phantom of the evil fire phoenix abruptly shifted to the side. The needle narrowly missed its target, grazing the phoenix's wing and igniting a flicker of crimson flame. "Humph, a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows." Chao Ming snorted coldly, his gaze flashing like lightning as he instantly pinpointed a seemingly inconspicuous fragment of a meteorite thousands of kilometers away. He paid no mind to the ambushing needle. The phantom of the evil fire phoenix opened its massive mouth and unleashed a concentrated pillar of crimson fire toward the meteorite fragment. "No!" A shrill and despairing scream erupted from within the fragment. Boom! The meteorite fragment, along with a hidden ambusher skilled in soul assassination and ranked among the top 10 peculiar geniuses, was instantly engulfed by the fiery column, reduced to nothingness. Another top genius had fallen. At that moment, the poison needle that had grazed the phoenix's wing mysteriously twisted in midair, silently aiming for Chao Ming's temple once more. It was evidently a malicious artifact imbued with a certain sentience. Chao Ming appeared caught off guard. "Minggu!" Kelly's eyes widened in panic. Without a second thought, she unleashed her entire energy, transforming into a streak of crimson light, recklessly leaping toward the needle, intending to shield Chao Ming with her body. "Kelly!" AI Chen exclaimed, a look of determination flashing in her starry eyes as her light sword blazed to its utmost brilliance, a purifying beam shooting toward the needle. Sizzle! Kelly's fist and AI Chen's beam struck the needle almost simultaneously. The needle trembled violently, the sinister energy within it momentarily stalling under the dual impact of Kelly's wild force and AI Chen's purifying light. It was this brief hesitation that allowed Chao Ming to react. His eyes blazed with a fierce light as his fingers, like iron pincers, precisely clutched the exceedingly toxic needle. Hiss! The needle writhed violently at his fingertips, exuding corrosive black mist, but could not budge the fingers that harbored terrifying power. Chao Ming glanced at Kelly, who stood before him, a little pale and filled with a mix of fear and determination, and then at AI Chun, who was slightly out of breath, her gaze revealing a hint of concern, of which she herself was unaware. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you." He then exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The sinister needle was instantly crushed to powder. Loyalty and dependency towards Kelly significantly increased. Self-sacrificial behavior triggered a special reward. Permanent enhancement of original energy explosion power by 10. Emotional connection with AI Chen deepened. Concerned behavior triggered. Gaining a slight insight into the loss. The system prompt resonated at an opportune moment. Kelly paused for a moment. Then a rare blush crept onto her wild face as she awkwardly turned away. "Cut the nonsense. I just didn't want you to be ambushed. We haven't settled our score yet." However, her tone lacked the previous challenge, now laced with an unnoticeable softness. AI Chen also slightly turned her head, her cool expression seemingly a bit unnatural as she softly replied, "It was nothing." In light of this turn of events, the talents from Rongjun and the Mo Sha clan had already taken the opportunity to withdraw, their gazes towards Chao Ming filled with profound trepidation and fear. Devoid of any intent to fight, as they turned to flee, Chao Ming, disinterested in pursuing them, allowed the phantom of the evil fire phoenix to dissipate gradually. He surveyed the leaderboard. Rank 1. Chao Ming, Qianhui Universe Kingdom, points. Rank 2. Rongjun, Manka Star, points. Rank 3. His score was already overwhelmingly ahead. Unassailable at the pinnacle, the entire core battlefield descended into an eerie silence. All surviving geniuses gazed at that crimson figure as though beholding an invincible deity. None dared to provoke him further. The conclusion of the finals was already predetermined. Time passed, and at long last, a grand prompt resounded throughout the battlefield of the gods. Time's up. The battlefield of the gods is closing. The final of the cosmic human genius battle has concluded. Final rankings are locked. Congratulations to the top 1,000 for gaining entry into the initial universe chaotic city for cultivation. Congratulations to the top 100 for becoming core members of the Virtual Universe Company's Taichu Secret Realm. Congratulations to the first place, Chao Ming, awarded the ultimate victory of this competition. Chao Ming's name soared to the top, radiant and magnificent, illuminating the heavens. AI Chun and Kelly beheld the indisputable ranking, gazing at the towering and imposing figure beside them, their expressions complex, their hearts filled with shock, admiration, and a hint of an unarticulated flutter. Chao Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast starry sky simulated by the virtual universe, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, as if he had glimpsed a future of even greater grandeur. The Glory of the Earth chapter reached its zenith here, while the journey through the cosmos was just beginning. The evil fire phoenix would eventually engulf the starry seas, reigning supreme. Chapter 25. The Phoenix Crown Universe. Summoning the honored one, the slaughter in the battlefield of the gods came to a close, yet the virtual universe network erupted into unprecedented fervor. Chao Ming. This name exploded like a brilliant supernova, swiftly spreading across the 1,008 cosmic nations of the human race. With an absolute crushing stance, he swept through all stellar geniuses in the universe, reaching the pinnacle and securing the first place in this cosmic human genius battle. The title of Evil Fire Phoenix resounded throughout the universe. The Qianwu Universe Kingdom rejoiced, and Chao Ming's birthplace, Earth, was directly elevated to a prestigious elite planet by the Virtual Universe Company, receiving a vast influx of resources and a soaring status. The 10,000-star island became a sea of glory. The staff of the Virtual Universe Company received all surviving geniuses with the highest standards, especially those who ranked in the top 1,000. As Chao Ming, AI Chun, and Kelly emerged from the virtual chamber, they were immediately engulfed by countless fervent, adoring, and awestruck gazes. AI Chun's normally cold face displayed an unusual hint of relief and fatigue, her starry eyes flickering with complex emotions as she involuntarily glanced at Chao Ming. Meanwhile, Kelly excitedly waved her fist, her amber eyes sparkling with brilliance. Although she ultimately ranked 17th and did not make it into the top 10, she was unfazed and energetically patted Chao Ming on the shoulder. Huh? This is exhilarating. First place. You truly brought honor to Qianwu. But don't get too cocky. I will catch up to you eventually. Her tone remained wild, yet the genuine joy and sense of shared glory were unmistakable. Chao Ming appeared calm, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor and accolades. His gaze was profound, seemingly transcending the glory before him, turning instead towards the distant cosmos. This maturity and tranquility, surpassing his years, only added to his mystery and charm. Soon, a grand award ceremony was held in the central square of Wanqing Island. The minister of the Qianwu division of the Virtual Universe Company personally attended to present awards to the top 1,000 geniuses. When Chao Ming's name was called, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated upon him. Chao Ming ascended the stage with measured steps, clad in a simple black training outfit. His posture was upright, and his handsome face bore a hint of an enigmatic coldness, as if deep within his eyes, crimson flames flickered quietly. The minister of the Qianwu division, an immortal being with a presence as profound as the ocean, regarded the young man before him with awe and admiration. He personally bestowed upon Chao Ming a dark golden token engraved with the pattern of a fiery phoenix and a world ring radiating immense energy. Chao Ming, congratulations. The minister's voice was gentle yet authoritative. This is the identity token of a core member of the Taichu Secret Realm of the Virtual Universe Company, along with the full rewards for your first-place achievement. From today onward, you shall be the most central genius of our company, and we will devote our resources to help you reach the pinnacle. The mention of the Taichu Secret Realm elicited gasps from the audience. It was the core of the Virtual Universe Company, a sacred place coveted by countless geniuses. Chao Ming accepted the token and ring, and with a subtle sweep of his soul power, he sensed the vast treasures contained within the world ring, an abundance of mixed origin units, rare materials scarcely found in the outside world, profound insights into the laws of flames and spatial origins, and even a prototype of a flight telekinetic weapon suitable for stellar levels. Rewards so lavish they could make a realm master green with envy. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved first place in the Cosmic Genius Battle, completing a significant milestone event. Received Ultimate Conquest rewards. 1 Bloodline Evolution Points. 100. 2 Initial Awakening of the Evil Fire Phoenix Bloodline, Nirvana True Blood. A comprehensive transformation of physical strength, original force quality, and soul essence. Substantial increase in potential. 3 Acquired Special Secret Technique, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, Top-Tier Body Technique Prototype. 4 obtained special privilege, early access to the initial universe chaotic city, and the ability to choose a cosmic venerable level expert as a mentor. Servant aura effect enhanced. Cultivation speed 20, comprehension efficiency 15. A surge of immense energy and esoteric information flooded into Chao Ming's body. It felt as if every cell within him was rejoicing, undergoing a fundamental sublimation. The evil fire original force became more refined and pure, tinged with a faint golden hue. Its power exponentially increased. His soul perception sharpened, achieving a new height of affinity with the laws. More importantly, the condensation of that drop of Nirvana true blood signified that his evil Fire Phoenix bloodline was truly beginning to unveil its terrifying potential as a top-tier cosmic bloodline. His future achievements were boundless. Chao Ming suppressed the turmoil within and nodded slightly to the minister. "Thank you." His calm reaction drew the attention of the minister and the crowd once more. This child's temperament was indeed extraordinary. The awards continued, with Ai Chun, ranked 9th, Kelly, ranked 17th, and Luo Feng, ranked 3rd, receiving their respective rewards and identities in the secret realm. After the ceremony concluded, all the finalists received a notification from the Virtual Universe Company. In 3 days, they would collectively head to the initial universe chaotic city to commence a 30-year cultivation journey. Everyone returned to their resting cabins to digest the immense gains and joy. As Chao Ming entered his cabin, still yet to thoroughly examine his rewards, a gentle yet irresistible voice resonated directly in his mind. "Chao Ming, come to Hall 1. The tone was unassuming but carried an authority beyond the mundane, as if it emanated from the very laws of the universe. Was it an immortal? No, even stronger. Chao Ming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he rose and made his way to the VIP Hall 1 of the spaceship. Upon opening the door, he found only 2 individuals inside. One was the minister of the Qinwu division, who stood respectfully to the side. The other, seated in the main position, was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. His appearance ordinary, yet seemingly fused with the surrounding space. His eyes flickered with the essence of cosmic creation and destruction. Merely by sitting there, the entire hall appeared to warp slightly around him, an invisible yet soul-chilling pressure emanating, expertly controlled to avoid suffocation. A cosmic venerable. Chao Ming realized instantly. Only a cosmic venerable could possess such terrifying presence. "Chao Ming, this is our 9 Swords Venerable of the Virtual Universe Company," the minister introduced with reverence. Chao Ming bowed. "Neither overly humble nor arrogant. I have met the 9 Swords Venerable." The 9 Swords Venerable's gaze fell upon Chao Ming, as if he could see through all his secrets. Chao Ming suddenly felt a momentary stagnation in his evil fire original force, but the drop of Nirvana true blood deep within his bloodline began to warm up, radiating a proud and unyielding will that countered most of the pressure. The 9 Swords Venerable let out a soft exclamation, surprise flashing in his eyes. Such a unique bloodline, such strong life essence. No wonder you can unleash such combat power with a stellar-level body. He paused, then asked in a calm tone, "Chao Ming, you have secured first place in this genius battle, showcasing extraordinary talent. As per convention, you may choose a cosmic venerable as your mentor in the chaotic city. I observe your combat style is fierce and decisive, and your talent in the laws of fire is remarkably high. Though different from my 9-kill sword Dao, there exists a thread of connection. Would you be willing to enter my tutelage?" The minister of the Qinwu division listened enviously from the side. For a cosmic venerable to actively take on a disciple was an immense honor. However, Chao Ming remained exceptionally composed. He had already acquired extensive information about the various venerables within the Virtual Universe Company through his system privileges. Although the 9 Swords Venerable was powerful, he was not the most compatible mentor for his evil Fire Phoenix bloodline. He bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet resolute. "Thank you for your kind offer, Venerable. However, I have my own aspirations for a different path of cultivation, which may diverge from your teachings, and I do not wish to hinder your profound pursuits." At this declaration, the minister's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Chao Ming would refuse the personal invitation of a cosmic venerable. Yet, the 9 Swords Venerable did not show anger. Rather, admiration grew in his gaze. Not arrogant, not hasty, with a firm conviction, "Well done. In that case, I shall not press the matter. The Virtual Universe Company is replete with strong individuals, and there will be other teachers more suited to your needs. Take this jade slip. Should you change your mind in the future or encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may contact me with it." With a flick of his finger, a green jade slip fell into Chao Ming's hand. "Thank you, Venerable." Chao Ming accepted the jade slip and bowed once more. The goodwill of a venerable was invaluable. The Nine Swords Venerable nodded, his figure gradually fading, as though merging into the void. The minister of the Qianwu division exhaled, smiling wryly at Chao Ming. You truly possess remarkable courage. However, since the Venerable bore you no ill will and even granted you a token, it is your fortune. Prepare well. Your journey to the chaotic city is your true starting point. I understand, Chao Ming replied with a nod. After leaving Hall 1, he returned to his cabin. His mood calm. He did not regret refusing the Nine Swords Venerable. His path was destined to be unique. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking within as he began to fully merge with the Nirvana true blood and comprehend the Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens secret technique. 3 days later, the Qianwu spaceship arrived near the legendary entrance of the initial universe. All the geniuses gathered in the observation hall, gazing in awe at the gigantic cosmic membrane, its surface flowing with chaotic energies. The initial universe had arrived, the sacred ground for the cultivation of the human race. At the very moment the spacecraft was about to enter the primordial cosmos, Chao Ming's communicator suddenly chimed, revealing a message of utmost priority from the internal system of the Virtual Universe Company. The message was succinct yet caused Chao Ming's gaze to sharpen. Your Highness Chao Ming, by decree of the Tian Shi Palace Master, you are invited to visit the Tian Shi Palace upon your arrival at Chaos City. The Tian Shi Palace Master, one of the most formidable sovereigns of the Virtual Universe Company, the closest being to the essence of the cosmos within the human race. Commanding the Tian Shi Palace and safeguarding the borders of humanity, he was renowned and possessed unfathomable power. More importantly, as Chao Ming was aware, the Tian Shi Palace Master had achieved his dominion through the mastery of the laws of fire and space, aligning perfectly with his own bloodline of the Xie Huifeng Wang. A smile graced Chao Ming's lips, as he realized that his first-place ranking and the latent potential of his bloodline had indeed captured the attention of a true heavyweight. This was only fitting. Chao Ming stowed away the communicator, his gaze ablaze as he looked toward the increasingly imminent entrance to the Chaos Universe. Chaos City, Tian Shi Palace. A new journey and a higher starting point were unfolding before him. The phoenix shall sing in the heavens, echoing throughout the chaos. Chapter 26. Entering the Chaos. Summoned by the Tian Shi Palace, the Qianwu spacecraft glided into the vast, chaotic membrane of the cosmos, as if traversing through a viscous and weighty curtain of energy. In an instant, all the prodigies felt an unprecedented, ancient, and boundless aura enveloping them. It was as if they had traversed time and space, returning to the primordial era of the universe's inception when the laws of existence were first manifested. Inside the spacecraft, the light dimmed, the space slightly warped, and the fluctuations of various laws became exceptionally clear and vibrant. Even the naked eye could perceive strands of foundational laws swirling and perishing. Is this the primordial cosmos? My goodness, I feel my understanding of space has become remarkably clearer. The essence of the fire law is so vivid. Gasps of astonishment erupted. All the prodigies greedily absorbed the unique cultivation environment, brimming with excitement. Chao Ming stood before the observation window, his eyes shimmering with crimson light. The malevolent fire force within him surged with unprecedented vigor and joy, as if a wandering child had returned home. The Nirvana true blood, deep within his bloodline, radiated warmth, resonating powerfully with the intensely active laws of fire and the deeper cosmic essence. His soul's perceptive abilities, nurtured by the chaotic currents, grew sharper, enabling him to effortlessly capture the intricate strands of laws that previously required great effort to discern. Indeed, this place is perfectly suited for me, Chao Ming mused. Here, his cultivation speed would surpass that of the outside world by hundreds or even thousands of times. As the spacecraft passed through the membrane, it officially entered the interior of the primordial cosmos. The spectacle before everyone was once again astonishing. It was not the starry sky they had imagined, but an endless void cloaked in pale gray chaotic currents. Within this void floated a colossal, ancient, and modeled city. The city walls stretched to the horizon, inscribed with countless intricate secret patterns, emanating a terrifying power capable of suppressing time and space. Above the city, 52 enormous, uniquely shaped chaotic steel phantoms slowly rotated, radiating diverse law auras. These were the foundational 52 chaotic steel of Chaos City. Here lay the sacred land of cultivation for the human race, Chaos City. The Qianwu spacecraft docked at the dedicated airfield outside Chaos City. Guided by the staff of the Virtual Universe Company, all prodigies disembarked and set foot on the land of Chaos City. Instantly, they were enveloped by a richer and purer chaotic airflow, making them feel utterly relaxed, as if every cell was breathing in the essence of the laws. Attention, everyone. A voice echoed, belonging to an immortal being clad in azure battle armor, resonating in each individual's mind. Chaos City is a crucial stronghold for humanity, with strict regulations. Do not intrude upon others' cultivation residences, do not engage in combat within the city, and do not desecrate the chaotic steel. Violators shall face severe punishment. Now, follow the guidance to report to the City Lord's mansion and receive your assigned cultivation quarters. Nearly 10,000 prodigies, filled with excitement and reverence, marched toward the imposing and ancient City Lord's mansion. Chao Ming, Ai Chun, and Kelly led the way. Ai Chun's cold visage bore a hint of astonishment, her starry eyes curiously surveying their surroundings, attuned to the rich fluctuations of the light laws. Kelly, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed around with sparkling amber eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is incredible. Fighting here must be exhilarating." Chao Ming maintained a calm demeanor, yet his soul's perception had already expanded, keenly experiencing the law environment that was so distinctly different from the outside world. He could sense that here, his Feng Wu Jiu Tian movement technique and Xia Huang Pa combat skills would receive immense nourishment and enhancement. The process of reporting and assigning quarters was swift. As a member of the Tai Chu secret realm, Chao Ming was allocated a prime cultivation residence, a small building with a private courtyard, where the concentration of chaotic airflow was even higher and conveniently close to the cultivation chambers of the chosen fire and space chaotic steel. Ai Chun and Kelly, as members of the Tian D secret realm, were assigned slightly inferior quarters, though still far superior to those in the outside world. Just as Chao Ming prepared to head to his quarters and familiarize himself with the surroundings, a figure clad in a silver uniform approached swiftly, emanating an unfathomable aura, and respectfully saluted, "Your Highness Chao Ming." "What is it?" Chao Ming inquired, directing his attention to him. "By decree of the Tian Shi Palace Master," the figure replied respectfully. "The Palace Master is aware of your arrival at Chaos City. He awaits you at the Tian Shi Palace. Please, follow me. Here it comes." A flutter of excitement surged within Chao Ming. The summons from the Tian Shi Palace Master had come swifter than he anticipated. Ai Chun and Kelly, hearing this, exchanged astonished glances. The Tian Shi Palace Master. He was one of the most prominent figures in the Virtual Universe Company, a cosmic overlord. To personally summon Chao Ming? Ai Chen's starry eyes flickered with complexity, deepening her gaze toward Chao Ming. Kelly's mouth fell agape, and she enthusiastically patted Chao Ming's shoulder. "You're amazing." Even the Tian Shi Palace Master is intrigued. "Hurry, we mustn't keep the esteemed one waiting." Chao Ming nodded to the two girls and then turned to the guide. "Lead the way." The guide respectfully took the lead, and the two followed closely, leaving the City Lord's mansion area and delving deeper into Chaos City. The interior of Chaos City was remarkably tranquil, with few pedestrians on the streets, most of whom were engrossed in their own cultivation. Occasionally, they encountered powerful immortal beings, and even a few cosmic sovereigns passing by, casting curious glances at the guide and Chao Ming. Before long, they arrived in the northwest region of Chaos City. The chaotic airflow here was even denser, almost materializing into fog. A palace, not particularly grand but entirely forged from a dark red metal, exuding an unsettling heat and majesty, stood in the center of an open square. Above the palace's grand entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 3 characters in the universal language of the cosmos, embodying the endless essence of the fire law, Tian Shi Palace. The temperature surrounding the palace was noticeably elevated, and the space slightly warped. "Please, enter," the guide said, halting outside the palace doors and bowing respectfully. "The palace master awaits you inside." Chao Ming took a deep breath, sensing the overwhelming and magnificent aura of the fire laws emanating from within the palace, akin to the core of a star. He adjusted his appearance and stepped toward the colossal doors that seemed forged from fire itself. The doors opened soundlessly. As Chao Ming stepped inside, it was as if he had entered an entirely different realm. All external sounds and auras were severed. The space within the palace was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, resembling an isolated universe of flames. Beneath his feet flowed a river of molten lava, while burning stars hung in the air, and the endless runes of the flame laws flickered and swirled in the void. A vast and majestic aura enveloped the surroundings, exuding a terrifying will that seemed capable of incinerating the very cosmos. Chao Ming gazed upward, where at the innermost sanctum of the palace, the source of infinite flame sat upon a throne intricately carved from dark red crystal. A solitary figure rested there, clad in a simple dark red robe, with unkempt black hair cascading down, his countenance ancient and indiscernible in age. His eyes were shut, seemingly in slumber. Yet, His mere presence radiated an essence that established him as the epicenter of this fiery universe, the sovereign of all heat and annihilation. The aura he exuded was far deeper and more fearsome than that of the Nine-Sword Master, embodying the true majesty of a ruler standing atop the pinnacle of countless cosmic races. The Lord of the Tianshi Palace, Chao Ming felt an invisible pressure, as if the very laws of fire from the universe bore down upon him. However, the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix within him appeared to be provoked and attracted. With the Nirvana true blood beating violently, an indomitable will to incinerate all things surging forth and countering much of the pressure. He stepped forward a few paces and bowed respectfully, declaring, "Disciple Chao Ming, paying respects to the Lord of Tianshi Palace." The figure upon the throne slowly opened his eyes. What a pair of eyes they were. The left eye seemed to harbor a supernova burning at its zenith, on the verge of eruption, while the right eye resembled a black hole, devouring all light and heat. As his gaze fell upon Chao Ming, the latter felt as though he was laid bare, with the secrets of his soul and bloodline laid open for scrutiny. Yet, upon encountering the boiling, Nirvana true blood, and the surging force of the evil fire within him, a flicker of unmistakable surprise and profound interest erupted in the gaze of destruction and devouring. The voice of the Lord of the evil fire phoenix resonated, deep and grand, as if a multitude of flames were in harmony. Indeed, the supreme bloodline of the universe does not disappoint. A mere stellar rank can condense a fragment of true Nirvana essence. Excellent. Remarkable. He had evidently seen through Chao Ming's greatest trump card at a glance. A shiver ran through Chao Ming's heart, but his expression remained unchanged. The Lord exaggerates. The Lord of Tianshi Palace fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Did the Nine Swords wish to take you as a disciple, and you declined? Indeed, Chao Ming admitted candidly. The path of the Nine-Sword Master does not completely align with that of the disciple. Oh, the Lord of Tianshi Palace's tone was inscrutable. Then what do you perceive as alignment? Chao Ming raised his head, meeting the Lord's daunting gaze directly, the force of the evil fire within him surging uncontrollably. His voice unwavering, he proclaimed, "Fire must incinerate all obstacles. Nirvana must transcend all cycles. The disciple's path is one of ultimate destruction and rebirth, to scorch the starry sea and reshape the cosmos." His words carried the distinctive dominance and aggressiveness of the evil fire phoenix bloodline. The Lord of Tianshi Palace observed him quietly, and after a moment, suddenly let out a low, rumbling laugh. To scorch the starry sea and reshape the cosmos, such grand ambition. However, your bloodline indeed has the merit to make such claims. His smile retracted, and his tone grew serious. Chao Ming, do you know why I summoned you? The disciple did not know and requested clarification from the Lord. Your bloodline holds boundless potential, yet it is fraught with peril, the Lord of Tianshi Palace stated slowly. The ultimate fire can annihilate heaven and earth, but can also lead to self-immolation. Nirvana and rebirth present both opportunity and tribulation. Without proper guidance, you may not reach the bloodline's pinnacle and could even lose control mid-journey, becoming a mindless harbinger of destruction. Chao Ming's gaze sharpened. He had sensed this through the system and his own insights. The evil fire phoenix bloodline was immensely powerful, yet its innate desire to obliterate all and ensnare souls was subtly influencing him. Were it not for the system's stabilization of his mind, coupled with his resolute will, he might have already lost his way. Please guide me, esteemed Lord, Chao Ming earnestly implored. The Lord of Tianshi Palace nodded in satisfaction. I oversee the Tianshi Palace, safeguarding the human realm, having cultivated for countless eons in the realms of fire, destruction, and space, and I possess some insights. Your path, while differing from my Tianshi flames, shares the essence of destruction and devouring, allowing for mutual validation. He paused, his gaze intense. Chao Ming, are you willing to enter my tutelage, to become my direct disciple? I shall guide you in mastering your bloodline, truly unleashing the power of the evil fire phoenix, and even surpassing it. The personal invitation from the cosmic sovereign was a tremendous honor, far exceeding the weight of the Nine-Sword Master's offer. Chao Ming could feel that the Lord of Tianshi Palace genuinely valued his bloodline potential and possessed the capability to guide him forward. He no longer hesitated and bowed deeply. Disciple Chao Ming pays respects to my master. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Lord of Tianshi Palace exclaimed thrice, evidently in high spirits. He flicked his fingers, sending forth a token engulfed in black flames toward Chao Ming. This is the Tianshi token. With this, you may freely enter and exit the Tianshi Palace, access certain flame and destruction-related secret tomes, and consult me at any time. During your 30 years in Chaos City, your primary task is to select a compatible Chaos tablet, establishing a foundation in the laws. Additionally, you may visit the Tianshi Palace once a month, where I will personally explain the basics of the Tianshi secret classics, guiding you in mastering the power of your bloodline. Thank you, Master. Chao Ming received the token, feeling its warmth, as if it possessed life, brimming with terrifying power. Go now. The Lord of Tianshi Palace waved his hand. First, settle in and select a Chaos Tablet. Opportunities in Chaos City are rare, do not squander them. Yes, the disciple takes his leave. Chao Ming bowed respectfully and exited the Tianshi Palace. Outside the palace gates, the guiding Jeju awaited him. Upon seeing the Tianshi token in Chao Ming's hand, a glimmer of astonishment and heightened reverence flickered in his eyes. Congratulations, Your Highness. Chao Ming nodded, his heart surging with exhilaration. To be a direct disciple of the Lord of Tianshi Palace, this status was more esteemed than that of a member of the Tai Chu secret realm. More importantly, he had finally discovered a path that could perfectly unleash the potential of his bloodline. He clenched the Tianshi token tightly, gazing at the ancient city shrouded in chaotic airstreams. The 30 years in Chaos City would mark the true foundation of his ascent, a launchpad to the heavens. The evil fire phoenix, having encountered true flames, would surely ignite the chaos and achieve nirvana across the 9 heavens. Chapter 27. Selecting the Chaos Tablet. The phoenix rests in true flames stepping out of the Tianshi Palace. Chao Ming held the token ablaze with black flames. Feeling the vast power contained within and the subtle connection to the Lord of Tianshi Palace, his heart brimming with ambition. The personal disciple of a cosmic sovereign. This identity would save him countless troubles and open a shortcut to the pinnacle. The guiding Jeju's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, personally escorting Chao Ming back to his residence in Chaos City, a secluded courtyard near the Lord's mansion. Surrounded by serene surroundings and an abundance of chaotic airstreams far surpassing ordinary areas. Your Highness, this shall be your abode. Should you require anything, you may contact the Internal Affairs Office of the Lord's Mansion directly via the virtual cosmic network or present the Tianshi token to enter the Tianshi Palace. The Jeju bowed, adding, the selection of the Chaos Tablet should not be delayed. The secret chamber of the Chaos Tablet in the Lord's Mansion remains open year-round. Your Highness may visit any time for observation and selection. Much appreciated, Chao Ming nodded. The Jeju bowed once more and respectfully withdrew. Chao Ming pushed open the door to the courtyard and stepped inside. The small building's interior was elegantly adorned and well-equipped, featuring a meditation chamber, a resting area, and even a small training ground. Most remarkably, in the center of the courtyard flowed a spring that continuously gushed forth pure chaotic air streams, making the cultivation environment here far superior to the outside world. Truly, the treatment befitting a member of the Tai Chu secret realm was extraordinary. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction. He did not rest immediately, but resolved to head to the Lord's Mansion to select the Chaos Tablet. The Chaos Tablet was the foundation of Chaos City, one of humanity's greatest treasures. 52 Chaos Tablets corresponded to 52 paths leading to the pinnacle of the laws. Choosing a chaotic monument that resonates best with oneself is the most crucial step in the cultivation within the city of Hundong. Stepping out of the courtyard, Chao Ming oriented himself before making his way toward the colossal square housing the 52 chaotic monuments located in the core area of the city lord's residence. Along the way, he encountered Ai Chun and Kelly once more, both seemingly preparing to select their own chaotic monuments. Ai Chun, clad in a pristine white cultivation robe, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, wore a solemn expression. Upon seeing Chao Ming, her starry eyes sparkled slightly as she gently inquired, Chao Ming, are you also going to choose a chaotic monument? Kelly, on the other hand, retained her striking dark red leather armor, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Spotting Chao Ming, her amber eyes lit up, and she approached boldly, playfully slapping his arm. Hey, the first genius, which monument are you planning to choose? Share some insights. Having fought side by side in the battlefield of the gods, and with Chao Ming coming to their rescue, the bond between the three had noticeably deepened, albeit expressed in distinctly different manners. Chao Ming surveyed both women, a smile playing on his lips. Let us take a look first. What about you? Do you have a target in mind? Ai Chen nodded slightly. I primarily study light and the laws of time. My target should be either the Light Time Chaotic Monument or the Cosmic Light Chaotic Monument. Kelly pouted. I have a wild approach, dabbling in power, fire, and space. I guess I'll try my luck at either the Giant Axe Chaotic Monument or the Flame Crystal Chaotic Monument. However, I've heard both are quite difficult. As the trio conversed, they made their way toward the square of chaotic monuments. The closer they got, the more intense the overwhelming ancient pressure of the laws became. The air was thick with the essence of 52 distinct, yet harmoniously coexisting laws, stirring the heart and mind. Upon entering the vast square, even Chao Ming felt a sense of awe. Towering above were the 52 monuments, each uniquely shaped and emanating powerful law fluctuations, as if embodying a path leading directly to the universe's origin. The surfaces of the monuments were inscribed with countless intricate and profound secret patterns, leaving onlookers dizzy and entranced. At that moment, thousands of newly arrived prodigies gathered in the square, their faces filled with reverence, longing, and a perplexing indecision as they gazed upon the monuments. Heavens! This is the chaotic monument. What an overwhelming pressure. I feel my very soul trembling. Which one should I choose? They all seem so difficult. Chao Ming's gaze swiftly scanned the 52 chaotic monuments. The moment he stepped into the square, his soul perception and the essence of his evil fire bloodline became extraordinarily active, resonating strongly with several of the monuments. Particularly, 3 caught his attention. 1, entirely crimson, seemed forged from eternal flames, its surface patterns reminiscent of flowing lava. Exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation and creation, the flame god chaotic monument. This was one of the ultimate paths of the fire law. Another, an inky black, appeared to devour all light, its surface patterns contorting and collapsing, radiating a potent force of spatial absorption and annihilation. The black hole chaotic monument. This represented the epitome of the spatial law's devouring aspect. Lastly, there was a monument of dark gold, its surface inscribed with complex patterns, embodying both the fiery ferocity and the profound mystery of space, merging the two laws into a more fearsome and domineering essence of destruction, the heavenly erosion chaotic monument. This path aligned perfectly with that of his teacher, the master of heavenly erosion, who combined fire and space to achieve ultimate devastation and absorption. These 3 chaotic monuments resonated profoundly with his evil fire phoenix bloodline, detected high compatibility with the law inheritance. Flame god chaotic monument, essence of fire. Black hole chaotic monument, spatial absorption. Heavenly erosion chaotic monument, fusion of fire and space leading to destruction. Recommendation for the host to choose, heavenly erosion chaotic monument. Aligning with the teachings of master of heavenly erosion, providing optimal guidance and perfecting the potential of the bloodline. The system provided clear advice. Chao Ming had made his decision. He turned to AI Chun and Kelly, stating, I choose the heavenly erosion chaotic monument. The heavenly erosion chaotic monument? Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, wow, that's reputed to be one of the most challenging chaotic monuments to comprehend. The fusion of fire and space leading to ultimate destruction. You've certainly set your sights high. AI Chen's cool gaze flickered with surprise before she nodded in understanding. It suits you well. She seemed to recall Chao Ming's domineering presence on the battlefield. Chao Ming chuckled. What about you both? Have you decided? AI Chen resolutely replied. The light-time chaotic monument. Kelly scratched her fiery red hair. Forget it. I'll head to the giant axe chaotic monument and try my luck. Simple and straightforward. That's more my style. Having established their targets, the trio dispersed toward their respective chosen chaotic monument areas. The region of the heavenly erosion chaotic monument was relatively quiet, with only a handful of individuals lingering, all wearing frowns, clearly struggling with the profound understanding required. Chao Ming's arrival drew some attention. His status as the top-ranked individual had already spread, and upon observing his choice of the heavenly erosion chaotic monument, many expressed surprise and intrigue. Chao Ming disregarded their gazes and approached the dark golden monument, radiating terrifying waves of destruction. Looking up at the monument, the intricate patterns of fusion instantly captivated his entire focus. The wild nature of fire intertwined with the profound depths of space, giving rise to a terrifying essence of destruction, absorption, and annihilation, resonating strongly with the evil fire primal force within him. Nirvana, true blood. He envisioned a starry realm engulfed by endless dark red flames, space collapsing, and all returning to the void, a terrifying spectacle. Within the destruction lay a subtle essence of rebirth and renewal. This was it. The fire of determination ignited in Chao Ming's eyes as he made his choice without hesitation. He approached a 3-eyed elder who stood guard before the monument, presenting his Taichu secret realm token. Elder, I choose to comprehend the heavenly erosion chaotic monument. The elder lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Chao Ming, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes. The heavenly erosion? Young man, you have discernment and courage. However, I must warn you, this monument presents an extreme challenge. Do not squander your initial opportunity for comprehension. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. I understand, Chao Ming replied calmly. The elder ceased further conversation. Recording the information, the initial comprehension period is set for 7 days. After 7 days, one must consume points to exchange for additional comprehension time. Proceed to room number 7. After expressing his gratitude, Chao Ming walked toward the designated room. Upon entering, the stone door sealed behind him. The chamber was empty, save for a scaled-down replica of the heavenly erosion chaotic monument standing in the center, emanating a gentler, yet still powerful law fluctuation akin to the original. Chao Ming immediately seated himself cross-legged, his consciousness delving into the monument. In an instant, a vast torrent of fire and the fusion of spatial law information surged into his mind like a deluge. It was far clearer and more direct than anything he had sensed externally. The evil fire primal force bubbled autonomously, and the nirvana true blood glowed brilliantly. His soul seemed to transform into a minuscule fire phoenix, soaring through the currents of these laws, consuming and comprehending. Beginning to comprehend the heavenly erosion chaotic monument. Law compatibility is exceedingly high. The evil fire phoenix bloodline is highly active. Comprehension speed has surged. Service aura activated. Comprehension efficiency 15. Hidden bonus for being a direct disciple of the master of heavenly erosion. 10 understanding of the foundational essence of the heavenly erosion chaotic monument. With all these enhancements, Chao Ming's speed of comprehension regarding the heavenly erosion chaotic monument reached an astonishing level. Many intricate secret patterns that appeared obscure to other stellar-level talents seemed entirely natural to him, with many insights easily unfolding. He became wholly immersed in the ocean of laws, oblivious to the passage of time. In the fleeting span of 7 days, as the fluctuations of the rules within the secret chamber gradually settled, Chao Ming opened his eyes, still lingering in the afterglow of his insights. Within his gaze, crimson and silver lights intertwined and danced, reminiscent of flames extinguishing and then being reborn in the void. His comprehension of flames and space, particularly the destructive power birthed from their fusion, had ascended to a remarkable new pinnacle. Even the applications of Xia Huang Pe and Feng Wu Jiu Tian inspired fresh ideas. Alas, time had come to an end. As Chao Ming felt the surging power within him and the clarity of his understanding, a sense of regret washed over him. The initial 7 days of contemplation yielded astonishing results, yet it merely skimmed the surface of deeper truths. Exiting the chamber, he encountered Ai Chun and Kelly, who had just emerged from their respective rooms. Ai Chun bore a hint of fatigue upon her face, yet her starry eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly indicating a substantial gain. Kelly, on the other hand, rubbed her temples, muttering, "Damn. The giant axe is incredibly hardcore. My head feels like it's going to explode, but it's exhilarating." Upon seeing Chao Ming, both women approached him. "So how was it? Wasn't Tian sure ridiculously difficult?" Kelly inquired with curiosity. Chao Ming smiled faintly. "It was manageable. I gained some insights." Ai Chen regarded him deeply and whispered, "Congratulations." At that moment, Chao Ming's virtual universe network received an email from the Lord's mansion, notifying him to proceed to the training tower for his first rule compatibility test, aimed at more accurately planning his subsequent training. Rule compatibility test? Chao Ming's heart stirred. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the results of his 7 days of endeavor. Inside the training tower, a multitude of talents were already queuing for their tests. The testing method was straightforward. Place 1's hand on a crystal steel and channel 1's original force to comprehend the rules. The steel would display the compatibility percentage based on the fluctuations. Most of the talents tested before him had compatibility scores ranging from 10-30, with a score of 40 considered excellent. When Ai Chen tested, the crystal steel emitted a dazzling platinum light, achieving an astonishing 68, eliciting gasps of awe. Kelly also attained a commendable score of 55. When it was Chao Ming's turn, all eyes were fixated upon him. How high could this top-ranked genius's rule compatibility be? Calmly, Chao Ming placed his hand upon the crystal steel, and with a thought, the sinister fire original force began to circulate, envisioning the destructive essence of Tian Shi Hundong Bei in his mind. Buzz! The crystal steel erupted with an unprecedented, blinding dark red light. Within that radiance, it seemed as though countless minute spatial fissures were born and extinguished, emanating a heart-pounding wave of destruction. An astonishing number surged wildly, ultimately settling at rule compatibility 92. The entire training tower fell into a sudden silence. Everyone gaped at the number as if witnessing a ghost. 92. How could this be possible? Even many realm masters and even immortals might not achieve such a high compatibility with the chaotic steel. He was truly a monster among monsters. Ai Chen covered her mouth in disbelief, her starry eyes brimming with incredulity. Kelly's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. 92? Are you even human? Even the immortal administrator responsible for the tests sprang to his feet, eyes blazing with brilliance. 92 compatibility with Tian Shi Hun Dong Bei. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Lord of Tian Shi has indeed taken on a fine disciple. Chao Ming was not surprised by the result. With the bloodline of the sinister fire phoenix and the latent enhancements bestowed by the Lord of Tian Shi, achieving such a figure was entirely reasonable. He withdrew his hand and glanced at the astonished Ai Chun and Kelly. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems this next 30 years will not be dull. High compatibility meant that his comprehension of Tian Shi Hun Dong Bei would be exponentially more efficient than others, possibly several times, or even a dozen times over. His pace of advancement in the chaotic city over the next 30 years would far exceed anyone's imagination. The sinister fire phoenix had truly found the foundation for its ascent within the chaotic city. His path to invincibility would officially accelerate from here. Chapter 28. The Chaotic Seclusion. Phoenix crying across the land's days in the chaotic city swiftly passed in tranquil seclusion. Chao Ming immersed himself completely within the vast ocean of rules encapsulated in Tian Shi Hun Dong Bei. The terrifying compatibility score of 92 enabled his comprehension efficiency to reach a level that would leave others in despair. Each time he entered the secret chamber for contemplation, he absorbed the true essence of the fusion of flames and space with the intensity of a sponge soaking up water. His residence became a small wonder within the chaotic city. The dense, inescapable chaotic currents enveloped the entire small building, forming a massive crimson-silver vortex. From the center of the vortex, the sound of a phoenix's long cry reverberated, sometimes fierce and violent, incinerating the void, and at other times, deep and distant, swallowing light. Occasionally, the two would intertwine, giving rise to a chilling aura of annihilation. Chao Ming sat cross-legged beside the chaotic spring in the center of the courtyard. Surrounded by swirling crimson-silver sinister fire original force, with nirvana true blood, pulsating powerfully within his heart, each beat resonating with the laws surrounding him. His consciousness was wholly immersed in the profound mysteries of Tian Shi Mi Dian's foundational text and Tian Shi Hun Dong Bei. Deep comprehension of Tian Shi Hun Dong Bei. Rapid enhancement of understanding of the laws of fire and spatial origins. Integration of the true essence of destruction, reaching a comprehension level of 5. Sinister fire original force undergoing qualitative change, now containing spatial cutting and annihilation characteristics. The movement technique, Feng Wu Jiu Tian, now incorporates the profundities of space, significantly increasing speed and unpredictability. The power of Xie Huang Pe has surged, now accompanied by spatial tearing and rule annihilation effects. The system's notifications echoed periodically, chronicling his meteoric progress. His monthly visits to the Tian Shi Palace for guidance from his teacher were pivotal to his advancement. Though the Lord of Tian Shi spoke little, each piece of advice struck at the core, clearing the fog and illuminating the path, allowing him to avoid countless detours. The synergy between teacher and student fostered mutual growth, propelling Chao Ming's progress at an astonishing rate. In just a few years, his strength underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Though he remained at the 9th tier of the stellar level, his comprehension and application of the laws had long surpassed his peers, even eclipsing many cosmic and realm-level powerhouses. One day, having just returned from his contemplative retreat, Chao Ming practiced the Feng Wu Jiu Tian movement technique in the courtyard. His figure flickered like a specter, darting within a confined space, sometimes transforming into a streak of crimson light that tore through the void, and at other times vanishing like a bubble only to coalesce anew elsewhere. His trajectory unpredictable and dazzlingly rapid. The courtyard door creaked open, revealing Ai Chun and Kelly entering together. After years of cultivation in the chaotic city, both women's demeanors had undergone notable transformations. Ai Chun remained cool and aloof, yet the starlight surrounding her had become more condensed, as though she had merged with the light. Her aura deepening. Upon witnessing Chao Ming's ethereal movement technique, a flicker of admiration and an imperceptible hint of melancholy crossed her starry eyes. She considered her own rapid progress and profound comprehension of the light laws, yet the gap between her and Chao Ming seemed to have widened rather than diminished. Kelly, on the other hand, exuded a more feral charm, her fiery red hair reminiscent of blazing flames, her amber eyes radiating fierce resolve, and a wild energy pulsating around her. Bursting through the door, she boldly exclaimed, "Chao Ming, stop practicing. Come with me to the training grounds rule arena for a match. I've just developed a new move that will surely knock you down." Over the years, Kelly had frequently sought Chao Ming for sparring, ostensibly to test her training results. But in truth, it was merely her itch for a fight. Though she was easily bested by Chao Ming each time, her spirit only grew fiercer, relishing the challenge. Chao Ming solidified his form, gazing at the two women, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's this? Feeling restless again? Enough chatter. Let us see what you've got. Kelly retorted playfully, without hesitation. With a powerful leap, she caused the ground to tremble and launched herself at Chao Ming like a cannonball, her fists ablaze with crimson fire, aimed directly at his face. The force of the punch was ferocious and violent, embodying a power akin to tearing apart the very fabric of reality. Chao Ming did not flinch or evade. He casually raised his right hand only as the fist approached, his fingers slightly splayed and gently pressed down. A humming sound resonated as an invisible force field, imbued with the characteristics of spatial confinement and the annihilation of flames, enveloped Kelly in an instant. Kelly's violent momentum, akin to crashing against an invisible wall, suddenly halted, causing the flames surrounding her to dim. Her expression shifted as she felt her entire strength consumed and disintegrated by an enigmatic power. Break, Chao Ming uttered softly, his fingers curling slightly. With a thud, Kelly emitted a muffled groan, involuntarily propelled backward, stumbling to the ground, her face etched with frustration and unwillingness. Damn, here we go again. What is this bizarre power of yours? It's the same every time. I can't muster any strength. Her attack appeared feeble and ineffective against Chao Ming, who had seamlessly merged the forces of spatial confinement and flame annihilation. Chao Ming smiled faintly, retracting his hand. Strength cannot be solely reliant on brute force. Your flames lack both variation and depth. Humph. As if you have the right to tell me, Kelly retorted, puffing up her cheeks as she stepped aside, subconsciously pondering Chao Ming's words. At that moment, Ai Chen quietly interjected, a hint of inquiry in her tone. Chao Ming, my Liuguang Jinjia has recently hit a bottleneck. The transition between the speed of light and the annihilation of illusions always feels slightly sluggish. What do you think? Chao Ming turned his gaze towards her, his eyes scanning her cool and serious countenance. Ai Chen specialized in Guangshi Hundun Bei, traversing the path of light speed and temporal annihilation. While their paths diverged, there were still points of reference to be found. After a brief contemplation, he responded, the pinnacle of light is not merely about speed. The fleeting beauty of a moment can also be eternal. Try integrating your perception of time into the instant of life and death in light. It may yield different results. As he spoke, his fingers, poised like a sword, ignited a flicker of crimson-silver malevolent flame, which surged with the speed of lightning, piercing the void, yet at times, it moved as slowly as a snail, leaving behind lasting ripples of destruction in its sluggish trajectory, as if etching eternal scars into the fabric of space. He demonstrated the transformation between the momentary and the eternal in flame and spatial annihilation, which, although distinct from the laws of light, offered valuable insights. Ai Chen's starry eyes suddenly lit up, fixating on that flicker of malevolent flame, as if grasping a crucial concept, murmuring, I understand the eternal ebb and flow of moments. A look of enlightenment blossomed on her face as she respectfully inclined her head towards Chao Ming. Thank you for your guidance. Target Ai Chen's comprehension breakthrough due to host's guidance has significantly increased her affinity and reliance. Target Kelly, under host's suppression and guidance, has transformed her combat spirit into admiration, progress towards conquest at 3. Chao Ming nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a sensation stirred within him, prompting him to glance towards the direction of the city lord's residence. Above the city lord's mansion, a colossal light screen rose, a resounding voice echoing throughout the city. Attention, all prodigies. 10 years of hidden cultivation in Chaos City has concluded. As per tradition, a decade-end competition will be held to assess your 10 years of training results. The competition will take place in the Illusionary Sea. The core assessment criteria will be based on consciousness intensity, comprehension of laws, and willpower. Those with exceptional performances will receive additional points as rewards, recorded in their files. The Illusionary Sea? Chao Ming's eyes flickered. He had heard of this place, a trial simulated by the Virtual Universe Company, aimed at testing the soul's consciousness and will. Featuring a total of 21 islands, with escalating difficulty. It was said that a stellar-class individual who could conquer the 9th island would be considered extraordinary. The Illusionary Sea. How delightful! Kelly exclaimed, instantly invigorated, cracking her knuckles. Watch how I sweep through those islands. Ai Chen's eyes also sparkled with anticipation, clearly confident in her will and consciousness. A subtle smile graced Chao Ming's lips. A test of 10 years of results? Just what I need. A few days later, at the entrance square of the Illusionary Sea, Throngs of people gathered. Almost all prodigies were assembled, preparing to participate in the competition. When Chao Ming, Ai Chun, and Kelly arrived, they immediately captured the attention of the entire crowd. It's Chao Ming. He is here. And there's the light sword Ai Chun and the flame lion Kelly. Speculation abounded regarding what commotion Chao Ming might stir this time, as his comprehension of the laws was so extraordinary. His consciousness and willpower were undoubtedly formidable. Whispers filled the air, their gazes brimming with awe, curiosity, and a hint of expectation, eager to witness what miracles this first prodigy might conjure. Ignoring the scrutiny, Chao Ming strode directly towards the entrance. The trial of the illusionary sea occurred within the virtual universe. After establishing consciousness connection, participants would find themselves atop an endless ocean, with 21 floating islands ahead. Each conquered island would exponentially increase the pressure of consciousness and the difficulty of the illusions. Once the trial commenced, the external world could observe each individual's progress through the light screen. Soon, the numbers next to most prodigies' names fluctuated, with many getting stuck between the third and sixth islands. While reaching the seventh was deemed commendable, Ai Chin's number steadily climbed, quickly reaching the eighth island, where her pace began to slow, finally stabilizing at the ninth island, eliciting gasps of astonishment. For a stellar class to reach the ninth island was indeed a rarity. Kelly, on the other hand, was even more ferocious. Her numbers surged like a charge, racing to the eighth island before her speed sharply decreased, ultimately stopping just shy of the ninth island. Upon returning to her senses, she stomped her foot in annoyance, yet was somewhat satisfied. All eyes, however, were fixated on Chao Ming's name. From the outset, his number ascended at a breathtaking pace. The first, second, and third islands were traversed almost without pause. The fourth, fifth, and sixth islands fell like dominoes. The seventh, eighth, and ninth islands were still effortlessly conquered. The ninth island. So swiftly. A monster. Just how high is his consciousness intensity? Amidst the astonished gazes, Chao Ming's name surged forward without hesitation, breaching the threshold of the ninth island and entering the 10th. The 10th island. A stellar class reaching the 10th. Such feats are exceedingly rare in history. The uproar was deafening, even drawing astonished looks from the immortal beings observing from afar. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The 10th island cleared. The 11th island cleared. The 12th island cleared. Before the light screen, silence enveloped the crowd. All jaws dropped, as if they had seen a ghost. A stellar class, conquering the 12th island in the illusionary sea. This was nothing short of legend. Was his soul consciousness and willpower at an immortal level? Ultimately, Chao Ming's name settled firmly in the central region of the 12th island. As his consciousness returned, he opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of crimson-silver light vanishing, leaving him calm and unruffled. The oppressive force of the illusionary sea and its illusions posed little challenge to him. Shielded by the terrifying essence of the evil fire phoenix bloodline and Nirvana true blood, the crowd fell into a hushed reverence, gazing at him as if he were a deity. Ai Chun and Kelly stood beside him, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Just then, a commanding voice resonated within Chao Ming's mind. Chao Ming, come to the Tianshi Palace. It was the voice of his mentor, the master of Tianshi Palace. Chao Ming felt a stir within, nodding to Ai Chun and Kelly before swiftly transforming into a stream of light, heading toward Tianshi Palace, leaving behind a fervent square and countless awestruck gazes. Inside Tianshi Palace, the master regarded his disciple with increasing satisfaction. You cleared the 12th island in the illusionary sea? Impressive. Your soul and willpower are stronger than I anticipated, sufficient to support your earlier engagement with deeper forces. He flicked his fingers, sending a new jade slip flying towards Chao Ming. This is a portion of the essence from the Tianshi Secret Classic, specifically the Domain Master chapter, detailing the foundational methods for constructing the realm of flame and spatial annihilation. Although you remain at the stellar level, your insights have sufficiently matured to attempt contact. Constructing the embryonic form of your domain in advance will greatly benefit your future breakthroughs to Domain Lord and even to Realm Lord. Chao Ming received the jade slip, his heart brimming with astonishment. The embryonic form of a domain. This is a powerful technique that only Domain Lords can begin to engage with. Thank you, Master. The Lord of Tianshi nodded. After 10 years of cultivation in Hundun City, your foundation is solid. In the remaining 20 years, you should primarily focus on comprehending the laws and constructing the embryonic form of your domain. When you depart from Hundun City, the Virtual Universe Company will arrange cosmic-level training missions for you talented individuals. That will be the true crucible of life and death, so be diligent. The disciple understands. Chao Ming's eyes sparkled. A cosmic-level mission? He had long anticipated this. It would be a broader stage with more high-quality resources. After leaving Tianshi Palace, Chao Ming returned to his abode, eagerly beginning to study the construction methods of the embryonic form of the domain. The fangs of the evil fire phoenix, having been sharpened over 10 years of secluded training in Hundun City, awaited their release to devour the starry sky. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Chick's First Cry. Testing the edge beyond the city, 20 years of secluded training in Hundun City passed in the blink of an eye. For Chao Ming, these 2 decades marked a period of earth-shattering transformation in his strength. Under the guidance of the Tianshi Monument and his master, the Lord of Tianshi, his comprehension of flames and the laws of spatial origin, especially the destructive essence derived from the fusion of the two, had reached a terrifying height that left his peers in the dust. Though still at the 9th level of the stellar rank, his understanding and application of the laws had far surpassed that of ordinary cosmic-level beings, even outshining many domain lords. More importantly, under the secret methods granted by the Lord of Tianshi, he had successfully constructed the embryonic form of the flame space annihilation domain within his body. Although its range was still small and its power not yet perfected, its essence and potential far exceeded the domains of ordinary domain lords. Once unleashed, the Crimson-Silver Evil Fire domain would solidify space, disrupt the laws, and incinerate all within its reach. This would become a formidable weapon for his future endeavors across the cosmos. Secluded training in Hundun City concluded. Comprehensive strength assessment, unmatched at the stellar level, capable of contending against cosmic-level peaks, ordinary. Comprehension of flames and laws of spatial origin approaching the 7th tier of the Celestial Bridge Standard. Tianshi Domain, embryonic form successfully constructed, current range 10 meters. Power increases with strength. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Movement technique fused with the profundities of space, speed comparable to ordinary domain lords. Evil Phoenix break. Qualitative change in power, containing annihilation characteristics, capable of injuring cosmic-level beings. Service halo effect enhanced to cultivation speed 25, comprehension efficiency 20. The system's evaluation clearly displayed the depth of his current capabilities. In the courtyard, Chao Ming gradually withdrew his energy. The embryonic form of the Crimson-Silver Evil Fire domain, swirling around him, receded into his body like a tide, and the chilling aura of annihilation dissipated. He opened his eyes, which seemed to contain countless stars being born and extinguished within the flames, profound and majestic. With the 20-year period now concluded, it was time to depart. Chao Ming rose. Although Hundun City was an excellent place, it was ultimately a sheltered environment. True powerhouses must battle, train, and conquer in the blood-soaked universe. He pushed open the courtyard door, and Ai Chun and Kelly seemed to have sensed his readiness, waiting outside. 20 years had passed, and both women's demeanors had become even more extraordinary. Ai Chen's aura was now more subdued, her presence deeper and more tranquil, as if she were one with the light. The glimmer of wisdom danced in her cool, clear eyes, indicating her significant gains. Upon seeing Chao Ming, her gaze brightened slightly as she softly inquired, "Are you leaving?" Kelly, on the other hand, exuded an even more formidable presence, her fiery red hair resembling blazing flames, and her amber eyes nearly overflowing with combat spirit. She stretched her body vigorously, producing resounding cracks in her bones, exclaiming, "Finally, I can get out. I've been cooped up for too long. Chao Ming, let us find a place to fight first. I want to see just how monstrous you've become after these 20 years. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the two women. Sensing their significant progress and strength, Ai Chan could likely challenge the 5th tier of the Celestial Bridge, while Kelly was nearing the peak of the 4th tier, both capable of competing for a top 10 position in previous years. Unfortunately, this year, there was a monster like him among them. There will be opportunities. Chao Ming smiled faintly. Let us go to the City Lord's mansion. The three made their way to the plaza of the City Lord's mansion. At that moment, all the talents of this cohort had gathered in the square. Many wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. The conclusion of their training in Hundun City signified the onset of their true cosmic adventure. The staff of the Virtual Universe Company had long been waiting. Esteemed talents. A figure clad in blue battle robes, an immortal being, projected his voice across the plaza. Your 20 years of secluded training in Hundun City have concluded. Congratulations on laying a solid foundation in the laws. However, true strength cannot be achieved by mere seclusion. The cosmos is vast, filled with both crises and opportunities. You will now officially become core members of the Virtual Universe Company, embarking on external training. As members of the Taichu Secret Realm and the Tianyi Secret Realm, Your first cosmic-level training mission will be assigned based on your strength assessment. The locations and contents of the tasks will vary, but all will undeniably be fraught with danger and challenges. The mortality rate is notably high. Now, we shall commence the assignment of tasks. With a wave of his hand, the immortal being conjured a massive light screen in the air, displaying countless task details. Soon, Chao Ming received his mission notification. Your Highness Chao Ming, Taichu Secret Realm Task Level, Cosmic Level, Difficult, Task Location, Xiong Long Star Domain. He Yin Secret Realm Task Content. Investigate the recent abnormal energy fluctuations in the He Yin Secret Realm, eliminate potential threats, and collect at least 10 He Yin crystal cores. Task Deadline. Standard Year, 100 Earth Years. Warning. The environment of the He Yin Secret Realm is harsh, filled with destructive energy storms, and suspected of harboring unidentified powerful creatures. The danger level is extremely high. Teaming up is advised. He Yin Secret Realm? Chao Ming's gaze flickered. The database of the virtual universe company flashed through his mind, a renowned perilous location within the Xiong Long Star Domain. Famed for producing He Yin crystal cores rich in pure flame energy, yet the environment is exceedingly treacherous, posing risks even to cosmic-level beings. Abnormal energy fluctuations? Unidentified creatures? Quite intriguing. At that moment, AI Chun and Kelly also received their respective missions. AI Chen's task was to assist in resolving a surge of light-type energy tides at the sacred ground of the Guanyu tribe, with a similarly high difficulty level. Kelly's mission involved exterminating a group of interstellar pirates on a massive rock star known for its rare metals. He Yin Secret Realm? Sounds like a perfect fit for a fire-loving freak like you. Kelly leaned in to take a look, grinning widely. What do you say? Should I showcase my style and help you take out a few space pirates before exploring the secret realm? AI Chen gently added. My task location is in another direction, so I may not be able to accompany you. Please be cautious. Chao Ming chuckled. No worries, it's just a small secret realm. His tone conveyed unwavering confidence. With the task assignments complete, everyone was about to board different spacecrafts, setting off to various corners of the universe. As the moment of parting approached, the atmosphere turned somewhat delicate. Kelly suddenly hugged Chao Ming tightly, her fiery form pressing against him for an instant before releasing him, cheerfully saying, Don't die on me. Wait for me to come find you for a fight. Chao Ming sensed the hint of concern hidden beneath her wild demeanor. AI Chen stood before him, her cool gaze fixed upon him. She slightly pursed her lips, as if wishing to say something, but ultimately extended her hand, revealing a jade pendant radiating soft starlight. This starlight talisman contains a protective light I have condensed. It may shield you from a fatal blow. It's for you. Target AI Chun has gifted a personal token containing her source light. Emotional bond greatly deepened. Conquest progress 8. The system prompt resonated. Chao Ming gazed at the jade pendant that still bore her warmth and faint fragrance, then glanced at her slightly reddened earlobe, feeling a stir in his heart as he accepted it. Thank you. Be cautious in your mission. AI Chen responded with a gentle bowing her head before swiftly making her way to her spacecraft. Her silhouette remained cold, yet now possessed an indescribable grace. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chao Ming boarded the more advanced D5 class spacecraft, He Huang Hao, arranged for him by the Virtual Universe Company, destined for the Qianglong Star region and the Haiyan Secret Realm. The performance of He Huang Hao far exceeded that of the previous Swaniying Hao, equipped with a more powerful weapon system and defensive shields, and even included a small training room capable of simulating various harsh environments. Once the spacecraft entered dark space, Chao Ming did not rest. Instead, he connected to the virtual universe to meticulously review all information regarding the Haiyan Secret Realm, utilizing the privileges afforded by the Virtual Universe Company to purchase certain specialized equipment and potions that might prove useful. Simultaneously, he simulated the environment of the Haiyan Secret Realm within the killing space of the virtual universe, engaging in combat with various fire and even space-based virtual adversaries, acclimatizing himself to his surging power and the nascent form of the Tianshi domain. Days later, He Huang Hao exited dark space, arriving at the Qianglong Star region. Through the porthole, a vast area shrouded in a pitch-black, distorted nebula could be seen in the distance. This was the Haiyan Secret Realm. Even from afar, one could sense the overwhelming aura of chaos and destruction emanating from that star region. Warning: high-intensity energy storm detected. Warning: spatial fluctuations are abnormally chaotic. The spacecraft's intelligence issued an alarm. Chao Ming commanded, reduce speed and approach the entrance of the secret realm for scanning. He Huang Hao cautiously neared the dark nebula. The closer they got, the stronger the sensation of energy oppression became. One could even see energy storms erupting from the nebula, resembling colossal black dragons of annihilation. Entrance scanned. Coordinates locked. The energy at the entrance is highly unstable. It is advised to wait for a lull in the storm before entering, reported the spacecraft's intelligence. No need to wait. Chao Ming stood, his eyes flickering with a crimson glow as he charged directly into the fray. As you command. He Huanghao activated its engines to full power, raising the strongest energy shield, and like a black arrow, it boldly plunged into the swirling dark nebula. Boom. The spacecraft trembled violently, as if it had breached into a tumultuous ocean of energy. Countless black energy storms, laden with corrosive and annihilative properties, battered against the shield, emitting a sound that was painfully jarring. Outside the porthole lay a blanket of darkness, illuminated only by rampant lightning and distorted shadows. Yet, Chao Ming felt the sinister fire within him unusually invigorated, even faintly absorbing a trace of the violent energy from the outside world. The Nirvana true blood radiated warmth, conveying a sense of yearning. This place may be a treasure trove for me. A smile crept upon Chao Ming's lips. After enduring a series of jolts and shocks, He Huanghao finally broke through the outermost energy turbulence, entering the relatively stable interior of the high and secret realm. The sight before Chao Ming stirred him slightly. It was an expansive area, seemingly charred, with the void a dark red, scattered with fragments of land and star debris engulfed in black flames. The air was thick with pure yet violent fiery energy, hot enough to instantly vaporize an ordinary planetary-level warrior. Deeper within, ominous roars echoed, as if terrifying creatures lay in wait. Multiple high-intensity energy responses detected, suspected gathering place of high-end crystal cores, accompanied by powerful life fluctuations. The spacecraft's intelligence swiftly reported its findings. Land on the nearest fiery continent, Chao Ming commanded. He Huanghao descended upon a shattered continent, several tens of thousands of kilometers in size, ablaze with fierce black flames. As the hatch opened, Chao Ming stepped out. Boom. The terrifying heat and violent energy enveloped him instantly. The black flames, capable of melting gold and iron, licked at his body but could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, they were greedily absorbed and refined by the sinister fire within him. Comfortable. Chao Ming inhaled deeply, as if returning to his home ground. His sinister fire phoenix bloodline thrived in this environment. His gaze swept over the desolate yet perilous terrain, extending his soul perception. To the southeast, 300 kilometers away, strong energy fluctuations and sounds of battle could be detected. Chao Ming's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of crimson-silver light, silently darting forth. Soon, he arrived at a valley where a fierce battle was underway. On one side stood 5 warriors clad in standard battle armor, clearly members of the Virtual Universe Company's cosmic mercenaries, 3 men and 2 women, their strengths ranging from 1st to 3rd tier of the cosmic level. They were forming a battle formation, struggling to hold their ground. Their opponents, however, were 3 enormous beasts composed entirely of black flames, resembling giant wolves, with fangs and claws shimmering with the eerie light of spatial fissures. Chao Ming recognized these elemental creatures unique to the secret realm, known as high-end beasts, whose strength rivaled that of 3rd to 5th tier cosmic beings and were ferociously difficult to deal with. The 5 mercenaries were evidently locked in a desperate battle, on the brink of collapse. The leader, a fiery woman with chestnut-colored long hair wielding dual blades, her beauty and physique rated as exceptional by the system, shouted, "Hold on. The collection team is right behind us. We cannot let these beasts through. Captain, we can't hold out any longer. Our energy is nearly depleted," cried a male mercenary, gravely injured and in despair. At that moment, one of the high-end beasts suddenly broke through their defenses, its claws infused with black flames that tore through space, ruthlessly aiming for the heart of the chestnut-haired captain. The captain's face turned pale, her eyes filled with despair, just as the situation appeared dire. A wave of invisible, yet terrifically formidable pressure descended. It was a pressure transcending all flames, imbued with an aura of ultimate destruction and nobility, emanating from his bloodline. The 3 ferocious high-end beasts froze mid-attack, their black flames flickering unsteadily, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis, emitting sounds of fear. The 5 mercenaries also felt a soul-deep shudder, looking up in horror. High above, a young figure dressed in black training garb, tall and poised, with black hair and eyes, appeared silently. His expression remained calm as he gazed down, and in the depths of his eyes, a fleeting shadow of a crimson-silver phoenix shimmered. It was Chao Ming. He did not strike. Merely releasing a hint of the bloodline pressure from his sinister fire phoenix was enough to dominate the scene. Who is that? The female captain, having narrowly escaped death, panted heavily. gazing in astonishment at the figure above. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. She sensed that the individual merely possessed a stellar-level aura. Yet the pressure was utterly terrifying. Chao Ming's gaze fell upon her heaving bosom and her face, dusted yet still radiant from the fierce battle. The system interface automatically prompted. Discovered quality target. Fire Phoenix Mercenary Captain Qin Yuma. Potential rating, excellent. Cosmic level tier 3, possessing a special fire spirit body, unawakened. Characterized by a fiery temperament and strong emotions, recommended for conquest. Reward, significant enhancement of flame origin comprehension, awakening opportunity for the spirit body. Chao Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed this journey into the high-end secret realm would not be dull. He slowly descended, his gaze sweeping over the 3 trembling high-end beasts, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. From now on, this secret realm is under my jurisdiction. Chapter 30. The Secret Realm of He Yin. The phoenix suppressing the beasts. The sudden appearance of Chao Ming, coupled with the terrifying aura that could intimidate 3 ferocious He Yin beasts with just a hint of his presence, plunged the entire valley into a profound silence. The 5 members of the Hua Huang mercenary team, including the fiery-haired and voluptuous Captain Qin Yumo, stood in stunned amazement. Their minds blank as they beheld the young figure slowly descending. Stellar level? The mere aura of a stellar-level being could instill such fear in 3 creatures comparable to mid-tier cosmic beasts that they trembled and ceased their attacks? This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Qin Yumo's heaving chest gradually steadied. Her face, smeared with dust and sweat, reflected shock and disbelief. Gripping her dual blades, she regarded Chao Ming with a mixture of wariness and bewilderment, asking, "Who are you?" Chao Ming's calm gaze swept over her slightly trembling yet resolute figure, as well as her wild and questioning bright eyes. Rather than responding directly, he turned his attention to the 3 He Yin beasts cowering in fear upon the ground. "Annoying," he uttered succinctly, casually raising his right hand and gently grasping at the air. Buzz, an invisible domain of sinister flames, imbued with the ultimate destructive and spatial confinement power, instantly expanded, enveloping the 3 He Yin beasts. Sizzle. The massive creatures, composed of pure He Yin energy, could not even utter a cry before their colossal forms melted away like ice under a blazing sun, vanishing into nothingness. They transformed into 3 streams of pure black energy, effortlessly devoured by the gravitational pull emanating from Chao Ming's palm, merging into his body's sinister fire essence. Devoured energy from cosmic-level He Yin beasts. 3. Sinister fire essence slightly enhanced. Resistance to destructive flames increased. The system notification echoed quietly. A swift annihilation. The entire process transpired with such ease, as if he had merely swatted 3 flies. The 5 members of the Hua Huang mercenary team were utterly petrified, their pupils constricting as cold sweat drenched their backs. What kind of power was this? The mid-tier cosmic He Yin beasts had perished without a struggle? Even a domain lord would find it impossible to execute such effortless destruction. Qin Yumo's lips parted slightly, her breath quickening once more as her gaze toward Chao Ming transformed from astonishment to horror and profound reverence. She instinctively took a half-step back, her palms slick with sweat. The youth before her possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing her imagination. Chao Ming withdrew his hand, as if he had accomplished a trivial task, and his gaze returned to Qin Yumo. "Now, you may answer my questions. Who are you? Why are you here? Also, what was this gathering team you spoke of?" His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that left no room for defiance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yumo forced down the tumult within her heart, striving to maintain her composure. "We are the Hua Huang mercenary team, employed by the Qiong Chamber of Commerce to enter the He Yin secret realm and collect He Yin crystals. I am the captain, Qin Yumo. Thank you for saving us." She paused, glancing at her teammates who were still shaken, and continued. "A subgroup of our team discovered a high-purity He Yin crystal vein deep within the valley, but we inadvertently disturbed the lair of these He Yin beasts and became trapped. We were responsible for the rear guard." "The He Yin crystal vein?" Chao Ming's brow arched slightly. This was precisely one of the objectives he sought. "Take me to see it." Qin Yumo hesitated for a moment. The information regarding the vein was a commercial secret, but given the individual's power and the favor he had just done, she bit her lip and quickly made her decision. "All right. Please follow me." She turned to her teammates and instructed, "Injured members, rest in place and remain vigilant. I will take this esteemed gentleman to the vein. Captain, be careful. There are elite beasts." Her teammates cautioned, their gazes toward Chao Ming still filled with awe. Nodding, Qin Yumo addressed Chao Ming. Please follow me. She executed her techniques, darting deeper into the valley. Her movements were agile and swift, weaving through the burning black rocks and outlining an alluring silhouette. Chao Ming followed her leisurely, as if taking a casual stroll, yet maintaining a fixed distance, exuding an air of ease. Before long, they penetrated deeper into the valley, where the flame energy in the air grew increasingly violent and pure, and the temperature soared dramatically. Sounds of intense combat and explosive energy reverberated ahead. In a massive pit, over a dozen mercenaries formed a defensive formation, desperately resisting the frenzied assault of dozens of He Yin beasts. The walls of the pit were embedded with glimmering, dark crystals, the He Yin crystals. Amidst the attacking He Yin beasts, two particularly large ones with single horns on their foreheads exuded an aura comparable to elite cosmic beasts of the 7th or 8th tier. Each of their assaults sent tremors through the mercenaries' defensive formation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Captain, you're back. Be careful. There are elite beasts. The mercenaries in the pit exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yumo, only to notice Chao Ming behind her, their expressions shifting to confusion. The two elite He Yin beasts also took notice of the newcomers, especially sensing the instinctive fear and aversion radiating from Chao Ming. They let out furious roars, abandoning the mercenaries in the pit and launching themselves like massive black meteors toward Chao Ming and Qin Yumo. Sir, be careful. Qin Yumo's complexion changed dramatically as she instinctively moved to shield Chao Ming, igniting flames upon her dual blades. However, Chao Ming's reaction was far swifter. He did not even glance at the charging elite He Yin beasts, merely furrowing his brow, seemingly annoyed by their noise. Impudent, he admonished sharply, and the red-silver domain of sinister flames expanded once more. This time, the power of the domain was no longer restrained. It erupted with a domineering will that sought to incinerate all, overwhelming in its majesty. Boom! Centered around Chao Ming, the space within 100 meters momentarily solidified. The two elite He Yin beasts, upon colliding with an invisible wall engulfed in red-silver flames, found their massive bodies abruptly frozen in mid-air. The black flames upon their forms flickered wildly, emitting mournful howls as if being forcibly stripped away and devoured by a higher order of flame law. In the astonished gazes of all present, those two elite He Yin beasts, comparable to high-tier cosmic beasts, rapidly diminished and vanished within the radiance of the red-silver domain, ultimately transforming into two spheres of pure energy, which Chao Ming inhaled in a single gulp. Devoured energy from elite He Yin beasts, too. Sinister fire essence significantly enhanced. Nirvana true blood activity increased. Deeper understanding of the destructive laws of the He Yin secret realm. Silence. An oppressive silence. Inside and outside the pit, all surviving mercenaries, including Qin Yumo, stood as if frozen in place, their minds completely blank. To annihilate 3 ordinary He Yin beasts with a mere snap of the fingers was already astonishing, yet now he had also consumed 2 powerful elite He Yin beasts in a single breath? What kind of monster was this? A domain lord? A realm lord? Or something else entirely? The remaining He Yin beasts, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Chao Ming as if he were their natural enemy, shrieked in terror and scattered like a tide, vanishing without a trace. The crisis was thus averted. Chao Ming appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, his gaze falling upon the He Yin crystals embedded in the pit walls, nodding slightly. The purity is commendable. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force swept across the rock wall, causing dozens of shimmering black flame crystal nuclei to detach and fly into his grasp, whereupon he stored them within his world ring. The collection of black flame crystal nuclei increased by 47, significantly advancing the task's progress. It was only at this moment that the surviving mercenaries awoke from their stupor, gazing at Chao Ming with eyes filled with profound reverence and fear. Bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Qin Yumo also regained her senses, stepping forward to bow deeply before Chao Ming, her voice trembling with utmost respect. On behalf of the Hua Huang mercenary group, I express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace. May I inquire your esteemed name and place of origin? Her demeanor had shifted from wariness and cooperation to complete awe and submission. In the face of absolute power, all restraint and pride appeared feeble and insipid. Chao Ming regarded her pale neck and slightly trembling figure exposed by her bow, replying softly, Chao Ming, Virtual Universe Company. Taichu Secret Realm. Virtual Universe Company. Taichu Secret Realm. The mercenaries collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a name belonged to the pinnacle cradle of human genius. No wonder he was so formidable. Qin Yumo trembled slightly, raising her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shock and relief, followed by a trace of bitterness. So it is His Highness from the Virtual Universe Company. No wonder we have offended you. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Now, tell me, what is the cause of the recent anomalies in the High and Secret Realm? The High and beasts appear to be more ferocious than documented, and their numbers have increased significantly. After gathering her thoughts, Qin Yumo respectfully responded, Your Highness, it is indeed so. In recent months, the energy within the depths of the High and Secret Realm has become exceedingly unstable, frequently erupting into destructive energy storms. Furthermore, a multitude of high-end beasts have surged from the core region, exhibiting abnormal ferocity and aggression. Several exploration teams dispatched by our guild have lost contact. It is rumored that some incident has occurred in the core area, or that a fearsome creature has emerged. The core area? An incident? A flicker of red light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. It seemed this was the source of the anomalous energy fluctuations mentioned in his task. Quite intriguing, Xiao Ming mused, a smile of interest gracing his lips. Lead me to the location where you detected the anomalies. Qin Yumo's expression revealed a hint of difficulty and fear. Your Highness, the core area is exceedingly perilous. The energy storms there are capable of tearing apart domain master-level ships, and it is said that a high-end beast king comparable to a realm lord roams. That is of no concern, Xiao Ming replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. Lead the way. Observing Xiao Ming's inscrutable gaze and the terrifying power he had previously displayed, Qin Yumo gritted her teeth and ultimately nodded. Very well. Your Highness, please follow me. I know a relatively safe route that approaches the edge of the core area. Turning to her team, she commanded, You must evacuate the secret realm immediately and report the situation to the guild. I will accompany His Highness to investigate the core area. Captain, this is far too dangerous. The team members exclaimed in alarm. Follow orders. Qin Yumo's tone was resolute. Xiao Ming cast a glance at her, noting her decisive bravery, which piqued his interest. Objective: Qin Yumo has developed a profound sense of awe and reliance due to the host's absolute power and life-saving grace. Loyalty has been initially established. Conquest progress at 10. Her fiery spirit has elicited a faint resonance and attraction to the host's sinister fire phoenix bloodline. The system's notification timely resonated. Xiao Ming ceased further discussion, signaling Qin Yumo to lead. The two moved as streaks of light, venturing deeper into the dark and chaotic recesses of the high and secret realm. Qin Yumo guided the way, agilely maneuvering through the terrifying energy storms, occasionally glancing back with concern at Xiao Ming, who remained unfazed, effortlessly dispersing the oncoming energy turbulence, deepening her sense of reverence. The further they ventured, the more dreadful the environment became. Black, destructive energy storms ravaged like dragons, spatial rifts were visible everywhere. And in the distance, terrifying creatures formed of pure black flame, comparable in size to small asteroids, loomed. The oppressive aura they exuded left Qin Yumo pale and breathless. However, Xiao Ming appeared as if he had returned to his own garden, composed and even occasionally absorbing strands of pure destructive energy to refine his sinister fire. At last, after traversing a perilous energy maelstrom, an astonishing sight emerged before them. It was an endless ocean of pitch-black flames. At the center of this fiery sea floated an enormous, pulsating energy core, akin to a black sun. Countless thick black energy tendrils extended from the core, stirring the fiery sea and emitting terrifying waves of destruction. At that moment, beneath the black energy core, within the fiery sea, a dilapidated ancient palace, forged from some dark red metal, could be faintly discerned. The ruins were enveloped in an extremely faint yet resilient energy shield, resisting the encroachment of the black flames. What is that? Qin Yumo exclaimed in shock. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How could there be palace ruins at the core of the high and secret realm? They had never been discovered before. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened instantly, fixating on the crumbling palace. His sinister fire phoenix bloodline, particularly the drop of Nirvana true blood, surged with fervor upon sensing the aura of the palace, boiling with an intense desire, a familiar thrill. Something within that palace seemed to be drawing his bloodline power. It appeared the source of the anomalous fluctuations had been located. A fierce glint ignited in Xiao Ming's eyes, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Stay here and do not approach, he instructed Qin Yumo, before vanishing in a flash, transforming into a streak of crimson-silver light. Heedless of the black flames capable of annihilating domain masters, directly charging towards the mysterious, dilapidated palace. Your Highness, Qin Yumo cried out in alarm. Yet she could only watch helplessly as Chao Ming disappeared into the terrifying sea of flames, her heart filled with worry and an inexplicable thrill. Chao Ming pierced through layers of black flames, effortlessly breaching the faint protective barrier, landing upon the crumbling plaza of the palace. Inside, an ancient and vast aura permeated the air. At the center of the plaza stood a fragmented statue of a phoenix, sculpted from an unknown black crystal. The posture of the phoenix bore a striking resemblance to his sinister fire phoenix bloodline, yet it was more ancient and majestic, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominion over all flames, incinerating the heavens. The source of the pulsating allure that stirred his bloodline emanated from beneath the base of the phoenix statue. Chao Ming stepped closer, placing his palm upon the statue's base, slowly channeling his sinister firepower. Buzz! The statue trembled slightly, and the base slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Within lay a crystal, the size of an infant's fist, entirely black, yet radiating a faint rainbow glow, as if liquid flames flowed within. The moment Chao Ming laid eyes on this crystal, his sinister fire phoenix bloodline erupted in fervor. Nirvana true blood pulsed wildly, conveying an insatiable longing. Ancient evil fire phoenix origin blood crystal, incomplete, discovered. Contains the supreme flame origin and the secrets of Nirvana. Devouring and absorbing, it will significantly enhance bloodline purity, accelerate the condensation of Nirvana true blood, and potentially awaken the bloodline's inherited secret methods. The system unleashed an unprecedented notification. Chao Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. He had not anticipated that within the core of the high-end secret realm lay such a monumental opportunity that resonated with his bloodline. This mission had proven exceptionally worthwhile. Without hesitation, he reached out for the black rainbow crystal. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the crystal, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the black sea of flames outside the palace, filled with fury and the essence of destruction. The entire palace ruins trembled violently, as a terrifying pressure comparable to that of a peak realm master swept in like an awakening primordial beast, overwhelming all in its path. It locked onto Chao Ming within the palace. Qin Yumo, sensing this dreadful pressure from afar, turned pale as a sheet and screamed in terror. "It's the He Yin Beast King. It has awakened. Your Highness, run." Yet, Chao Ming seemed oblivious to the terrifying roar and Qin Yumo's warning. His fingers resolutely grasped the black, multicolored crystal. The crystal felt warm in his hand, and a pure, vast source of power, older yet akin to his own flame lineage, surged into his body, beginning to absorb the essence blood crystal of the ancient evil fire phoenix. Bloodline evolution initiated. Warning: a powerful enemy approaches. Evacuate recommended. As Chao Ming felt the surging power and the exultation of his bloodline within, he slowly turned to face the massive shadow, which had stirred a colossal wave of black flames, charging wildly towards the palace. Rather than fear, his eyes ignited with fervent battle intent and insatiable hunger. A realm master-level beast king? Just what he needed to test his newly awakened powers. The crimson-silver evil fire erupted from Chao Ming's body like a volcanic explosion. Soaring into the sky, the phoenix's cry resonated through the secret realm. The true hunt had only just begun. Chapter 31. The Phoenix Devours the Beast King. True blood of Nirvana. The deafening roar, accompanied by apocalyptic pressure, crashed into Chao Ming's ears like a million thundering storms. The shattered palace shook violently, as if it would collapse entirely in the next moment. Outside the palace, the boundless black sea of flames surged violently, swirling back. A colossal shadow, so large it blotted out the sun, tore through the sea of flames, carrying the terrifying power to obliterate stars, charging towards the palace. It was none other than the supreme master of the He Yin secret realm, the He Yin Beast King. Its form appeared to be composed of the most primal, destructive black flames, rivaling that of a small asteroid. A fearsome head adorned with 3 twisted black horns, each shimmering with arcs of terrifying energy capable of rending space itself, loomed above. As its massive claws swung, the void crumbled, and the laws of nature wailed. Those enormous eyes, ablaze with fury and flames of annihilation, fixed their gaze resolutely on Chao Ming within the palace, or rather, on the enticing ancient phoenix essence blood crystal in his hand. This crystal, a treasure safeguarded for countless ages, was its key to evolution and metamorphosis. How could it remain calm upon seeing this puny star-level ant pilfer its most cherished possession? "Your Highness, hurry and escape." In the distance, Qin Yumo's anguished screams were drowned by the terrifying beast's roar and the energy storm. Her face was as pale as paper, her delicate body trembling violently. Eyes filled with despair, The pressure emanating from the peak realm master rendered her unable to move a single finger, forcing her to watch helplessly as the world-ending beast charged towards the palace. Yet, in the face of this terrifying assault that would make even ordinary realm masters pale with fear, Xiao Ming remained steadfast, even a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had just grasped the ancient phoenix essence blood crystal, and the vast, pure source of power surged into him like a torrential river, resonating and merging violently with his own evil fire phoenix bloodline. Absorbing the ancient evil fire phoenix essence blood crystal 10, bloodline purity rapidly increasing. True blood of nirvana, accelerating condensation. Fragments of ancient inheritance information surged from the depths of the bloodline. His body felt as if it had transformed into a colossal furnace, each cell greedily devouring and refining this power that was of the same origin, yet far older. The crimson-silver evil fire surrounding him grew fiercer and deeper, even taking on a hint of a noble, more domineering black sheen akin to that of the He Yin Beast King. This was perfect. He needed a worthy sacrifice to fully refine this essence blood. The red light in Xiao Ming's eyes flared, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. With his right hand tightly gripping the blood crystal merging into him, he opened his left hand, pressing against the charging beast. Buzz! The red-silver evil fire domain, originally confined to a 10-meter radius, erupted in an explosive expansion. Infused with the power of the ancient essence blood, this domain seemed to be imbued with a soul, becoming more solid and fearsome. The intertwining red-silver light and the newly assimilated black destructive power transformed into a realm enveloping a 1,000-meter radius, capable of incinerating the universe and reenacting the cataclysms of earth, fire, water, and wind. The celestial eclipse domain. Though its size remained modest, its essence had undergone a transformation. Within the domain, space became utterly solidified, the laws forcibly twisted, and all energy was devoured and obliterated by the domineering evil fire. Boom! The colossal form of the He Yin Beast King crashed into this newly formed enhanced, celestial eclipse domain. The anticipated scenario of effortlessly shattering the domain did not unfold. Its claws, capable of shredding the domains of ordinary realm masters, upon entering the celestial eclipse domain, found themselves ensnared in an incredibly viscous, resilient, and destructive quagmire. Its speed plummeted. Sizzle! Even more unsettling was that the terrifying black flames, capable of withstanding the impact of stars, upon contact with the crimson-silver evil fire within Xiao Ming's domain, emitted a piercing sound as if being forcibly stripped, devoured, and assimilated by a higher order of flame. Roar? For the first time, the furious roar of the He Yin Beast King carried a hint of skepticism and disbelief. It sensed that its once invincible destructive black flames were being suppressed by this peculiar flame emanating from the diminutive human. Could it be that it was being devoured in return? How could this be possible? It was the peak He Yin Beast King. Its black flames were among the most supreme destructive flames in the universe. Beast, your flames are quite impressive. Xiao Ming grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he felt the pure black flame energy being continuously devoured and refined within his domain. That smile, illuminated by the surrounding black flames, appeared extraordinarily sinister. He suddenly clenched his left hand. Devour! The enhanced celestial eclipse domain rapidly constricted and spun. It transformed into a massive fiery mill of interlaced crimson and black flames, tightly ensnaring and enveloping the massive form of the He Yin Beast King, relentlessly grinding and consuming its energy. Devouring realm master-level black flame energy for refinement. Accelerated absorption of ancient essence blood 40. True blood of nirvana. Condensation significantly enhanced. Roar! The He Yin Beast King let out a howl of agony and rage, thrashing wildly. Its colossal power shook the void, reducing the surrounding palace ruins to dust. The terrifying shockwaves swept across the entire core of the fire sea. Yet, the more it struggled, the more energy it expelled was frantically devoured by Xiao Ming's domain, becoming nourishment for refining the essence blood and condensing true blood. In this ebb and flow, Xiao Ming's aura surged at a visibly rapid rate. The crimson-black evil fire soared skyward, coalescing behind him into a more solid and majestic phantom of the evil fire phoenix, adorned with ancient black patterns in its plumage. The phoenix's cry rang out, clear yet imbued with an absolute authority surpassing that of myriad flames. In the distance, Qin Yumo stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the spectacle before her, her ability to think utterly shattered. She gasped, her beautiful eyes reflecting the young figure that clashed fiercely with the Beast King of the Realm Lord level, seemingly devouring the opponent. Her worldview was utterly shattered. A stellar level overpowering a Realm Lord pinnacle, even consuming the opponent? This was nothing short of a myth, or perhaps a nightmare. A scene that dared to emerge only in the depths of her imagination. It was impossible. It was inconceivable. She murmured unconsciously, her body numbed by overwhelming shock and fear. The Black Flame Beast King also sensed a deadly threat. Its rudimentary intelligence could not comprehend the unfolding events, yet it instinctively realized that if this continued, it would be drained dry by this bizarre human. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a blinding dark light from its 3 prominent horns, gathering a destructive energy capable of severely injuring a fellow Realm Lord. It was fighting for its life, struggling desperately. Xiao Ming let out a cold snort, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With a sudden motion, he pressed the crystallized essence of blood, which had been partially absorbed and shrunk, firmly into his chest. Boom! The immense ancient blood power instantly merged with his heart, colliding violently with the already active Nirvana true blood, fusing together. An indescribable force, as if awakened from the beginning of the universe, surged through him, erupting forth. The illusory figure of the evil fire phoenix behind him solidified exponentially, transforming into a true embodiment of flesh and blood. The phoenix screeched skyward, its wings unfurling to block out the sun. Crimson-black flames swept in all directions, suppressing the entire core of the fiery ocean. Ancient blood absorption complete. 100. Bloodline purity elevated to 35. Nirvana true blood, fully condensed, beginner. Awakening bloodline heritage secret fragment. Burning world phoenix flame. Power breakthrough achieved. Energy accumulation complete. Ascended to cosmic level 1. He had broken through. After absorbing a massive amount of energy from the Black Flame Beast King and fully integrating the ancient blood, his energy accumulation had finally reached fruition, stepping into the cosmic level. Although it was merely the first stage of the cosmic level, the essence of his life, especially the nature of his bloodline, underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Power, speed, soul perception, and energy quality surged in all dimensions. It was over. Xiao Ming felt the tumultuous energy within him, a terrifying power capable of shattering stars, and he coldly regarded the Black Flame Beast King, which was now preparing its ultimate strike. He slowly raised both hands, as crimson-black evil flames swirled and condensed in his palms, emitting destructive ripples that caused the entire Black Flame secret realm to tremble. Within that flame, it seemed as though countless tiny phoenixes were circling, calling out, "To become the first offering for my ascension to cosmic level and the condensation of true blood is your honor." Burning world phoenix flame. He thrust his palms forward. Roar. A column of crimson-black fire, indescribable in its brilliance and terror, erupted like a cataclysmic torrent. Within the column, countless tiny phoenix illusions danced and roared, embodying the supreme essence of annihilation and rebirth, instantly engulfing the massive form of the Black Flame Beast King. The concentrated energy of destruction from its horn melted away like snow before the crimson-black phoenix flame, collapsing. Its seemingly indestructible body began to disintegrate, vaporizing. It let out one final, terrified, and unwilling howl before being completely consumed by the destructive flames, devouring the Realm Lord level Black Flame Beast King's essence. Energy conversion rapidly elevating energy levels. Cosmic level 1, 2, 3. Nirvana true blood consolidated. Profound insights into the law of destruction deepened. Heavenly eclipsed domain expanded to 10,000 meters. Power surge. The crimson-black fire column gradually dissipated. In its place, the colossal Black Flame Beast King had vanished, as if it had never existed. Only a trace of pure, lightly shimmering black essence energy remained, which Xiao Ming inhaled, consuming it to solidify his cultivation after his ascension. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire core of the Black Flame secret realm. The raging energy storm seemed to have calmed significantly due to the fall of the Overlord. Xiao Ming floated quietly in the air, the crimson-black evil flames slowly retracting into his body. With closed eyes, he carefully experienced the immense changes brought about by his ascension to the cosmic level and the complete condensation of Nirvana true blood. An unprecedented sense of strength and control filled his being. In the distance, Qin Yuma stood petrified, staring blankly at the empty void, then glancing at the descending figure, her mind a complete blank. The Black Flame Beast King, comparable to an ordinary undying army commander, had simply been obliterated by someone who had just broken through to the cosmic level. This had exceeded the limits of her understanding. Chao Ming opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the devastated core of the secret realm, finally resting upon the still, standing slender figure in the distance. In a flash, he appeared before Qin Yuma. "It's over," he said softly. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Yuma trembled, as if startled like a young deer, snapping back to reality. She looked up at Chao Ming, feeling the restrained yet unfathomable, intimidating aura emanating from him. Her legs weakened, and she found herself kneeling involuntarily, her voice trembling with uncontrollable reverence. "Qin Yuma greets your highness. Congratulations on your invincible ascent to the cosmic level." Her pride, her wildness, was utterly shattered before this godlike figure, transforming into the purest awe and submission. Chao Ming regarded her, trembling slightly from fear and excitement, her graceful neck exposed and alluring. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He extended his hand, gently resting it atop Qin Yuma's head. A gentle yet domineering surge of evil fire energy flowed into her body, instantly calming her chaotic breath caused by fear and even awakening the dormant, faint essence of her flame spirit within. Qin Yuma could not suppress a soft, alluring moan. Feeling a warm current coursing through her body, an indescribable comfort, even clarifying her comprehension of the law of flames. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with moisture, gazing at Chao Ming with not just reverence, but also an indescribable longing and desire. Objective: Qin Yuma witnesses the invincible form of the host. Her mind and body completely submit. Conquest progress 25. Her flame spirit is awakened by the host's evil fire bloodline, entering a preliminary awakening state. Loyalty and dependency significantly increased. Servitude action, energy soothing, triggered, gaining a minor comprehension boost in the law of flames. "Get up." Chao Ming withdrew his hand, concluding the matter. "It is time to leave." "Yes, your highness." Qin Yuma respectfully rose, following closely behind Chao Ming, her demeanor entirely submissive. A stark contrast to her previously fiery and wild persona as the mercenary leader. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the gradually calming black fire sea due to the Beast King's fall and the ruins of the shattered palace. After thoroughly probing with his soul power and confirming there were no other valuable items, he soared into the sky with Qin Yuma, departing from the core of this secret realm. On the return journey, no black flame beast dared to interrupt them, even sensing the lingering destructive aura of the Beast King and the higher bloodline pressure emanating from Chao Ming. They all retreated in terror. Soon, the two emerged from the Black Flame's secret realm. Returning to the area where the He Huang ship was docked, Chao Ming commanded the spaceship's intelligence to scan the entire secret realm, confirming that the anomalous energy fluctuations had gradually subsided following the death of the Beast King. He then issued a return order. The He Huang spacecraft activated and departed from the Qianlong Star region. In the ship's lounge, Chao Ming reflected upon the gains from this mission. The cosmic-level training task of investigating the He Yin secret realm was completed, receiving an evaluation of SSS level. The rewards included a substantial amount of points, virtual universe company contribution points, and an elevation of special privileges. Additionally, he obtained an ancient evil fire phoenix blood crystal, already absorbed, a plethora of He Yin crystal cores, the source energy of a realm master-level Beast King, already absorbed, and a high-quality follower, Qin Yumo. The rewards were immense, far exceeding expectations. More importantly, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Not only had he broken through to the cosmic level, but he had also condensed the Nirvana true blood, significantly enhancing the purity of his bloodline, laying a solid foundation for future invincibility. Chao Ming felt elated, his gaze settling on Qin Yumo, who was cautiously pouring wine for him, her eyes filled with reverence and infatuation. "From now on, you shall stay by my side," Chao Ming said nonchalantly. Qin Yumo trembled slightly, her face reflecting a blend of surprise and joy as she hurriedly bowed. "Yes. Umo is willing to follow his highness forever, serving at your side, ready to face any peril." Having completely conquered the high-quality target Qin Yumo, he received a conquest reward, a significant enhancement in the comprehension of the fire source law, and an increase in the power of Burning World Phoenix Flame. The effects of the serving team increased slightly as well. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction. The first segment of his cosmic-level journey commenced flawlessly. The evil fire phoenix, reborn through devouring, would ultimately incinerate the starry sky, reigning over myriad realms. His gaze turned to the vast sea of stars outside the spaceship's window. There, countless challenges, opportunities, and high-quality resources awaited his conquest. Upon returning to the He Huang spacecraft, Chao Ming did not immediately enter deep meditation to solidify his realm, but instead proceeded to the ship's medical chamber. Qin Yu Mo lay within the restoration pod, immersed in a pale green life essence. The subtle burns and energy impact-induced cracks on her sun-kissed skin were healing rapidly. With her eyes tightly shut, droplets of water clung to her long eyelashes, and her tightly pressed red lips revealed a hint of stubbornness even in unconsciousness. Her full chest rose and fell gently with each breath, the contours of her body accentuated by the tight combat suit, becoming discernible in the liquid. Chao Ming stood beside the restoration pod, calmly surveying her form. His soul energy subtly extended, perceiving the disordered fire spirit essence within her body, as well as the deep-seated reverence and longing she held for him. He extended a finger, directing it towards the restoration pod, a strand of pure, crimson-black, evil fire essence, imbued with the essence of rebirth, gently infused into Qin Yu Mo's body. A soft, involuntary sound escaped Qin Yu Mo's throat, a mix of pain and pleasure. As her body quivered slightly, the supreme level of evil fire essence acted like the most precise scalpel, soothing her restless spirit essence, while simultaneously branding an indelible mark of Chao Ming deep within her soul. After a moment, Chao Ming withdrew his finger. The life essence in the restoration pod rapidly drained away. Qin Yu Mo's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. The once wild and vibrant amber gaze now held a hint of confusion and weakness. Upon seeing Chao Ming standing beside her, her confusion was instantly replaced by panic and awe. She instinctively attempted to rise and salute, but stumbled due to her frailty. "Your Highness." Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with trepidation. "How do you feel?" Chao Ming inquired calmly. "Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. I am much better now." Qin Yu Mo struggled to steady herself, lowering her head slightly, unable to meet Chao Ming's gaze. She distinctly sensed that the once uncontrollable spirit power within her, which often scorched her, had become exceptionally docile, yearning to approach the person before her. The allure and submission emanating from her very essence quickened her heartbeat involuntarily. Chao Ming's gaze lingered for a moment on the delicate curve of her neck, exposed as she bowed, and the damp fabric of her combat suit that accentuated her form. He turned and walked towards the door, commanding, "Follow me." "Yes," Qin Yu Mo replied, obediently trailing behind him like a lioness that had retracted all its claws. Chao Ming did not lead her to the training room, but instead arrived at a lavishly decorated lounge adjacent to the spaceship's main control room, furnished with soft animal skins. "Change your clothes," he casually instructed, taking a seat in the oversized chair and tossing her a set of dark red servant attire made of a special soft silk. The design appeared conservative, yet the fabric was incredibly soft and form-fitting, destined to perfectly outline every curve once worn. As Qin Yu Mo received the dress, her cheeks flushed instantly. She understood the implications of this gesture. As a mercenary traversing the cosmos, she was not naive. Rather, she had witnessed too many instances where the strong commanded respect and the weak submitted. Yet, she had never imagined that one day she would find herself in such a position, and the object of her submission was this man before her, so powerful that she felt no inclination to resist. Her fingers trembled slightly, but she hesitated not at all, turning her back to Chao Ming. She took a deep breath and began to remove her tattered combat suit. The rustling of fabric in the silent lounge resonated clearly. Her sun-kissed, smooth back, slender yet powerful waist, curvaceous hips, and long, straight legs gradually revealed themselves to the air, embodying a wild yet healthy beauty. She could feel that gaze upon her, as palpable as a touch, causing her skin to warm, breaking out in goosebumps. She swiftly donned the dark red servant dress. As she had predicted, the soft fabric clung closely to her voluptuous figure, the astonishing curves accentuated, while the neckline, though not low, highlighted her ample bosom in a breathtaking manner. The slit of the skirt revealed her strong, long legs, teasingly obscured. She turned to face him, her cheeks still flushed, standing there somewhat awkwardly, her hands instinctively crossing over her abdomen, her head slightly bowed, unable to meet Chao Ming's eyes. The wild aura that had characterized her was softened by the outfit and her bashful demeanor, revealing a different, captivating charm that invited conquest. "Come here." Chao Ming's voice was devoid of emotion. Qin Yu Mo complied, stepping forward and halting before him. "Kneel." Qin Yu Mo trembled slightly, yet without hesitation. She knelt upon the soft carpet, raising her gaze to Chao Ming. This posture rendered her even more submissive and humble, while simultaneously accentuating her alluring figure. Chao Ming extended his hand, lightly brushing against her smooth, warm cheek, sensing her subtle tremor. His fingertips carried a hint of the scorching evil fire essence, eliciting a soft whimper from her throat as her body grew weak. "Remember this feeling," Chao Ming gazed down at her, his eyes profound. Remember who granted you rebirth. Who can control your power. From now on, your body, your soul, and your strength shall belong to me. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Yumo's gaze grew dazed, her voice trembling with unwavering submission. Everything about you, Mo, belongs to His Highness, willing to serve you forever, beseeching your mercy. Her innate longing for the nurturing and imprint of the supreme fire essence surged within her. Satisfied, Chao Ming withdrew his hand and pointed to his shoulder. Qin Yumo immediately understood, straightening her posture, extending her trembling hands, and cautiously began to massage his shoulders. Her technique initially bore a hint of awkwardness, yet it swiftly transformed into a display of proficiency. The tips of her fingers exuded a gentle primal force as she meticulously kneaded his taut muscles. Kneeling so close, Chao Ming could even catch the faint scent of her body, a blend of delicate sweat and a unique essence reminiscent of flames. The desire to serve emanated from Qin Yumo, her willingness to offer deep servitude through massage and kneeling, intensifying significantly alongside her loyalty and dependence. The reward for her service was a permanent slight enhancement in muscle vitality and an increase in the flow of primal energy. Chao Ming closed his eyes, relishing the pleasure and tangible benefits bestowed by this sense of conquest. The overwhelming possessiveness and alluring traits inherent in the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix quietly influenced the woman prostrating at his feet, deepening her submission and infatuation. The ship sailed smoothly through the dark cosmos, and within the lounge, only the soft sounds of her breathing and the subtle noises of her massage could be heard. Once a wild mercenary captain, she had now transformed into the most obedient handmaiden, embarking on her new mission of service beside the Feng Huang. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chao Ming felt that the nascent flame spirit within Qin Yumo, nurtured through continued service, might yield even greater surprises in the future. Chapter 33, Feng Lin Xiongyu, a gathering of heroes beneath the currents after several days of navigating the dark cosmos. The He Huang ship finally emerged from the void of the dark universe, returning to the vast expanse beyond the initial universe. Ahead lay a planet far grander and more prosperous than the Qiulong star, with energy fluctuations that were astonishing. Xiongyu star. It served as the political, economic, and cultural nucleus of the Qianwu universe country, and was also the ultimate venue for the Cosmic Human Genius Tournament in the Qianwu universe's division. As the ship approached Xiongyu star, its unparalleled magnificence and opulence became palpable. The planet's surface was adorned with countless skyscrapers and dazzling interstellar ports, while luxurious spacecraft and interstellar battleships traversed the void, akin to fish crossing a river. In the distance, colossal interstellar motherships, comparable in size to small asteroids, and palace-like ships exuding formidable pressure could be seen, clearly signaling the arrival of significant figures. Under guidance, the He Huang ship gradually entered a VIP spaceport designated for the geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company. As the hatch opened, Chao Ming stepped out with deliberate grace. He donned the standard dark red battle armor of the Tai Chu Secret Realm members from the Virtual Universe Company, its sleek lines subtly showcasing flowing flame patterns that accentuated his imposing stature. His expression was serene, yet deep within his eyes glimmered a crimson-silver light. Although his aura was restrained, it naturally emanated an intimidating majesty and pressure. Following closely behind was Qin Yumo, now clad in an elegant dark red maid's gown, which perfectly concealed her voluptuous figure while inadvertently highlighting her breathtaking curves as she moved. With her head slightly bowed in a submissive posture, her eyes betrayed a hint of uncontainable excitement and nervousness. Xiongyu Star, the heart of the Qianwu universe country. This was a place she had never dared to dream of as a mercenary captain, yet now, she found herself in such a position. Accompanying a lord from the Virtual Universe Company, the spaceport was already thronged with thousands of geniuses from various star regions of the Qianwu universe. Gathered through the preliminary rounds, the air buzzed with voices, and powerful auras intertwined and clashed, filled with confidence, arrogance, and the palpable scent of competition. Chao Ming's arrival immediately stirred a considerable commotion. Look, it's Chao Ming, the monster who crushed AI Chun in the preliminaries, ranking first in points. His aura seems even more terrifying than during the preliminaries. Who is that woman behind him? A maid? Quite stunning. Countless gazes converged upon Chao Ming, filled with awe, jealousy, curiosity, and even a hint of hostility. His achievements had already spread far and wide, establishing him as the most dazzling and formidable dark horse of this year's Genius Tournament. Chao Ming paid no heed to the staring eyes. With a slight sweep of his soul perception, he locked onto several particularly powerful targets. Not far away, a golden-haired youth clad in sleek silver battle armor, exuding an air of arrogance, glared coldly at him, his eyes brimming with defiance and provocation. This was none other than Locke, the heir of the Carlos Star, whom Chao Ming had effortlessly overwhelmed in the preliminaries. Accompanying him were several formidable subordinates, evidently from the same powerful civilization. On another side, Luo Feng and Rong Jun also turned their attention towards him. Luo Feng regarded Chao Ming with a calm expression, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Rong Jun's gaze was intense, filled with fighting spirit, clearly eager for a contest with Chao Ming. Further away, Ai Chen, surrounded by a group of geniuses from the Nua Lan Mountain Empire, also directed her cool gaze towards Chao Ming. Upon noticing Qin Yuma, who knelt submissively behind him, her delicate brows seemed to furrow ever so slightly, only to return to tranquility immediately. Kylie, with her fiery red hair resembling flames, boldly pushed through the crowd. Swiftly approaching Chao Ming, her amber eyes roamed over him, and she exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, Chao Ming, you've really outdone yourself. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet it feels like you've become even more extraordinary. Where did you find this, mate? Quite wild, I must say." She unabashedly patted Qin Yuma's shoulder, causing the latter to stiffen slightly but not flinch, instead bowing her head even more respectfully. Chao Ming had long grown accustomed to Kylie's exuberance and replied nonchalantly, "Picked her up on the way." Qin Yuma's ears turned slightly red, yet she offered no rebuttal. At that moment, staff from the Virtual Universe Company arrived to guide them, instructing all the geniuses to proceed to the largest arena on Cheongyu Star for registration and the drawing of lots for the finals. The Cheongyu Martial Arena surpassed any structure on Earth in scale, capable of accommodating billions of spectators. At this moment, the stands were already filled to capacity, with representatives of various forces from the Qianwu Universe country, powerful figures, and countless spectators watching through virtual networks. All eyes focused on the thousands of spirited geniuses in the arena. Following a grand opening ceremony, several immortal deities from the Qianwu Universe country personally appeared to encourage the participants. Subsequently, the rules for the finals were announced. The finals would adopt an elimination format through arena battles. All qualifiers would randomly draw lots through the virtual universe system, facing off 2 by 2, with victors advancing and losers being eliminated until the final 10 were determined. The top 10 would earn the right to represent the Qianwu Universe country in the universe-wide finals and receive prioritized training resources from the Virtual Universe Company. Now, let the drawing of lots begin. The massive light screen displayed the names of all the geniuses rolling rapidly. Soon, the matchups for the first round were revealed. Chao Ming's gaze swept across the list, spotting his opponent, a 9th-tier genius from a mid-level cultural star domain, a name he found unfamiliar, with estimated strength ranking around 500 in the Qianwu Universe country. In the first round, on Platform 3, Chao Ming faced off against Kaza. In the first round, on Platform 7, Luo Feng faced off against. In the first round, on Platform 11, Rong Jun faced off against. The matches commenced swiftly. Each platform erupted with brilliant energy, the fluctuations of laws resonating throughout, and the battles were exceptionally fierce. Those who had made it this far were all geniuses, with no weaklings among them. Every contest drew gasps from the audience. Chao Ming ascended to Platform 3. His opponent, the youth named Kaza, wore an expression of utmost gravity. His eyes filled with anxiety and a tinge of despair. Drawing the first point against Chao Ming, he felt his luck had utterly failed him. "Let the match begin," the referee declared. Kaza let out a roar, unleashing his primal energy as he wielded a massive axe, launching the offensive in an attempt to seize the initiative. Chao Ming did not even mobilize his primal energy. He simply raised his right hand casually and pointed his index finger forward. Swish! A barely perceptible crimson-silver spark flickered and vanished. Puff! Kaza's forward charge abruptly halted, a tiny charred hole appearing on his forehead, the light in his eyes dimming instantaneously. He had not even comprehended what had transpired before his consciousness plunged into darkness. His body collapsing softly as the arena system declared him deceased and expelled him from the match. Instant annihilation. Once again, it was an undeniable instant kill. The surroundings of the third arena fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonished gasps. What just happened? I could hardly see it. A mere finger? Just a finger? A monster. Truly a monster. Chao Ming descended the arena with an impassive expression, as if he had simply swatted a mosquito. This caliber of opponent did not even warrant a warm-up. The subsequent rounds of matches unfolded without suspense, regardless of who his adversary was, from which star domain they hailed. or what extraordinary abilities they possessed. None could withstand even a single move before him. Not a soul could compel him to utilize a second finger. His matches transformed into the swiftest and most predictable displays of prowess. His terrifying strength, ranking first in points, was showcased in its entirety. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Ai Chun, and Kelly also advanced effortlessly, exhibiting prowess far beyond that of their competitors. Soon, the competition progressed into its latter stages, where only true elite warriors remained. A new round of draws commenced. The light screen froze. Round 8, Arena 1. Chao Ming versus Luo Ke. Oh, a subtle smile graced Chao Ming's lips. Finally, a contender of some interest had emerged, albeit a defeated one. In a certain section of the stands, the representatives from Carlos Star wore expressions of utter dismay. Luo Ke's countenance turned ashen, his eyes filled with rage, humiliation, and a hint of fear. The memories of his dismal defeat in the preliminary rounds were fresh in his mind, and he was acutely aware of Chao Ming's terrifying nature. Luo Ke, restore our honor. Even in defeat, make sure to showcase the prestige of Carlos Star. The leader, an immortal deity, commanded coldly. Gritting his teeth, Luo Ke steeled himself and ascended the arena. Chao Ming followed suit, leisurely making his way up. Chao Ming, do not become too complacent. This time, I shall not be careless. Luo Ke shouted, his voice trembling with bravado as silver primordial energy surged violently around him. A multitude of exquisite psychic weapons floated behind him, radiating powerful energy waves. He was evidently employing all his trump cards, possibly even life-saving gifts bestowed by the immortals. Chao Ming, disinterested in idle chatter, casually raised a finger. You scoundrel! Do you look down on me? Luo Ke exploded with fury, unleashing a torrent of psychic weapons that surged toward Chao Ming. Simultaneously, a rune materialized in his hand, which he crushed with great force. A robust silver light shield enveloped him instantly. Yet, Chao Ming's finger remained poised to strike. This time, the crimson silver light gathering at his fingertip glimmered slightly brighter. Sizzle! The seemingly formidable torrent of psychic weapons disintegrated upon contact with that spark, crumbling like paper and vanishing. The spark, undeterred, easily pierced through the silver light shield, striking Luo Ke squarely between the brows. Thud! The anger and astonishment on Luo Ke's face froze, his eyes brimming with disbelief and despair as he toppled over. Once again, it was a mere finger. Once again, an instant kill. Even the life-saving gifts he had summoned from the immortals seemed to mock his efforts. Useless. Chao Ming uttered 2 words coolly as he stepped down from the arena. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. In the Carlos Star section, an eerie stillness prevailed, the leader's face a mask of fury. Chao Ming's overwhelming strength and cold demeanor left everyone profoundly shaken. In the subsequent matches, Luo Feng and Rong Jun faced formidable opponents, emerging victorious after fierce battles. Ai Chun soared like a rainbow, effortlessly defeating his foe. Kelly fought with wild abandon, exchanging injuries and ultimately securing a narrow victory. In the end, the top 10 emerged. Chao Ming, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Ai Chun, and Kelly were all prominently featured. Just as everyone anticipated the commencement of the ranking battles, the staff of the Virtual Universe Company announced, the final rankings will be determined based on each individual's comprehensive performance in the preliminary and final rounds, as evaluated by the Virtual Universe system and the Immortals. Now let us unveil the rankings. The light screen flickered, and the final rankings were revealed. First place, Chao Ming, crushing points, instant kills, undisputed. Second place, Rong Jun, Savage Giant Axe, dominant power. Third place, Luo Feng, Mentalist, remarkable potential. Fourth place, Ai Chun, Dreamlike Sword, unparalleled skill. Sixth place, Kelly, Fierce Lion's Fury, fearless in battle. With the rankings announced, some rejoiced while others despaired. However, there was no dissent regarding Chao Ming's first place. It was an undeniable authority forged through his performance. A grand award ceremony was held. As the first place winner, Chao Ming received a wealth of rewards, including a 5th-tier primordial weapon, the Honghua Sword Body, a plethora of precious resources, and most importantly, the qualification to train in the chaotic city of the initial universe. After the ceremony, an immortal deity from the Virtual Universe Company summoned the top 10 individually. You 10 are the most outstanding talents from the Qianwu universe this time. The immortal's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Chao Ming for a moment. Soon, you will represent the Qianwu universe and travel to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company to participate in the ultimate finals. There, you will face the top prodigies from 1,008 cosmic nations of the human race. The competition will be even more brutal. The The top 1,000 in the finals will receive unimaginable resource allocations. The higher your ranking, the greater the benefits. You may even have the opportunity to be taken as disciples by the great cosmic lords or even the super beings of the virtual universe company. Upon hearing this, the crowd's breaths quickened and their eyes ignited with fervor. Prepare yourselves well. The immortal deity waved dismissively, allowing the participants to depart. Exiting the grand hall, the others dispersed, each consumed by their own emotions, whether exhilaration or gravity. Chao Ming was about to return to his residence when Ai Chen approached him. Her icy gaze met his, and she spoke softly. The finals will be teeming with powerful contenders, and there will undoubtedly be monsters stronger than us. I hope to face you again in the finals. Her eyes held a challenge and an indescribable complexity. Chao Ming regarded her delicate countenance, smiling. I hope you can reach me. Ai Chen pursed her lips, casting him a lingering glance before turning away. At that moment, Kelly bounded over, carelessly throwing her arm around Chao Ming's shoulder, ignoring the piercing gaze of Qin Yumiao nearby. Hey, Chao Ming, we must look out for each other in the finals. Let's together thrash those extraterrestrial brats. Chao Ming shrugged off her hand. Depends on my mood. Humph, how boring. Kelly pouted, casting a curious glance at Qin Yumiao before bouncing away. Chao Ming, accompanied by Qin Yumiao, returned to the luxurious quarters arranged by the Virtual Universe Company on Xiongyu Star. Upon entering the courtyard, Chao Ming's intelligent light brain received an encrypted message from the Virtual Universe Company. Your report on the anomalous investigation of the He Yin secret realm has been reviewed and rated as SSS level perfect completion. Rewards have been credited to your account. Additionally, due to your outstanding performance in the task, independently slaying the pinnacle Black Flame Beast King, the company headquarters has granted you Tier 3 elite privileges and rewarded you with a Fire God Source Crystal, a one-time item with World Master level power. SSS level task rewards credited, substantial points, contribution points. Special reward, Fire God Source Crystal 1. Privilege enhancement, Virtual Universe Company internal privileges elevated to Tier 3 elite, allowing access to more confidential information and the exchange of higher-level resources. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction. The rewards for slaying the Beast King were indeed generous. This Fire God Source Crystal was a valuable asset that could obliterate a World Master at a critical moment. Your Highness, Qin Yumiao respectfully presented a cup of hot tea. Her demeanor hesitant. Speak. Chao Ming accepted the teacup. Are we heading to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, the core of the human race? Qin Yuma's eyes reflected a mixture of longing and trepidation. Indeed, that place embodies the true essence of humanity. Chao Ming took a sip of tea and asked, Are you afraid? No. Qin Yuma quickly shook her head, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. It is an honor for Yuma to follow His Highness, and she vows to accompany him to the ends of the earth. As her fiery spirit drew nearer to Chao Ming, it became increasingly docile and lively, benefiting her immensely and solidifying her loyalty. Chao Ming glanced at her and suddenly commanded, Come here. Qin Yuma complied, kneeling before him. Chao Ming extended his finger, pressing it gently on her forehead. A stream of pure, nirvana-infused dark fire energy surged into her body, guiding her nascent spiritual powers to operate along an esoteric path. Qin Yuma stifled a moan, feeling an intense heat coursing through her, her very soul trembling. An unprecedented sensation of euphoria and strength enveloped her. The previously stagnant spiritual energy within her instantaneously flowed freely, even amplifying in potency, guiding target Qin Yuma in her cultivation, enhancing her fiery spirit's development, loyalty, and dependence significantly. Receiving service feedback, affinity with the fire principle slightly increased. Moments later, Chao Ming withdrew his finger. Practice this Lingyan Ju diligently. Do not embarrass me later. Qin Yuma, overwhelmed by the surging power within her, trembled with excitement, her eyes brimming with gratitude and fervor. Thank you for bestowing this technique, Your Highness. Yuma will not disappoint your expectations. She respectfully bowed her head before rising and serving him with even greater dedication. Chao Ming closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Yet his mind had already delved into the virtual universe, beginning to review information concerning the finals and the top talents from various cosmic nations. The finals represent the ultimate stage, gathering the most prodigious monsters of this era in humanity. His blood stirred with anticipation. The dark fire phoenix shall incinerate all foes on this final stage, resonating through the starry river. Chapter 34. Feng Li Qianwu. The initial underflow of dark currents, the clamor of Xiongyu Star gradually subsided. Yet the aftermath of the genius battles within the Qianwu cosmic nation continued to reverberate among the upper echelons. Qiao Ming's undeniable first place, along with the terrifying strength he showcased, far exceeding the stellar level, attracted the keen attention and apprehension of various factions within the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. In a secret chamber within the Virtual Universe Company's Qianwu branch, an immortal being shrouded in shadows asked in a deep voice, "Have you uncovered his background?" That Qiao Ming. He was one of the high-ranking officials of the Virtual Universe Company's Qianwu division. Below, a realm master respectfully reported, "Reporting to you, my lord. We have essentially clarified the details. Qiao Ming hails from a primitive planet known as Earth, and is suspected to have awakened an extraordinarily potent bloodline during the Great Nirvana period, its specific type unknown. Yet its characteristics are overwhelmingly dominant, possessing terrifying powers of fiery destruction, mental allure, and devouring traits. He is believed to have a capable and loyal servant, Feng Yi, though their whereabouts remain elusive. This is directly linked to the annihilation of the Bolinas family and the retreat of the Nualanchan family. Earth, a primitive planet? The immortal's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Such a bloodline could arise from there. Who is his master? Can we trace his lineage? Currently, there is no explicit information on his master. However, since joining our Virtual Universe Company, he has exhibited remarkable talent, drawing the attention of the main branch's Tianshi Palace Master, who has taken him on as a named disciple. The Realm Master's voice trembled with reverence. The Tianshi Palace Master is a titan among the Virtual Universe Company, a cosmic overlord, a named disciple of the Tianshi Palace Master, the shadowed immortal mused. No wonder his rise seems unstoppable. Issue orders to provide the highest level of protection and resource allocation for his home planet, Earth, and related individuals, ensuring there is no neglect. Perhaps the historic breakthrough of our Qianwu Cosmic Nation in this finals, or the emergence of a new super-existence in the future, rests upon this individual's shoulders. Understood. The Realm Master bowed and retreated. The chamber returned to silence. The immortal murmured to himself, the dark fire phoenix with an unprecedented bloodline. The Tianshi Palace Master has indeed taken an extraordinary disciple. Whether this domineering and otherworldly bloodline emerging is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the universe was likely in turmoil. Just as the immortal surmised, information about Qiao Ming had already been disseminated through the Virtual Universe Company's network, reaching various factions across the 1,008 cosmic nations of the human race, attracting varying degrees of attention. A stellar-level genius from a primitive planet, capable of overwhelming numerous powerful civilizations. His formidable bloodline incited both envy and unease. On Xiongyu Star, within the opulent manor arranged by the Virtual Universe Company, Qiao Ming was making his final preparations. Qin Yuma stood respectfully beside him, organizing his belongings. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, categorizing each item into her spatial ring. Occasionally, she would glance up, stealing glances at the meditative Qiao Ming, her eyes filled with awe and infatuation. Target Qin Yuma continues to engage in serving actions, organizing belongings, her loyalty solidified. Receiving a slight enhancement in spatial perception, Qiao Ming immersed his consciousness in the virtual universe, browsing detailed information and precautions sent from the headquarters regarding the finals. The stage for the finals is set at the entrance of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, located outside the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company on the Wanxingolu, where the unique environment serves as the ultimate test of the talent's comprehensive abilities. Your Highness, everything is ready, Qin Yuma reported softly. Qiao Ming opened his eyes and nodded. Let us proceed. The two exited the manor, where a sleek D6-class spaceship, the Xingho, emblazoned with the Virtual Universe Company's emblem, awaited them. This vessel was specially equipped for the talented individuals heading to the headquarters for the competition, far surpassing the previous He Huang. Upon boarding the spaceship, Qiao Ming noticed that Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Ai Chun, and Kelly, all ranked among the top 10 talents, had already arrived. Qiao Ming, Kelly greeted boisterously, clad in a new fiery red battle armor, exuding an even more striking demeanor. We've been waiting for you. This trip to the headquarters will depend on you to uphold the honor of our Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Rong Jun turned his gaze towards Qiao Ming, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Qiao Ming, in the finals, I shall fight you with all my might. Luo Feng gave a slight nod to Qiao Ming, his expression calm, yet laced with anticipation. Ai Chen sat quietly in a corner, her aura shimmering with starlight. Upon sensing Qiao Ming's gaze, she raised her eyes momentarily, meeting his for an instant before quickly looking away, her fair earlobes tinged with a faint blush. Qiao Ming nodded slightly to acknowledge everyone before settling into his seat alongside Qin Yuma. Humph, quite the spectacle. Bringing along a maid, a discordant voice murmured. belonging to a haughty youth ranked 5th, hailing from a powerful empire. His gaze towards Chao Ming was laden with evident jealousy and disdain. Chao Ming remained unfazed, his eyelids not even fluttering. However, Qin Yuma's expression turned icy as she stepped forward, locking her sharp gaze onto the youth. "Are you questioning His Highness?" The youth instinctively took a step back under her fierce and threatening gaze, his anger boiling over. A mere maid dares to. Before he could finish, Chao Ming slowly raised his head, casting a calm glance in his direction. Buzz. The youth felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure descend upon him, as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast. His soul quaked, the words dying in his throat, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring down. And he dared not utter another word. The entire cabin fell into a profound silence. Everyone felt that fleeting yet heart-pounding sense of oppression. Kylie scoffed, overestimating oneself. Rong Juan shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. In contrast, Luofeng's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Aichen cast a contemplative glance at Cao Ming. It was at this moment that Qin Yuma coldly snorted, retreating behind Cao Ming, respectfully lowering her gaze as if nothing had transpired. Following this brief interlude, no one dared to provoke further. The spaceship successfully took off, entering the dark cosmos, heading toward the core territory of the human race. The journey through the dark cosmos was monotonous and lengthy, requiring several months. Cao Ming spent most of his time in his quarters cultivating to solidify his cosmic-level realm, while simultaneously deepening his understanding of the Tianshi Huandong Bei and the mysteries of the Tianshi Lingyu imparted by his teacher. Qin Yuma remained steadfast outside, protecting him while diligently practicing the Ling Yin Jue bestowed by Cao Ming. Her fire spirit body advanced rapidly under the nurturing of his wicked fire aura. Occasionally, Cao Ming would emerge from his quarters to the observation hull of the spaceship. Most of the other prodigies gathered there, either exchanging insights on cultivation or researching their opponents through the virtual cosmos, the atmosphere laden with tension. On this day, as Cao Ming closed his eyes in a corner of the observation hall, Qin Yuma knelt beside him, her slender fingers skillfully massaging his legs with just the right amount of pressure, the gentle essence of original power permeating to help alleviate his fatigue from cultivation. With her head bowed and focus unwavering, she seemed to regard this as the most important task in the world. Kylie approached with a drink in hand and, upon witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Hey, Cao Ming, your maid is quite considerate. Where did you find her? Introduce one to me too." Qin Yuma's movements paused slightly, but she did not lift her gaze. Cao Ming, without raising his eyelids, replied, "Find one yourself." "Tch, stingy," Kylie retorted, settling down opposite him, crossing her legs and swinging her long, toned limbs. "On a serious note, have you seen the latest intel from headquarters? This time, other cosmic nations have unleashed many monstrous talents. The Grim Reaper Bolin from the Nuya Cosmos has reportedly reached an abnormal understanding of spatial laws, able to manifest thousands of phantom bodies at the stellar level. Shueshu Ta from the Guluan Cosmos possesses strength capable of tearing apart interstellar battleships. And there is Huan Ma Jia Lai Shi from the Mengbei Cosmos, whose mental illusions are virtually unresistible. None of them are to be underestimated." Though her tone remained casual, a hint of gravity flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Aichen quietly approached, standing beside her and listening intently to Kylie's words, a glimmer of concern surfacing in her cool gaze. She turned to Cao Ming and softly remarked, "These opponents are formidable, especially Bolin, who is recognized as the strongest prodigy this time. Is there any chance you can overcome him?" Cao Ming finally opened his eyes, his calm gaze sweeping over the two women. Merely a bunch of clucking chickens and barking dogs. His tone, though unembellished, carried an inherent and undeniable aura of dominance. Kylie paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? Now that's bold. I like it. Who cares what kind of genius monsters they are? Just knock them down." As Aichen gazed into Cao Ming's profound and confident eyes, her worries inexplicably began to ease, and she nodded gently. "I look forward to your performance." At that moment, the spaceship's AI issued a prompt. "Attention. We will soon be exiting the dark cosmos and entering the Huanyu star domain. In 10 minutes, we will arrive at the outer spaceport of the Virtual Cosmos Company's headquarters on Wanxing Continent." Everyone straightened, moving to the windows with anticipation. The spaceship trembled slightly as it exited the dark cosmos, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was an expanse of stars so vast and magnificent that it defied description. In the distance, a colossal continent, seemingly formed from countless stars, floated in the void. This was Wanxing Continent. On the continent, palaces soared into the sky, shimmering with light, and powerful auras intertwined like a realm of deities. Farther still, Gigantic entrances to cosmic secret realms could be vaguely seen, slowly swirling like nebulae, emanating an ancient and perilous aura. Those were the cultivation sanctuaries controlled by the virtual Cosmos Company, the Apocalypse Secret Realm, the Primordial Secret Realm, the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, and the Primitive Secret Realm. Deep within all these secret realms, a towering, ancient bronze hall, exuding an aura that suppressed all realms, flickered in and out of visibility. That was the headquarters of the virtual Cosmos Company. Simultaneously, ships from various cosmic nations continued to emerge from the dark cosmos, converging toward Wanxing continent, like rivers flowing into the sea. Each ship represented the pinnacle of talent from a cosmic nation of the human race. An overwhelming, majestic, and suffocating pressure surged forth. Here lay the highest stage for the younger generation of the human race. All prodigies, including Rong Juan and Luofeng, held their breath at this moment, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Cao Ming stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vast continent that gathered millions of human prodigies, feeling the myriad of powerful, peculiar, and hostile auras. The bloodline of the wicked phoenix within him stirred slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Qin Yuma stood behind him, sensing the overwhelming pressure and the numerous powerful auras. Her complexion paled slightly as she instinctively inched closer to Cao Ming, as if only by his side could she find solace. Finally, they had arrived. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Cao Ming's lips, his eyes gleaming with crimson light. The hunting grounds had come. Chapter 35, The Convergence of Stars. The Phoenix's first cry dares to compete with all the Xinghua spacecraft slowly sailed into the breathtakingly vast spaceport of Wanxing continent. When the cabin door opened, Cao Ming and his companions stepped onto the land that represented the pinnacle stage for the younger generation of the human race, instantly engulfed by the overwhelming and tumultuous atmosphere. Inside the spaceport, a throng of people already filled the area. Talents from the 1,008 cosmic nations of the human race converged here like a tidal wave. Their forms were diverse, their races myriad. There were towering giants 10 meters tall, their skin gleaming like metal. There were races with transparent wings, their features as exquisite as elves. There were shadowy beings cloaked in mystery, and many young men and women resembling earthlings, yet radiating an entirely different aura and energy fluctuations. Countless powerful auras collided and intertwined, creating a torrent that sent shivers down one's spine. Confidence, arrogance, battle intent, and even unabashed killing intent pervaded the air. Those who could arrive here were none other than the creme de la creme of their respective cosmic nations, each proud and disdainful. As soon as the Qianwu cosmic nation made their appearance, they attracted numerous scrutinizing gazes. However, upon sensing that most of them exuded only the first or second tier of cosmic-level aura, Cao Ming deliberately concealed his true power, appearing as merely first-tier cosmic level. Many of those gazes turned to contempt and disdain. Humph, Qianwu cosmic nation, I heard this year's level is quite mediocre. Even cosmic-level first tier can reach the top 108 cosmic nations. It's getting more and more watered down. That black-haired kid seems calm, but unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Whispers of derision floated openly. Among the numerous cosmic nations, Qianwu cosmic nation was not a top-tier one, and its past performances had been average, thus naturally drawing the scorn of prodigies from more powerful nations. Rong Juan furrowed his brow, releasing a hint of his savage aura, causing the nearby murmurers to change their expressions. Luo Feng's gaze remained tranquil as he silently attuned himself to the myriad of powerful auras surrounding him. The immense pressure only ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within him. Meanwhile, Kelly's amber eyes gleamed with excitement as she surveyed the area, her lips lightly licking as if selecting her prey. Wow, so many seemingly resilient opponents. Ai Chen's aura of starlight was subdued, her cold countenance betraying no emotion. Yet her slightly clenched jade hand revealed her tension. Cao Ming, however, paid no heed to the surrounding clamor and scrutiny. His sole perception functioned like an invisible radar, swiftly locking onto several energy signatures that shone like brilliant stars, vastly surpassing his current targets. Among them was a young man from the Noah universe, clad in a white battle attire and bearing a blood-red longsword, exuding an unsettling coldness and spatial fluctuations. Death God Berlan. Another was a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like rock, wielding a colossal battle axe with a wild and ferocious gaze, emanating the aura of a primordial beast, Blood Axe Tao, from the ancient Wheel universe. Additionally, cloaked in a gray mantle, a figure whose features were obscured yet radiated an eerie aura that distorted the surrounding space. Illusory Demon Galaisi from the Dream Bay universe. These were the adversaries worthy of his attention. His arrival, especially with an aura so profoundly restrained yet seemingly unfathomable, caught the interest of a select few top-tier geniuses. Berlin's icy gaze swept over Chao Ming, pausing for a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise indifferent expression before he resumed his cold demeanor. Blood Axe Tao flashed a cruel grin, gesturing a throat-cutting motion towards Chao Ming. The gaze beneath Galaisi's cloak lingered on Chao Ming for a moment, sending forth a faint mental probe that was effortlessly extinguished by the proud phoenix bloodline within Chao Ming. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chao Ming's lips as he remained unfazed by the provocations. The more ferocious the prey, the greater the thrill of the hunt. Just then, a group of flamboyantly dressed youths, exuding an air of arrogance, approached and blocked the path of the Qianwu Universe team. At the forefront was a fiery-haired individual with snake-like pupils, whose aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the third stage of cosmic level. This was Qi Yan, a genius from the Yanxi universe, who had previously provoked Chao Ming at the Qiulong Star and was subsequently defeated with a mere flick of his finger. It seemed he had also made it to the finals, evidently having encountered fortuitous circumstances. Aren't these the geniuses from the Qianwu universe? Qi Yan sneered as his gaze contemptuously swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Chao Ming, his lips curling into a venomous smile. Chao Ming, who would have thought you could make it to the finals? What a stroke of luck. His aura had multiplied several times since the preliminaries, clearly indicating a recent fortuitous encounter. His eyes burned with vengeful flames. Last time on Qiulong Star, I was careless. This time, I will personally tear you apart on the arena. You will learn the consequences of offending me, Qi Yan, and the Yanxi universe. His companions erupted in laughter. Filled with provocation, the expression of the Qianwu universe team darkened immediately. Kelly was the first to lose her composure, stepping forward with her fiery red hair blazing. Where did this longworm come from? Spouting venom here? Want to fight? I'll entertain you right now. Rongjun also advanced, his imposing aura pressing down on the adversaries. Get lost. Yet, Qi Yan remained unfazed, sneering. What? Planning to use numbers to bully the few? Don't forget the rules here. On the arena, I will make each of you kneel and beg for mercy. His gaze fixated on Chao Ming. Especially you, Chao Ming. I will make you. Before he could finish, Chao Ming moved. Without even glancing at Qi Yan, he casually raised his hand and flicked his fingers at the void. The gesture was so nonchalant, akin to swatting away a fly. Whoosh! A barely perceptible, dark silver spark, glimmering faintly, appeared instantaneously before Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He had already prepared for an attack, erupting in a burst of crimson snake-shaped flames that formed a protective shield, adorned with intricate immortal runes. This was evidently a protective treasure bestowed by the immortals. However, sizzle. The spark pierced through the seemingly robust flame shield, and runes as effortlessly as a heated needle through ice, striking true at his brow. Qi Yan emitted a short, agonizing scream, his body staggering backward, a charred mark appearing at his forehead as a scorching, enigmatic mental shockwave surged into his mind. It not only caused excruciating pain, but also instantaneously obliterated the energy circulating within him, causing his cultivation to plummet back to the first stage of cosmic level. It even harmed his essence. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face as pale as paper, gazing at Chao Ming with overwhelming fear and disbelief. His greatest reliance, that protective treasure bestowed by the immortals, had failed to withstand even a casual strike from his opponent. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All the onlooking geniuses were left dumbfounded, gasping in shock. Qi Yan was defeated in an instant. He was among the top 10 of the Yanxi universe. And he possessed an immortal gift. What kind of flame was that? Capable of annihilating immortal runes. The first stage of cosmic level? Was this truly the first stage of cosmic level? Exclamations erupted. The gazes directed at Chao Ming shifted from disdain to astonishment and dread. The Qianwu universe team was also taken aback. Although they knew Chao Ming was strong, they never expected him to be this formidable. A casual strike that severely injured someone at the pinnacle of the third stage of cosmic level. Such power. Kelly's mouth fell agape, and she excitedly punched Chao Ming's shoulder. Wow, you are becoming increasingly monstrous. Rongjun's pupils constricted, his gaze towards Chao Ming now laden with gravity. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with profound shock. Ai Chen's cool eyes shimmered with brilliance. Chao Ming did not even spare a glance at Qi Yan, who lay like a defeated dog. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the now silent geniuses of the Yanxi universe. His voice calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Leave, or perish. The terrified geniuses scrambled to lift the unconscious Qi Yan. hastily retreating into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Following this incident, no one dared to underestimate the Qinwu universe, nor would anyone provoke Chao Ming lightly. His infamous reputation rapidly spread throughout the Wanqing continent's spaceport. Soon, staff from the Virtual Universe Company arrived to guide all the geniuses to report and draw lots at the Ultimate Combat Arena located in the heart of Wanqing Continent. The Ultimate Combat Arena, far exceeding the Qiongyu Combat Arena in scale, could accommodate all the geniuses and spectators from various cosmic nations. The atmosphere was charged, and the competition was more intense than ever. The drawing of lots commenced. On the enormous light screen, the names of all the geniuses rolled rapidly. Ultimately, the matchups for the first round were revealed. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the list, landing on his opponent, a top genius from the Heilong universe. Known for his deceptive poison arts and agility, ranked among the top 5 in his universe, a cosmic level 3, dubbed the Black Poison Hand. In the first round, on the 888th arena, Chao Ming, Qinwu Universe, versus Mo Du, Heilong Universe. The match began swiftly. Countless arenas erupted into action, plunging into a fierce crescendo of battle. Those present were no weaklings, and every fight was intensely exhilarating, with laws clashing and secret techniques manifesting, eliciting constant gasps from the spectators. Chao Ming ascended to the 888th arena. His opponent, Mo Du, was a slight young man with dark skin and a sinister gaze. Surrounded by a faint aura of black poison, his presence decidedly eerie. Humph, from the Qinwu universe? What luck! Encountering a soft persimmon in the first round, Mo Du let out a chilling smile, and in an instant, his figure blurred, transforming into a multitude of venomous phantoms that surged towards Chao Ming from all directions with astonishing speed. The audience watched intently, eager to witness the prowess of this Qinwu genius who had effortlessly defeated Qi Yan. Standing still, Chao Ming did not move a muscle until the swarm of toxic shadows approached him. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and with a gentle grasp towards the void, an invisible, annihilative domain of sinister flames expanded, enveloping the entire arena. The incoming phantoms shrieked in terror as they encountered their nemesis, dissolving rapidly in the crimson-silver aura tinged with darkness, revealing the horrified, true form of Mo Du. No, Mo Du felt his strength being stripped away by an unfathomable force that consumed him. Despite his desperate attempts to unleash his toxic powers, they proved futile. Chao Ming's fingers closed together, and with a resounding pop, Mo Du's body was crushed as if by an invisible hand, exploding into a cloud of black mist, which was then entirely purified and devoured by the domain, leaving not a trace behind. It was yet another instantaneous annihilation, executed without a single step taken by Chao Ming. The arena fell into an abrupt silence before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Another swift victory? Mo Du was among the top 5 of the Heilong Yuzhou Kingdom. His toxic domain was feared even by 5th-tier cosmic beings. What kind of domain could obliterate all toxic abilities? A monster. Undoubtedly a monster. Chao Ming descended from the arena with an expressionless demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Such adversaries lacked even the qualification to warm him up. The following rounds proceeded without suspense, regardless of their origin or peculiar abilities. Whether they were 3rd or 4th-tier cosmic beings, none could withstand a single move against him. No one even compelled him to use his other hand. His matches became the quickest and most decisive displays of dominance. The notorious reputation of the Sinister Phoenix spread rapidly, capturing the attention and trepidation of increasingly more top-tier geniuses. Luo Feng, Rong Juan, Ai Chun, and Kai Li also advanced. Yet their paths were far from as effortless as Chao Ming's, as they had all endured arduous battles. Soon, the competition entered its latter stages, where only the true elites remained. The new round of draws commenced, with the screen freezing to reveal. Round 5, Arena 1. Chao Ming, Qinwu Yuzhou versus Jiao Laishi Mingbei Yuzhou. The audience gasped at the mention of Jiao Laishi, the foremost genius of the Mingbei Yuzhou. Renowned for his terrifying illusionary skills, it was said that even 6th-tier cosmic beings could succumb to his illusions. This was dire. Although Chao Ming's attacks were formidable, the illusionist excelled in soul attacks, perfectly countering him. An enthralling spectacle was anticipated. In the Qinwu Yuzhou section, the crowd's expressions turned grave. They had long been aware of Jiao Laishi's fearsome reputation. Kai Li furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Chao Ming, be careful. That fellow's illusions are insidious." Ai Chen added softly, "His illusions strike at the soul. Guard your mind closely." Chao Ming maintained a serene expression as he stepped onto the arena. Opposite him, Jiao Laishi emerged silently from beneath a gray cloak, two glimmering points of light beneath the fabric locking onto Cao Ming. The match commenced as announced by the referee. Jia Laishi made no move, yet an invisible and terrifying wave of soul illusions enveloped the arena, causing the spectators outside to experience fleeting visions of countless vengeful spirits surging towards Cao Ming. Descend, Jia Laishi rasped. However, Cao Ming remained unmoved, his gaze calm, even tinged with mockery. Jia Laishi paused momentarily, startled. His invincible soul illusions collided with an impenetrable barrier of eternal flames, as if plunging into a universe of annihilating fire. Not only could he not breach the defenses, but the searing flames also rebounded, inflicting pain upon his very soul. How is this possible? Jia Laishi exclaimed, his face paling beneath the cloak. He had never encountered such an abnormal soul defense before. A tedious trick, Cao Ming remarked coolly, finally raising his hand, effortlessly pointing a single finger. With a swift motion, a concentrated spark of crimson-silver flame shot forth, ignoring spatial distances, and appeared before Jia Laishi in an instant. Terrified, Jia Laishi desperately attempted to evade while activating his soul defense artifact, but it was all in vain. The spark seemed to lock onto his soul's essence, easily penetrating all defenses and striking his forehead. With a thud, Jia Laishi's body stiffened, the glow beneath his cloak dimming instantly, and he emitted a piercing scream, one that resonated from the depths of his soul, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained, his soul severely wounded. Another instant kill. Even the illusionist, adept at soul attacks, fell in a single move. The arena fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. All eyes turned at Cao Ming, gazing upon him as if he were a true monster, one devoid of weaknesses. His attacks were overwhelmingly dominant. His soul defense invincible? How could one combat such an opponent? High above, the spectators from various cosmic nations wore solemn expressions. Such a formidable soul essence, comparable to the immortal. The flames contained a supreme will of destruction, possessing absolute restraint over the soul. The Qianwu Yuzhou had produced an extraordinary individual. Ignoring the astonishment and discussions around him, Cao Ming descended from the arena. As he passed through the Qianwu Yuzhou section, he casually remarked to the awestruck Kai Li and the complex-eyed Ai Chen, I said, merely a bunch of chickens and dogs. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of nearby geniuses, brimming with undeniable arrogance and dominance. Yet this time, no one found his confidence presumptuous, for he possessed the merit to be so. In the subsequent matches, Cao Ming continued his path of annihilation, unimpeded as he advanced into the top 1,000, securing a place in the core of the Virtual Universe Company. His fame echoed throughout the Wanxing Dalu, establishing him as one of the most dazzling dark horses of this finals, alongside figures like Xishan Wulan. Recognized as a super prodigy capable of contending for the top 10, Luo Feng and Rong Juan also endured arduous battles to barely breach the top 1,000. Ai Chen and Kai Li, however, reached their limit at the top 2,000, though their efforts were commendable. At last, the top 1,000 emerged. They would receive focused training from the Virtual Universe Company and continue ranking battles to determine their final standings and affiliations: Apocalyptic Secret Realm, Heavenly Secret Realm, Primordial Secret Realm, Primitive Secret Realm. Following a grand award ceremony, a revered figure from the Virtual Universe Company appeared to encourage the crowd and announce subsequent arrangements. As the grand event came to a temporary close, all the advancing geniuses returned to their accommodations to rest and prepare for the upcoming ranking battles. Cao Ming returned to the luxurious quarters arranged by the Virtual Universe Company. Qin Yuma had long been waiting respectfully outside, and upon seeing him return, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have swept through the competition, commanding the stars. Cao Ming nodded slightly as he entered the courtyard. Just as he entered the quiet room to prepare for rest, his intelligent light brain received a secure message from the Virtual Universe Company. Your Highness Cao Ming, congratulations on successfully advancing into the top 1,000 of the finals, securing your qualification for the Primordial Secret Realm. In light of your exceptional performance in the finals, where you vanquished formidable opponents in rapid succession, the company headquarters has graciously awarded you with a Fire Void Beast God Inheritance Token, low tier. You are permitted to venture to the outskirts of the ancestral secret realm, the Flame River continent, to accept a singular opportunity for the Beast God Inheritance, focusing on the fusion of fire and space laws. Additionally, your status has been elevated to level 4 elite. Cao Ming's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving the Beast God Inheritance Token. This token represents an opportunity far more direct and precious than insights gained from the Chaos Tablet. Notably, the fire and space fusion laws align perfectly with his Tianshi domain and the Bloodline of the Evil Fire Phoenix. This final competition has proven immensely rewarding. Your Highness, what joyous news do you have? Qin Yu Mo inquired softly, having sensed his elation. In a buoyant mood, Chao Ming glanced at her and beckoned, "Come here." Qin Yu Mo complied, kneeling before him. Chao Ming extended his finger, touching her brow, and this time, he imparted a more refined essence, infused with a hint of the Firespace Fusion Law's profound meaning. A delightful moan escaped Qin Yu Mo as she felt her soul tremble, her understanding of fire suddenly becoming exponentially clearer. Her spiritual essence rejoiced, and the bottleneck in her cultivation subtly loosened. Overwhelmed with gratitude and fervor, she trembled, exclaiming, "Thank you immensely for your grace, Your Highness." Chao Ming withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Having a potential-filled attendant providing feedback is indeed advantageous. His gaze drifted to the vast expanse of the Wanqing continent and the mysterious entrance to the secret realm beyond. The top 1,000 is merely the beginning. The subsequent ranking battles to vie for secret realm qualifications are the true spectacle, especially the ultimate primal secret realm, where the evil fire phoenix shall surely reside at the pinnacle. Chapter 36. The ranking battle commences. Phoenix flames engulfing the heroes. The clamor of Wanqing continent did not subside with the emergence of the top 1,000. Instead, it intensified. The true highlight, the ranking battle determining the ownership of the secret realms, was about to commence. The top 1,000 geniuses would be preliminarily assigned to 4 major secret realms based on their performance in the finals. The Apocalypse Secret Realm, lower rank. The Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, mid-tier. The Primordial Secret Realm, upper tier. And the Primal Secret Realm, top 10, or even top 3. Yet, this was merely a preliminary distribution. Final rankings and secret realm qualifications would be determined through a merciless arena ranking battle. The higher the rank, the greater the resources and training afforded, especially in the legendary Primal Secret Realm, where each slot would entice even immortal deities. The Virtual Universe Company arranged temporary accommodations for all advancing geniuses, providing a tranquil environment conducive to rest and preparation. Chao Ming's residence was an independent courtyard complete with a training room, meditation chamber, and even a small martial arts arena. Qin Yu Mo stood vigil outside the courtyard like the most loyal guardian, seizing every moment to cultivate the Ling Yen Ju bestowed by Chao Ming. Under the influence of his evil fire aura day and night, her fire spirit advanced rapidly, nearing the threshold of cosmic-level cultivation. Prior to the commencement of the ranking battle, there was a brief period for rest. Chao Ming spent much of his time in the meditation chamber, consolidating his recently achieved cosmic-level second-tier cultivation while continuing to digest the energy from the Beast King and Blood Crystal. Simultaneously, he delved into the profound mysteries of the precious Fire Void Beast God Inheritance token and the deeper secrets of the Tianshi secret classic passed down by his master, the Tianshi Palace Lord. His powerful soul and exceptional comprehension, combined with the ultimate affinity of the evil Fire Phoenix bloodline, facilitated rapid progress. He gained a deeper understanding of the fundamental laws of fire and space, particularly the destructive essence derived from their fusion. His nascent Tianshi domain became increasingly refined and formidable. Days later, the announcement for the official start of the ranking battle arrived. All top 1,000 geniuses gathered at the ultimate martial arena. In the center of the arena floated an enormous platform, enveloped in layers of luminous barriers, serving as the stage for the ranking battle. Surrounding the platform were throngs of spectators from various human factions, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. A venerable being from the Virtual Universe Company appeared, proclaiming in a grand voice, "The rules of the ranking battle are simple. It is a challenge-based system. The current rankings are not final. Anyone may challenge an opponent ranked above them. The victor will usurp their ranking and secret realm qualification, while the loser will see their rank diminish. Each individual may initiate a maximum of 3 challenges per day and accept 3 challenges. Ultimately, the rankings 1 month hence will determine your fates. Now, let the ranking battle begin." As his words resonated, the arena erupted into a frenzy. Almost instantly, hundreds of challenge requests surged towards the Virtual Universe system. Those present were all extraordinary talents. None were willing to concede easily. Especially those who felt they had not fully showcased their abilities in the finals were eager to prove themselves. Fierce battles erupted simultaneously across numerous platforms. Laws clashed, treasures were unveiled, and killer moves were unleashed. The intensity of the combat far surpassed that of the previous elimination rounds. In pursuit of higher rankings and better secret realm qualifications, all geniuses exerted their utmost effort. Chao Ming's initial rank was 9th. Determined by a comprehensive evaluation of his finals performance, placing him provisionally in the primordial secret realm area. This ranking was already quite high, but 8 individuals remained ahead of him, including the widely recognized strongest, the god of death, Bloodline, ranked first, and the blood axe, Tao, ranked second, among other formidable figures. He did not rush to issue a challenge. Instead, he stood quietly in the primordial secret realm area, his gaze calmly surveying the fierce battles unfolding on the platforms. To him, these confrontations were rife with flaws and lacked merit. Soon, attention turned toward him. A genius ranked 15th, hailing from a powerful mechanical race's vassal universe, stood nearly 4 meters tall, composed entirely of a silvery metal. Wielding a massive energy blade, he exuded a fierce aura, having reached the pinnacle of cosmic level 4. After easily defeating a challenger, he set his sights on the 9th-ranked Chao Ming, his mechanical eyes glowing red. Chao Ming, your attacks may be peculiar, but my demon silver battle body boasts invincible defense and high energy immunity. Your flames will be ineffective against me. Dare to face me in battle. His voice possessed a metallic resonance, brimming with confidence. A murmur of discussion rippled through the stands. It was Karu of the Demon Silver clan. His battle body was renowned for its formidable defense, reputed to withstand cosmic level 5 attacks. Chao Ming's fire-based assaults could indeed be countered. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Chao Ming did not even raise an eyebrow, merely uttering a single word, agreed. The two ascended the platform. The match commenced. With a roar, Karu's massive metallic form erupted in dazzling silver light, transforming him into a gigantic silver fortress. Charging toward Chao Ming with the intent to crush all in his path, he raised the energy blade high, cleaving through the air and striking down with ferocity. Chao Ming remained stationary until the enormous blade descended upon him, at which point he casually lifted his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. With a snap, a minuscule, nearly invisible crimson-black spark erupted from his fingertips. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! That spark of flame vanished in an instant. Uft! The massive form of Ka Lu, charging furiously, abruptly froze. Its momentum halted. On its so-called invincible magic silver battle body, a pinhole-sized, charred hole appeared, penetrating from front to back. At the edges of the hole, dark red flames burned silently, spreading with terrifying speed, swiftly engulfing its entire metallic body, vaporizing it. No, it's impossible. Ka Lu emitted a final, incredulous electronic sound as its colossal figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke before the eyes of the multitude, disappearing entirely. A swift kill. Once again, an unadorned instant annihilation. Even that energy battle blade was obliterated along with it. A sudden silence fell over the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was the magic silver battle body renowned for its defense. A peak cosmic level 4th tier. How could it be annihilated by a mere spark of flame? What kind of fire was that? Chao Ming retracted his hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust, and turned to descend from the arena. After the silence, there erupted a thunderous uproar and gasps of disbelief. The magic silver battle body was burnt to nothing. That flame could instantaneously obliterate energy and metal. This was beyond stellar level, far surpassing the power expected of cosmic level beings. A monster, an absolute monster. Following this battle, no one dared to challenge Chao Ming lightly. His fearsome reputation soared to new heights. Even the top-ranked monsters cast solemn glances in his direction. A subtle ripple flickered in Bloodline's cold gaze. Blood Axe Tao licked his lips, his fighting spirit intensifying, yet tinged with a hint of caution. Chao Ming returned to his original spot, closing his eyes to recuperate. Qin Yumo immediately presented a meticulously prepared energy drink with reverence, her eyes brimming with endless admiration. In the following days, the challenges remained fierce. However, the area where Chao Ming resided was exceedingly tranquil. No one dared to confront this harbinger of death. He relished the peace, merely observing matches daily, occasionally offering pointers to Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and others during their arduous battles. His keen insights and precise guidance greatly benefited them, deepening their respect for Chao Ming's prowess. After a narrow victory, Kelly, battered and bruised, approached Chao Ming without hesitation. Hey, freak, do you have any quick healing remedies? Lend me some. Chao Ming cast her a glance and casually flicked a wisp of life-infused nirvana evil fire into her body. Kelly immediately sighed in comfort, feeling her injuries rapidly heal. Even her expended primal energy restored. Her eyes lit up, and she clapped Chao Ming on the back. Nice. Next time, if I score something good, I'll share half with you. After a narrow victory, Ai Chun, her cold face displaying a hint of fatigue and confusion, proactively sought advice regarding the conversion of light principles. With just a few words, Chao Ming illuminated the essence for her, causing her to experience an epiphany. Her cold eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance as she looked at him with increasingly complex emotions. During this time, Chao Ming initiated a single challenge against the 6th-ranked genius from a powerful psychic race. The outcome was unsurprising, another instant kill. His ranking effortlessly ascended to 6th. As time passed, the rankings battle gradually approached its conclusion. The most intense clashes occurred among the top 10. Rong Jun unleashed all his might, wielding his gigantic axe with thunderous ferocity, narrowly defeating the 5th-ranked opponent and breaking into the top 5. Luo Feng, propelled by astonishing willpower and transformed psychic abilities, played all his cards and, through perilous means, overcame the 4th-ranked genius, shocking the entire audience. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper Bo Lan and Blood Axe Tao each defeated their opponents, firmly holding the top 2 positions. Ultimately, the rankings among the top 10 were temporarily set. Bo Lan, Noah Universe Nation; Tao, Ancient Will Universe Nation; Long Yun, Wild Universe Nation; Luo Feng, Qianwu Universe Nation; Rong Jun, Qianwu Universe Nation; Chao Ming, Qianwu Universe Nation; Jia Lai Shi, Dream Shell Universe Nation; Huan Mo, Illusory Moon Universe Nation; Qian Shui, IC Universe Nation; Wu Ka, Manka Star. This ranking sparked immense controversy, especially regarding Chao Ming, who undeniably displayed overwhelming prowess, yet was ranked 6th. Many believed he possessed the strength to challenge for 2nd or even 1st place. Yet he did not actively seek to confront the top 5. The explanation provided by the Virtual Universe company stated that rankings considered overall performance throughout the finals, the strength of opponents, diversity of methods, and so forth. Although Chao Ming achieved multiple instant kills, he had not faced the truly top-tier individuals like Bo Lan and Tao, and his methods were relatively singular, thus his current 6th place. This explanation evidently failed to convince everyone. What nonsense comprehensive evaluation. Chao Ming's strength is undoubtedly within the top 3. Indeed, I suspect the Virtual Universe company fears Bo Lan and Tao might be eliminated prematurely. Chao Ming, challenge Bo Lan. Prove yourself. In the stands, countless spectators shouted Chao Ming's name. In the Qianwu Universe Nation area, many felt discontent. Kelly exclaimed angrily, Chao Ming, go knock that pretentious Bo Lan and that big fool Tao down. Why are you ranked 6th? Rong Jun solemnly added, Chao Ming, your strength is far beyond this. Luo Feng glanced at Chao Ming, his eyes filled with encouragement. Ai Chen softly remarked, if you wish to fight, no one can stand in your way. Even Qin Yu Mo clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with indignation. Yet, Chao Ming remained calm, seemingly unconcerned with the rankings. His gaze swept over the top 5, and a faint smile crept across his lips. Defeating them would indeed elevate his standing, but it held little significance for him. His true goal had never been merely to secure 1st place in the rankings battle. He was waiting for a grander stage, one that would allow him to truly shine, silencing all doubters, and seizing the greatest opportunity for gain. At that moment, a revered figure from the Virtual Universe company reappeared. The top 10 rankings were provisional. However, the final order among the top 10, as well as the most crucial slots for the original Secret Realm, would not be determined by this. The revered figure's voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. The true final confrontation would take place in the illusory sea of the end times. There, your will, consciousness, comprehension of principles, and practical abilities would face the ultimate test. Ultimately, the progress and performance in traversing the illusory sea would decide the final rankings. The most outstanding performer would directly obtain a slot in the original Secret Realm. Tomorrow, the illusory sea shall commence. I expect all of you to give your utmost effort. As these words were spoken, the arena erupted in astonishment. The ultimate showdown would occur in the illusory sea. The illusory sea was a renowned perilous ground for honing the will of talented individuals, consisting of 21 islands, each more challenging than the last. It was said that a stellar-level being could conquer the 9th island and be considered top-tier, while a realm master who could conquer the 18th island would be deemed invincible among the immortal. Its difficulty surpassed all imagination. All eyes turned toward the top 10 geniuses, especially Bo Lan, Tao, Long Yun, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and the unfathomable Chao Ming. This was the true ultimate showdown. A spark of interest ignited in Chao Ming's eyes. The illusory sea? Quite intriguing. That night, Chao Ming rested in a tranquil chamber. Qin Yu Mo knelt behind him, her delicate fingers imbued with gentle primal energy, massaging his head to alleviate the mental fatigue accumulated over the past days. Her touch was exceedingly gentle and focused, her breath instinctively lightening. Deep service behavior, mental soothing, triggered, permanently enhancing soul recovery speed slightly, and marginally boosting mental perception. Your Highness, Qin Yu Mo murmured softly the next day, her tone laced with a hint of concern. It is said to be extremely dangerous, directly striking at the essence of the soul. Chao Ming, with his eyes closed, relished the service, calmly stating, the Mirage Sea, easily shattered at a snap of the fingers. His voice exuded absolute confidence. With the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix and the rebirth of Nirvana, his soul's essence was proud and formidable, the least susceptible to illusionary temptations. Moreover, he had the protection of Nirvana true blood. Feeling his overwhelming confidence, Qin Yu Mo's worries dissipated in an instant, transforming into unwavering trust. Your Highness will undoubtedly sweep through the Mirage Sea, surpassing all others. The following morning, all top 10 prodigies, guided by the staff of the Virtual Universe Company, arrived at the edge of the apocalyptic secret realm, a vast ocean shrouded in mist. The water was not real, but formed by countless mental illusions. Above the ocean floated 21 islands, faintly visible. The deeper one ventured, the thicker the mist became, emanating a terrifying spiritual pressure and illusionary power. This was the dreaded Mirage Sea. An immortal deity, cloaked in mist, presided over the proceedings. The Mirage Sea trial begins. Each person will enter in turn. Their scores will be evaluated based on the island number they reach and their performance. The first was Bloodline. His expression impassive. He stepped forward and instantly vanished into the fog. His speed was astonishing, seemingly unaffected, and he swiftly penetrated the first 5 islands, advancing towards the 6th. However, upon reaching the 7th island, his speed noticeably slowed, and his expression grew solemn. Ultimately, he halted at the end of the 9th island, unable to step into the 10th. Yet his achievement was astonishing. A stellar-level individual reaching the 9th island was exceedingly rare in history. Next was Tao. With a roar, Blood Axe Tao charged forth. Relying on his indomitable will and ferocious aura, he forcibly battled through the illusions and reached the midpoint of the 8th island, ultimately failing but still earning a remarkable score. Following him were Long Yun, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, each showcasing their skills and struggling onward. Luo Feng, with his remarkable will and the unique resistance of the Demon Slaughter clan's clone to the illusions, surprisingly reached the forefront of the 8th island. Rong Jun, driven by a primal will, made it to the end of the 7th island. At last, the first 9 competitors completed their trials. The best scores were Bo Lan, end of the 9th, followed by Tao, midpoint of the 8th, Luo Feng, forefront of the 8th, and Long Yun, peak of the 7th. All eyes turned to the final contestant, Chao Ming. The last one, Chao Ming. He stepped out calmly, his expression serene, and entered the mist. Instantly, endless illusions assailed him. Inner demons surged, desires intertwined, and fear descended. This was a terrifying illusion capable of ensnaring even a realm master. Yet, around Chao Ming, ethereal crimson-black flames flickered, causing all illusions that approached him to dissolve like snow. His speed surpassed even Bo Lan, as he strolled leisurely through the first 9 islands, stepping unhesitatingly onto the 10th island. What? The 10th? How can he seem completely unfazed? So fast. The audience gasped in astonishment. Even the immortal deity displayed a look of surprise. Chao Ming's pace remained unbroken as he continued forward. The 11th, 12th, 13th islands. His speed began to slightly diminish. Yet he steadily pressed on. The crimson-black nirvana flames safeguarded his soul, impervious to myriad illusions. The 14th, 15th, 16th islands. The venue fell utterly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. A stellar-level individual, penetrating the 16th island of the Mirage Sea. This was nothing short of legendary. Even Bo Lan's icy expression revealed an unprecedented shock. Chao Ming stepped onto the 17th island. Here, the power of the illusions was enough to ensnare an ordinary realm master. His speed finally slowed, brow furrowing, yet the crimson-black nirvana flames around him blazed even brighter, as if forging his soul. Ultimately, he stood firmly in the center of the 17th island. Though he did not step onto the 18th, his achievement was unparalleled and unparalleled. Result: Chao Ming, 17th in the Mirage Sea. The voice of the immortal deity trembled slightly. Silence. A deathly stillness. Then, an eruption of deafening, frenzied cheers. The 17th. A monster. A true monster. Invincible. His soul, and will also unmatched. In the Qianwu Universe Nation, Kelly leaped up in excitement. Rong Jun stood dumbfounded. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Ai Chen covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Qin Yuemo was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled up in her eyes, gazing adoringly at the figure emerging from the mist. Chao Ming emerged from the Mirage Sea, his expression still tranquil, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet, his gaze swept towards the immortal deity, and, higher still, the hidden powerful presences. He understood that, at this moment, he had truly entered the sight of the highest echelons of the virtual universe company. The final rankings, without a shadow of a doubt, were reversed. Chao Ming, with his extraordinary achievement of reaching the 17th island of the Mirage Sea, ascended to the top without contest, claiming the sole original secret realm qualification. Bloodline fell to second, Tao third, Luo Feng fourth, and Rongjun fifth. The esteemed elder of the virtual universe company personally appeared to present the final rewards to the top 10 and officially bestow the secret realm qualifications. When the dark golden token, representing the highest honor and status as a member of the original secret realm, was handed to Chao Ming, all eyes were focused on him. Filled with envy, awe, and jealousy, Chao Ming accepted the token, feeling the authority and resources it contained, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. The original secret realm was within his grasp. His gaze turned towards the vast starry sky, where an even broader stage awaited him. The phoenix sings in the heavens, its voice echoing throughout the universe. The true journey was only just beginning. Chapter 37, Original Secret Realm, the first clash of the Phoenix and the Blue Lotus. Chao Ming's astounding performance in the Mirage Sea swept his name like a storm across the entire Wanqing continent, even reaching the upper echelons of the human race in 1008 universe nations. A stellar-level individual traversing the 17th island of the Mirage Sea. What an extraordinary manifestation of soul and will. His potential was beyond measure. The final rankings were unequivocally established. Chao Ming topped the list, earning the sole original secret realm qualification. Bloodline, Tao, Luo Feng, Rongjun, and others ranked second to fifth, securing their qualifications for the Tai Chu secret realm. During the grand award ceremony, the esteemed elder of the virtual universe company personally presented the dark golden token representing membership in the original secret realm to Chao Ming. Intricately carved with mysterious star and flame patterns, exuding an aura of vast authority. Chao Ming, the elder, gazed at him deeply, his voice laced with anticipation. The original secret realm is the core of our virtual universe company, containing the pinnacle of our human race as heritage and resources. I hope you cherish it and become a pillar of our humanity soon. I shall endeavor diligently, Chao Ming replied calmly, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Countless gazes from below fixated on him, filled with envy, jealousy, awe, and even a hint of fear. A flicker of slight reluctance and stronger fighting spirit crossed Bloodline's cold gaze. Rongjun clenched his fists tightly. Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor, but secretly regarded Chao Ming as a higher goal. Kelly, on the other hand, was so thrilled she shouted joyfully, as if happier than if she had won first place herself. Ai Chen's cold gaze landed on Chao Ming, imbued with a hint of complex and inscrutable meaning. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, all the prodigies who had secured qualifications for the secret realm did not immediately proceed to their destination. Instead, they were granted a brief respite to manage trivial matters, assimilate their rewards, and bid farewell to the immortal guides from their respective cosmic nations. Chao Ming returned to the temporary residence arranged for him by the virtual universe company on Xiongyu Star. His status had shifted dramatically, and the opulence of his abode was matched only by the stringent security measures in place. In the courtyard, Qin Yuemo had long been waiting respectfully. Her face radiated with uncontrollable excitement and admiration. Upon seeing Chao Ming's return, she quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Welcome back, Your Highness. Congratulations on securing first place and gaining entry into the original secret realm." Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. The original secret realm. It was the fabled sanctuary for the highest geniuses of the virtual universe company. The immense strength of the master she served filled her with pride and unwavering loyalty. Chao Ming nodded slightly and tossed her a world ring. "Within it are some cultivation resources that will aid you in breaking through to the cosmic level. Train diligently and do not tarnish my reputation." Upon receiving the ring, Qin Yumo's soul power scanned its contents, and she was instantly astonished. The wealth of resources surpassed her wildest imagination as a stellar-level mercenary. It was sufficient for her to easily ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmic level. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she bowed deeply once more. "Yuemo, thanks Your Highness for your generous gift. I shall not fail your expectations." Target Qin Yumo's loyalty and dependency have reached an unwavering level due to the host's generous endowment. Servitude feedback received. Resource utilization efficiency permanently slightly enhanced. Prepare yourself. We shall soon depart for the original secret realm, Chao Ming instructed. Yes, Qin Yumo replied respectfully, immediately beginning to busily tidy up. Her movements becoming increasingly gentle and meticulous, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. Days later, the transport vessel from the Virtual Universe Company arrived. Chao Ming, accompanied by Qin Yumo, boarded the ship, joined by 9 other prodigies who had also secured qualifications for the Tai Chu secret realm, including Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Bolan, and Tao. As for Ai Chun, Kelly, and others, they headed towards the Tian D secret realm and did not travel together. The ship entered the dark universe, heading towards the most core and mysterious territory of the human race. The original secret realm was not located in a fixed star domain. Rather, it was a unique area formed by the Virtual Universe Company's immense power, connecting several of the oldest and most precious cosmic secret realms, with an entrance that shifted constantly and was guarded by formidable beings. The journey through the dark universe lasted for several months. During this time, Chao Ming spent most of his time in quiet cultivation, solidifying his foundation and comprehending the principles. Occasionally, he would consult information regarding the original secret realm via the virtual universe or engage in brief exchanges with his mentor, the master of the Tianshi Palace. The master was very pleased with his performance and imparted some exquisite insights from the Tianshi secret classic concerning the application of domains, cautioning him that within the original secret realm, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even among members of the original secret realm, competition existed, and some older members with extraordinary backgrounds and talents might vastly surpass the newly arrived prodigies in strength. Chao Ming took this to heart, but felt no fear. Competition? He had never feared it. Qin Yumo diligently served him, and under the nurturing of Chao Ming's sinister aura and a plethora of resources, she finally achieved a breakthrough to the first tier of the cosmic level. The initial awakening of her flame spirit body significantly enhanced her power and made her service to Chao Ming even more proficient. Target Qin Yumo has broken through to the cosmic level. The flame spirit body has awakened, enhancing servitude efficiency. Servitude feedback received. Control over cosmic energy has slightly improved. One day, the ship trembled slightly as it exited the dark universe. The scene outside the window transformed dramatically. It was not the familiar starry sky, but a chaotic spectacle of indescribable vastness and beauty. Countless massive fragments of stars, the remains of continents, and even some incomprehensible celestial bodies floated amidst the colorful chaotic currents. Further in the distance, 9 colossal suns, each radiating different rule fluctuations, orbited an imposing, bronze-hued temple that seemed to pierce through the cosmos. That was the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, the entrance to their intended destination. The original secret realm lay deep within that headquarters. Guided by the ship, they passed through layers of formidable restrictions and ultimately arrived at a vast internal port of the headquarters. As the hatch opened, a staff member at the level of Jiju, clad in a silver uniform and exuding an unfathomable aura, awaited outside, bowing respectfully to Chao Ming. Your Highness Chao Ming, welcome to the original secret realm. Please follow me. The guides for the other princes will lead them to the Tai Chu secret realm. Chao Ming nodded, leading Qin Yumo down the ship. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and others were also met by their respective guides, heading off in different directions. Your Highness, the original secret realm is located in an independent space deep within the headquarters. Please board this star domain vessel. The Jeju guided Chao Ming onto a smaller, exquisitely crafted ship made entirely of a transparent crystal-like substance. As the star domain vessel activated, it instantaneously tore through space, executing a short-distance teleportation, and the next moment, they found themselves in a completely new realm. Chao Ming felt a flash before his eyes, and an immensely pure, ancient, and rich cosmic energy surged toward him. It was even denser than that of Chaos City. The air was saturated with distinctly perceivable fluctuations of fundamental laws: fire, space, light, metal, wood, water, and earth, all intertwining as if within reach. Before him lay an infinitely vast world. In the sky, 9 suns of various colors shone upon the earth, actually 9 different sources of energy. While the land was rich with majestic mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes, all exuding spiritual elegance and the essence of the Tao. In the distance, palatial residences, each with distinct styles, yet emanating powerful auras, nestled amid the enchanting landscape. These were the abodes of the members of the original secret realm. Each residence occupied a vast expanse of land, equipped with independent training grounds, trial towers, and even dedicated guard teams and servants. Your Highness, your residence is the Jiuyin Palace. Here is your identity token, which will allow you to control all restrictions within the palace and summon certain guard forces. The Jeju handed a control core to Chao Ming, indicating a magnificent palace situated atop the Flame Mountain Range, constructed entirely from crimson crystal. The palace was enveloped in a faint red cloud, and the aura of fire laws was exceptionally rich, clearly a treasure location. Chao Ming accepted the control core, merging his soul power with it, and instantly established a connection with the entire Jiuyin Palace, gaining a clear perception of everything within. Inside the residence, over 100 domain-level and cosmic-level staff and guards awaited respectfully. Should your Highness require anything, you may directly contact the realm management through the token. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the Jeju said respectfully. Chao Ming nodded, and the Jeju bowed and departed. He stepped out with Qin Yu Mo and instantly teleported to the entrance of the Jiuyin Palace. Welcome back, your Highness. As the palace doors opened, all the guards and servants knelt in unison to greet him, their voices resounding. Chao Ming scanned the scene and nodded slightly. These guards and servants were evidently provided by the Virtual Universe Company, their loyalty beyond question. He entered the palace, which boasted vast interiors adorned with luxurious yet timeless decorations, complete with training rooms, alchemy chambers, libraries, and entertainment areas, even featuring dedicated arenas and rooms for comprehending the laws. From now on, this shall be our residence in the original secret realm, Chao Ming remarked to the attentive Qin Yu Mo. Qin Yu Mo gazed at the palace, reminiscent of a divine abode, her eyes filled with shock and joy, and she replied respectfully, Your Highness, UMO will take care of everything for you. Acquired exclusive residence. Jiuyin Palace. Luck gathered. Cultivation speed permanently slightly increased. Servant aura activated. Energy concentration within the residence is at level 5. Law comprehension efficiency is at level 3. After settling down, Chao Ming did not immediately begin his seclusion. He utilized his identity token to peruse various information regarding the Yuanshi secret realm, including rules and intelligence on other members. The members of the Yuanshi secret realm are exceedingly few, with each cohort typically consisting of only a handful of individuals. And at times, vacancies may even occur. Currently, there are 12 members in the Yuanshi secret realm, including Chao Ming. Among them, 9 are veteran members, some of whom have been part of the realm for over 10,000 years, their strength unfathomable, at least at the peak domain lord level, and possibly even harboring existence at the level of the realm lord. The remaining 2 members are Bolin and Tao, who, due to their exceptional performance, have been granted special candidate status for the Yuanshi secret realm, pending the successful completion of assessment tasks for full membership. A flicker of interest crossed Chao Ming's eyes at the thought of the realm lord level members within the Yuanshi secret realm. Those who manage to remain in the Yuanshi secret realm must possess strength capable of defying ordinary immortals. In addition to member information, there are numerous insights regarding various sanctuaries for cultivation, task systems, points exchange, and the teachings of powerful figures, all abundant in resources, far surpassing external expectations. The immediate priority is to enhance his strength. The second tier of cosmic level power is still too low within the Yuanshi secret realm. Chao Ming contemplated within. Although he is capable of battling across tiers, the enhancement of foundational cultivation is equally crucial, impacting the total quantity of primordial force, soul strength, and longevity. He first arrived at the comprehension chamber allocated by the Jiuyin Palace. At the center of the chamber floated a miniature replica of the Tianshi Hundong Bay, whose clarity and Tao rhythm were even superior to that of the public comprehension chamber in Chaos City. Truly, it is the Yuanshi secret realm. Satisfied, Chao Ming sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the chaos steel, commencing deep comprehension. With a compatibility rate of 92, his speed of comprehension remained astonishingly swift. Months later, he had fundamentally grasped the cosmic-level profundities of the Tianshi Hundong Bay, elevating his control over the Tianshi domain to a new height. Subsequently, he activated the privileges granted by his teacher, the Tianshi Palace Master, connecting through the virtual cosmos to a special cultivation location known as the Purgatory Volcano at headquarters. This is a simulated space that mimics various extreme fiery environments within the cosmos, greatly beneficial for practitioners of fire laws. Chao Ming's consciousness manifested in a void engulfed by endless black flames. The terrifying flames scorched the soul, inducing excruciating pain, yet stimulating the activity of his evil fire phoenix bloodline, accelerating his comprehension of the essence of fire. He cultivated here for several years, with accelerated time in the virtual cosmos, deepening his understanding of the fundamental laws of fire. The depth of comprehension regarding the Tianshi Hundong Bay and the laws of fire and spatial origins had significantly improved. His cultivation level ascended to the third tier of cosmic level. Feeling that his comprehension of the laws had reached a temporary bottleneck, Chao Ming began to focus on enhancing his primordial force cultivation. He directly utilized points to exchange for a substantial amount of pure fire attribute cosmic crystals and rare potions for cultivation enhancement. Within the finest cultivation chamber of the Jiuyin Palace, he commenced his seclusion. Vast energies surged into his body like a tidal wave, greedily devoured and refined by his evil fire phoenix bloodline. His cultivation soared at a visible pace. Cosmic level 3, Cosmic level 4, Cosmic level 5. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to Cosmic level 6, a message suddenly transmitted through his identity token, interrupting his cultivation. Your Secret Realm Patrol mission has been assigned. Task details. Patrol the outer third area of the Qing Lian Secret Realm, eliminate unstable elemental life forms, and monitor Secret Realm fluctuations. Task duration, 3 years. Task reward, 1,000 points. Please note, recent energy fluctuations in the Qing Lian Secret Realm are abnormal and may pose a danger. Exercise utmost caution. A patrol mission? Chao Ming opened his eyes, his brows slightly raised. Members of the Yuanshi Secret Realm do not solely engage in arduous cultivation. They are also required to undertake certain responsibilities, often serving as another form of training. The Qing Lian Secret Realm seems to be a place abundant in special water and wood-type treasures, in direct opposition to his fire attribute. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that it was indeed time to engage in some activity after prolonged seclusion. A place of opposition might also hold unforeseen opportunities. Upon exiting his seclusion, he informed Qin Umo of the situation. Your Highness, this journey is perilous. Please allow Umo to accompany you. Qin Umo immediately requested, her eyes filled with concern and determination. Chao Ming glanced at her and nodded. Very well. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Yes. Qin Umo replied joyfully, promptly preparing the necessary supplies for their journey. The two utilized the teleportation array of the Jiuyin Palace and arrived directly at the outskirts of the Qing Lian Secret Realm. As they emerged from the array, a rich surge of water and wood energy enveloped them, creating a slight repulsion against the fiery aura emanating from Chao Ming. Before them stretched an expansive azure sea of clouds, amidst which floated countless enormous lotus leaves and buds yet to bloom, exuding a tranquil and majestic life force. According to the task instructions, their patrol area was the third zone, located deep within the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Chao Ming and Qin Umo boarded a small reconnaissance spacecraft and ventured into the Qing Lian Sea of Clouds. Within the secret realm, the energy was denser but also more chaotic. At times, it lay still as a mirror, while at others, storms erupted, with elemental life forms such as water spirits and lotus spirits, composed of pure water energy, wandering about, attacking all intruders. These elemental beings varied in strength, ranging from cosmic level to domain lord level. Chao Ming refrained from intervening, allowing Qin Umo to practice her skills against these minor foes. After breaking through to cosmic level, Qin Umo's strength had significantly increased, her fire spirit body beginning to reveal its might. Although the water elemental life forms were oppositional in nature, her techniques, derived from Chao Ming, were of exceptional quality, allowing her to counteract their strengths and hone her combat skills. Objective: Qin Umo to engage in combat service. Eliminate minor foes, enhance combat experience, and improve fire control. Received service feedback, minor improvement in water resistance. One day, as the spacecraft patrolled deep into the third zone, the energy became unusually agitated, with glimpses of black spatial rifts flickering amidst the azure sea of clouds. Your Highness, detecting high-energy reactions ahead. Suspected presence of powerful elemental life forms or other practitioners. Qin Umo reported alertly while monitoring the detector. Chao Ming had already sensed the situation ahead with his soul power. At the center of the tumultuous sea of clouds, there was an enormous, yet-to-bloom azure lotus platform, encircled by a formidable azure-scaled water dragon at the third tier of domain lord level. On the opposite side of the lotus platform stood a woman clad in a turquoise lotus dress, her figure graceful and veiled in light gauze, fiercely battling the water dragon. The woman's movements were ethereal, reminiscent of a soaring phoenix, wielding a turquoise longsword that emitted sword lights akin to water and lotus blossoms. Her swordplay was exquisite, embodying powerful water and wood laws, and she contended evenly with the domain lord-level water dragon despite her cosmic level 9 cultivation. Her innate strength was evidently extraordinary. Is it her? Chao Ming's gaze shifted as he recognized the woman through comparisons in virtual cosmic intelligence. Ji Qing, one of the veteran members of the Yuanshi secret realm, had been within the realm for over 3,000 years. Although she still remained at the cosmic level, intentionally suppressed, her strength was unfathomable. Having allegedly battled against realm lords without defeat, she had long been guarding and cultivating in the Qing Lian secret realm with a cold and aloof disposition, rarely interacting with others. Discovered a high-quality target. Ji Qing, potential rating, excellent. Member of the Yuanshi secret realm, possesses a unique Qing Lian spirit body. Practices the Qing Lian sword classic, characterized by a cold and aloof demeanor. Conquest is advised. Reward, significant enhancement in water and wood law comprehension. And merging with her spirit body could activate bloodline vitality. The system prompt resonated at an opportune moment. A smile tugged at the corners of Chao Ming's lips. He had not anticipated encountering such a high-quality target during a patrol mission. At this moment, the battle in the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. The Qinglin Shuijiao, unable to withstand the prolonged assault, was consumed by an extraordinary rage. It suddenly opened its massive jaws and expelled a formidable water element pearl, infused with immense water energy, hurling it towards Ji Qing with devastating force. Ji Qing's expression hardened as an intense azure light enveloped her, and beneath her feet, a colossal azure lotus phantom emerged. She wielded her sword, tracing an intricate arc, preparing to confront this terrifying strike head-on. At that critical moment, a red-black spark, seemingly teleporting, arrived ahead of the water element pearl and accurately struck it. The pearl, representing the culmination of the domain master's lifetime of cultivation, ignited upon contact with the spark, letting out a piercing wail as its vast water energy was violently evaporated and obliterated, shrinking by more than half in an instant. The water dragon emitted a wretched cry, severely wounded, its massive form collapsing. Ji Qing's concentrated attack missed its target, and she, momentarily stunned, turned her cool gaze towards the origin of the spark. There, a small spacecraft had appeared, revealing a young man with black hair clad in dark red battle armor at its bow. His demeanor was calm, his gaze indifferent, as if the astonishing strike moments ago had nothing to do with him. Behind him stood a fiery figure, a vigilant red-clad maid. Who are you? And why do you intervene? Ji Qing's voice remained frosty, resonating like pearls dropping onto a plate, tinged with caution and confusion. She sensed that her opponent was merely a cosmic level tier 3. Cao Ming had just broken through and had yet to fully conceal his presence. Yet the power of the flame made her heart race with trepidation. Cao Ming did not respond, his gaze fixed on the severely injured Qinglin Shuijiao attempting to flee. And he spoke in a detached tone. This beast has disturbed my patrol and must be punished. With a mere flick of his finger, a concentrated red-black sword light rent the clouds, instantly traversing thousands of meters and striking the water dragon's massive head. The water dragon could not even utter a cry before its enormous head was severed from its body, its vast form swiftly vanishing in the red-black flames, leaving behind a significantly diminished and dim water element pearl and a dragon's soul. A single strike, a tier 3 elemental life form of the domain master level, dispatched effortlessly. Ji Qing's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a weighty expression crossed her typically cool features. She knew she could defeat the water dragon, but never with such ease and elegance. The power of this man's flames was truly terrifying. How could they completely counter and obliterate such pure water energy? Cao Ming beckoned, and the water element pearl and dragon soul flew into his hand. Without a glance, he tossed them to the maid behind him. A reward for you. Refine them well. Thank you, your highness. Qing Yuma exclaimed joyfully as she received the 2 treasures, which would greatly benefit her water resistance and soul cultivation. Only then did Cao Ming turn his attention to Ji Qing, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Virtual Universe Company, Primordial Secret Realm, Cao Ming. I am tasked with patrolling this area. Might you be senior sister Ji Qing? Upon hearing the mention of the Primordial Secret Realm and the name, Cao Ming, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Ji Qing's eyes. She had heard of Cao Ming recently, rumored to be a formidable newcomer. She inclined her head slightly, her tone remaining cool. So it is junior brother Cao Ming. I am training in this secret realm and inadvertently disturbed your patrol. I appreciate your timely assistance. While she expressed gratitude, her demeanor remained distant, imbued with a natural coolness and pride. Cao Ming's gaze swept over her graceful figure and the veil that adorned her countenance. Sensing her unique Qinglian spirit body harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding environment, as well as the immense energy contained within her. Indeed, she was a rare furnace, no? A prime target. It is but a simple task, Cao Ming replied with a faint smile. Is your training here in pursuit of the Chaos Qinglian? He gestured towards the immense azure lotus, which floated amidst the energy storm. With his perception, he could sense that the core of the lotus harbored an extraordinary treasure. Ji Qing's eyes flickered. It seemed she had not anticipated Cao Ming's keen insight. You have a discerning eye, junior brother. This lotus is indeed a Chaos Qinglian seedling, nurturing a Qinglian seed that is crucial for my cultivation. I have waited here for a century, and it is now approaching maturity. Ah, I see, Cao Ming nodded. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. The energy here is exceptionally turbulent, and there may be unforeseen changes. Since it belongs to you, senior sister, I shall remain here to protect you, lest any unwitting beasts disturb your endeavor. His words were grandiose, as if genuinely motivated by duty and camaraderie. Ji Qing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this reputedly overbearing junior brother to voluntarily offer his protection. After a brief contemplation, she recognized the danger of the situation. Having someone as strong as Cao Ming nearby would indeed alleviate considerable trouble. Although she preferred solitude, she was not oblivious to kindness. Then I shall trouble you, junior brother, she said, inclining her body slightly in gratitude, her cool tone softening a fraction. Cao Ming smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He instructed Qing Yuma to keep the spacecraft at a distance for vigilance, while he stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, appearing to protect Ji Qing, yet secretly channeling the bloodline of the fiery phoenix to meticulously sense Ji Qing's spiritual body fluctuations and the energy changes of the Chaos Qinglian. Engaging with the prime target, Ji Qing has initiated a subtle reaction to the host's domineering flames, with initial conquest progress set at 1. Meanwhile, Ji Qing refocused her attention on the Chaos Qinglian, yet she could feel the heated, aggressive gaze behind her, preventing her from achieving complete tranquility. The calm lake of her heart stirred with an unfamiliar, minute ripple. Within the chaotic sea of clouds, two figures, one azure and one crimson, faced each other from afar. The essence of coolness and dominance quietly collided and intertwined in this verdant secret realm. Chapter 38. The Qinglian's Dual Bloom. Fiery flames kindling affection in the area of the Chaos Qinglian. The energy grew increasingly agitated. The azure clouds surged like tides, occasionally coalescing into ferocious water beasts that lunged forth, or transforming into sharp ice spikes that shot out, accompanied by flashes of black spatial rifts, rendering the environment exceedingly hostile. Ji Qing focused intently, the azure lotus phantom around her blossoming as she wielded her sword, tracing intricate trajectories to deflect the incoming assaults and safeguard the massive Chaos Qinglian at the center. A hint of gravity appeared on her typically cool visage, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow, indicating the strain of maintaining such defense. Cao Ming stood a short distance away, seemingly at ease. Yet his sole perception had already enveloped the entire area. Any chaotic attacks potent enough to threaten a cosmic-level peak would occasionally stray towards him. Yet as they neared his vicinity, they were silently obliterated by an invisible, searing force, reduced to nothingness. Much of his attention remained on Ji Qing, observing her swordsmanship, the operation of her spiritual body, and the unwavering coolness and tenacity she maintained amidst the crisis. This woman is truly extraordinary. Qing Yuma piloted the small spacecraft from a distance, remaining vigilant while ardently refining the water element pearl and dragon soul, steadily increasing her strength. Time gradually slipped away. The light emanating from the Chaos Qinglian grew increasingly radiant, and the budding flower trembled slightly, as if on the verge of blooming. A unique, refreshing fragrance infused with immense life energy began to permeate the air. It is nearing maturity. Ji Qing's spirit surged, a mix of anticipation and tension dancing in her beautiful eyes. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire azure lotus cloud sea shook violently, centered around the Chaos Qinglian. A terrifying, chaotic energy tide erupted like a volcanic explosion. Countless massive azure energy tentacles manifested from thin air, thrashing wildly in all directions, their power far surpassing previous assaults. Ji Qing's expression changed dramatically. She cried out, and the phantom lotus beneath her feet swelled, attempting to withstand the sudden eruption. However, the energy tide was exceedingly violent. In an instant, her ethereal lotus platform trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. A massive tendril of energy tore through the void, striking fiercely toward her back. Be cautious. A calm voice resonated in her ear. The next moment, Ji Qing felt a tightening around her waist, an intense and domineering force enveloping her, pulling her backward. The energy tendril, capable of severely injuring a domain lord, grazed her garment, colliding with the empty space and distorting it. Still shaken, She realized she had been drawn into a warm and solid embrace. A wave of heat and masculinity, tinged with a peculiar allure, enveloped her. She could even sense the powerful heartbeat emanating from the chest of the man holding her, Chao Ming. Ji Qing's body stiffened instantly, a clear panic and embarrassment surfacing on her usually cold visage for the first time. Having devoted herself to solitary cultivation since childhood, she had never been in such intimate contact with a man. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle. "Do not move." Chao Ming's voice remained even, yet it bore an undeniable authority. One arm encircled Ji Qing's slender, resilient waist, while the other casually waved forward. A crimson-black flame domain suddenly expanded, enveloping both of them and the chaotic azure lotus at the center. All the furious energy tendrils and chaotic ice crystal water beasts, upon entering this domain, let out mournful wails as they swiftly dissolved and vanished, as if they had encountered their nemesis. That terrifying chaotic energy tide could not shake this crimson-black domain in the slightest. Inside the domain, calmness reigned, with only the central chaotic azure lotus growing ever brighter and its fragrance becoming increasingly potent. Ji Qing ceased her struggles, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. She could distinctly perceive the terrifying power contained within the crimson-black domain that enveloped them. It was a force of absolute destruction and dominance, seemingly capable of incinerating all things in existence. In comparison, her years of arduous cultivation in the azure lotus domain appeared as insignificant as a firefly against the brilliance of the bright moon. She lifted her gaze to meet the proximity of Chao Ming. His expression was tranquil, the lines of his profile sharp and austere, effortlessly controlling such a formidable domain. An unprecedented sense of security and an inexplicable flutter began to stir within her usually placid heart. "Thank you, junior brother." Ji Qing's voice trembled slightly as she awkwardly sought to extricate herself from Chao Ming's embrace. However, his arm remained steady and unyielding. The energy tide has yet to calm. "It is dangerous outside." Chao Ming glanced down at her, his gaze profound. "Sister, rest assured here and await the maturation of the azure lotus." His arm, through the thin layer of her azure lotus attire, radiated a burning warmth that made Ji Qing's heart tremble slightly. She bit her red lip, ultimately refraining from further struggle, only turning her head slightly, her ears quietly flushed with crimson. Feeling the domineering yet warm embrace, inhaling the aggressively masculine scent, her icy defenses began to melt away little by little. The brilliance of the chaotic azure lotus reached its zenith. Finally, amidst a resplendent azure light, the enormous flower bud slowly blossomed. At the center of the lotus platform, there were not one, but two azure lotus seeds. One was deep azure, containing boundless life energy and water system laws. The other was a pale gold, emanating sharp waves of metal laws. The two lotus seeds complemented each other, forming a wondrous balance. "Conjoined twin lotuses?" Ji Qing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. Ancient texts recorded that the chaotic azure lotus had a 1 in a billion chance of yielding conjoined twin lotuses, one nurturing life and the other embodying sharp, metallic prowess. Their value far surpassed that of ordinary azure lotus seeds. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The pale golden lotus seed suddenly trembled violently, erupting with an extremely sharp golden beam that instantly tore through a corner of Chao Ming's domain, piercing directly toward Ji Qing's brow. This golden lotus seed possessed its own sentience, brimming with lethal force, and actively attacked. Ji Qing's complexion turned pale at such close range. She had no time to react. Chao Ming snorted coldly, his arm still encircling Ji Qing, while his other hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed, directly grasping at the golden beam. With a resounding sound, the beam, capable of gravely injuring a peak domain lord, entered Chao Ming's palm, only to be easily crushed and devoured by his hand imbued with the essence of Nirvana's malevolent flame. Chao Ming's hand turned, grasping the air. An invisible force enveloped the two lotus seeds. The seeds trembled violently, seemingly attempting to resist, but under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, they ultimately complied and flew into Chao Ming's hand. Warm to the touch, they radiated astonishing energy. Acquired rare treasures of heaven and earth. Life azure lotus seed. Sharp gold azure lotus seed. Containing pure life essence and the essence of metal laws, they can significantly enhance life level, strengthen comprehension of metal laws, or be used for alchemy or artifact refinement. Energy absorption detected. Do you wish to devour? Chao Ming pondered momentarily before temporarily stowing the seeds away. While devouring could indeed enhance his strength, there might be greater uses for them. Outside the domain, The energy tide gradually subsided. Only then did Chao Ming release his hold on Ji Qing. She immediately stepped back, creating distance between them. The blush on her cold face had yet to fade. Her expression complex, filled with gratitude, embarrassment, and a hint of indescribable loss. She adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, her voice regaining its coldness, yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Thank you, junior brother, for your assistance once more and for reclaiming the lotus seeds. As per our agreement, the life azure lotus seed belongs to me, while the sharp gold lotus seed shall be a gift to you, in gratitude for your protection. Though she hesitated to part with the sharp gold lotus seed, had it not been for Chao Ming, she might have lost her life, let alone the lotus seed. The strength and assertiveness Chao Ming displayed left her reluctant to easily retract her words. Chao Ming toyed with the two seeds in his hand. His gaze directed at Ji Qing, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Sister seems to have forgotten that this place is within my patrol jurisdiction. All unclaimed items, by rights, belong to me. Ji Qing's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean, junior brother? To guard for a century, yet be unable to claim it. Was it not all in vain? Chao Ming interrupted her, his tone flat, yet laden with pressure. Had I not intervened, you would likely be lost to the world, and the lotus seeds would have either fled or perished in the energy tide. For me, taking them is as easy as breathing. Tell me, how should these two lotus seeds be distributed? Ji Qing was momentarily speechless, biting her red lip. She understood that Chao Ming spoke the truth. With his strength, should he wish to seize them, she would be powerless to resist. Yet, a century of waiting turned to naught, stirred within her a fierce unwillingness and grievance, and her cold eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Chao Ming, observing her rare display of vulnerability, felt his desire for conquest intensify. He stepped closer, invading Ji Qing's space once more, his heated breath enveloping her. However, if you agree to one condition, I will gladly gift both lotus seeds to you. What condition? Ji Qing instinctively retreated, watching him warily, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chao Ming's gaze bore into her clear yet flustered eyes, his voice deep and magnetic. It is quite simple. Should I ever require your assistance in the future, you must lend me your full support. Of course, I will never ask you to act against your will. Ji Qing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a condition. She pondered for a moment, glancing at the two lotus seeds in Chao Ming's grasp that were crucial to her, while also feeling the heightened activity of her spirit within her from their close proximity. Finally, she sighed softly. Very well, I accept your terms. The target, Ji Qing, motivated by interests in the allure of the spirit body, made a promise, achieving a conquest progress of 8. Chao Ming smiled with satisfaction and indeed handed over both lotus seeds. Ji Qing took the seeds with a hint of disbelief, feeling the overwhelming energy within. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She looked up at Chao Ming, her gaze complex. Why do you? I, Chao Ming, act without the need to explain to anyone. Chao Ming replied with a calm smile, turning to walk towards the spaceship, having completed the task. Senior sister, I look forward to our next meeting. He departed decisively, leaving no room for ambiguity. Ji Qing held the two warm lotus seeds, staring blankly at Chao Ming's retreating figure. That domineering silhouette, formidable power, searing presence, and the last act that seemed overbearing yet generous, cast a colossal stone into her serene heart lake, stirring ripples that were hard to calm. Target Ji Qing's state of mind wavers, developing a strong curiosity and complex emotions towards the host, achieving a conquest progress of 5. Current total conquest progress, 19. Inside the spaceship, Qin Yuma greeted Chao Ming with utmost respect upon his return. She glanced at the still-dazed Ji Qing in the distance, then at the composed Chao Ming, wisely refraining from further questions, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. Chao Ming sat in the control seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Sacrificing 2 lotus seeds seemed a loss, but it planted a more significant seed in the heart of that aloof senior sister. This investment was indeed worthwhile. Return, he commanded. The spaceship powered up, departing from the gradually calming Qingtian Cloud Sea. What Chao Ming did not know was that shortly after his departure, a vague azure phantom coalesced beside Ji Qing. The phantom gazed in the direction Chao Ming had left, letting out a sigh that was both ancient and comforting. Miss, this young man is extraordinary. The Xiahua Phoenix did not anticipate that a bloodline would still exist in this era. Perhaps, your opportunity has arrived. Hearing this, Ji Qing's cheeks flushed even more. Yet she did not refute, merely tightening her grip on the lotus seeds. Following this incident, Chao Ming's patrol mission was essentially complete. Upon returning to Jiuyan Palace, he submitted the mission report and received a reward of 1,000 points. In the days that followed, he remained secluded, diligently cultivating within the advantageous environment of the primal secret realm. During this time, he also monitored the progress of Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and others through the virtual universe network. They too were striving to cultivate and execute missions within the Tai Chu secret realm, rapidly enhancing their strengths. One day, while Chao Ming was practicing insights of Xie Huang Pe in the martial arts arena, a message suddenly arrived through his identity token. Your secret realm training qualification has been activated, Your Highness. You may choose to proceed to the Infernal Abyss, Demon Mountain, or the Blood Luo world for cosmic level core training. Please make your selection and report within 3 days. The core training had finally arrived. A glint of excitement flashed in Chao Ming's eyes. This was the true metamorphosis place for the core talents of the virtual universe company. Risks and opportunities coexisted. Important decision triggered. Please choose a location for cosmic level core training. A. Infernal Abyss, an extreme flame environment rich in fire-type treasures, highly compatible with the host's attributes. Danger level, high. B. Demon Mountain, a place of illusion and soul trials, containing mysterious inheritance. Danger level, extremely high. C. Blood Luo world, contains extraordinary blood Luo crystals that can enhance physical genes and improve affinity for laws. Danger level, extremely high. Chao Ming's gaze swept across the 3 options, and he hesitated not for a moment. I choose the Blood Luo world. What he sought was precisely the Blood Luo crystal that could enhance his physical genes and improve his affinity for laws, though his Xia or Phoenix bloodline was strong. Further gene enhancement and law affinity improvement would undoubtedly solidify his foundation and unlock greater potential. Risks? Opportunities always accompany risks. After submitting his choice, he swiftly received approval. Application approved. Please report to the Outer Tianshi Palace of the Blood Luo world in 10 days for task guidance. Warning. The Blood Luo world is extremely dangerous, with numerous powerful natives. It is strictly forbidden to reveal your identity as a member of the virtual universe company. Tianshi Palace? A smile tugged at the corners of Chao Ming's mouth. It was time to pay a visit to his teacher. Over the next 10 days, Chao Ming made simple preparations, exchanging for some life-saving and disguising items. Upon learning of his perilous training, Qin Yuma was filled with concern but dared not obstruct him. Instead, she devoted herself to serving him, preparing his gear with utmost care. 10 days later, Chao Ming and Qin Yuma departed the primal secret realm through a teleportation array, heading towards the unknown and opportunity-laden Blood Luo world. Chapter 39. The Phoenix rests in Blood Luo. Yuma accompanies the warm journey as the disorienting sensation of traversing the dark universe faded. Chao Ming opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson-silver light flashing within. Outside the porthole, a colossal dark red planet dominated the view, exuding a haunting, savage, and bloody aura. The Blood Luo world had arrived. The spaceship docked at the auxiliary spaceport of Tianshi Palace. Just as Chao Ming prepared to meet the Bloodshot King, a thought crossed his mind, and he transmitted an intent through their soul connection. Moments later, a graceful figure quietly materialized beside him. Qin Yuma breathed slightly heavier, evidently feeling some discomfort from the cross-realm teleportation, but upon seeing Chao Ming, her amber eyes instantly brightened, all discomfort transforming into pure joy and reverence. Her attire today was strikingly different. A tightly fitted hunting outfit expertly tanned from dark red unknown beast hide, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, with a few red strands cascading down her neck, embodying a wild yet gentle allure. Your Highness? She called softly, instinctively stepping forward, her delicate fingers naturally smoothing out a non-existent wrinkle on Chao Ming's collar. This journey requires someone to accompany and manage. You shall go with me, Chao Ming remarked, his gaze sweeping over her attire that harmonized with the environment. Yes, Yuma shall serve with utmost dedication. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled with delight, bowing deeply, her demeanor submissive. Temporary summon activated, service halo engaged, range reduced, effect concentrated. The meeting with the Bloodshot King was brief, yet efficient. Tasks were assigned, items distributed, and the passage opened. The moment they stepped into the spatial portal, the world shifted. Boom. The dense aura of blood and malice, along with the heavy pressure of the world, assailed them instantly. The dark red sky, the blood-colored twin moons, the cracked earth, and the grotesque flora all spoke of the brutality of this world. Chao Ming immediately suppressed his aura to the pinnacle of sky level. Qin Yuma quickly contained her power to the 9th rank of earth level, her gaze sharpening like a protective hound, scanning their surroundings. Arrived at the Blood Luo world. World pressure activated. Detecting unusual malice aura. the Siehua Phoenix bloodline exhibits a slight excitement. Task: Blood Luo Hunt, initiated. Your Highness. The malice aura is corrosive, Qin Yuma whispered, retrieving a short cloak woven from dark red feathers from her ring, carefully draping it over Chao Ming. The Qiyu cloak can slightly ward off the malice dust. Then, she also attached a small jade-scented pouch to Chao Ming's waist. The Ningxin Sui can calm the soul. Environmental adaptation service triggered, gaining resistance to malice aura. Slight enhancement in mental resistance. Service feedback. Environmental insight and detail perception increased. Chao Ming nodded and chose a direction to proceed. Qin Yuma closely followed, half a step behind, her gaze vigilant as she gripped a dagger in her hand. Traversing the wasteland, the malice wind cut like a knife. At times, Qin Yuma would step forward swiftly, silently slicing through thorns. At other times, she would offer spirit dew to soothe his throat. When Chao Ming paused, she would quietly stand by, diligently attempting to refine the rampant energy, striving to adapt. Half a day later, the sound of energy collisions erupted ahead. Chao Ming's eyes flickered as he cautiously approached. Qin Yuma instantly suppressed her aura to the utmost, blending into the shadows, guarding at his side. In the rocky clearing, the Black Mountain tribe bandits were besieging Ali and her companions. The battle concluded in an instant. Chao Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Qin Yuma promptly approached, her gaze swiftly scanning Chao Ming's entire being, and once assured of his unscathed condition, her tension dissipated. She then crouched gracefully, softly stating, "Elder, please remain still." Efficient potions and life essence flowed from her hands as she skillfully tended to the old man's wounds. "Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Your Highness." She did not lift her head, her voice calm. After tending to the injured, she returned to Chao Ming's side, presenting him with a cup of steaming Qingxin Lu. "Your Highness, please cleanse away the negative energy." Post-battle service activated, granting life restoration, energy purification, and a slight enhancement of mental tranquility. Service feedback, medical assistance, energy harmonization, and crisis management improved. Ali observed this seamless service with eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. In the depths of night, by the cave's campfire, Ali and the others fell into a deep slumber. Chao Ming sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, contemplating the principles of the universe. Qin Yuma silently set up vigilance and soundproofing runes nearby. Subsequently, she knelt beside Chao Ming, retrieving a jade basin and a beast skin towel. "Your Highness, allow me to soothe your weary feet." Gently, she removed his boots, immersing his feet in a bath of perfectly tempered medicinal liquid, her fingers infused with gentle primal energy. Skillfully massaging acupoints. Deep relaxation service activated, promoting smooth circulation and profound relaxation. Service feedback, fatigue recovery, meridian fortification enhanced. Once the foot bath was complete, she meticulously dried his feet and proceeded to massage his legs and shoulders. Next, she spread a beast skin blanket behind Chao Ming. "Your Highness, the night is cold. Rely on this." Lighting calming incense, she then sat cross-legged behind him, silently guarding the night while cultivating, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. Guardian service activated, enhancing focus and cultivation and environmental perception. Service feedback, spiritual stability, and patience increased. As dawn began to break, Qin Yuma had already risen. She delicately collected morning dew, carefully refining it and dampening a silk scarf. "Your Highness, good morning." She gently cleansed Chao Ming's face with tender motions. Morning service activated, enhancing spiritual perception. Service feedback, energy refinement precision and concentration improved. After a light meal, the group resumed their journey. Qin Yuma's service was woven into every detail, silent yet comprehensive. Days later, nearing the Gu Feng tribe, they encountered a large-scale retaliation from the Heishan tribe. Chao Ming flicked his fingers, annihilating the enemy. All foes perished. Chao Ming's expression remained indifferent. Qin Yuma immediately presented him with a warm infusion of blood and goji berries. "Your Highness, please drink." As Chao Ming accepted it, she turned her attention to methodically erasing traces of the battle. Where flames passed, all was reduced to ash, her methods clean and efficient. Post-battle service activated, suppressing killing intent and enhancing breath concealment. Service feedback, fire control, psychological resilience, and efficiency improved. Ali, witnessing this scene, felt an increasing chill in her heart, deepening her sense of awe. After this battle, the path ahead was clear. Continuing for another 2 days, the valley of the Gu Feng tribe came into view. Suddenly, Chao Ming halted, his gaze sharpening as he sensed a faint wave of pure blood energy from within the tribe. "Your Highness?" Qin Yuma immediately sensed the shift. Quietly inquiring, her body slightly angled in a protective posture. "It's nothing. I've discovered something intriguing, Chao Ming replied with a slight smile. Let us proceed into the tribe. He looked towards Ollie. Lead the way. Ollie nodded eagerly, suppressing her excitement, guiding the two towards the entrance of the stone-walled tribe. A new hunt was poised to commence in this wild land. Chapter 40. Gu Feng Tribe. Initial exploration of hidden currents. The stone walls of the Gu Feng tribe were tall and rugged, constructed from massive dark red rocks, exuding a primitive aura. Upon the walls, warriors armed with bone spears and stone axes patrolled, their eyes sharp and vigilant, scanning the wilderness. Most possessed strength at the mid to high tiers of the earth level, apprentice level, with a few squad leaders exhibiting the initial aura of the sky level, planet level. As Ollie approached the walls with Chao Ming, Qin Yumo, the injured elder, and the young boy, the warriors atop immediately sounded a warning whistle. Halt! Who goes there? A burly warrior, bearing a scarred face and ranking as a second-tier sky level, barked, pointing his bone spear at the group below. Captain Yinfeng. It's me, Ollie. Ollie rushed a few steps forward, calling up, I have returned with Grandpa Shi Yi and a move from the Qi Yin tribe. Ollie, the captain, known as Yinfeng, scrutinized her for a moment, his expression softening slightly, but his gaze quickly shifted to Chao Ming and Qin Yumo, especially to Chao Ming, whose unfathomable aura and distinct attire raised his wariness once more. Who are they? They are not from our tribe. Captain Yinfeng. This is Lord Chao Ming and his attendant, Sister Yumo, Ollie hastily explained. We were attacked by the Heishan tribe in the wilderness, and Lord Chao Ming saved us. Grandpa Shi Yi is gravely injured and needs immediate treatment. A stir among the warriors on the wall ensued, their gazes shifting uncertainly between Chao Ming and Qin Yumo. Chao Ming's presence emanated only the peak of the sky level, a deliberate facade. Yet his natural calmness and authority created an unspoken pressure. The red-clad attendant beside him, strikingly beautiful yet with a sharp, composed gaze, was equally formidable. After a moment's contemplation, Captain Yinfeng spoke gravely. Ollie, you may enter. Elder Shi Yi and Amu may also enter for treatment. However, these two outsiders must be reported to the tribe leader and the shaman for a decision. Ollie's face displayed urgency. Captain, Lord Chao Ming is our benefactor. At that moment, the injured Elder Shi Yi struggled to lift his head, his voice weak yet resolute. Yinfeng, do not be disrespectful. Lord Chao Ming is a distinguished guest of the tribe. Open the gate quickly. The elder appeared to possess considerable influence within the tribe. Seeing this, Captain Yinfeng hesitated briefly but ultimately waved his hand. Open the gate. Hurry and inform the tribe leader and shaman. The heavy wooden gate creaked open. Chao Ming, with a tranquil demeanor, stepped forward. Qin Yumo promptly followed, her gaze discreetly scanning the interior of the tribe, assessing potential threats. The interior of the tribe was significantly larger than it appeared from the outside, with stone and beast skin structures arranged in an orderly fashion. The tribe members walking the streets were predominantly robust and fierce, casting curious, wary, and even hostile glances at the unfamiliar faces of Chao Ming and Qin Yumo. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood, animal hides, and an assortment of herbs. Entering the Gu Feng tribe, environmental reconnaissance in progress detected that the tribe members generally harbor weak malevolent energy, with physiques stronger than ordinary humans. Identified multiple anomalous energy fluctuations, suggesting rudimentary training grounds or sacrificial sites. Ollie cast a grateful glance at Chao Ming and quickly led the way. Lord Chao Ming, Sister Yumo, please follow me. I will take Grandpa Shi Yi to the shaman. The group followed Ollie deeper into the tribe. Along the way, several tribe members pointed and whispered among themselves. Outsiders. Such a strong presence, that man. The woman is stunning. Her attire is quite peculiar. I heard they saved Ollie and Elder Shi Yi. Before long, they arrived at a larger stone house adorned with various dried herbs. This was the residence of the tribe's shaman, an elderly woman clad in a linen robe. Her face, painted with colorful patterns, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Shi Yi's injuries, her expression shifted, and she quickly summoned others to carry him inside. Ollie turned to Chao Ming apologetically. My lord, please wait a moment. I need to. It's of no concern. You may attend to your duties. Chao Ming replied indifferently. Ollie hurriedly entered the stone house, while Chao Ming and Qin Yumo waited outside. The surrounding tribe members gathered at a distance, watching with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Qin Wok silently stepped forward, positioning herself to both protect Chao Ming and respond to any sudden situations around them. She retrieved a white jade bead emitting a cooling aura from her ring, discreetly holding it in her palm, and whispered, Your Highness. The concentration of malevolent energy here is even greater than outside. chaotic and disordered. This Qingxin Zhu will purify any breath you inhale. Chao Ming shook his head slightly. There's no need. The malevolent energy in this realm poses no harm to me. In fact, it is beneficial. His dark phoenix bloodline was subtly absorbing and refining this malevolent energy, albeit weakly. It was indeed slowly strengthening his body and original force. Upon hearing this, Qin Yumiao's eyes flashed with understanding and admiration. As she obediently stored the Qingxin Zhu away, I was presumptuous. At that moment, footsteps sounded from afar, and the captain of the Yinfeng team approached rapidly, accompanied by two others. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man clad in complete beast-hide armor, his aura unmistakably reaching the third tier of the Yunxiao level, stellar level. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, exuded the authority of one who has long resided in power. He was the chieftain of the Gufeng tribe, Mangu. The other was an elderly man dressed in a dark red linen robe, wielding a bone staff. His hair was grizzled. Though his face was gaunt, his gaze was exceptionally profound, surrounded by a peculiar mental wave and a faint scent of blood. His strength hovering around the 9th tier of the Tiancong level, yet he exuded a more dangerous aura than the chieftain of Yunxiao level. He was the tribe's priest, Shuetong. Chieftain, priest. The surrounding tribesmen bowed respectfully. The gazes of Chieftain Mangu and priest Shueting instantly locked onto Chao Ming. You are the one who saved Ali and Elder Shiyi? Chieftain Mangu's voice boomed, scrutinizing him. Chao Ming's expression remained indifferent as he nodded slightly. I merely passed by. Priest Shuetang's deep gaze lingered on Chao Ming for a moment before sweeping over Qin Yumiao, who stood respectfully behind him. A flicker of unnoticeable astonishment and gravity crossed his eyes. His bone staff paused momentarily, producing a dull sound. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed guest. The Gufeng tribe will remember this kindness. Please, follow us to the assembly hall for a discussion. Chao Ming sensed that this priest's mental strength was unusual, perhaps sensing something. He smiled lightly. Very well. They arrived at the largest stone house assembly hall in the center of the tribe. After the guests and hosts took their seats, a tribesman presented the unique blood-red juice from the Blood Luo world. Qin Yumiao stepped forward naturally, first probing the juice with a silver needle to confirm its safety before nodding slightly to Chao Ming and quietly returning to her position behind him, standing with her hands down. Her movements were fluid and natural, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, yet carried an undeniable alertness. Chieftain Mangu and priest Shuetung observed this scene, their eyes flickering once more. This outsider commanded significant presence. From where does Lord Chao Ming hail? What brings you to our Gufeng tribe? Chieftain Mangu asked straightforwardly. Chao Ming took a sip of the juice, which tasted sweet yet metallic, containing a hint of energy. I come from the wasteland, wandering here without a specific purpose. Priest Shuetung slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. Your strength is formidable. You are likely beyond the Tiancong level. Are you not? Such individuals are rare in this wasteland. Chao Ming glanced at him, speaking calmly. Does strength matter? If I harbored ill will toward the tribe, you could not stop me. His tone was flat, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. Chieftain Mangu's expression tightened, his aura subtly swelling. However, priest Shuetung raised his hand to halt him, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his murky eyes. You speak plainly, esteemed guest. If you mean no harm, then you are a friend of our Gufeng tribe. You saved Ali and Shiyi, making you our benefactor. Might I inquire if you have any needs? Though our Gufeng tribe is not wealthy, we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Chao Ming felt a stir in his heart. The pure blood energy fluctuation he sensed seemed to originate from deep beneath this assembly hall. He set the juice down, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the stone chair. I am quite interested in the local customs and cultivation resources, particularly a type of crystal that contains powerful blood energy. Before he finished his sentence, the expressions of Chieftain Mangu and priest Shueting subtly shifted simultaneously. Although they quickly masked their reactions, how could they deceive Chao Ming's perception? A crystal containing blood energy? Chieftain Mangu furrowed his brow, feigning confusion. There are indeed many peculiar ores in the wasteland, but I have not heard of such a crystal as you describe. Priest Shuetung remained silent, merely gazing deeply at Chao Ming. Chao Ming's lips curled into a slight arc, choosing not to press further. It seemed that the Shui Luo crystal indeed existed, and it was possibly a secret within this Gufeng tribe. Just then, a commotion arose outside the assembly hall. Chieftain, priest, it's bad. The people from the Heishan tribe are back. This time, Heya is leading them personally and is challenging us outside the valley. A warrior rushed in to report urgently. What? Heya? Chieftain Mangu suddenly stood up, his expression darkening. That madman. He actually came himself. Priest Shuetung's brow also furrowed tightly. Heya is the first warrior of the Heishan tribe, At the peak of the 6th tier of the Yunxiao level, ruthless and bloodthirsty. He comes with ill intent. Chieftain, let us fight them. The Yinfeng captain and others surged in, emotions running high, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of fear. The peak of the 6th tier of Yunxiao level was nearly insurmountable for the Gufeng tribe, whose average strength was not high. Chieftain Man Gu's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, gather all warriors. Prepare for battle. Chieftain, Heya demands we surrender the outsider who injured his brother, and also Ali, the warrior added, casting a fearful glance at Chao Ming. All eyes suddenly focused on Chao Ming. His expression remained calm as he took another sip of the juice. Qin Yumiao's eyes turned cold. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Chao Ming. Although her visible strength was merely at the earth level, the resolute aura she exuded compelled several Tiancong-level warriors to instinctively step back. Chieftain Man Gu regarded Chao Ming with a complex gaze, speaking solemnly, Lord Chao Ming, this situation arose because of you, yet you also saved our people. The Gufeng tribe is not one to repay kindness with enmity. Rest assured, we will not hand you over. If it comes to it, we shall fight. Priest Xue Teng slowly added, you may wish to avoid the spotlight for now. Heia's targets are you and Ali. Chao Ming set down his cup, slowly rising. There's no need for such trouble, he said flatly. I will go and take a look. Your Highness, Chieftain Man Gu exclaimed. That Heya is at the peak of the 6th tier of Yunxiao. Not a problem. Chao Ming replied, stepping toward the hall's exit. Qin Yumiao immediately followed, whispering, Your Highness, there's no need for you to take action personally. Allow me to observe the commotion. Chao Ming interrupted her. The group swiftly arrived at the stone wall at the entrance of the tribe. They beheld a mass of imposing figures outside the valley. A throng of over 100 men radiating malevolent energy. At the forefront stood a towering figure nearly 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rocks. Skin dark, a face adorned with fierce tattoos, wielding a massive black axe the size of a door, exuding the violent aura of a peak 6th tier Yunxiao warrior. It was none other than Heya, the first warrior of the Heishan tribe. Upon seeing Chao Ming, a cruel glint ignited in his eyes, and he pointed the giant axe at Chao Ming, booming, You injured my brother and killed warriors of the Heishan tribe? Come out and die. And that girl named Ali, hand her over too. Otherwise, I will raise your Gufeng tribe to the ground today. The terrifying malevolent energy, mingled with a murderous intent, swept over, causing the warriors of the Gufeng tribe to turn pale, many trembling as they gripped their weapons. Chieftain Man Gu's expression darkened, preparing to respond forcefully. Chao Ming gently patted the shoulder of Qin Yu Mo before him, signaling her to step back a little. He advanced a step, his gaze calm as it fell upon the imposing figure of Heya below, resembling a ferocious beast. It was unbearably noisy. He casually uttered 3 words, and then nonchalantly raised his right hand, pressing downward with a gentle motion. The action was so understated, as if he were merely swatting away an annoying fly. Buzz. An invisible yet terrifying pressure descended instantaneously. It was not a fluctuation of original force, but rather a pure bloodline pressure intermingled with an essence of the phoenix's destructive will. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the valley, over 100 warriors of the Heishan tribe, including several junior leaders of the Yunxiao level, were struck down before they could even scream, as if crushed by an unseen mountain, collapsing to the ground. Their bones cracked audibly, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, their eyes filled with boundless terror and disbelief. At the forefront, Heya felt his peak Yunxiao level 6 aura shattered instantaneously. His massive frame trembled violently as he struggled against the terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. Yet it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The giant axe in his hand clattered to the ground, his knees buckling uncontrollably, finally crashing to the earth as he knelt, his head bowed in submission. His face was awash with ultimate fear and confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Silence enveloped the entire valley in an instant. On the stone walls of the Gufeng tribe, all warriors gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape at this miraculous spectacle. The Manga tribe leader's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his body stiffening. The Bloodline priest's bone staff trembled slightly in his grasp, his murky eyes igniting with unprecedented horror. Chao Ming withdrew his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His gaze swept over the trembling figures of the Heishan tribe below, finally resting on Heya. Get lost, he uttered succinctly. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. The people of the Heishan tribe felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to assist the nearly incapacitated Heya, leaving behind their giant axe in a panic as they fled the valley, as if pursued by a primordial beast. It was not until the Haishan tribe vanished on the horizon that the Goofing tribe regained their senses. In that instant, all eyes converged upon Chao Ming, filled with awe, fear, and fervent reverence. The Mangu tribe leader took a deep breath, stepping forward and bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed one, for alleviating our tribe's peril." His tone was imbued with respect. The Bloodline priest also bowed slowly. "Your might is unfathomable, esteemed one." Chao Ming cast a casual glance at the Bloodline priest. "Now, may we discuss the blood-colored crystal?" The Bloodline priest shuddered slightly, exchanging a glance with the Manga tribe leader, both revealing determination and a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The Bloodline priest inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, "Please, esteemed one, follow me." Chapter 41, Bloodvine's Secret Offering. Phoenix descends to the underground palace to see the crystal mountain. The Bloodvine priest inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his murky eyes as he bowed deeply to Chao Ming. "Esteemed one, please follow me." He then turned to the Manga tribe leader. "Chief, you should come as well. This concerns the survival of our tribe, and your witness is necessary." The Manga tribe leader nodded gravely. Chao Ming remained composed as he followed. Qin Yumo naturally trailed closely behind, her vigilant gaze sweeping over the Bloodvine priest and the Manga leader. Though she remained silent, her aura had subtly locked onto the two, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. The Bloodvine priest, holding his bone staff, led the way, not heading toward the more prominent buildings deep within the tribe, but rather veering into a secluded stone alley, eventually stopping before an unassuming stone house. Guarding the entrance were two formidable warriors of the sky level, their expressions vacant. Upon seeing the Bloodvine priest and the chief, they silently bowed and stepped aside. The Bloodvine priest tapped specific inconspicuous indentations on the stone doorframe with his staff in a particular sequence. With a soft hum, a massive stone slab inside the house slowly slid open, revealing a dark, deep staircase leading downward. A more intense, pure, yet more violent aura of blood energy, mingled with the scent of ancient dust, surged forth from the depths of the passage. "Esteemed one, please," the Bloodvine priest gestured, stepping aside to lead the way down. The walls of the passage were adorned with peculiar gemstones that emitted a faint red glow, providing some illumination. The staircase was long and winding, descending at least several hundred meters. The air grew increasingly hot, the blood energy more concentrated, and any ordinary sky-level warrior would likely struggle to breathe and maintain their composure in such an environment. Qin Yumo furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a hint of discomfort from the oppressive energy. She instinctively moved closer to Chao Ming, whose gentle yet supreme aura of the phoenix's fire seemed to create an invisible barrier, effortlessly repelling the surrounding violent energy, instantly granting her a sense of relief and increasing her reliance on him. Chao Ming himself felt increasingly at ease, the bloodline of the phoenix within him even eliciting a slight sensation of joy, as if returning to a suitable environment, autonomously absorbing and refining the pure blood energy. Albeit marginally, at last, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. The lofty ceiling of the cavern was obscured, seemingly reaching the earth's core. The sight before them elicited a raised brow from the well-traveled Chao Ming, a sharp intake of breath from Qin Yumo, and a rapid heartbeat from the Manga tribe leader. In the center of the cavern stood not an altar or treasure chest, as one might expect, but a mountain entirely composed of countless irregular blood-colored crystals. These crystals varied in size, some as small as a fingernail, while others were as large as grinding wheels. They shimmered with a translucent blood-red hue, within which a viscous liquid appeared to flow, emanating a staggering energy of blood and pure malice. The entire crystal mountain radiated a faint blood-red glow, casting the enormous cavern in a crimson hue, both resplendent and ominous. The terrifying fluctuations of energy emanated from this very crystal mountain. The Mangu tribe leader's voice was dry, though he held the title of chief. This was the first time he had witnessed such an abundance of blood crystals. Normally, the tribe would be fortunate to acquire a few in a year. Blood Luo crystal. The Bloodvine priest's voice resonated with reverence and fervor. "Esteemed one, the crystals containing immense blood energy that you spoke of are indeed these. This Blood Luo crystal mountain is the greatest secret of our Goofing tribe, a foundation for our tribe's rise and fall over millennia." Chao Ming's gaze swept over the Blood Luo crystal mountain, his sole perception allowing him to ascertain that it contained at least tens of thousands of these crystals. While most were of low quality, some exceptionally pure and potent high-quality Blood Luo crystals were interspersed among them. Such a wealth of Blood Luo crystals. Where did you procure them? Chao Ming inquired nonchalantly. With the strength of the Goofing tribe, it would be impossible to acquire and safeguard such treasures. The Bloodline priest chuckled wryly, gesturing toward the depths of the cavern with his bone staff. Following his direction, they saw a colossal, pitch-black entrance at the rear of the Blood Luo Crystal Mountain. The edges of the entrance appeared jagged, as if forcefully torn open by some immense power. An even older, primal, and soul-chilling aura of malice wafted from that cavernous opening. In the depths leading to the ancient meteorite crater, the voice of the Shui Teng priest resonated with a somber tone. It is said that in an unimaginably distant era, an unfathomable being fell here, its blood saturating the earth and coalescing into the essence known as Shui Luo Jing. This crystalline mountain did not originate from our collection. Rather, it has grown here of its own accord. At times, new Shui Luo Jing is expelled from the cave by the tides of malevolent energy, yet more often, it unleashes storms of destructive energy and fearsome beasts. He cast a complex gaze at Xiao Ming, stating, "Our ancestors from the Gu Feng tribe stumbled upon this place and established a tribe here, guarding this secret for generations and struggling to thrive on the meager amounts of Shui Luo Jing that occasionally emerge. We dare not extract it in abundance, nor disclose this information, for if powerful tribes or outsiders learn of it, our Gu Feng tribe would be annihilated in an instant." The Man Gu clan leader solemnly remarked, "The energy contained within Shui Luo Jing is exceedingly violent. Direct absorption can lead to one's demise. It requires a special method and formidable will to gradually guide its fusion. If successful, it can greatly enhance one's physique, bolster strength, and even bestow unique abilities. However, the fusion process is excruciating, with a high failure rate, resulting in severe injury or even madness, leading to death. In our tribe, only the clan leaders and priests possess knowledge of the complete method, and the success rate is less than 1 in 10. His gaze lingered on the crystalline mountain, filled with a mixture of desire and dread. Xiao Ming instantly comprehended the situation. This was a small tribe guarding a treasure mountain, yet they dared not exploit it fully. The Shui Luo Jing was both their hope and a sword of Damocles hanging over them. "What do you seek by revealing this secret to me?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards the Shui Teng priest. The Shui Teng priest exchanged a glance with the Man Gu clan leader, then both knelt simultaneously. "My lord." The Shui Teng priest raised his head, fervor and supplication shining in his eyes. "You wield powers beyond our comprehension. You can easily suppress Heya, and your presence makes the Shui Luo Jing within me tremble in submission. We are willing to offer you this mountain of Shui Luo Jing, only asking that you protect our Gu Feng tribe and grant us a safer method for fusion." They realized that with Xiao Ming's unfathomable strength, it was wiser to surrender this perilous secret to such a mysterious powerhouse in exchange for protection and a glimmer of hope. Xiao Ming's previous act of rescue and his inscrutable might led them to take this gamble. The Man Gu clan leader and the Shui Teng priest, out of reverence for the host's strength, presented their tribe's greatest secret, the Shui Luo Jing mountain, and requested sanctuary. Xiao Ming regarded the two kneeling figures, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Rise," he said calmly. "I accept this crystalline mountain. I can offer protection to the Gu Feng tribe. As for the fusion method," he paused, "once I have completed my own fusion, I shall provide you with a superior plan." For him, safeguarding a small tribe was merely a trifling task. Furthermore, the devouring nature of the Xie Phoenix bloodline gave him great confidence in optimizing or even revolutionizing the primitive fusion methods here. "Thank you, my lord." The Man Gu and Shui Teng were overwhelmed with joy, quickly rising to their feet, brimming with excitement. Xiao Ming approached the mountain of Shui Luo Jing. The closer he drew, the more astonishing the overwhelming energy of blood and malice became. Qin Yumo closely followed, feeling the suffocating power, his complexion slightly pale, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Upon reaching the foot of the crystalline mountain, Xiao Ming casually picked up a fist-sized piece of medium-quality Shui Luo Jing. With a hum, the Shui Luo Jing felt warm to the touch, its crimson energy writhing as if it were alive. An overwhelming, bloodthirsty will surged through his palm into his mind. Simultaneously, the immense energy of malice from within the crystal flooded into his body, threatening to rupture him. This was the first challenge of fusing with Shui Luo Jing, the impact of energy and the onslaught of malevolent will. The Man Gu and Shui Teng held their breath, anxiously observing. They had faced near-death experiences even with the smallest shards of Shui Luo Jing, yet Xiao Ming directly seized a sizable piece. However, his expression remained unchanged. The energy impact that would terrify even those at the Yun Shao level surged into him, flowing into his body like a stream merging with the sea. Swiftly consumed by the vast power of Xiehua, refined and transformed into pure energy to nourish himself. The assault of malevolent will crashed against his proud soul like an egg against a stone, shattering instantly and being devoured, further sharpening his mental acuity. Successfully withstood the energy and will impact of Shui Luo Jing. The devouring characteristic of Xia Hua power has been activated. Energy absorption in progress. Record energy attributes. Analyzing and optimizing fusion plan. Chao Ming silently instructed in his mind. Command received. Analysis in progress. The host must fuse different quality samples of Shui Luo Jing to gather data. Chao Ming absorbed the energy from this piece of Shui Luo Jing until it was reduced to powder in his hand. He then grasped a larger, higher quality piece. 1, 2, 3. Before the astonished gazes of Man Gu and Shui Tong, Chao Ming treated the Shui Luo Jing as if he were consuming candy, swiftly absorbing each piece until they turned to ash. His aura remained undisturbed, becoming increasingly profound and contained. Soon, he had absorbed over a dozen pieces of varying quality Shui Luo Jing. Data collection complete. Optimization fusion plan generated. Xia Hua crystal refinement technique. Utilizing the devouring and incinerating characteristics of the Xia Hua Phoenix bloodline, perfectly separating the violent will and impurities from Shui Luo Jing. Retaining the purest essence of blood energy, fusion efficiency increased by 1,000, pain reduced by 99, no risk of failure. Can be processed in bulk. Excellent. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the entire crystalline mountain, his mind already calculating. These Shui Luo Jing would serve as crucial resources for rapidly enhancing both his physical strength and mental fortitude. He turned to the excited yet apprehensive Man Gu and Shui Tong. The fusion method is ready. With a flick of his finger, 2 strands of crimson silver sparks swiftly entered the foreheads of Man Gu and Shui Tong. Both felt a shock, suddenly gaining a simplified and secure version of the intricate and profound technique, Xia Hua crystal refinement technique, in their minds. Though its efficacy paled in comparison to the version Chao Ming would personally use, it significantly surpassed the brutal methods of their tribe, enhancing efficiency and safety 100-fold. As they absorbed the knowledge, they trembled with excitement. This technique was tailor-made for them. No, it far exceeded their wildest dreams. Thank you for bestowing this technique, my lord. The two knelt once more, this time out of heartfelt joy and submission. Optimized technique imparted. The sense of belonging and loyalty of the Gufeng tribe has significantly increased. Conquest progress, 10. Current total conquest progress, 25. Rise, Chao Ming said calmly. I shall enter seclusion here for some time. Umo, you will guard me. Man Gu, Shui Tong, secure the entrance. No one is to disturb us. Yes, my lord. The 3 replied in unison. Qin Umo immediately took his position at the stone cave entrance, sitting cross-legged, his aura restrained, his gaze sharp as the most loyal sentinel. Man Gu and Shui Tong respectfully retreated to guard the steps of the passage. Chao Ming then approached the mountain of Shui Luo Jing, sitting cross-legged before it. He took a deep breath, and crimson silver energy gradually enveloped him. Let us commence. His hands pressed against the crystalline mountain. Boom. The vast and malevolent fire elemental force surged into the Shui Luo Jing mountain like an unstoppable tide. In the next moment, the entire crystalline mountain trembled violently. Countless blood-red energies within the Shui Luo Jing were forcibly extracted, transforming into powerful torrents of crimson, akin to rivers converging into the sea, pouring into Chao Ming's body. As these energetic currents entered Chao Ming's form, they were enveloped and refined by the domineering fire elemental force, incinerating all feral will and impurities, leaving only the purest essence of blood energy. This essence seamlessly integrated into his limbs, internal organs, and even his soul's consciousness. His body was being reinforced at a terrifying pace. His skin, muscles, bones, and meridians emitted greedy groans as they fervently absorbed this pure essence of blood energy. His mental strength was also continuously refined and elevated through the baptism of blood and fire. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 100, substantial enhancement of physique, elevation of mental will. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 500, optimization of genetic structure begins, slight increase in affinity with the laws. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 1000, triggering the transformation into Blood Warrior. Physical strength, speed, and defense are multiplied. Adaptability to the malevolent aura of the Shui Luo world is significantly enhanced. Achievement acquired. Blood Warrior, reward points 5,000. Chao Ming did not cease, continuing to absorb fervently. The crystalline mountain visibly shrank at an astonishing rate. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 3,000. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 5,000. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 8,000. As he integrated over 9,000 pieces, his entire body jolted violently. A deeper, more oppressive aura erupted from within him. A layer of intricate dark golden patterns faintly flickered across his skin before vanishing. Integration of Shui Luo Jing 10,000. Triggering the transformation into Black Warrior. Deep optimization of genetic structure, enhancement of potential, significant increase in affinity with the laws. Physical strength comparable to special life forms of the same tier. Achievement acquired. Black Warrior, reward points 10,000. Black Warrior special effect activated. Malevolent aura domain, weak. Can actively release malevolent aura pressure, weakening the will of enemies and amplifying one's own combat power. At this moment, the number of Shui Luo Jing pieces integrated within Chao Ming had astonishingly reached 10,000. He had directly transcended the Blood Warrior, achieving the even more formidable Black Warrior. Meanwhile, the colossal Shui Luo Jing mountain had already diminished by nearly half. Chao Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him and a clearer perception of the laws, nodding in satisfaction. The effects of Shui Luo Jing were indeed extraordinary. His gaze swept over the remaining half of the crystalline mountain, choosing not to continue his absorption. These would be reserved for the tribe's development and perhaps other uses. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and his bones emitted loud cracks like thunder. Qin Umo, guarding at the entrance, immediately sensed this and approached swiftly. Her beautiful eyes filled with joy and admiration. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your monumental achievement. The Man-Bone and Bloodvine at the passage also rushed over. Feeling the increasingly unfathomable and chilling aura of malevolence emanating from Chao Ming, filled with profound respect. Congratulations, my lord. Chao Ming nodded slightly. The remaining Shui Luo Jing can be cultivated by the tribe's warriors according to the secret method I bestowed. As for that cave, he glanced at the deep ancient meteor pit entrance. I will venture inside to investigate. The expressions of Bloodvine and Man-Bone changed, with Bloodvine hastily interjecting. My lord, the ancient meteor pit is extremely dangerous, with malevolent storms and ferocious beasts. That is of no concern, Chao Ming interrupted. I will exercise caution. As he was about to stride towards the cave, a hurried footstep echoed from above the passage. A warrior rushed down, panting heavily as he reported, Chieftain, High Priest, it's terrible. Ali just went to deliver medicine to Elder Shi Yi and suddenly fainted. She's burning up with a rosy glow. What? The Man-Bone chieftain gasped. Chao Ming raised an eyebrow. Ali? That girl. He instantly recalled that upon first encountering Ali, the system had hinted at her possessing a special latent bloodline, not yet awakened. Could it be that the vast energy from my integration of Shui Luo Jing stimulated her to awaken prematurely? How intriguing. A hint of interest curved Chao Ming's lips. Lead me to her. Perhaps this journey in the Shui Luo world would yield unexpected gains beyond just Shui Luo Jing. Chapter 42. Qing Lian Bloodbloom. Feng Qi's dual attendants explore the abyss upon hearing that Ali had suddenly fainted and was emanating a rosy glow. A glimmer of interest sparked in Chao Ming's eyes. He immediately recalled the system's indication of Ali possessing a special latent bloodline, not yet awakened, during their first meeting. Lead the way, Chao Ming said to the messenger warrior with a calm yet authoritative tone. Yes, my lord. Please follow me. The warrior, intimidated by Chao Ming's composed yet undeniable presence, quickly bowed and guided the way. The Man-Bone chieftain and Bloodvine high priest followed closely behind, their faces displaying concern mixed with uncertainty. Ali was a gifted child of the tribe, and they certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Qin Umo naturally stayed by Chao Ming's side, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings while secretly transmitting a warning to Feng Yi, who remained at Jillian Palace. To enhance their alertness, the prince seemed to have developed an interest in this indigenous girl, and she needed to ensure that everything remained under control. The group soon arrived at the shaman's stone hut. At this moment, a crowd of tribespeople surrounded the hut, each wearing worried expressions. Upon seeing the chieftain and high priest arrive, they hastily made way. Inside, Ali lay on a crude stone bed covered with animal skins, her eyes tightly shut, cheeks flushed and breathing rapid. Her body was faintly glowing with an abnormal crimson light, fluctuating between brightness and dimness, emanating waves of intense heat and a faint yet remarkably pure life force, resonating with the essence of Shui Luo Jing. The old shaman stood helplessly at the bedside, her herbs and low-level healing arts proving ineffective against this condition. Ali, the Man-Bone chieftain, stepped forward, feeling the scorching aura, and his expression changed. What is happening? Bloodvine high priest furrowed his brow, bringing his bone staff closer to Ali. The dark red crystal atop the staff emitted a faint glow. After sensing for a moment, Uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Such pure and overwhelming life force is surging through her. But this power seems to resonate with her essence. Is her bloodline awakening? He abruptly turned to Chao Ming. My lord, what do you see? Chao Ming had already used his spiritual perception to thoroughly assess Ali's condition. Just as he suspected, the latent special bloodline within Ali was being stimulated into a passive awakening by the vast blood energy he had previously integrated from Shui Luo Jing. However, this process was evidently excruciating and perilous. Her fragile body and will might not endure the impact of this power, and the likely outcome could be catastrophic, either leading to her body exploding or her mind being consumed by the violent blood energy. Everyone leave, Chao Ming spoke coolly. My lord, the man-bone chieftain was taken aback. All of you, exit the stone hut. UMO, guard the entrance. No one is to disturb us. Chao Ming's tone left no room for debate. Yes, your highness. Qin Umo immediately complied, turning to face the entrance, her gaze sharp as a blade. An invisible aura radiating from her, enveloping the entire stone hut. The overwhelming mental pressure at the pinnacle of Yunxiao level made the man-bone, Bloodline, and others shudder. And they dared not speak further, swiftly retreating with worry and confusion. Inside the hut remained only Chao Ming and the unconscious Ali. Chao Ming approached the stone bed, extending his finger to point at Ali's forehead. A stream of pure and gentle crimson silver malevolent fire elemental force slowly flowed into her. In a state of unconsciousness, Ali emitted a painful groan, her body trembling violently as a brilliant red light surged forth, seemingly resisting the invasion of external forces. The atmosphere was tranquil. Chao Ming's voice, though calm, carried an essence that soothed the soul. His strand of sinister fire origin power was dominantly powerful, yet meticulously controlled, effortlessly suppressing the chaotic bloodline energy within Ali. He guided the immense vitality of her blood to flow along an enigmatic path, nourishing and fortifying her limbs and meridians. Under his precise control, Ali's tremors gradually subsided, her flushed complexion returning to normal, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged. The red light enveloping her transformed into a gentle, sanguine cocoon, wrapping her in a profound metamorphosis. Guiding the target Ali's latent bloodline, Qinglian spirit body blood luo variant, to awaken, consuming a trace amount of sinister fire origin power. Target Ali develops deep reliance and gratitude towards the host. Conquest progress 10. Current total conquest progress, 35. Chao Ming sensed that Ali's so-called Qinglian spirit body seemed to have undergone a mutation, intricately merging with the environment of the blood luo world and the energy of the blood luo crystal, resulting in a uniquely powerful constitution tailored to this realm. The potential appeared promising. He retracted his finger, standing with his hands clasped behind him, awaiting patiently. Approximately an incense stick later, the sanguine cocoon surrounding Ali slowly retracted, ultimately merging completely with her body. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. They were now a clearer, brighter shade of crimson, with fleeting lotus-like patterns shimmering deep within. Her aura had significantly transformed, ascending from the earth level, apprentice level, 6th tier directly to the sky level, planet level, 3rd tier. Moreover, her foundation was remarkably solid, her blood energy abundant, exuding a pure and resilient vitality. Confused, she sat up and glanced around, her gaze finally settling on the poised Chao Ming. Memories from before her unconsciousness and the warm, yet forceful guidance she experienced surged to the forefront of her mind. She immediately understood that it was this esteemed figure before her who had saved her and granted her unimaginable power. My lord, Ali hastily rolled off the bed, kneeling before Chao Ming, her voice filled with excitement and profound reverence. Ali thanks you for the grace of rebirth. She could distinctly feel the transformative changes within her body, and her gratitude and awe towards Chao Ming reached their zenith. Chao Ming regarded her calmly. Rise. How do you feel? Ali stood, briefly attuning herself, her face illuminating with joy and disbelief. I feel wonderful, like never before. My body is brimming with strength, and it seems I can perceive the surrounding energy more clearly. Instinctively, she extended her hand, and a small orb of pure sanguine energy materialized in her palm, radiating vitality. Your bloodline has awakened. Cultivate diligently, and your future is boundless. Chao Ming affirmed with a nod. At that moment, the door of the stone chamber was gently pushed open, and Qin Yuma peeked in. Upon seeing Ali unharmed and her aura transformed, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She then respectfully addressed Chao Ming. Your Highness, she has awoken. The leader of the Man-Bone tribe and the Bloodline priest are quite concerned. Let them enter, Chao Ming commanded. The leaders of the Man-Bone and Bloodline tribes hurried in. and upon witnessing Ailey's robust aura, intact, and even more magnificent than before, they gaped in astonishment. Ailey, you are unharmed? Your cultivation. The leader of the Man-Bone tribe stammered in disbelief. It was Lord Chao Ming who saved me and helped awaken my bloodline. Ailey exclaimed joyfully, her gaze towards Chao Ming brimming with admiration. The Bloodline priest trembled, his eyes reflecting even deeper reverence as he looked at Chao Ming. Your lordship possesses boundless abilities. For Ailey to receive your favor is her great fortune. He was acutely aware of the challenges and dangers associated with bloodline awakening, and the ease with which Chao Ming facilitated Ailey's success was indicative of unfathomable strength. The higher echelon of the ancient tribe deepens their understanding of the host's power, increasing their awe, sense of belonging to the tribe, and loyalty substantially. Conquest Progress 5. Current total conquest progress, 40. Chao Ming waved a hand, addressing the Bloodline priest. Ailey's new constitution should have greater affinity with the blood luo crystal's energy. You may prioritize her cultivation. Yes, my lord. Both Bloodvine and Man-Bone replied hastily, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. With another genius in the tribe, there was hope for the future. Suddenly, Ailey stepped forward, kneeling again before Chao Ming, earnestly stating, my lord, Ailey wishes to follow you, to serve you, in gratitude for your kindness. I implore you to grant me this wish. She understood that remaining in the tribe would limit her achievements. Only by following this unfathomable figure could she glimpse a broader horizon. The Man-Bone and Bloodvine leaders were taken aback, but refrained from voicing any objections. If Ailey could follow this esteemed figure, it might indeed be a boon for the tribe. Chao Ming regarded the kneeling maiden, her newly awakened spirit body illuminating her, her crimson eyes filled with yearning and determination. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. You may accompany me for now, and keep company with Yuma. Thank you, my lord. Ailey will serve you with utmost devotion, even at the cost of my life. Ailey exclaimed joyously, bowing deeply. Qin Yuma stepped forward, offering Ailey a gentle smile as she extended her hand. Rise. From now on, as you follow His Highness, focus on learning, speak less, and do more. Her tone was calm, embodying a sense of seniority, yet devoid of malice. Ailey quickly stood and respectfully greeted Qin Yuma. Ailey pays her respects to Sister Yuma. I hope you will guide me moving forward. Successfully subdued the quality target Ailey as a follower, gaining a service unit. Target Ailey, Qinglian Spirit Body Blood Luo variant. Potential enhanced, current rating, excellent, capable of growth. Chao Ming remained indifferent to the scene, turning his gaze towards the Bloodvine priest. Now, it is time to explore the ancient meteor pit. The Bloodvine priest's expression stiffened. My lord, the ancient meteor pit is exceptionally perilous. The malevolent energy storms are unpredictable, and there are various malevolent beasts formed from pure malevolence, with strengths ranging from sky level to the peak of cloud level. It is even rumored that deep within lies a terrifying existence comparable to a world master. You must exercise utmost caution. Not a concern. Lead the way, Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. The Bloodvine priest ceased further protest, personally guiding the way back to the profound entrance of the underground cavern. Standing at the entrance, the ancient, primal, and soul-chilling malevolent energy was even more palpable. The pitch-black opening resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, consuming all light and sound. My lord, I can accompany you only this far. Beyond here, the malevolent energy storm is beyond our endurance, the Bloodvine priest bowed. Chao Ming nodded, addressing Qin Yuma and Ailey. You shall wait here. Qin Yuma immediately interjected, Your Highness. Allow Yuma to accompany you inside. Though my strength is limited, the malevolence is too intense for you to withstand alone. Chao Ming interrupted, Wait here, this is an order. Qin Yuma bit her lip, ultimately bowing her head in acquiescence. Yes, Your Highness, please be careful. Concern filled her eyes. Ailey also gazed at Chao Ming anxiously. My lord, be cautious. Chao Ming said no more. His crimson-silver sinister fire origin power flowed gently around him, forming a thin shield that kept the terrifying malevolence at bay. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the shadowy entrance, disappearing from sight. The instant he entered the passage, the surroundings transformed dramatically. It was an enormous, downward-sloping natural tunnel, its walls smooth as if shaped by some colossal force. The tunnel was suffused with a thick, dark red malevolence, oppressive and heavy, accompanied by a frenzied will that incessantly assaulted the minds of intruders. Light was exceedingly dim, with only bioluminescent moss and crystals along the rocky walls providing a faint glimmer. Crack! Chao Ming had scarcely taken a few steps when his foot crushed something beneath him. Upon looking down, he was astonished to discover a gigantic beast bone, weathered by countless years. As he surveyed the tunnel, He noted the presence of various bizarre skeletal remains, both humanoid and animalistic, as well as some indescribable, eerie bones, all remnants of creatures that had ventured here and perished over the ages. The environment within the ancient meteorite pit's outer tunnel was saturated with a high concentration of malevolent energy, pulsating with a frenzied intent. The vitality of the Xie Huafenghuang bloodline surged, autonomously devouring and refining the malevolent energy, slightly enhancing his physical and mental fortitude. Unfazed, Chao Ming pressed deeper into the tunnel. The path twisted and turned, with the malevolent energy intensifying as he descended, the onslaught of willpower growing increasingly fierce. Occasionally, he spotted scattered blood crystal fragments embedded in the rock walls, seemingly of superior quality compared to those outside, yet he did not pause to collect them. After delving several thousand meters, a peculiar roar echoed ahead. In the depths of the tunnel, a monstrous entity coalesced from dense malevolent energy and resembling a colossal wolf with 3 blood-red eyes, charged towards him with a ferocious roar. This being lacked a physical form. Composed entirely of pure malevolent energy and frenzied will, possessing strength comparable to a third-tier Yunxiao-level warrior. A creature of malevolence? Chao Ming's gaze flickered. The creature, sensing the presence of a living being, roared and lunged forward, freezing the very air it passed and corroding everything in its wake. With a mere gesture, Chao Ming, his fingers poised like a sword, made a casual slice. A flash of crimson-silver sparks flickered, and before the creature could emit a cry, it was instantly ignited, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving behind a small, more refined, nearly tangible dark red malevolent energy crystal that fell to the ground. He had slain a third-tier Yunxiao-level malevolent beast and obtained a purified malevolent soul crystal. This crystal, containing pure malevolent energy and soul energy, could enhance mental strength or be used in crafting weapons and elixirs. Chao Ming beckoned, drawing the soul crystal into his hand. Feeling the purity of its energy, a most unexpected gain, he continued onward, encountering several waves of malevolent beasts, ranging from sky level to Yunxiao level, effortlessly dispatching them and collecting a few more soul crystals. The deeper he ventured, the more frequently the malevolent beasts appeared, their strength escalating. After casually dispersing a gigantic 8th-tier, Yunxiao-level malevolent beast, the tunnel ahead suddenly widened. He found himself in a vast underground chamber. At the center of the chamber, a nearly 100-meter-wide pitch-black vortex was slowly spinning. This vortex was composed of an extreme concentration of malevolent energy, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens. The space surrounding the vortex twisted slightly, as if unable to bear its power. At the very edge of the vortex, dozens of jet-black plants, shaped like lingji, were growing. These plants emitted a faint black light, absorbing the surrounding liquid malevolent energy, presenting an exceedingly strange sight. He discovered Yuming Shaji, a treasure growing in an environment rich in malevolent energy, containing extremely pure malevolent essence and soul energy, remarkably effective for cultivating malevolent energy techniques, enhancing the soul and refining the body. It could also be used to concoct high-tier elixirs. Ah, what a valuable find, Chao Ming thought, his eyes brightening. The worth of these Yuming Shaji likely surpassed that of the blood crystals outside. Yet, just as he prepared to approach and collect them, the black vortex of malevolent energy suddenly began to churn violently. A deafening roar erupted, as if a terrifying beast from ancient times was awakening from the depths of the vortex. A wave of overwhelming pressure, capable of shattering the souls of ordinary Yunxiao-level peak experts, enveloped the entire underground chamber. Within the vortex, 2 enormous eyes, resembling blood-red lakes, slowly opened, cold and ferocious, filled with a desire for destruction, fixating intently on Chao Ming. Clearly, this monstrous guardian of the Yuming Shaji had been provoked by Chao Ming's uninvited presence. As he felt the terrifying aura that surpassed even Yunxiao level, teetering on the edge of a realm master, a smile of excitement crept across his lips. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. Chapter 43, The Malevolent Vortex Dragon Shadow, Phoenix Flame Incinerates the Abyss. The roar from the depths of the malevolent energy vortex contained sufficient power to cause the soul of an ordinary peak Yunxiao-level warrior to collapse. The entire underground chamber quaked violently, debris cascading from the rock walls. The 2 blood-red eyes within the vortex remained fixed on Chao Ming, cold and brutal, filled with primal destruction. Following this, an enormous head, grotesquely clad in black, menacing bone armor, slowly emerged from the vortex. Its form was neither dragon nor python. Entirely composed of refined liquid malevolent energy and frenzied will, radiating an energy wave that reached a shocking first-tier realm master level. This was the terrifying existence birthed in the depths of the ancient meteorite pit, the malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast. With a thunderous roar, the malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing an even more terrifying bellow. A jet-black breath, imbued with destructive energy, surged forth like a tidal wave, ripping through space towards Chao Ming. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space was corroded with fissures. Faced with this overwhelming attack capable of severely wounding or even annihilating a typical realm master, Chao Ming's expression remained calm, even tinged with interest. Intriguing. The energy concentration is commendable, but alas, it is impure. He did not evade, but instead slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and gently grasped at the oncoming destructive breath. An invisible yet supremely powerful field of malevolent fire instantly expanded from him. Within this domain, crimson-silver flames danced as the will to incinerate filled every inch of space. Upon colliding with the malevolent breath, which could corrode space, it was as if it had encountered its nemesis. The inky black energy torrent evaporated at a visible rate, purified and obliterated, leaving not a single ripple behind as it vanished into nothingness. A flicker of anthropomorphic astonishment and confusion flashed through the enormous blood-red pupils of the malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast. It instinctively sensed that this diminutive creature before it held an absolute suppression over its essence of power. Enraged, it lunged forth, its massive form bursting entirely from the vortex. A terrifying dragon shadow, stretching 1,000 meters, composed entirely of liquid malevolent energy, covered in grotesque bone armor, surged towards Chao Ming with overwhelming ferocity. Its massive claws tore through the void, while its tail swept through legions, its onslaught utterly ferocious. Disturbing. Chao Ming frowned slightly, seemingly irritated by the noise. He remained steadfast, merely gesturing with his fingers, pointing towards the charging malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast. A streak of crimson-silver spark, refined to perfection and almost tangible, instantaneously struck the beast's brow with the speed of teleportation, disregarding the distance in space. The seemingly impregnable malevolent bone armor, capable of withstanding realm master-level attacks, was pierced with ease by this tiny spark, akin to paper. A chilling wail, steeped in the anguish of its very soul, erupted from the malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast. The spark penetrated its body, detonating instantly. The crimson-silver malevolent fire erupted from within, raging from the inside out. The refined liquid malevolent energy now served as the finest fuel. Where the malevolent fire passed, the malevolent energy was rapidly purified and incinerated, along with the violent will it contained, utterly erased. The colossal form of the malevolent vortex dragon shadow beast writhed and struggled in the air, but it was utterly powerless to halt the spread of the destructive flames. It attempted to plunge back into the vortex of malevolent energy to draw strength, but that wicked fire ignited even the malevolent energy at the edge of the vortex. Within a mere few breaths, this terrifying malevolent beast, whose strength was comparable to a first-tier realm lord and which had been nurtured in this ancient crater for countless years, was consumed in despairing wails, reduced to the most refined energy, ultimately coalescing into a crystal the size of a fist, dark red throughout, with an appearance reminiscent of liquid flowing within, exuding a tumultuous wave of energy, suspended in midair. Upon vanquishing the first-tier realm lord-level Sha Xian Longing beast, one obtained Sha Yuan Longjing 1. Sha Yuan Longjing, formed from the core essence of a realm lord-level malevolent beast. It contains an extremely pure source of malevolent energy and soul essence, capable of significantly enhancing soul power, strengthening the physical body, purifying original force, and is remarkably effective in comprehending the laws of malevolent energy. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary Shui Luo Jing. The entire underground chamber was instantly restored to silence, the slowly rotating malevolent energy vortex seemingly dimming slightly. Chao Ming extended his hand, and the Sha Yuan Longjing flew into his grasp, warm to the touch. Its energy surging yet gentle, having been completely purified by the wicked fire. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked it away. This item would greatly benefit his cultivation of the Tian, Shimi Dian, and the strengthening of his soul. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the dozens of Yuming Sha Ji growing at the edge of the vortex. With the guardian Sha Xian Longing beast gone, these rare celestial materials were like ripe fruit ready for harvest. He stepped forward, the domain of wicked fire naturally repelling the surrounding violent malevolent energy, forming a safe zone. He scrutinized the Yuming Sha Ji. They were entirely jet black, shaped like jade mushrooms, with naturally bizarre patterns on their surfaces, exuding pure malevolent energy and radiating alluring energy fluctuations. System, scan and record the characteristics of Yuming Sha Ji, analyzing the best collection method. Chao Ming thought. Command received. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Yuming Sha Ji must be collected using pure Yin attribute energy or highly accommodating energy to prevent loss of malevolent energy. It is recommended that the host simulate a Yin attribute environment using Wicked Fire Original Force for collection. Chao Ming understood. He extended his palm. The crimson-silver Wicked Fire Original Force circulating in his hand, undergoing a subtle transformation, becoming gentle and accommodating, akin to a warm undercurrent, gently enveloping a Yuming Sha Ji. The Yuming Sha Ji quivered slightly, seemingly quite comfortable, offering no resistance. Chao Ming cautiously extracted it along with a small clump of solidified malevolent energy soil from its roots and placed it into a pre-prepared cold jade box for sealing. Following the same method, he quickly collected all the Yuming Sha Ji, totaling 37. Acquired, Yuming Sha Ji 37. Detected absorbable energy source. Would you like to devour it? Not to devour for now, reserved for future use. Chao Ming stored the jade box away. These Sha Ji were top-tier materials for alchemy or for use in conjunction with other treasures, and consuming them directly would be somewhat wasteful. After collecting all the Sha Ji, Chao Ming's gaze returned to the profound malevolent energy vortex. He could sense that deeper within the vortex, there seemed to be an even more ancient and primal wave of energy emanating. It appeared that this ancient crater was more intriguing than he had imagined. A slight smile graced his lips, and the brilliance of his wicked fire domain intensified as he took a step forward, directly entering the daunting vortex of malevolent energy. Upon entering the vortex, it felt as though he had stepped into another world. Surrounding him was viscous, swirling dark red liquid malevolent energy, with terrifying tearing forces and an omnipresent frenzied will capable of obliterating any being below the realm lord level in an instant. Deeper within, even the ominous fluctuations of spatial rifts could be felt. Yet all of this was meaningless to Chao Ming. His wicked fire domain stood firm as a rock, isolating and incinerating all malevolent energy and willful impacts. He moved forward leisurely toward the sensed source of energy. The deeper he ventured, the darker the malevolent energy became, shifting from dark red to pitch black, even beginning to intermingle with faint golden patterns. This represented an even more noble and purer form of malevolent energy, seemingly derived from a great source of life. Detected high-level energy, ancient god Sha power, extremely diluted, containing a trace of immortal properties, possessing extreme enhancement effects on the physical body and soul, but with high corrosiveness. Only special physiques or supreme bloodlines can withstand it. Ancient god Sha power. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chao Ming's eyes. It seemed the legends were not unfounded. Truly, there existed inconceivable entities that had perished here. Continuing to descend for several thousand meters, the pressure around him had grown to a level capable of overwhelming an ordinary realm lord. The malevolent energy almost entirely transforming into a pitch-black liquid with golden flecks. Finally, Chao Ming's feet touched solid ground at the very bottom of the vortex. Here lay a relatively tranquil spherical space, at the center of which floated a bizarre skeletal structure roughly the size of a grinding disc. Entirely black, yet radiating a faint golden light. All the ancient god Sha power emanated from this bone. The surface of the bone was covered in natural mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of eternal existence and supreme majesty. Beneath this bone, a more extraordinary plant was growing. It bore only 3 leaves, each displaying a different color, one crimson as blood, one pitch black as ink, and one a soft flowing gold. The 3 leaves surrounded a bud, poised to bloom, exhibiting a chaotic blend of 3 colors. The energy fluctuations emanating from this plant were even purer and more vital than that of the peculiar bone. Discovered supreme energy source, ancient god remains, unknown skeletal fragment, containing immortal laws and vast life essence, can attempt to absorb, extremely dangerous, or use to refine supreme treasures. Discovered chaotic level rare treasure, San Sheng, Nye Pan Hua, not yet mature, fused with ancient god Sha power, Shui Luo essence, and unknown indestructible material, containing the power of life and death rebirth. Consuming it after full maturity may lead to an ultimate transformation of life essence or comprehension of rebirth type secret methods. Currently not mature, forcibly harvesting will significantly diminish effects. Ancient god remains. San Sheng Nye Pan Hua. Even Chao Ming could not help but reveal a look of delight at this moment. The value of these 2 items was immeasurable, especially that San Sheng Nye Pan Hua, which involved the power of rebirth, was indeed a perfect match for his wicked fire phoenix bloodline. He suppressed the impulse to harvest it immediately. The Sansheng Yepan Hua was not mature. Harvesting it now would be too wasteful. As for the ancient god remains, the energy and will contained within were too terrifying. Even with his current strength, forcibly absorbing it posed a certain risk and required careful consideration. This place could be deemed a treasure trove. Chao Ming surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. He committed the coordinates of this bone and the plant to memory, leaving several secret spatial marks around to ensure he could find them again in the future. Having completed all of this, he no longer lingered. With a movement of his form, he ascended against the vortex, quickly bursting forth from it and returning to the underground chamber. Without further delay, he retraced his route at great speed, obliterating the newly emerged malevolent beasts he encountered along the way before they could approach. Soon, he exited the dark cave and returned to the underground stone chamber. Qin Yumo and Ali, who had been waiting outside, sensed his presence immediately and hurried to greet him. "Your Highness, my lord," they both exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting relief and concern. Especially Qin Yumo, though she had absolute confidence in Chao Ming's strength, could not help but feel worry upon sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from deep within the cave. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Qin Yumo rushed forward, scrutinizing Chao Ming closely, and upon seeing him unblemished and his aura even deeper and more restrained, she finally felt reassured. Ali's eyes widened as well. She could sense that this esteemed individual had returned from his journey even more formidable than before. The intangible pressure made her bloodline tremble with awe and trepidation. "No harm." Chao Ming offered a faint smile, finding some amusement in the situation, and the harvest was satisfactory. At that moment, the leader of the Mangu tribe and the Bloodvine priest hurriedly arrived from the passage. Upon seeing Chao Ming unharmed, they were overwhelmed with joy. "My lord, you have finally emerged." The commotion inside was astonishing, the Mangu leader said, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. "I encountered a slightly larger Sha beast, but it has been dealt with," Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. The Mangu and Bloodvine gasped in astonishment. Was that commotion merely from a somewhat larger Sha beast? How immense must it have been? Their perception of Chao Ming's strength was once again refreshed. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the remaining half of the blood luo crystal mountain within the cave, and then he looked at Ali. His heart stirred slightly. He raised his hand, reaching into the air to grasp at the half mountain. A hum resonated as an invisible force enveloped the crystal mountain. In the next moment, over 1,000 high-quality blood luo crystals detached from the mountain and flew before him. Subsequently, a flicker of wicked flame danced at his fingertips, gliding over the blood luo crystals with an untraceable speed and precision. In an instant, the raging wills and impurities within these blood luo crystals were incinerated and purified, leaving only the most pristine essence of blood energy. The colors became more pure and translucent, while the energy fluctuations turned notably gentler. Batch refinement of blood luo crystal, 1200. Acquiring pure blood luo crystal, 1200. Pure blood luo crystal. Impurities and raging wills eliminated, retaining the most pristine essence of blood energy, enhancing fusion efficiency, reducing pain, and eliminating failure risks. He pushed 1,000 of the pure blood luo crystals towards the Mangu and Bloodvine, stating, "These pure blood luo crystals can be utilized for cultivating tribal warriors, yielding superior results with minimal risk." The Mangu and Bloodvine received the crystals, which emanated a gentle red glow. Upon sensing their energy, they trembled with excitement. This is truly miraculous. The fusion dilemma that has plagued our tribe for thousands of years has been so easily resolved, they exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Chao Ming then presented the remaining 200 pure blood luo crystals to Ali, saying, "These are for you. Cultivate diligently and strive to enhance your cultivation promptly." Ali gazed at the floating, alluringly radiant pure crystals, utterly stunned. Such a precious gift for her. She quickly knelt down, saying, "My lord, this is too precious." "Take them," Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. "It is unacceptable for someone by my side to possess insufficient strength." Ali trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with excitement, immense gratitude, and determination. She bowed deeply, affirming, "Yes, Ali will not disappoint your expectations. I shall cultivate with utmost diligence." Granting pure blood luo crystals, loyalty and sense of belonging to the Gu Feng tribe greatly enhanced. Target Ali's loyalty, dependence, gratitude, and determination to cultivate significantly increased. Conquest progress 5. Current total conquest progress, 45. Chao Ming nodded, feeling quite pleased with the current gains. Blood luo crystals, Sha soul crystals, Yuming Sha Ji, Sha Yuan dragon crystals. and those ancient god remnants and the 3 lives nirvana flower hidden deep within this blood luo world indeed proved to be his fortune. With matters here concluded, I shall enter seclusion for a few days to digest what I have acquired, he instructed the Mangu and Bloodvine. Yes, my lord, please follow me. The Mangu leader quickly responded. The Bloodvine priest cautiously added, my lord, there are dangers lurking deep within the ancient meteorite crater, beyond what you can contend with. We must increase the guards at the entrance and strictly prohibit anyone from entering again. Chao Ming commanded, understood. Adhere to my orders. The two quickly complied. Guided by the Mangu and Bloodvine, Chao Ming arrived at a secluded chamber built deep within the mountains of the tribe. It was rich in energy and remarkably tranquil. Qin Yumo and Ali naturally stood guard outside. As the stone door of the chamber closed behind him, Chao Ming settled into a cross-legged position. He first retrieved the Sha Yuan Dragon Crystal, the essence crystal of a realm lord-level Sha beast, brimming with boundless energy. He cradled the dragon crystal in his hands, activating the Tian Shi secret tome, as the crimson-silver wicked flame energy gradually enveloped it for refinement. The exceedingly pure essence of Sha energy and soul essence surged into his body like a tidal wave, greedily absorbed by the wicked fire phoenix bloodline. His soul consciousness expanded visibly, becoming more refined. His physical strength steadily increased. His perception and control over the surrounding Sha energy grew increasingly adept, absorbing Sha Yuan Dragon Crystal. Soul power significantly enhanced. Physical strength increased. Affinity with Sha energy laws improved. Mental intensity amplified. Original energy purity elevated. Days later, the energy from the dragon crystal was fully absorbed. Chao Ming felt his soul power and mental intensity nearing the limits attainable at the cosmic level, with his physical strength also significantly elevated. He did not pause, retrieving 10 stalks of Yuming Sha Ji. This substance was equally beneficial for his current stage of cultivation. Enveloped in the wicked fire, the Yuming Sha Ji gradually melted, transforming into pure medicinal potency that flowed into his limbs and bones. Absorbing Yuming Sha Ji 10, further enhancing soul power, physical strength, and total energy. Significantly improved resistance to negative energy. Mental will more refined. When Chao Ming opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had seamlessly progressed from cosmic level 5 to cosmic level 6. Moreover, his foundation was exceptionally solid, with his strength having increased several-fold beyond his state prior to seclusion. It is time to depart. Feeling the surging power within him, Chao Ming's gaze seemed to pierce through the chamber, looking beyond the blood luo world. Knowing it was time to exchange some useful items for the task points from the virtual universe company. Though the blood luo world was splendid, it was ultimately but a stop on his journey. The vast cosmos held more scenic wonders and superior objectives awaiting him. Chapter 44. Feng Li Blood Luo. Umo and Ali embarking on a new journey. As the stone door of the chamber slowly opened, Chao Ming stepped out. Although his aura was reined in, it naturally exuded a profound and awe-inspiring authority that was unsettling. After days of seclusion, he had thoroughly digested the energies of the Sha Yuan Dragon Crystal and some Yuming Sha Ji, solidifying his power at the pinnacle of cosmic level 6. His soul power and physical strength surpassed that of his peers, and his mastery over the blood luo world Sha energy reached a new zenith. Awaiting outside, Qin Yumo and Ali immediately sensed his presence, turning simultaneously to bow respectfully. Welcome back from seclusion, Your Highness. Welcome back, my lord. Their voices were filled with joy and reverence. Qin Yumo clearly felt that Chao Ming's aura was now more profound and inscrutable than before, and her admiration for him intensified. Ali, on the other hand, felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Having diligently cultivated under Qin Yumo's guidance over the past few days, successfully stabilizing her cultivation at Sky Level 3, eager to showcase her progress to Chao Ming. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the two women, and he nodded slightly. Prepare yourselves, it is time to leave. Yes, Your Highness, Qin Yumo promptly replied. Turning to swiftly tidy up the items that Chao Ming may have used within the chamber, her movements gentle and efficient. Ali hurriedly stepped forward to assist, mimicking Qin Yumo's actions, careful not to make any mistakes. At that moment, the Mangu leader and Bloodvine priest arrived in haste. My lord, you have emerged from seclusion. They bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Over the past few days, they had begun to experiment with the pure blood luo crystals and the simplified version of the wicked fire refinement technique that Chao Ming had bestowed upon them, yielding astonishing results. Several warriors who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years successfully broke through without any risks. Their admiration for Chao Ming reached unprecedented heights. Indeed, Chao Ming said, looking at them. I am about to depart from the Blood Luo world. Upon hearing this, the man Gu and Bloodvine exchanged glances, their faces revealing reluctance and apprehension. My lord, are you truly leaving? What shortcomings does our Gu Feng tribe have in hospitality? Chao Ming spoke calmly, stating that the purpose of this journey had been fulfilled. Since the Gu Feng tribe had pledged allegiance to him, it was essential to develop it diligently. They must keep their secret and focus on cultivation, as they would have the opportunity to meet again in the future. He flicked his fingers, and two barely perceptible crimson sparks entered the foreheads of Man Gu and Shui Tong. This was a spiritual mark of mine. Should the tribe face imminent danger, they could activate it, and I would sense it. However, it must not be used unless it is a matter of life and death. Man Gu and Shui Tong trembled at the sensation of that flame mark imbued with supreme authority in their minds, instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. This was truly a talisman for the tribe. Thank you, my lord, for your immense grace. The Gu Feng tribe will never forget your kindness and shall serve you faithfully. The two knelt again, their voices choked with emotion. Ceremony of the spiritual mark granted, sense of belonging to the Gu Feng tribe established, loyalty elevated to unwavering level. Conquest progress at 5. Total conquest progress, 50. Chao Ming received their bow and instructed them to rise. I will take Ali with me. Man Gu and Shui Ting looked at Ali, their eyes filled with encouragement. Ali, to follow the Lord is your great fortune. You must serve with utmost dedication and strive diligently, so as not to disappoint the Lord's expectations or tarnish the reputation of our Gu Feng tribe. Ali's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded vigorously. Chief, priest, I understand. I will not let the Lord down, nor will I bring shame upon the tribe. After their farewells, Chao Ming did not linger, leading Qin Yumo and Ali, surrounded by Man Gu, Shui Tong, and several senior tribe members who had come upon hearing the news, to a secluded valley outside the tribe. Chao Ming concentrated, connecting with the virtual universe company's teleportation system. Moments later, the space above the valley slightly warped, and a familiar small stealth spaceship quietly appeared, lowering its teleportation beam. Let us go. Chao Ming stepped into the beam first, with Qin Yumo closely following. Ali, witnessing such a wondrous sight for the first time, was filled with curiosity and awe. Taking a deep breath, she turned to glance back at the tribe she had lived in for many years. Her gaze resolute as she stepped into the beam as well. The beam retracted, the spaceship instantly becoming invisible, soaring into the crimson sky, vanishing from sight. The members of the Gu Feng tribe gazed up at the sky, reluctant to depart. Inside the spaceship, Ali curiously examined the advanced and unfamiliar environment of the cabin. Standing somewhat shyly to the side, Qin Yumo skillfully removed Chao Ming's beast skin cloak, replacing it with a comfortable dark red cultivation robe, and presented a steaming cup of spirit tea. Your Highness, we have exited the atmosphere of the Blood Luo world and are en route to the Tianshi Palace spaceport. Qin Yumo reported softly. Chao Ming accepted the tea, taking a sip, his gaze resting on the slightly tense Ali. Yumo, instruct her on the rules. He said softly. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Yumo turned to Ali, her expression a blend of warmth and undeniable seriousness. Ali, in following the prince, there are certain rules you must remember. First, the princess words are the decree of heaven. They cannot be defied or questioned. Second, the prince's safety is paramount. If necessary, one must protect it with their life. Third, be cautious in speech and action. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, and do not look upon what should not be seen. Fourth, diligent practice is required. To possess weak strength is the greatest disrespect to the prince. Do you understand? Ali's body stiffened, and she respectfully replied, I understand. I shall remember Sister Yumo's teachings. Very well. Qin Yumo's expression softened slightly. Additionally, I will gradually teach you the prince's daily preferences. Serving the prince requires both attention and perception. Even in silence, you must know his needs. Yes. Ali nodded earnestly, committing every word to memory. Following Qin Yumo's guidance and service, standardizing new attendant behavior, achieving a slight increase in management efficiency. Ali receiving standardized training, loyalty and obedience enhanced, speed of learning service knowledge increased. Chao Ming observed this scene without comment, closing his eyes to rest. The spaceship soon arrived at the Tianshi Palace spaceport. Chao Ming, accompanied by the two women, disembarked, where a staff member from the realm was already waiting. Your Highness, welcome back. On the orders of Bloodshaw Wang, I have been waiting here. Would you like to settle your tasks immediately? The realm master inquired respectfully. Let us settle it. Chao Ming nodded. Understood. Upon verification, The Realm Master announced that during your Highness's time in the Blood Luo world, you successfully acquired and fused a total of 10,327 Blood Luo crystals. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the virtual screen, his voice faltered. His eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. Over 10,000, he exclaimed, his tone dramatically changing. He even doubted whether there was a malfunction in the system. Fusing over 10,000 Blood Luo crystals? How could that be possible? Even those indigenous tribes that had operated in the Blood Luo world for countless years had never fused more than 1,000, let alone 10,000. This surpassed the realm of black warriors, reaching an incomprehensible domain. The Realm Master suddenly looked up, his gaze toward Xiao Ming filled with horror and trepidation, as if he were witnessing an otherworldly creature. He finally understood why Blood Sha Wang had personally instructed that this prince be treated with such utmost respect. Xiao Ming's expression remained calm. Is there a problem? And no. The Realm Master jolted, quickly suppressing the storm within, his voice becoming even more respectful. Tinged with a slight tremor, Your Highness has set an unprecedented record. According to regulations, fusing more than 10 crystals qualifies one as a black warrior, rewarding 100,000 points. However, your achievement far exceeds the limit, and I must consult my superiors. He promptly contacted his superiors via the virtual universe network. Moments later, he appeared to receive instructions. The astonishment on his face deepening, and the gaze he directed toward Xiao Ming bore an air of reverence. Your Highness, the company headquarters has issued a directive. The number of Blood Luo crystals you have fused cannot be measured by conventional rewards. You are specially granted 1 Blood Luo medal, Supreme, and awarded 1,000,000 points. Your file will be permanently recorded. Congratulations, Your Highness. The Realm Master's voice was filled with envy and shock. 1,000,000 points. Many core members at the Realm Master level cannot amass such points. Xiao Ming raised his brow, pleasantly surprised. 1,000,000 points would allow him to exchange for many valuable items. Achievement of Hidden Achievement, Surpassing Limits, Fusing over 10,000 Blood Luo crystals, completed. Special Reward, Blood Luo Medal, Supreme. X1, points 1,000,000 awarded. Blood Luo Medal, Supreme. One of the highest honor medals within the Virtual Universe Company. Wearing it grants certain privileges, symbolizing unparalleled potential and merit. Understood, Xiao Ming replied lightly, as if he had merely received a trivial trinket. Seeing this, the Realm Master's awe intensified, and he hastily presented a dark golden medal intricately carved with crimson patterns, along with a token for storing points. Xiao Ming accepted them casually. Your Highness, Blood Sha Wang is waiting for you and seems to have a decree from the Palace Master to convey, the Realm Master added. Lead the way, Xiao Ming nodded. They returned to the side hall, where Blood Sha Wang was already waiting. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, a rare, slightly stiff smile broke through his cold demeanor. Xiao Ming, you have done well. Blood Sha Wang's voice remained deep, but carried an unmistakable note of astonishment. The Palace Master is aware of your performance in the Blood Luo world and is quite pleased. He seemed to search for the right words and ultimately settled on the term pleased. He could hardly fathom the Palace Master's expression upon learning of such an astonishing amount of fusion. What instructions does the Palace Master have? Xiao Ming inquired. Blood Sha Wang replied earnestly. The Palace Master decrees that upon completing your tasks in the Blood Luo world, you may commence your cosmic level core training. You have 3 options: the Abyss of Purgatory, Demon Mountain, or the Star Tower. The Star Tower? Xiao Ming's gaze flickered. He recalled that the original choices were the Blood Luo world, the Abyss of Purgatory, and Demon Mountain. It appears that due to his completion of the Blood Luo world mission and his extraordinary performance, the options have automatically updated. The Xingqian Tower, a treasure left behind by the recluse who oversees the Chaos City, is filled with countless opportunities, yet fraught with peril. Indeed, the Xingqian Tower is the pinnacle of challenging trials, accessible only to those of unparalleled talent, with an exceedingly high mortality rate, yet the potential rewards are immense. The Palace Master has stated that you may choose for yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ming declared, I choose the Xingqian Tower. The Blood Sha King's pupils constricted, as if he wished to counsel against this decision. However, recalling Xiao Ming's remarkable feats, he swallowed his words and simply nodded, very well. The Xingqian Tower is located at the edge of the outer battlefield, in the Yinji continent. I shall arrange a vessel for your journey to the outer battlefield. Be forewarned. The outer battlefield is rife with danger, and alien powerhouses abound. Proceed with caution. Understood, Xiao Ming nodded. Additionally, the Blood Sha King paused, revealing a crimson jade slip and a token. This is the additional grant from the Palace Master, the first 3 levels of the Tian Shi Fenjiechong secret technique. along with his identity token. With this token, within the jurisdiction of the Virtual Universe Company, you may access certain resources and request assistance in times of danger. However, in the outer battlefield, the token's efficacy is limited. Your survival will largely depend on your own abilities. Xiao Ming accepted the Jade Slip and token. The Jade Slip felt warm in his hand, imbued with the essence of terrifying flame laws. The token, dark gold in hue, bore the etching of a colossal sword that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the cosmos, marking it as the emblem of the Tian Shi Palace Master. You have received the secret technique, Tian Shi Fenjiechong, first 3 levels, granted by the Palace Master, and the Tian Shi Ling token. Tian Shi Fenjiechong, a renowned masterpiece of the Tian Shi Palace Master, a top-tier attack secret technique merging the laws of fire and space, wielding boundless power. Tian Shi Ling, a symbol of identity and authority, allowing access to certain resources and providing a degree of protection. Please convey my gratitude to the Master, Xiao Ming remarked. The Palace Master anticipates your performance. The Bloodshot King nodded, adding that the ship was ready for departure. Upon leaving the side hall, Xiao Ming did not immediately head to the outer battlefield. Instead, he first connected to the treasury via the Virtual Universe Network. With over 1 million points at his disposal, he needed to exchange for essential supplies. He first expended 300,000 points to acquire a plethora of rare resources to enhance his soul strength and original force cultivation, along with several life-saving treasures and potions. Following that, he spent an additional 200,000 points to procure a suitable set of Huangyu battle armor for Qin Umo, who possessed a flame spirit body, and a soul defense treasure, Xian Yin Guardian. For Ali, he obtained a set of Bloodline battle armor and a Qin Shui Yuan Jing crystal to accelerate her spiritual growth. Lastly, he set his sights on an exceptionally unique movement technique, the advanced version of Feng Wu Jiu Tian, known as Nirvana Escape Shadow. This technique necessitated the bloodline of an evil fire phoenix or a similar high-level flame bloodline for mastery. Once perfected, it would allow one to transform into a flame shadow, achieving unparalleled speed and embodying a hint of true nirvana, enabling escape from dire situations, valued at 500,000 points. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming exchanged for it, recognizing that the ability to survive is always invaluable. Points expended, resources 300,000, retainer equipment 400,000, secret technique 500,000, total 1,200,000 points. Remaining points, 10,000, basic reward, 1,000,000, blood luo reward, 1,200,000,190,000. Detected blood luo metal, supreme, privileges, allowing for a credit of 500,000 points. Current remaining points, 310,000. The ability to overdraw? How delightful. Xiao Ming contentedly closed the treasury interface. He retrieved the exchanged items and handed the battle armor and treasures to Qin Umo and Ali. These are for you. Refine them well to enhance your strength. Qin Umo and Ali received the resplendent and potent equipment and treasures, amazed by the astounding energy they contained. Your Highness, this is too precious. Qin Umo's voice trembled, sensing the extraordinary compatibility of the Huangyu battle armor with her being, its value incalculable. Ali, overwhelmed, had never encountered such powerful treasures. Her hands shook as she clutched the Qin Shui Yuan Jing, exclaiming, "My lord, what merit do I possess to be by your side? You must not be weak." Ali, Xiao Ming replied coolly, "Hasten to refine these. The place we are heading to is perilous." "Yes, thank you, your highness, my lord, for your generous gifts." The two women were ecstatic, cherishing their treasures with profound gratitude and determination. Granting precious treasures, loyalty and gratitude levels of retainer Qin Umo increase. Cultivation speed permanently slightly enhanced. Granting precious treasures, loyalty, dependence, and sense of belonging of retainer Ali greatly enhance. Potential development speed increases. Service feedback, resource allocation efficiency increases, team cohesion strengthens. Once adequately prepared, Xiao Ming led the two women aboard the ship bound for the outer battlefield. The vessel plunged into the dark cosmos, heading towards the terrifying battlefield at the edge of humanity's territory. Inside the cabin, Xiao Ming transmitted the Nirvana Escape Shadow secret technique into his mind, beginning his comprehension. Meanwhile, Qin Umo and Ali seized the opportunity to refine their newly acquired treasures. Qin Umo was the first to refine the Huangyu battle armor, adorning herself in a splendid crimson battle gown that accentuated her alluring figure, amplifying her flame aura and significantly enhancing her strength. She then integrated the Xian Yin Guardian into her consciousness, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility within her soul. Ali took a bit longer to refine the Bloodline battle armor. But upon success, she donned a close-fitting and resilient dark red vine armor that endowed her with an air of valor. She carefully stored the Qing Shui Yuan Jing close to her, preparing to absorb it gradually. Observing Chao Ming in deep contemplation of the secret technique, the two women dared not disturb him. Qin Yumo exchanged glances with Ali, and they quietly approached Chao Ming from behind. Qin Yumo extended her delicate hand, channeling gentle original force to massage Chao Ming's head, aiding his focus. Ali mirrored her actions, kneeling on the other side to strike Chao Ming's legs with just the right amount of force, soothing his energy channels. Dual service triggered massage and striking, resulting in a slight increase in comprehension efficiency and fatigue recovery speed. Service feedback. Mutual understanding enhances, collaborative serviceability increases. Chao Ming did not open his eyes, yet his aura became more harmonious. Under the attentive service of the two women, his comprehension of the Nirvana escape shadow accelerated imperceptibly. The journey through the dark cosmos was tedious and lengthy. After an indeterminate period, the ship jolted violently, emerging from the dark cosmos. Outside the porthole, the landscape transformed dramatically. Before them lay an infinitely vast, shattered, and silent starry expanse. Scattered everywhere were fragments of broken stars, the wreckage of colossal warships, and even the immense remains of bizarre creatures. The void was suffused with a chilling intent to kill and chaotic energy storms. Further in the distance, a towering, magnificent, dark red edifice, seemingly forged from countless stars, quietly floated in the starry sky, emanating an aura that suppressed the ages. The outer battlefield at the Yinji continent has arrived. That towering structure is the Xingshan Tower, the destination of Chao Ming's journey. Your Highness, we have reached the edge of the outer battlefield. Ahead lies the radiation zone of the Xingshan Tower. The ship cannot approach any closer, or it will be torn apart by the tower's oppressive force. You must proceed on foot, the ship's intelligence informed. Chao Ming opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson-silver glow passing through them. He had grasped the fundamentals of the Nirvana escape shadow. Rising to his feet, he walked to the porthole, gazing at the tower that dominated the starry expanse, a smile of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Xingshan Tower, I hope you do not disappoint me. Turning back, he addressed Qin Yumo and Ali. You will remain aboard the vessel, awaiting my return. Your Highness, Qin Yumo exclaimed urgently, allow me to accompany you. The outer battlefield is far too dangerous. Ali appeared both anxious and resolute, declaring, my lord, Ali shall go too. Ali is not afraid. Chao Ming cast a glance at them and shook his head, stating, the dangers within are beyond your capacity to endure. Remain here obediently. This is a command. With that, he ceased further conversation and, with a swift motion, materialized outside the spacecraft into the frigid void of space. The sinister fire energy subtly circulated, effectively countering the harshness of the cosmic vacuum. His gaze was fixed upon the distant Xingshan Ta, and he transformed into a streak of crimson-silver light, tearing through the void and racing onward. Chapter 45. Before the Xingshan Ta, a phenomenon astounds the multitudes. Chao Ming's figure became a crimson-silver streak, speeding through the cold, desolate battlefield of the cosmos. The closer he approached the Xingshan Ta, the more intense the overwhelming, ancient pressure became, as if it could suppress eternity. Ordinary cosmic beings, even those of domain lord caliber, would find it nearly impossible to approach within 1,000,000 kilometers of the tower without having their souls crushed by the invisible oppression. Yet, for Chao Ming, it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. His noble bloodline of the phoenix of sinister fire had been refined through rebirth, rendering his soul exceedingly resilient. Although the pressure of the Xingshan Ta was formidable, it acted more as a nourishment, further solidifying his soul and sharpening his perception of the surrounding space. As he neared the Xingshan Ta, enduring the supreme pressure, his soul's resilience slightly enhanced, and his spatial awareness heightened. He traversed millions of kilometers in mere moments, arriving at the base of the Xingshan Ta. Observing it up close, its grandeur surpassed imagination. The tower was composed of an unknown material, radiating a dark red hue as if forged from the remnants of countless stars. Its surface adorned with ancient and intricate runes that pulsed continuously, invoking the fluctuations of the fundamental laws of the universe, emanating a power that was utterly awe-inspiring. The tower's size seemed to support the entire starry sky, rendering anyone before it as insignificant as dust. Surrounding the Xingshan Ta were scattered fragments of meteorites and shattered landmasses, where makeshift camps or caverns could be faintly discerned, evidently established by various clans, as powerful beings sought opportunities near the tower. Chao Ming's arrival did not draw much attention. The outer battlefield saw countless powerful beings coming and going each day. A mere cosmic-level entity, Chao Ming's outward aura was hardly noteworthy. Even if he could draw near the Xingqian Ta, to those domain lords and immortal beings, he was akin to an ant, perhaps possessing some background or special means, but not worthy of excessive concern. Chao Ming's gaze swept over those encampments, detecting numerous powerful auras hidden among them, many domain lords and even some immortal deities. He paid them no mind and proceeded directly toward the immense base of the Xingqian Ta. According to the information provided by the Virtual Universe Company, the entrance to the Xingqian Ta was not fixed, but rather appeared randomly at certain rune nodes on the base, requiring luck and strength to uncover and activate. Suspended before the tower's base, Chao Ming allowed his soul power to extend gradually, attentively sensing the fluctuations of the tower's runes, seeking the fateful opportunity for entrance. His phoenix of sinister fire bloodline, possessing an exquisite sensitivity to energy and space, proved immensely beneficial at this moment. Just as he focused intently, several formidable demon clan domain lords, stationed at a nearby enormous meteorite camp, took notice of him. "Hey, look over there, a little human, cosmic level? How did he manage to come here?" remarked a demon lord with a crocodile head and scaled body, sneering. "Probably a core disciple from some major power. Surely possessing treasures for protection." A demoness with a fox-like visage and three tails flashed a glint of greed in her eyes. A cosmic-level dare to tempt fate at the Xingqian Ta, truly unaware of the meaning of death. A slender demon lord, his eyes gleaming with malice, made a slashing motion across his throat. The leading demon lord, a towering figure of 5 meters engulfed in black flames, domain lord level 7, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us not complicate matters. The core members of the human race all possess distress signals. Killing the small fry would attract the elders, causing trouble. Our target is the treasure soon to emerge within the tower. Such a pity. Such tender flesh would surely taste delightful." The crocodile-headed demon lord licked his lips, but suppressed his impulse. They did not bother to lower their voices. A cosmic-level individual had almost no secrets before domain lords, and their conversation reached Chao Ming's ears clearly. A chill flickered in Chao Ming's eyes, but he refrained from acting. The chatter of a few ants was hardly sufficient to provoke his immediate response. His priority was to enter the Xingqian Ta. He continued to sense the environment when suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a seemingly unremarkable rune node at the tower's base. There, he detected an exceedingly subtle anomaly in the spatial fluctuations. "This is the spot." With a thought, he concentrated the sinister fire energy at his fingertips and lightly tapped the node. Buzz! The rune flared to life, and a distorted light gate, barely wide enough for a single person, materialized instantly. The entrance. He had found the entrance. The demon lords in the distance gasped in astonishment and envy. They had been stationed there for days without locating a stable entrance, yet a cosmic-level brat managed to find it in an instant. Without hesitation, Chao Ming's figure flickered as he aimed to enter the light gate. "Boy, stop!" The crocodile-headed demon lord could no longer contain himself, bellowing as his massive claw tore through the void, carrying the dreadful pressure of a domain lord directly toward Chao Ming's back. Hand over the method to enter. He ultimately succumbed to the urge to kill and seize treasures. The other demon lords moved in unison, encircling from different directions to prevent Chao Ming from entering and to snatch the secret to the entrance. Chao Ming's eyes glinted coldly, seeking death. He did not even turn back. He merely casually slapped backward. Boom! A colossal hand formed entirely of crimson-silver sinister fire appeared out of thin air, within which a phoenix's phantom seemed to cry out. The hand struck first, instantly shattering the claw shadow of the crocodile-headed demon lord, and then, as if swatting a fly, it struck him forcefully. No. The crocodile-headed demon lord barely had time to emit a terrified scream before his enormous body was engulfed in flames ignited by the sinister fire, vanishing in an instant under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, leaving behind only a world ring and a few treasures. Instant kill. Domain Lord level 3. Instant kill. Silence. A deathly stillness. The other demon lords, who had been preparing to charge, suddenly halted, as if struck by an invisible hammer on the head, their faces transforming from greed and ferocity to sheer terror and disbelief. In the distance, other onlookers from different races widened their eyes, gasping in shock. A domain lord was killed by a cosmic-level being. What kind of flame was that? So terrifying. Which monstrous prodigy from the human race was this? Concealing their true power. The bull-headed demon lord's face changed dramatically as he screamed in terror, misunderstanding. My lord, this is amiss. Chao Ming could not be bothered to listen to their nonsense. Since they had acted, he would eliminate them entirely. He pointed his finger like a sword at the remaining terrified demon lords, striking them from midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several strands of crimson-silver fire flew like harbingers of death, instantly crossing the space and entering the bodies of those demon lords. No, spare me. A few brief cries of despair erupted, but the remaining domain lords, including the bull-headed demon lord, offered no resistance and met the same fate as the crocodile-headed one, instantly turning to ashes, leaving behind only a few world rings and scattered treasures. In the blink of an eye, a squad of 7 realm lords from the demon race was utterly annihilated. All the prying eyes around swiftly retreated, silenced by fear, no longer daring to harbor any greedy thoughts, only a profound sense of dread. This individual was undoubtedly not of cosmic caliber. He must be a formidable being from the human race, a master of disguise, or an unparalleled prodigy. Chao Ming gestured with his hand, collecting the world rings and treasures without sparing a glance at his surroundings, stepping into the distorted light portal and vanishing from sight. The portal gradually dissipated, and the base returned to its original form, leaving behind only a few wisps of ash still lingering in the starry sky, along with an atmosphere thick with silence and terror. Within the Xingqian Tower, the scene shifted. Chao Ming found himself in an immense dark red corridor. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor were composed of a dark red metal, adorned with intricate and dense secret patterns. This space was extraordinarily stable, with gravity hundreds of times that of the outside world, and the air was saturated with an ancient, oppressive pressure that was suffocating, alongside a pervasive, strange mental seduction force. This seductive power penetrated every nook and cranny, attempting to stir the deepest desires, fears, and obsessions within the human heart, driving one to madness. Simultaneously, from deep within the corridor, various eerie roars, the sounds of battle, and desperate screams echoed, adding to the horror. Mental seduction? It bore some resemblance to the illusion sea, yet it was more direct and brutal. Chao Ming felt the seductive force and found it had no effect on him. His will had been tempered through the trials of the 17th level of the illusion sea, rendering it unbreakable. He proceeded down the corridor. The passage branched in multiple directions, resembling a labyrinth, and he occasionally spotted signs of past battles and scattered white bones, remnants of previous intruders. Not long after, a furious roar and sounds of fierce combat suddenly erupted from around the corner ahead. Chao Ming turned the corner to see a nearly 3-meter-tall, silver-armored youth from the Mankastar, engaged in a desperate struggle. His adversaries were not other intruders, but 3 mechanical puppets, entirely composed of dark red metal, resembling spiders with compound eyes glowing red. These puppets moved with ghostly speed, their attacks sharp and coordinated, each possessing combat power close to that of a first-tier realm lord. The Mankastar youth was no weakling, boasting a cosmic-level 9th-tier strength, barely able to contend with one puppet using his formidable physique and giant axe. But facing 3 at once was perilous, his armor battered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn puppets! Get away from me! The Mankastar youth roared, striking one puppet back with his axe, only to be slashed on the back by another puppet's claws, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone, blood gushing forth. A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated encountering such tenacious guardian puppets so soon after entering the Xingqian Tower. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chao Ming emerging around the corner. A human? Cosmic level? He was momentarily taken aback, then urgently shouted, "Run! Don't come over here. These puppets are realm lord level. Hurry!" Despite being in dire straits, he warned the stranger to flee. Chao Ming glanced at him but did not slow his pace, continuing forward. The 3 mechanical puppets also noticed Chao Ming. One of them immediately broke away from the fray, transforming into a streak of red lightning, its sharp metallic limbs lunging towards Chao Ming. "Be careful," the Mankastar youth exclaimed. Faced with the approaching realm lord-level puppet, Chao Ming remained calm, merely extending a finger and gently pointing forward. Clang! The sound of a crisp metallic clash resounded. The puppet, mid-leap, struck an invisible, utterly solid wall, abruptly halting in midair. A tiny hole appeared in the center of its metallic torso. Flames of crimson and silver instantly erupted around the hole. Boom! The realm lord-level puppet couldn't withstand even a second, exploding spectacularly from the inside out in a shower of burning metal fragments, scattering wildly. Instant kill. A realm lord-level puppet. Annihilated in an instant. The other 2 puppets, still attacking the Mankastar youth, froze momentarily, their compound eyes flickering in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chao Ming's gaze swept over them. Once more, he extended his finger like a sword and pointed into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sparks flashed by. The other 2 Realm Lord-level puppets met the same fate, erupting into a fiery explosion of fragments. Silence enveloped the corridor once more. The Mancastar youth held his axe aloft, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, as if petrified, staring at the 3 piles of still-burning puppet remains. Then glancing at the calm-faced Chao Ming, his mind a blank slate. A cosmic-level individual had just obliterated 3 Realm Lord-level puppets? These puppets were known for their formidable physique as guardians of the Xingqian Tower. What kind of monster was this? Chao Ming approached him, speaking softly. Are you all right? The Mancastar youth jolted back to reality, hastily sheathing his giant axe, his face reflecting immense gratitude and reverence as he bowed. Thank you so much for saving me. I am Wooka from the Mancastar, eternally grateful. Even he, though simple, understood that this individual before him was undoubtedly a concealed superpower or an unparalleled prodigy of the human race. Wooka? Chao Ming found the name somewhat familiar. Seemingly a friend of Luo Feng from the original work, a trivial encounter. He glanced at Wooka's injuries and casually flicked a thread of gentle evil fire essence into him. Wooka felt a warm yet dominant energy coursing through his body, visibly healing the gruesome wound on his back at a remarkable pace, restoring much of his consumed essence and exhaustion. He was once again astounded. This healing method was utterly unfathomable. He quickly bowed again. Thank you, my lord. Be cautious within the tower, Chao Ming advised lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, continuing deeper into the corridor. Wooka watched Chao Ming's retreating figure, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. After hesitating briefly, he hurriedly followed. My lord, please allow Wooka to accompany you. I am somewhat familiar with the first level of the Xingqian Tower and can guide you in return for saving my life. Chao Ming continued walking without pause, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Wooka's heart leapt with joy, respectfully trailing a step behind, beginning to explain, My lord, the interior of the Xingqian Tower resembles a maze, with countless passages, but they can generally be divided into safe routes, deadly paths, and random teleportation routes. Safe routes are relatively secure, but offer fewer opportunities. Deadly paths are riddled with traps and puppets, fraught with danger, yet may conceal treasures, while random teleportation routes are entirely reliant on luck, potentially transporting one directly to higher levels or into dire straits. With Wooka as a guide, Chao Ming's progress accelerated significantly. Wooka indeed had a good grasp of the first level's layout, helping to avoid unnecessary troubles and dead ends. During their journey, they encountered several waves of guardian puppets and some foreign intruders driven mad by the seductive force, all of whom Chao Ming dispatched effortlessly. Wooka transitioned from initial shock to numbness, his awe for Chao Ming growing ever stronger. Slain 12 Realm Lord-level puppets, gained slight recognition from the Xingqian Tower. Slain 3 deranged foreign beings, Realm Lord level, gained slight absorption of evil soul power. After approximately half a day's journey, based on Wooka's assessment, they were on the brink of entering the core area of the first layer. At that moment, Chao Ming suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a seemingly ordinary wall along the side of the passage. Master, what is it? Wooka inquired, perplexed, as that section of the wall appeared no different from the rest. Without answering, Chao Ming extended his finger and gently tapped on an inconspicuous secret pattern on the wall. With a hum, the wall silently slid inward, revealing a concealed chamber. Inside the chamber, there stood a small altar upon which floated 3 perfectly round fruits, emanating a soft white glow with astral phantoms swirling within. Xingqiangua! Wooka exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with intense desire. Heavens! It is Xingqiangua, a treasure that significantly enhances the physical body, purifies primordial energy, and elevates one's connection to the stars. Each one is worth hundreds of thousands of Hunyuan units. To find 3 here, overcome with excitement, he trembled, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure, stepping back respectfully. Congratulations, Master, on discovering this treasure. Chao Ming cast a glance at him, secretly impressed by Wooka's character. With a flick of his hand, he collected the 3 Xingqiangua, casually tossing one to Wooka. For you. Wooka fumbled to catch the fruit, radiating alluring energy, and stood in a daze. Master, this is far too precious. It is your due for leading the way. Chao Ming replied nonchalantly, storing the other 2 away. Wooka clutched the heavy Xingqiangua, his eyes slightly reddening, filled with immense joy and gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stowed the fruit away and bowed deeply. Wooka, thanks to your generous gift, I pledge my loyalty to you. Gifted treasure, Xingqiangua. Target Wooka's favorability and loyalty significantly increased. Temporary follower acquired. Service feedback. Lux slightly enhanced. Let us proceed. Chao Ming turned and exited the chamber. Wooka promptly followed, his demeanor more respectful and his guidance even more earnest. After advancing for a while, the passage suddenly widened into a vast hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 portals of different colors, each emitting gentle, dangerous, and uncertain spatial fluctuations. Master, this is the core of the first layer, Wooka stated respectfully. These 3 portals. The white one leads to the second layer's path of life. The red one is a perilous dead end. And the black one is a random teleportation gate. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the 3 portals, finally resting on the black random teleportation gate. The path of life is too slow, the dead end is tedious, the random gate holds intrigue. He strode directly towards the black portal. Master, Wooka gasped. The random teleportation gate is extremely dangerous. It might send us straight to a perilous place or the lair of a high-level puppet. Not a concern. Chao Ming continued walking. Wooka gritted his teeth and quickly followed. Master, I will go with you. Chao Ming glanced at him but said nothing, stepping into the black portal. Wooka closely followed. As they vanished in a flash of light, the sensation of random teleportation spun their surroundings. However, it posed no effect on Chao Ming. Once the scenery stabilized, they found themselves in an exceedingly bizarre location. No longer were they in the crimson metal passage, but rather in an expansive, boundless desert. The sky was a murky yellow. The ground composed of endless gravel, and the air was thick with a decaying, lifeless essence, accompanied by an unsettling chill that seemed to freeze one's soul. Where's this? Does such a place exist within the Xingqian Tower? Wooka exclaimed in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chao Ming's gaze sharpened. He sensed an incredibly terrifying danger lurking in this desert. It emanated a profound silence from the very essence of the soul. Suddenly, the sandy ground began to writhe, and skeletal, pale hands emerged from the sand. Following that, numerous spectral beings, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusted weapons, with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, crawled out from the sand. Their numbers were in the thousands, instantly surrounding the two. The energy fluctuations they emitted ranged from cosmic level to the peak of realm lord level. Undead. How can there be undead creatures in the Xingqian Tower? Wooka's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. The terror these undead beings instilled far surpassed that of the previous puppets. However, a flicker of interest glimmered in Chao Ming's eyes. Soul energy materialization? Quite intriguing. He could sense that the core of these undead beings was an extraordinarily pure crystallization of soul energy. Stay close to me, Chao Ming instructed Wooka, then boldly approached the vast army of undead. A crimson-silver realm of sinister flames began to unfurl around him. Upon contact with the realm, the undead beings screamed in piercing agony, akin to snow meeting a blazing sun, instantly being purified and vanquished. The flames of evil, in their utmost purity and intensity, annihilated all malevolence, making them the absolute nemesis of these undead beings. Wherever Chao Ming tread, waves of undead dissipated into azure smoke, leaving behind tiny, crystalline soul gems scattered on the ground. Wooka trailed behind, witnessing this miraculous scene as his fear was swiftly replaced by unparalleled awe and reverence. He hurriedly collected the soul gems, knowing they were indeed valuable. Chao Ming moved through the ranks of the undead army with grace, his target set on the depths of the desert, where an even more formidable undead presence was awakening. Chapter 46, Undead Monarch. Fengyan's purifying treasure from the depths of the desert. That chilling aura of death surged forth like a tidal wave. The sand convulsed violently, and a massive throne, constructed from pale bones, slowly rose. Upon the throne sat a colossal undead figure draped in a tattered black cloak, crowned with a decayed diadem. Its eye sockets burned with 2 eerie blue flames, capable of freezing souls, while it wielded a bone staff entwined with countless wailing souls. The energy it radiated reached the pinnacle of realm lord level, even hinting at a trace of immortal pressure. Undead Monarch. Wooka's voice quivered, his face as white as a sheet, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Such a high-caliber undead creature only existed in the most terrifying legends of the Xingqian Tower. The deathly pressure it exuded was sufficient to shatter the minds of ordinary realm lords. The undead monarch slowly raised its bone staff, pointing it at Chao Ming. The countless wailing souls atop the staff emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a gray-black beam filled with the essence of death and freezing power, instantly tearing through the void towards Chao Ming. As the beam passed, even the very fabric of space appeared to freeze and decay. Master, be careful, Wooka screamed in despair, Facing this terrifying strike capable of severely injuring an immortal being, Chao Ming's expression remained calm, even tinged with boredom. He didn't even bother to move a finger, merely directing his thoughts. With a hum, the crimson-silver realm of sinister flames surrounding him suddenly erupted with brilliance. At the edge of the realm, a phoenix apparition, entirely composed of sinister flames, suddenly manifested, emitting a clear, melodious cry. The gray-black death beam collided with the realm of flames, akin to snow encountering the core of a star at millions of degrees, not even causing a ripple, instantaneously evaporating, purifying, and dissolving into nothingness. Even the death laws and the soul's wails contained within were entirely incinerated. Roar! The undead monarch's cold soul flames flickered violently, revealing an expression of disbelief. Its strike, imbued with the essence of death, was effortlessly dispelled by the opponent. Annoying, Chao Ming uttered flatly, finally lifting his hand. He pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, directing it towards the lofty, undead monarch, and with a gentle flick, a sound reminiscent of fabric being torn echoed through the air. There was no cataclysmic roar, nor dazzling brilliance, only a slender, silvery red line, refined to an exquisite degree, yet capable of incinerating all that exists and purifying the very essence of evil, swiftly traversed the void, silently sweeping past the undead monarch's form and the white bone thrown beneath it. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The undead monarch's skeletal scepter, held aloft, hung suspended in the air, while the soul flames within its hollow eye sockets abruptly solidified. In the next instant, a resounding hiss erupted. The crimson-silver malevolent fire surged from the core of the undead monarch and its skeletal throne. Everything, the colossal undead form, the decrepit crown, the tormented scepter, and the immense throne of bones, was ignited, consumed, and obliterated in an instant by that supreme, purifying flame. There were no screams, no struggles, as if it were gently erased from existence by an eraser. In the mere fraction of a breath, the once mighty, undead monarch, rivaling the peak of a realm lord, along with its throne, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a fist-sized, translucent crystal, within which flowed a liquid-like soul fire of ethereal blue, and a gray ring emanating an ancient aura of death. Defeated a realm lord-level undead monarch, obtained Monarch Soul Crystal 1, Ring of the Deceased Dominion, damaged 1. Monarch Soul Crystal, formed from the essence of the undead monarch, containing an immensely pure and vast source of soul energy and fragments of comprehension of the laws of death. Absorbing it can significantly enhance soul power, with a chance to comprehend related secret arts of death laws. Ring of the Deceased Dominion, damaged a ring worn by ancient undead monarchs, containing a trace of dominion over death, capable of slightly influencing and commanding low-tier undead beings, requires death laws or specific energy to activate. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Aside from the faint crackling of the malevolent fire surrounding Chao Ming, the entire undead desert fell into complete silence. The 1,000-strong undead army, upon witnessing the annihilation of their monarch, appeared to lose their core, their movements freezing, the soul flames in their eye sockets flickering uncertainly, plunged into confusion. Uka gaped, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out, completely petrified in place like a statue. His mind was a blank slate, replaying the image of the crimson-silver line slicing through and the silent obliteration of the undead monarch. A realm lord-level undead monarch was slain with a mere flick. This was no longer a mere monstrosity. It was a miracle, a legend. Chao Ming beckoned, and the monarch's soul crystal and the gray ring flew into his hand. The soul crystal felt icy to the touch, yet contained a torrent of soul energy akin to the ocean. The ring, however, exuded a coldness and a peculiar oscillation of power. He glanced at the ring and casually tossed it to the still-dazed Uka. A reward for you. It may prove useful. Uka fumbled to catch the ring, sensing the profound aura of death within it, nearly dropping it in fright, but upon hearing it was a gift. He quickly gripped it tightly, stammering, "Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord." Despite the discomfort the ring's aura caused him, it was undoubtedly a treasure left behind by an undead monarch capable of slaying realm lords. Chao Ming stored the monarch's soul crystal, recognizing its immense benefit for cultivating the Tianshi secret tome and enhancing his soul power. He cast a glance at the bewildered undead army surrounding them, and with a subtle thought, the field of malevolent fire began to recede. The undead beings, now free from the oppressive aura of the malevolent fire and the commands of their monarch, began to stir restlessly, yet they seemed instinctively fearful of Chao Ming, unwilling to approach, merely emitting unconscious howls. "Stay close," Chao Ming instructed Uka, continuing deeper into the desert. Uka inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, closely following behind while tightly clutching the icy ring. As they progressed, the undead beings recoiled in terror, parting to clear a path. The deeper they ventured, the more the air thickened with a sense of deathly stillness and chill, even manifesting faint gray mist. The ground's gravel gradually transformed into a pale hue, resembling bone dust. At last, at the end of their line of sight, a peculiar palace constructed entirely from gigantic white bones appeared. The palace's grand doors were tightly shut, adorned with countless faces of tortured souls. Surrounding the palace was a dense gray luminescence, radiating powerful waves of energy. "My lord, what is that?" Uka asked with a dry voice. Chao Ming narrowed his gaze, sensing a purer and more primordial wave of death energy emanating from deep within the palace, even mixed with a faint trace of life. Intriguing, Chao Ming mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer to the bone palace. As he approached, the layer of gray luminescence seemed to sense a living presence, abruptly flaring to life, unleashing a torrent of gray arrows formed from death energy, shooting towards Chao Ming like a torrential downpour. These arrows possessed immense power, each equivalent to a full-force strike from a realm lord of the 5th or 6th tier. Yuka's face turned pale, yet Chao Ming remained unfazed, continuing his advance. As the death arrows neared within 3 paces of him, they were effortlessly extinguished and purified by the naturally emanating aura of malevolent fire. Unable to breach his proximity, he arrived at the barrier, extending a finger to gently prod it. With a soft pop, the gray barrier, capable of withstanding attacks from peak realm lords, burst like a soap bubble, dissipating instantly. Chao Ming pushed open the heavy doors of the palace, crafted from the ribs of an unknown colossal beast. Inside, contrary to expectations of foreboding, there existed an uncanny tranquility. At the center of the palace, there was neither throne nor treasure chest, only a small pool made of pure white jade. Within the pool was not clear water, but a viscous liquid that exuded a potent blend of life and death energies in gray and white hues. These two opposing energies harmoniously intertwined at this moment, achieving a strange equilibrium. And at the very center of the pool grew a peculiar plant, standing merely a foot tall. It appeared as if sculpted from gray and white jade, its leaves split, half jet black, half pristine white, while atop its branches rested a fruit the size of a fist, also displaying a gray and white hue, slowly rotating. That fruit emitted an enticing fragrance, simultaneously containing the profound essence of life and the very essence of death. Discovered the chaotic grade rarity, fruit of life and death reincarnation. Fruit of life and death reincarnation, born at the ultimate intersection of life and death, containing the purest essence of life and death. Consuming it grants insight into the mysteries of life and death, significantly enhancing soul and physical strength. With a chance to comprehend the laws of life and death, and even touch upon the concept of reincarnation. It can also serve as a core material for crafting avatars and resurrection techniques. Its value is beyond estimation. The fruit of life and death reincarnation. A genuine glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chao Ming's eyes. This treasure far surpassed the previous finds of the Nether Fiend mushroom and the Monarch Soul Crystal. It touched upon the laws of life and death, and even grazed the concept of reincarnation. This would immensely benefit his future cultivation of the Tianshi secret tome at higher levels and his understanding of the mysteries of the universe. He had not anticipated finding such a gem in this random teleportation location of the Star Tower. It was evident that the formation of this undead desert and the emergence of the undead monarch were likely tied to this fruit of life and death reincarnation and the life and death fluid within the pool. Wuka also sensed the terrifying and marvelous energy contained within the fruit. Though unacquainted, he recognized it as an extraordinary treasure, not daring to even breathe. Chao Ming stepped forward, meticulously observing. The Shengxi Luanhui Gua had fully matured, emanating an aura of completeness. He carefully plucked the fruit and stored it in a specially crafted cold jade box to seal it, preventing any energy loss. Subsequently, he collected all the precious Shengxi Lingya from the pool, leaving not a single drop behind. Acquired Shengxi Luanhui Gua 1, Shengxi Lingya, 10 Fong. Significant opportunity gained. Fortune greatly enhanced. Upon completing these tasks, the entire Bone Palace seemed to lose its core support, beginning to tremble slightly, while the surrounding aura of death gradually dissipated. It was time to leave, Chao Ming stated, turning to exit. Wuka hastily followed. Upon stepping out of the palace, Chao Ming's gaze swept across the crumbling necromantic wasteland, and with a thought, his realm of malevolent flames expanded once more. Boom. Endless crimson-silver flames surged forth from him, engulfing all directions. Wherever they passed, the remaining undead creatures, pale bone dust, and all things of sinister death were purified and incinerated. In the blink of an eye, the entire necromantic wasteland was utterly cleansed, revealing the dark red metallic ground of the star tower beneath. The unsettling chill of death had entirely vanished, as if it had never existed. Wooka stared in astonishment at this earth-shattering display, his reverence for Chao Ming reaching its zenith. After Chao Ming purified the entire space, his gaze turned toward the distance. There, a distorted portal of light appeared amidst spatial fluctuations, evidently an exit. "Let us go?" He beckoned to Wooka, stepping into the portal. Light flickered as the two vanished from the thoroughly purified space. The next moment, they found themselves in a familiar dark red metallic corridor. Observing the patterns of the secret runes, it appeared they had left the first layer and entered a higher echelon of the star tower. Is this the second layer? Wooka surveyed his surroundings, speaking uncertainly. The internal structure of the star tower was ever-changing, leaving him unable to ascertain definitively. The gravity within the corridor was stronger, and the mental coercive energy was denser, yet it had no effect on Chao Ming. As they proceeded along the corridor, suddenly, the sounds of fierce energy clashes and a woman's sharp cries reached them. Turning around the corner, they beheld a strikingly beautiful elven woman, clad in light green armor and wielding twin swords, her pointed ears accentuating her exquisite features, albeit tinged with a hint of coldness and urgency. She was beset by 5 dark-robed extraterrestrial lords, their expressions grim, though the elven woman possessed formidable strength, ranking at the 3rd tier of lords. Her swordsmanship was exquisite and her movements fluid, surrounded by a refreshing aura of life. However, the 5 black-robed lords coordinated seamlessly, employing sinister techniques imbued with corrosive dark energy, completely overpowering her. She was on the brink of collapse, her armor damaged in multiple places, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. And it seemed she could hold on no longer. "It's the people from the Dark Temple." Wooka gasped, his expression grave. Those fiends were a vassal race of the insectoid tribe, notorious for capturing women from other races. Chao Ming's gaze, however, was fixed upon the elven woman. The system prompt instantly chimed. Discovered quality target. Ailey Ruya. Potential rating. Excellent. Descendant of elven royalty, possessing a natural spirit body, practicing the laws of life. Characterized by a cold exterior yet warm interior, recommended for conquest. Reward. Significant enhancement of comprehension of life laws. Fusion of spirit body can activate latent life potential. Elven royal blood. Natural spirit body. A hint of a smile graced Chao Ming's lips. To encounter such a prime target upon entering the second layer was unexpected. At that moment, the situation on the scene was dire. One of the dark-robed lords sneered, unleashing a black net entwined with bizarre black arcs of electricity, aiming to ensnare the elven woman. Just as she was about to be captured, a calm voice interjected. 5 against 1 is rather unseemly. Before the words faded, a streak of crimson-silver flame flickered. Sizzle. The seemingly indestructible black net was ignited in an instant, turning to ash. Who? The 5 dark-robed lords were taken aback. Swiftly turning to the corner of the corridor, the elven woman seized the opportunity to retreat, casting a bewildered glance. Chao Ming emerged from around the corner, accompanied by Wooka, a cosmic-level being, and a mere brat from Mankastar. The leading dark-robed lord, 5th tier, observed the newcomers, momentarily stunned, then revealed a cruel smile. What audacity to meddle in the affairs of our dark temple. Perfect, let us capture them both. The male shall be killed on the spot, and the female shall be taken back as a gift for the matriarch. The other 4 lords cackled, their eyes glinting with malice as they regarded Chao Ming and Wooka. Wooka's complexion turned pale, gripping his axe tightly in anxiety. Yet, Chao Ming did not even glance at the 5 lords. His gaze directly fixated on the elven woman Ailey Ruya, speaking softly. "Will you submit to me?" Ailey Ruya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the human man before her, who exuded a cosmic-level presence, yet radiated an ineffable confidence and authority, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The 5 dark lords erupted in laughter. "You're seeking death, boy?" The leading lord roared, transforming into a cloud of black smoke and lunging at Chao Ming. Claws akin to a demon's reaching for his heart. Chao Ming furrowed his brow, noisy. He made no move, merely causing his realm of malevolent flames to quiver slightly. Boom. The Dark Lord, mid-lunge, collided with an invisible wall of searing flames, emitting a wretched scream as he was instantly engulfed and reduced to ash. Instant kill. 5th tier lord. Instant kill. The sinister grins of the remaining 4 Dark Lords froze, morphing into sheer terror. They had not even comprehended what had transpired. Ria gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Chao Ming surveyed the terrified lords, pointing his finger as if it were a sword and casually gesturing. For sparks flickered. The four lords met the same fate, annihilated in an instant. The corridor fell silent once more. Wuka, numbed by the events, lowered his head in awe. Ria stared at Chao Ming in a daze, her heart racing. Chao Ming looked at her again, repeating, "Will you submit to me?" Ria snapped back to reality, glancing at the ashes on the ground, then at the inscrutable Chao Ming. Biting her red lips, a hint of complexity emerged on her cold face. She understood well that had this man not intervened, she would have had no chance of survival today. His power was incomprehensibly overwhelming, and he seemed to harbor no ill intent toward her. Taking a deep breath, she slowly knelt on one knee, lowering her proud head. Ria, I thank you for saving my life. I am willing to follow you. Target Ria, due to being saved and intimidated, has initially submitted. Conquest progress 10. Current total conquest progress 60. Chao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Rise. From now on, you shall be my attendant. Yes, my lord. Ria stood up, obediently positioning herself behind Chao Ming, standing alongside Wuka, her heart still brimming with shock and bewilderment. Chao Ming's gaze swept ahead through the corridor, sensing more intense energy fluctuations and the aura of treasures deeper within. Let us proceed to explore the second level and uncover what treasures await us. Accompanied by his newly acquired maid and attendants, he ventured deeper into the Star Tower. Chapter 47. The Subjugation of Elves. Phoenix ascends to the third layer. Instilling fear amongst the masses within the corridors of the second layer of the Star Tower, the atmosphere was subtly charged. The newly recruited elven maid, Lia, stood slightly awkwardly behind Chao Ming, side by side with the awestruck Uka. Her clear, emerald green eyes occasionally darted towards Chao Ming's imposing silhouette, her heart brimming with shock, gratitude, confusion, and an indescribable flutter. As a descendant of a noble elven lineage, she possessed a prestigious status and remarkable talent, having been the pride of her clan since childhood. Little did she expect to one day become someone else's maid. Yet, this mysterious and powerful human man had not only dispatched 5 notorious Dark Realm lords in an incomprehensible manner, saving her life, but he also exuded a supreme aura that sent shivers through her very essence, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. It was not coercion, but rather an absolute suppression and temptation on a primal level. Do you seem to harbor some reluctance? Chao Ming did not turn around, yet his calm voice distinctly reached Lia's ears. Lia's body quivered slightly, and she quickly lowered her head, replying softly, Lia dares not forget the grace of your salvation. She willingly follows and serves. Is that so? Chao Ming halted, turning to face her, his gaze steady and serene. Your natural spirit body, attuned to the laws of life, should be suppressed in this malevolent environment. However, while your aura is somewhat disordered, your foundation remains solid, even exhibiting signs of refinement. It seems you possess your own fortuitous encounter. Lia was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chao Ming could discern her secret so readily. She answered honestly, my lord. You are astute. I previously gained something at an abandoned life altar, merging with a fragment of the ancient tree's heart, which allows me to endure in this place. The heart of an ancient tree? A rare essence of life. Chao Ming nodded slightly. Follow me, and you shall not suffer. Your spirit body holds promise for the future. His tone was unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and authority. Lia raised her head, meeting Chao Ming's gaze, which resembled the depths of a starry sea. The flicker of reluctance within her dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable trust and anticipation. She nodded vigorously, affirming yes. Lia understands. Objective. Lia's emotional barriers resolved. Recognition of the host achieved. Loyalty and sense of belonging enhanced. Conquest progress 5. Current total conquest progress 65. At that moment, Chao Ming's brow arched slightly, sensing something through their soul connection. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson jade talisman materialized in his palm, vibrating gently, conveying an anxious thought from Qin Yuma. Your Highness, the energy fluctuations in your area are exceptionally intense. According to the ship's sensors, multiple powerful Lord-level auras are rapidly approaching your location, and it seems a battle is underway. Should Yuma initiate the remote support protocol? Qin Yuma's voice carried an unmasked concern. Despite knowing her lord's unfathomable strength, she remained vigilant against all possible threats within the perilous Star Tower. Chao Ming responded mentally, no need, just a few insignificant fish. I have dealt with them. Maintain the ship and be on standby. Understood. Your Highness, Take care. Qin Yuma's thoughts relaxed momentarily, yet she remained on high alert. Accompanying Qin Yuma in remote vigilance. Battlefield insight slightly enhanced. Service feedback, loyalty, and concern enhanced. Nearby, Eulalia and Uka felt a chill as they observed the talisman in Chao Ming's hand. Sensing the fleeting spatial fluctuations, this lord had external aids. Moreover, he seemed capable of remote communication. Such feats were exceedingly difficult within the confines of the Star Tower. The origins of this lord likely exceeded their imagination. Chao Ming stowed the talisman, directing his gaze deeper into the corridor. Let us proceed. The second layer appears to hold more intrigue than the first. He sensed that deeper within, several powerful auras were embroiled in conflict, seemingly contending for something of great value. With Eulalia and Uka as local guides, Chao Ming quickly grasped the general situation of the second layer. It was more perilous than the first. With the mechanisms and puppets within the corridors predominantly at the Lord level, alongside the emergence of numerous treacherous traps and dangers. However, correspondingly, opportunities abounded. Under Eulalia's guidance, they successfully navigated several troublesome natural traps and swiftly approached the area experiencing the most intense energy fluctuations. Before them lay a vast circular plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a fountain, not of clear water, but of a milky liquid exuding a rich essence of life and soul waves. Life Soul Spring. Within the fountain's basin grew a vibrant green lotus, resembling a piece of jade art, by Han Yulian. At that moment, the lotus had fully bloomed. Its seed pods adorned with 9 jade-green seeds, each the size of a dragon's eye, emanating an enticing fragrance, by Han Lianzi. By Han Lianzi. Contains pure life energy and soul essence, capable of significantly repairing soul damage, enhancing soul origin, and augmenting life potential. Providing slight assistance for breakthroughs to Lord-level immortality. Worth a fortune. At that moment, the plaza was alive with fierce combat. Over 20 Lord-level powerhouses from various factions clashed violently in pursuit of the 9 seeds. The aftermath of the battle shook the air, energy flared brilliantly, and Lord-level combatants were injured or even fell in the fray. It's the Bai Han Lianzi and the Life Soul Spring. Eulalia gasped, her eyes gleaming with desire. For one who cultivates the laws of life, this was a treasure. Uka swallowed hard, yet he understood that such a fierce contest was beyond his capacity to engage in. Chao Ming's trio appeared at the edge of the plaza, initially unnoticed by the combatants. After all, a universe-level figure accompanied by 2 Lord-level beings, Uka mistakenly perceived as a lord, appeared rather inconspicuous in this setting. Chao Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield, instantly locking onto the strongest auras present, a Blade Lord, 9th stage, under the command of a Zerg Queen, an Alloy Lord, 8th stage, from the Mechanical Clan, a Flame Lord, 9th stage, of the Demon Clan, and a Light Lord, 8th stage, of the Human Clan. These 4 individuals were the most powerful, each occupying a corner, mutually restraining one another while also eliminating other competitors attempting to approach the fountain. My lord, Eulalia glanced at Chao Ming. Chao Ming smiled faintly, just observe. He refrained from intervening, instead quietly standing at the edge of the battlefield, as though watching a play unrelated to himself. His presence soon drew attention. The Flame Lord of the Demon Clan, a massive wolf engulfed in crimson flames, swatted a competitor aside and cast a glance at Chao Ming and his companions. Lingering momentarily on the breathtakingly beautiful Eulalia, before snarling, where did this little insect come from? Daring to covet the Bai Han Lianzi? Begone. Otherwise, I shall devour you. The other top-tier powerhouses also glanced over, realizing Chao Ming was merely a universe-level being, and returned to their focus on the competition. Chao Ming remained unfazed, merely addressing Eulalia. It seems you are quite in need of those seeds? Eulalia nodded. The Bai Han Lianzi can greatly nourish my natural spirit body, possibly even triggering an evolution. Indeed, Chao Ming replied without further elaboration. At that moment, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. The Alloy Lord of the Mechanical Clan suddenly erupted, withstanding an attack from the Blade Lord. His mechanical arm elongated abruptly. Reaching towards the Bai Han Yulian, he intended to uproot it. Not a chance. Both the Flame Wolf and the Light Lord bellowed in unison, launching a joint assault against the Mechanical Lord. In that moment of chaos, Chao Ming made his move. Rather than charging towards the fountain, he seemingly took a casual step forward. As he took this one step, an aura of extreme restraint surrounded him, erupting like a slumbering volcano, accompanied by a resonant hum. An invisible yet profoundly terrifying pressure of bloodline, mixed with a malevolent will to incinerate everything, descended upon the entire plaza, as if the heavens themselves had tilted. In an instant, All the powerful beings at the Lord level, whether first or ninth tier, regardless of their affiliations with the insect clan, mechanic clan, demon clan, or human clan, were struck as if by an unseen mountain. Thud, 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 including the four mightiest lords. Every formidable presence in the plaza, without exception, was forced to kneel in utter disarray or pressed flat against the ground. Their primal energy stagnated, their souls trembled, and they could not even move a finger. Their eyes filled with boundless fear and disbelief. Time seemed to freeze. The entire plaza fell into a profound silence, save for the gurgling sound of the life soul spring and the soft footsteps of Chao Ming. Chao Ming's expression remained tranquil, as if he were merely taking a stroll. As he walked past the Lord's pinned to the ground, he approached the life soul spring, gently plucking the Bai Hun Yu Lian and extracting 9 emerald-hued lotus seeds. Subsequently, he produced a jade vial and collected more than half of the life soul liquid from the spring. After accomplishing this, he gradually retracted that terrifying aura. As the pressure dissipated, the lords in the plaza gasped for breath as if resuscitated from drowning, their bodies soaked in cold sweat, struggling to rise. Their gazes towards Chao Ming were filled with horror, trepidation, and profound reverence. What power is this? What pressure is this? Just a mere hint of aura has subdued all the lords present. Even an immortal deity could hardly achieve such effortless dominance. The Lord of the Flame Wolf crouched on the ground, trembling, no longer daring to exhibit any arrogance. The mechanical clan lord's electronic eyes flickered wildly, filled with unfathomable fear. The Blade Lord of the Insect clan and the Light Lord of the Human clan also appeared pale, refraining from any movement. Chao Ming, ignoring them entirely, returned to Eli Liya, presenting her with 5 of the lotus seeds. Take them. Eli Liya was utterly stunned, watching as Chao Ming harvested the treasures under the watchful gaze of over 20 Lord-level beings, who dared not even breathe. This was a scene akin to a myth. My lord, this is far too precious. Her voice trembled, hesitant to accept. The 5 by Han Lianzi held a value capable of enticing even an immortal deity. Take it. You must cultivate rapidly to serve better, Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. Eli Liya inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement and shock, extending her slightly trembling hands to respectfully receive the lotus seeds. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. She carefully stowed the seeds away, feeling the overwhelming life energy within them, her loyalty and gratitude towards Chao Ming reaching a zenith. Bestowal of a precious treasure by Han Lianzi. Target Eli Liya's loyalty, dependence, and gratitude significantly increased. A natural opportunity for the evolution of the spirit body has emerged. Conquest progress 10. Current total conquest progress, 75. Chao Ming stored the remaining 4 lotus seeds and the life soul liquid, his gaze sweeping across the lords in the plaza, who were now mute with fear, and spoke softly. This item belongs to me. Does anyone have objections? The plaza fell into a profound silence. All the lords bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Depart. Chao Ming waved his hand. As if granted a reprieve, the lords scrambled to their feet, fleeing the plaza without looking back, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise like that of the Dark Lord. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling plaza was left with only Chao Ming and his 2 companions. Wu Ka wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his awe for Chao Ming beyond verbal expression. Eli Liya gazed at Chao Ming with fervent admiration and zeal. My lord, where shall we go now? She inquired softly, her tone imbued with utmost respect. Chao Ming turned his gaze towards a shimmering, tricolored portal at the opposite end of the plaza. That was the entrance to the 3rd layer. Let us explore the 3rd layer, he said, stepping towards the portal. Eli Liya and Wu Ka hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the portal, a burst of light enveloped them. The environment of the 3rd layer was drastically different. No longer an endless corridor, it was now a vast, fragmented continent suspended in the void. The land was adorned with mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes, even featuring the ruins of collapsed palaces. Yet, the entire space was permeated with a more ancient, heavier pressure, along with an exceedingly sharp sword aura. Indeed, the air was thick with an intangible sword energy, which could tear apart those of lesser cultivation in an instant. The 3rd layer is said to be the trial ground of a sword master within the Star Tower. Eli Liya stated gravely, this sword aura is incredibly fearsome. It can even coalesce into sword spirits, making it exceedingly dangerous. Chao Ming sensed the sword energy in the air and nodded. For him, these energies posed no threat. Rather, they could hone his physical body and primal energy. The 3 descended onto a massive fragment of land. No sooner had they landed than a furious dragon roar and the sounds of intense combat erupted from a nearby stone forest. Before them, a human woman clad in white armor, wielding a longsword, radiated an icy demeanor as she battled a colossal dragon formed entirely of golden sword energy. The sword energy dragon wielded immense power, each strike tearing through the void, rivaling the peak of lord-level strength. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman, with exceptional swordsmanship and an ethereal figure, fought fiercely against the sword energy dragon despite her 7th-tier cultivation level, but her pale complexion revealed the immense toll it was taking on her. And defeat was merely a matter of time. Is that her? Bing Tong Jian Luo Bing? Eli Li seemed to recognize the woman, a rare swordsmanship genius among humans. Rumored to be a named disciple of the Rainbow Sword King, Chao Ming's gaze fell upon the icy blue glowing longsword in Luo Bing's hand, as well as the pure sword intent and her exceptionally unique Xianyin constitution. Identified a quality target. Luo Bing, potential rating, excellent, possesses the Xian Cha sword body. Innate affinity for ice and spatial laws, with a clear sword heart, personality cold outside but warm inside. Conquest is advised. Reward, significant enhancement in sword comprehension. Xianyin energy can neutralize the ferocity of evil flames, harmonizing yin and yang, activating potential. The Xian Cha sword body? Quite rare indeed. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Chao Ming's eyes. This constitution serves as an excellent cultivation furnace. Should he conquer her, it would greatly aid in balancing the evil flames and comprehending the path of yin and yang. At this moment, the situation in the arena turned dire. The sword energy dragon erupted with fury, unleashing a breath of golden sword energy that shattered Luo Bing's sword barrier, sending her careening backward, blood spitting forth, and her long sword nearly slipping from her grasp. The sword energy dragon roared, opening its massive jaws, poised to pursue and devour Luo Bing. A flicker of despair and unwillingness flashed in Luo Bing's eyes. Just at this critical juncture, a calm voice resonated. Freeze! Chao Ming uttered a single word. With his command, the roaring sword energy dragon suddenly froze mid-air, as if bound by invisible shackles. Even the flickering sword light in its eyes became still. Luo Bing, having fallen to the ground, stared in disbelief at this incredible scene. Struggling, she turned her head toward the source of the voice. There stood Chao Ming, slowly approaching, reaching out his finger to gently touch the dragon's forehead. Buzz! Crimson-silver evil flames surged into the body of the sword energy dragon. The fierce sword aura, capable of tearing apart the realm's master, was akin to fragile glass before the supreme malevolent fire, instantly consumed, purified, and restructured. In the blink of an eye, the formidable sword aura dragon dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a fist-sized, entirely golden, Jian Yuanzhu, radiating waves of pure sword intent. After slaying the Jian Sha giant dragon, he obtained Jian Yuanzhu X1. Jian Yuanzhu, formed from the essence of pure sword energy, it contains insights into the sword path. Absorbing it can enhance one's swordsmanship and strengthen weapon affinity. Chao Ming picked up the Jian Yuanzhu and casually tossed it to Luo Bing, who had just struggled to her feet, still in shock. Take it for healing. Luo Bing instinctively caught the Jian Yuanzhu, feeling the overwhelming yet gentle sword energy within. Leaving her momentarily dazed, she gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, whose cosmic-level aura had effortlessly extinguished the peak Jian Sha, her mind a blank slate. "Thank you for saving my life," she managed to utter, her voice still cold yet laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Chao Ming glanced at her and remarked, "Your sword technique is commendable, but your pursuit of ultimate ice is excessive. Rigidity can lead to fracture. The Xian Cha sword body need not tread solely the path of extreme cold." Luo Bing shuddered, her beautiful eyes igniting with incredulity. "You can discern my physique, and you are aware of the Xian Cha sword body." Her physique was her greatest secret. Even her master, the Rainbow Sword King, could only speculate, unable to confirm. Yet this man had seen through it at a mere glance and openly acknowledged it. Chao Ming did not respond. Instead, he turned to Ali Ruya and Wu Ka and said, "Let us proceed." He stepped deeper into the third layer. Luo Bing stood rooted, clutching the warm Jian Yuanzhu. Watching Chao Ming's retreating figure, her heart tumultuous. Biting her lip, she finally stomped her foot and hurried after him. "Please wait." Luo Bing caught up with Chao Ming, blocking his path, her cold visage now tinged with a hint of stubbornness and yearning. "Since you know of the Xian Cha sword body, do you know its true cultivation method? I am willing to pay any price for your guidance." Chao Ming regarded her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Any price? As Luo Bing met his profound and assertive gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded resolutely. Any price. Then follow me. Chao Ming did not immediately respond, but continued onward. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately fell silently in line behind him. This mysterious and powerful man seemed to be her only hope for breaking through her limitations and unraveling the secrets of her physique. The group now comprised four. Chao Ming at the forefront, flanked by the elven-maid Ali Ruya, the sturdy attendant Wu Ka, and the newly joined human swordsmanship prodigy Luo Bing. The dangers of the third layer far surpassed those of the second, with monsters born from Jian Sha emerging incessantly, including Jian Sha leaders rivaling immortal combatants. Yet, before Chao Ming, all obstacles appeared as mere illusions. Often, a mere glance or a breath from him would cause those Jian Sha monsters to collapse and vanish. When he did strike, it was with the swiftness of a finger, obliterating powerful foes. Luo Bing followed closely, her astonishment and curiosity regarding Chao Ming's astonishing methods intensifying. Ali Ruya occasionally exchanged a few words with Luo Bing, subtly imparting the numerous benefits of following Chao Ming. One day, the group arrived before a vast sword tomb, filled with countless broken swords, at the center of which floated an ancient sword, entirely black, entwined with blood-red patterns. The ancient sword emanated a menacing aura, its pressure rivaling that of an immortal. It was the remnant spirit of an immortal battle sword. Luo Bing's expression turned grave. The fierce sword seemed to be stirred by the presence of living beings. Emitting a sharp sword cry, a blood-red sword light tearing through the heavens, aimed directly at Chao Ming. This time, Chao Ming finally took it slightly more seriously. He extended his fingers like a sword, gathering crimson-silver, malevolent fire at his fingertips, and gently swiped at the blood-red sword light. With a hiss, the blood-red sword light, as if meeting its nemesis, was instantly cleaved from the center and incinerated. The relentless finger sword accurately struck the blade of the fierce sword. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. The fierce sword trembled violently, emitting a cry of agony, and the blood-red patterns on its blade instantly dimmed by more than half. Chao Ming reached out, an invisible force binding the fierce sword, drawing it before him. The malevolent fire surged in, forcibly purifying the vicious aura within, leaving only the purest essence of sword path and a trace of immortal intent. Moments later, the fierce sword transformed into a quaint dark red long sword, quietly hovering in Chao Ming's palm, emanating a gentle yet powerful aura. Subdued the remnant spirit of the immortal grade battle sword, obtained Qi Wen Gu Jian, immortal weapon prototype. Qi Wen Gu Jian contains the essence of immortal sword intent and vicious aura origin, refined by malevolent fire, its potential enhanced, capable of growing alongside its master. Chao Ming glanced at the eager Luo Bing and casually tossed the ancient sword to her. A gift for you. Nurture it well. It may restore its immortal might in the future. Luo Bing fumbled to catch the ancient sword, feeling the vast and intimate essence of the sword path within, along with a trace of immortal intent, causing her to tremble with excitement. This is simply the treasure all sword cultivators dream of, my lord. She lifted her gaze to Chao Ming, her eyes brimming with disbelief, joy, and gratitude. Follow me, and what I will provide in the future will surpass this. Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. Luo Bing tightly embraced the ancient sword, inhaling deeply as if resolving to make a certain decision. She stepped forward, kneeling before Chao Ming on one knee, lowering her proud head. I, Luo Bing, am willing to follow you, wielding my sword in service, with unwavering loyalty for all eternity. Bestowed the precious Qi Wen Gu Jian. Target Luo Bing completely captivated, loyalty and sense of belonging at their peak. Conquest progress at 15. Current total conquest progress, 90. Chao Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Rise. Thus, he gained another promising sword attendant by his side. The group continued deeper into the third layer. Chao Ming sensed the summons of the Star Tower growing clearer, as if the true core opportunity lay in the higher layers. Chapter 48, Illusory Heart Demons. Phoenix flames breaking the illusions to collect the star eyes. The entrance from the third to the fourth layer of the Star Tower was not an ordinary light gate, but an enormous, mirror-smooth black crystal wall. Reflecting the figures of those who approached, the reflections were not tangible. They twisted and transformed, revealing the desires, fears, and obsessions lurking deep within, emanating an unsettling mental wave. It was the heart demon mirror wall. Luo Bing's expression turned serious, her cold voice tinged with apprehension. It was said that this mirror could probe the heart and create endless illusions, directly targeting the flaws of one's true self. Many with weak wills, Even those at the peak of the realm's mastery would succumb, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Ali Ruya and Wu Ka also sensed the eerie pull from the mirror wall, quickly fortifying their minds, daring not to look too long. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the mirror wall, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Heart demons? Illusions? Mere trifles. He did not linger, striding straight toward the mirror wall. As he approached, the reflections within the wall twisted violently, transforming into countless grotesque heart demons and boundless illusions. Intermingled with the figures of Zhun Nan, Su Xian, Wei and I Na, Ji Qing, and others, each embodying sorrow, temptation, or fear, accompanied by an intangible force attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. However, all of this disintegrated within 3 feet of Chao Ming, crushed and evaporated by a searing, domineering, and all-consuming malevolent fire will. The mirror wall trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry as the surface illusions shattered like broken glass. Chao Ming took a step forward, his figure seamlessly merging with the mirror wall, vanishing from sight. Luo Bing, Ali Ruya, and Wu Ka exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and quickly fortified their minds. Following closely into the mirror wall, they were momentarily dazzled, as countless illusions surged towards them. However, perhaps due to their close proximity to Chao Ming, shielded by his aura, the potency of these illusions was significantly diminished, allowing the trio to navigate through the mirror wall with little peril. The scenery on the 4th layer was starkly different from the preceding 3. Here, there was no tangible ground. It resembled an endless dreamscape of stars. Beneath their feet flowed a river of stars, while swirling nebulae loomed overhead, surrounded by countless shattered celestial bodies and shimmering crystals of various hues. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy and the unpredictable fluctuations of illusionary laws, both beautiful and deadly. This was the 4th layer of the Star Tower, the Sea of Illusions. Luo Bing vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, for it was said that everything here was both real and illusory, and a moment's inattention could lead one to be eternally trapped within the mirage, even having their soul assimilated, becoming part of the Sea of Illusions. Just then, beyond a swirling nebula ahead, an unusual wave of energy and the clear sound of bells reached their ears. Following the sound, they beheld an exquisite woman clad in a gown of starlight, her skin as pale as snow, with flowing lavender hair and brilliant starry eyes. Trapped within a cage formed by colorful, illusory light, she wielded a staff embedded with starlit gems, valiantly fending off the relentless onslaught of fierce phantoms that materialized around her. Her aura was undeniably at the 8th tier of the Realm Master level, yet she appeared strained, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and her starry eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and fatigue. Most strikingly, a tight, star-like vertical mark adorned her forehead, emanating peculiar spiritual waves. It was the holy maiden Ling of the Xingtong clan. Alalia gasped softly. The Xingtong clan was known for their innate powerful spiritual energy, adept in illusions and prophecies, and they were exceedingly rare. How could she find herself here, ensnared? Chao Ming's gaze fell upon Ling, and a system prompt immediately echoed. Quality target detected. Ling, potential rating, excellent. Holy maiden of the Xingtong clan, possessing an unawakened star prophecy eye, exceptional spiritual talent. Proficient in illusions, prophecies, and soul secrets, characterized by a gentle exterior and resolute inner strength. Conquest advised. Rewards, significant enhancement of spiritual power, comprehension of soul secrets, with a chance to acquire prophecy-related abilities. Star prophecy eye, prophetic abilities. A flicker of interest crossed Chao Ming's eyes. Such powers, intertwined with fate and foresight, were exceedingly rare and formidable even within the cosmos. At that moment, the situation grew dire. The illusory phantoms seemed capable of absorbing the power of the Sea of Illusions, an endless wellspring, and their attack struck at the very soul. Ling's defensive shield was on the verge of collapse. "My lord, shall we rescue her?" Luo Bing inquired, glancing at Chao Ming, aware of the relatively amicable relationship between the Xingtong clan and humanity. Chao Ming nodded slightly. Rather than intervening directly, he focused his thoughts, unleashing an ethereal yet supremely authoritative will of sinister fire, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a lake's surface, sweeping over that area. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor dazzling brilliance. Those once ferocious and grotesque phantoms, upon contact with this will, melted away silently like snow under the sun, dissipating into the purest form of spiritual energy. Even the colorful illusory cage shattered and vanished, as if it had never existed. Ling, poised to fight for her life, suddenly felt the oppressive pressure lift, and the suffocating illusions vanished in an instant. Stunned, she lowered her staff, her starry eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Instinctively, she turned towards Chao Ming and the others, quickly realizing they were her saviors. She adjusted her slightly disheveled gown, gracefully approached Chao Ming, and bowed deeply. Her voice ethereal and melodic. "I am Ling of the Xingtong clan. I sincerely thank you for your assistance." Her gaze lingered on Chao Ming. Sensing his unfathomable aura and the terrifying method he had just employed to dispel the illusions, her heart filled with astonishment. When she attempted to perceive Chao Ming using her clan's secret arts, it was as though she beheld an infinite starry expanse ablaze with crimson silver flames. Her spiritual energy and prophetic abilities sinking into the abyss, unable to glean even the slightest insight, nearly resulting in a backlash. Alarmed, she quickly reined in her thoughts, refraining from further probing. It was but a trivial effort, Chao Ming replied lightly, his eyes resting on the starry mark on her forehead. "It seems your star eye is in distress." Ling's delicate frame shuddered slightly, a flicker of surprise and bitterness crossing her features. "Your insight is remarkable. I ventured into the star tower to seek the illusionary star water, hoping to stimulate my star eye and achieve its final awakening. Yet, due to the formidable illusions here, I nearly fell into a trap." "The illusionary star water?" Chao Ming's gaze swept towards the depths of the sea of illusions. "I know its location." Ling's beautiful eyes brightened instantly, her voice laced with urgency. "You know? Might you share this knowledge with me? The Xingtong clan shall surely reward you handsomely." Chao Ming regarded her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Follow me." With that, he turned and soared towards a specific direction. Luo Bing and the others promptly followed. Ling hesitated briefly, biting her silver teeth, before hastily trailing behind. She sensed that this enigmatic, powerful man might be her sole hope for awakening her star eye. As Chao Ming navigated through the sea of illusions, he appeared intimately familiar with the terrain, effortlessly avoiding treacherous vortices of illusions and natural labyrinths. Occasionally, a reckless illusionary beast would attack, only to be vanquished by a single glance from him. Eventually, they arrived at the center of a vast, slowly rotating nebula vortex. At its core floated a droplet of liquid the size of a fist, constantly morphing in a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating astonishing spiritual waves. This was the illusionary star water. Yet surrounding the divine water coiled a crystal dragon, made entirely of pure illusionary energy, measuring 1,000 meters in length, its body crystal clear. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Realm Master level, even brushing against the threshold of immortality. It guarded the divine water, and any who approached would be met with its most ferocious illusionary assaults. The crystal dragon, the sovereign guarding the divine water. Ling's complexion paled. Its illusions could ensnare even immortal deities for a moment. However, Chao Ming seemed oblivious to the terror of the crystal dragon. Reaching out directly for the droplet of illusionary star water, a silent roar erupted from the crystal dragon, a sound that pierced the soul. An overwhelming storm of illusions descended. The group felt their surroundings warp, as if plunged into an endless cycle, experiencing numerous joys and sorrows. Their inner demons awakened. Luo Bing, Alalia, Uka, and even Ling turned pale, hastily fortifying their minds against the insidious onslaught of illusions. Yet Chao Ming merely frowned slightly, noisy. He flicked his fingers, sending a minuscule spark of crimson silver fire towards the crystal dragon. This spark, seemingly insignificant, contained the supreme will to annihilate all falsehoods and suppress all souls. When the storm of illusions from the crystal dragon collided with this spark, it disintegrated instantly, as if confronting its absolute nemesis. The spark penetrated the body of the crystal dragon, which was unable to emit even a cry before its massive form ignited from within, purifying itself. And in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a vibrant, dream heart core. Defeated the pinnacle realm master level crystal dragon. Obtained Dream Heart Core, X1. Dream Heart Core, the essence of illusionary energy. Absorption significantly enhances spiritual power, strengthens soul resistance, and amplifies illusionary abilities. Chao Ming retrieved the droplet of utterly submissive illusionary star water, casting a glance at the Dream Heart Core without a second thought, tossing it casually to Ling, who was still grappling with the residual waves of illusion. "Take it." Ling fumbled to catch the divine water and the heart core, utterly stunned. She gazed at the coveted treasures in her hands, then looked back at the composed Chao Ming, her heart surging with tumultuous emotions. The pinnacle realm master level crystal dragon was effortlessly obliterated. Luo Bing and the others also emerged from the remnants of the illusion, witnessing this scene, once again falling into a state of numb shock. "Thank you immensely for your generous gift." Ling's voice trembled with excitement as she deeply bowed, this time employing honorifics. The magnitude of this grace was overwhelming. Chao Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us see if you can awaken. Taking a deep breath to suppress her elation, Ling sat cross-legged, cautiously placing the Huanqing Xinshui upon the star-patterned vertical lines on her forehead. Buzz! As the divine water merged, dazzling starlight erupted from Ling's forehead. Her body trembled slightly, displaying an expression of intertwined pain and pleasure, while a powerful mental wave surged forth like a tidal wave. This process lasted for approximately the duration of a joss stick. Suddenly, the vertical lines on her forehead snapped open, revealing a pure eye resembling the starry sky, seemingly containing the universe's profound truths, the star prophecy eye. In the moment the eye opened and closed, a phantom beam of starlight shot skyward, piercing through the Huanqing Sea, causing the entire fourth layer to tremble slightly. Ling's aura soared, and her mental power surged, directly breaking through to the 9th tier of the Realm Master level. More importantly, an enigmatic prophetic law surrounded her. She had successfully awakened. Ling slowly opened her eyes, and her starry gaze became even deeper and more radiant. As if capable of perceiving the past and future, she felt the immense power and newfound vision within her, her heart brimming with boundless joy. Rising to her feet, she cast a complex glance at Chao Ming. Through the newly awakened star eye, she faintly glimpsed a fragment of a vague future involving him, a vast burning starry sky, endless majesty, with herself standing behind him. Her delicate form shivered, as if she understood something profound. She approached Chao Ming and slowly knelt in the void. Her voice ethereal, yet resolute. The Star Eye clan's Ling pledges allegiance to the esteemed one, vowing by the Star Eye to follow and serve for eternity. Chao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Rise. From now on, you shall be my Star Eye maid. Yes, master. Ling respectfully stood, obediently positioning herself behind Chao Ming alongside Luo Bing and Aili Ruya. The three stunningly beautiful women formed a captivating tableau. Wuko watched enviously from the side, yet dared not harbor any impure thoughts. As Chao Ming prepared to delve deeper, he suddenly sensed an urgent message from Qin Yuma through their soul connection. Your Highness, it's bad. Ali, she suddenly feels a surge of heat, energy raging within her, as if her bloodline is about to awaken again. But the situation is very unstable. Qin Yuma's voice was filled with urgency. Chao Ming furrowed his brow. Ali had only recently awakened her Qinglian spirit body in the Blood Luo world. How could she be on the verge of awakening again? It seemed the absorption of the Qingshui Yunjin and a substantial amount of pure Blood Luo crystal energy had triggered an unpredictable mutation. Such a secondary awakening was often perilously dangerous. I will return immediately, Chao Ming replied. He glanced at the entrance to the 5th layer, then looked back at the others. Making a swift decision, he addressed Luo Bing and Ling. I have urgent matters to attend to. You two remain here. Ling, familiarize yourself with the illusion, and Luo Bing, with your formidable sword skills, support each other in exploring the 4th layer and gathering resources. Wuka, you stay to assist as well. Yes, master. The three replied in unison. Chao Ming turned to Aili Ruya. You will accompany me back. Yes, master. Aili Ruya nodded promptly. Chao Ming grasped Aili Ruya's wrist with one hand, while the other retrieved the token bestowed by the Lord of the Celestial Eclipse, directly activating the spatial teleportation power contained within. Buzz. The spatial waves rippled violently as a temporary spatial passage was forcefully opened. Chao Ming stepped into it with Aili Ruya, disappearing from sight, leaving Luo Bing, Ling, and Wuka exchanging glances. Their respect for Chao Ming's extraordinary abilities deepened. In the quiet chamber of the flying ship, Ali lay curled on the ground, her body flushed red, groaning in agony as her form alternately expanded and contracted, with azure and crimson energy clashing violently within her. Qin Yuma was anxiously attempting to channel her own primordial force to help her, but to little avail. In a flash of light, Chao Ming and Aili Ruya appeared. Your Highness, Qin Yuma exclaimed, as if seeing a savior. Chao Ming's gaze swept across the scene, immediately grasping the situation. Ali's secondary awakening had indeed gone awry. The energies of the Qinglian spirit body, Blood Luo crystal, and Qingshui engine were unable to merge seamlessly, resulting in a backlash against her core. Yuma, protect her. Aili, use your life energy to assist in guiding her, Chao Ming commanded swiftly, stepping forward to place a palm on Ali's back. Pure and gentle dark fire primordial force surged in, instantly suppressing the raging energy. Aili Ruya quickly released her vibrant natural energy to nourish Ali's meridians. Under Chao Ming's absolute control and Aili Ruya's assistance, The energy within Ali gradually calmed, beginning to merge in a favorable direction. Several hours later, the crimson hue of Ali's body slowly faded, transforming into a warm jade green, emitting a stronger and more harmonious aura. Behind her, a phantom of a budding azure-red lotus emerged. The secondary awakening was successful. Her spirit body evolved into the more powerful blood jade Qinglian body, and her strength soared to the 9th tier of the cosmic level. Ali slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chao Ming, tears instantly welled up as she leaped into his embrace. "Master, I thought I would never see you again." Chao Ming gently patted her back. "It is all right." Successfully assisted target Ali in completing the secondary bloodline awakening, evolving into the blood jade Qinglian body. With potential elevated to excellence, dependency and loyalty significantly increased. Received serving feedback. Affinity for life energy slightly improved. Having calmed Ali, Chao Ming finally exhaled in relief. His gaze swept over Qin Yuma and Ali Ruya, and suddenly an idea struck him. He retrieved a large amount of resources acquired earlier in the Star Tower, including some Yuming Shaji, soul crystals, and treasures suitable for their cultivation. "Yuma, Ali, these are for you. Make haste in your cultivation." Chao Ming distributed the resources to the two women. With enemies growing ever stronger, the strength of his maidens needed to keep pace. Qin Yuma and Ali Ruya received the mountain of precious resources, both astonished. "Your Highness, this is too. Take them. I have no need for weaklings to follow me," Chao Ming replied calmly. The two women trembled, and then their eyes ignited with determination. "Yes, we will not disappoint your Highness." Bestowed a vast amount of resources, loyalty and gratitude of followers Qin Yuma and Ali Ruya reached unwavering fidelity, cultivation speed permanently enhanced. Serving feedback, resource conversion efficiency significantly improved. Chao Ming instructed them to cultivate in the quiet chamber, while he proceeded to the control room to connect to the virtual universe network. He first reviewed the information regarding the Star Tower and the data of the 5th layer. Then his attention was drawn to a special item within the treasury. Jiuyan Fengchao, replica, a cosmic wonder crafted to simulate the nest of the supreme cosmic being, the 9-flame phoenix, containing pure flame's essence and life essence, greatly accelerating the growth and nurturing of flame bloodline descendants, with a special allure for avian life forms. Required points, 800,000. Jiuyan Fengchao? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chao Ming's eyes. This item seemed highly beneficial for his dark fire phoenix bloodline and future breeding plans. Moreover, it might also assist Feng Yi's growth. He glanced at his points balance. Although the consumption was immense, he could still overdraw due to the privileges of the blood luo metal. "I will redeem it." He unhesitatingly confirmed the exchange. Exchange for Jiuyan Fengchao, replica. Consuming 800,000 points. Remaining points, 490,000, overdraft status. Soon, through a special transmission channel of the Virtual Universe Company, a palm-sized, yet astonishingly warm and vibrant crimson nest model was delivered aboard the spacecraft. Cao Ming placed it in the cultivation chamber, and the nest instantly expanded into a magnificent structure. 3 meters in diameter, intricately woven from countless golden divine woods, flickering with faint flames. A warm, comfortable, and life-affirming aura enveloped the space. Feeling this essence, Qin Yuma, Ali Ruya, and even the recently stabilized Ali opened their eyes in astonishment, their internal energies becoming more vibrant. "What a comforting aura," murmured Ali. Cao Ming nodded in satisfaction. This Feng nest was indeed useful. He invited the 3 women to cultivate within the nest, and as expected, their effectiveness was greatly enhanced. After attending to matters aboard the spacecraft, Cao Ming sensed the situation of Luo Bing and Ling within the Star Tower. They seemed to be exploring a relic on the 4th level, with no immediate danger. It was time to return. Cao Ming gave a few instructions to Qin Yuma, activated the Tian Shirling once more, and returned to the 4th level of the Star Tower with Ali Ruya. Next, it was time to explore the 5th level. It was said that there lay the true core inheritance of the Star Tower. Chapter 49. Feng Ming at the 5th level. Star Core recognizes its master at the 4th level of the Star Tower, on the edge of the illusory Star Sea. The space rippled slightly as Cao Ming stepped out from a temporarily open passageway alongside Ali Ruya. Waiting for them were Luo Bing, Ling, and Wu Ka, who immediately approached. "My lord, master." The 3 bowed respectfully, their expressions reflecting a mix of relief and joy. During Cao Ming's absence, they had explored the 4th level with their strength and caution, acquiring some illusory-type treasures and fragments of sword techniques, but they had also encountered several dangers. narrowly escaping thanks to Ling's newly awakened star prophecy eye that provided early warnings and Luo Bing's formidable sword skills. Without Cao Ming's presence, they had felt an underlying unease. Cao Ming glanced over the three, nodding slightly. It seems you have gathered quite a bounty. Luo Bing stepped forward, holding a shimmering, multicolored crystal and a black stone tablet fragment covered in sword marks. My lord, this is the illusory dream crystal we found, along with a fragment recording a certain spatial sword technique. Please have a look. Ling added softly. Master, according to my star-eye sensing, the core of the fourth level is an ancient illusory star palace, but its entrance is guarded by a powerful illusion formation that we cannot breach. Wu Ka stood obediently at the back, having gathered the least, primarily responsible for vigilance and menial tasks. Cao Ming took the crystal and stone fragment, and with a slight sweep of his soul power, he comprehended their significance. The illusory dream crystal's illusory energy was of little use to him, but the fragment of the spatial sword technique piqued his interest as it resonated with the spatial chapter in his cultivation manual, the Tian Shimi Dian, which he casually stored in his ring. There is no need to visit the illusory star palace. Its contents hold no value for me, Cao Ming said lightly. Through the perception granted by the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix, he could distinctly determine where the energy was alluring to him. Let us proceed directly to the fifth level. His gaze shifted toward the most chaotic and violently energetic nebula whirlpool at the center of the fourth level, which served as the entrance to the fifth level. Ordinary realm masters would find it exceedingly difficult to approach, yet he felt an almost instinctive calling from it. Certainly. The three responded in unison, with no dissent. Cao Ming's domain of evil fire expanded slightly, enveloping the four of them, as he stepped forth, effortlessly disregarding the chaotic currents of the nebula whirlpool that could obliterate peak realm masters, and appeared directly at the center of the whirlpool, as if teleporting. At the center of the whirlpool was not a portal of light, but a black hole that constantly collapsed and rebirthed. The black hole emitted a soul-chilling force of devourment and a more terrifying star pressure. Stay close, Cao Ming instructed, stepping into the black hole first. The four followed without hesitation. Fifth level. The sight before them caused all but Cao Ming to gasp in astonishment. There was no earth, no sky. As if they were immersed in an independent cosmic expanse. Countless massive star fragments floated in the void, slowly rotating and colliding, producing a thunderous roar. In the distance, they could even see the remnants of shattered stars and twisted spatial rifts. The entire space was imbued with a sense of primeval, ancient, shattered, and an overwhelming star law pressure. The gravity here was more than 10,000 times that of the outside world. The stability of the space was such that even realm masters would find it difficult to tear apart. The ubiquitous star pressure was as heavy as a mountain, causing Luo Bing and the others to feel short of breath, their primal energy flow becoming sluggish. Is this the fifth level of the Star Tower? The Shattered Star Realm? Ling's starry eyes brimmed with awe, as legend spoke of this place being where that great being within the Star Tower experimented with the operation of stars and even refined them. How terrifying! The star pressure and shattered laws posed immense trials for both the body and soul, yet if one could endure, it would also serve as an extraordinary tempering. Luo Bing gripped her red-patterned ancient sword tightly, her sword intent surging as she struggled against the pressure. Aili Rue Ya was also surrounded by a flickering green light of life, laboriously maintaining her stance. Wu Ka's face turned pale, his bones creaking under the strain. Cao Ming, sensing the essence of this shattered starry sky, felt a flicker of joy from within his evil fire phoenix bloodline. The chaotic and grand star power, along with the fragments of shattered laws, would greatly aid him in comprehending a higher level of the Tian Shimi Dian, particularly the fusion of space and flame. Entering the fifth level of the Star Tower, Shattered Star Realm, enduring extreme star pressure and the impact of shattered laws. The evil fire phoenix bloodline is activated, automatically absorbing and refining star power and law fragments, slightly enhancing physical strength, spatial comprehension, and flame control. With a thought, Cao Ming expanded his evil fire domain slightly, enveloping Luo Bing and the others within, helping them mitigate most of the pressure. Instantly, they felt a lightness throughout their bodies, gasping for air. Their gazes toward Cao Ming filled with gratitude. Thank you, my lord master. Let us move forward. The true core lies in that direction. Cao Ming's gaze was fixed on the depths of the Shattered Star Realm, where the sense of calling was most intense. He led the four of them through the floating fragments of shattered stars. Along the way, they encountered massive remnants of star cores, seemingly crushed by tremendous force, and even saw terrifying skeletal remains of colossal beasts eternally frozen within spatial rifts. These discoveries sent shivers down their spines, making them increasingly cautious. Occasionally, they were attacked by star calamity creatures formed from shattered laws and star energy, each possessing strength comparable to realm masters, with some even nearing the threshold of immortality. However, before Cao Ming, they were effortlessly obliterated, transforming into pure star energy absorbed by him. Absorbed Star Calamity 7, gain star essence, slightly enhancing physical strength. Absorbed fragments of shattered laws, enhancing comprehension of spatial laws. After an indeterminate period of travel, a colossal platform finally emerged before them. The platform was entirely forged from a dark golden metal, seemingly melted from countless stars, its surface engraved with intricately complex star operation secret patterns. The platform floated at the center of the shattered star realm, surrounded by 9 miniature, yet still radiating terrifying energy fluctuations of star-like illusions. At the center of the platform, something floated. It was not the imagined artifact or heritage crystal, but a core approximately the size of a human head, perfectly round, displaying a dark golden hue, with the imagery of countless stars' births and deaths circulating upon its surface. Star Tower Core Control Hub, Weak Recognition Authority. A vast, ancient, and supreme will of the stellar laws emanates from this core, as if it is the sovereign of this starry expanse. The core of the Xingqian Ta? Ling's prophetic eye pulsates violently, gasping in astonishment. It is said that whoever earns its recognition shall become the master of the Xingqian Ta, or at the very least, gain a portion of its control. Luo Bing and Ai Li Rueya also hold their breath, their eyes reflecting shock and longing. To wield control over the Xingqian Ta, even if only partially, would be sufficient to traverse the cosmos. However, surrounding the core, the space is distorted to an extreme, forming an invisible and immensely powerful barrier. A suffocating pressure pervades the air, preventing any approach. Cao Ming senses that to draw near the core, one must not only possess immense power to withstand the oppressive force and spatial distortion, but also gain the core's recognition of the will inherent within the Xingqian Ta. This is intriguing. A faint smile graces Cao Ming's lips as he strides toward the platform. As he steps upon it, the 9 surrounding stellar phantoms tremble violently, converging into radiant beams that transform into 9 columns of celestial flames powerful enough to incinerate ordinary immortals, hurtling toward Cao Ming. Simultaneously, the oppressive will of the Xingqian Ta intensifies abruptly, as if the entire starry sky were descending upon him. Luo Bing and the others change countenance, the terror of the attack and the pressure overwhelming. Yet, Cao Ming merely snorts coldly, unleashing a surge of crimson-silver sinister flames. Boom! The domain of the sinister flames collides forcefully with the celestial flames and the oppressive will. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent annihilation and devouring. The 9 celestial flame columns crash into the domain of sinister flames, akin to fuel thrown into a sea of fire, instantly being assimilated and absorbed, causing the sinister flames to blaze even more fiercely. As the oppressive will of the Xingqian Ta meets Cao Ming's supreme will of the sinister fire phoenix, it momentarily falters, as if encountering an entity of equal status or even a more exalted nature, its power significantly diminished. Cao Ming continues his advance, stepping closer to the center of the platform. The nearer he approaches, the more the will emanating from the core resists, infused with a hint of instinctual vigilance. A nameless entity dares to defy me? The crimson-silver light in Cao Ming's eyes intensifies as he unleashes the full force of the bloodline pressure of the sinister fire phoenix. A cry reminiscent of an ancient phoenix resonates throughout the shattered star realm, a supreme intent, transcending all flames, capable of incinerating the heavens and engendering rebirth, forcefully presses toward the core of the stars. Under the impact of this bloodline will, the core of the Xingqian Ta trembles violently. The stellar manifestations on its surface become chaotic. The faint instinctual will it harbors, upon sensing the supreme aura of the sinister fire phoenix, which is no less than the great being that forged it, the Zhuoshan Ku, swiftly dissipates, transforming into awe and desire. It is as though it has encountered a truly perfect power capable of driving it. The humming of the stellar core softens, while the distorted spatial barrier and terrifying pressure recede like a tide. Cao Ming strides unobstructed to the core, extending his finger to gently touch its surface. Boom! An immense torrent of stellar laws and fragments of information about the Xingqian Ta surge into his mind. Simultaneously, a fragment of his soul's imprint and the essence of the sinister flames is branded upon the core. Successfully contacted and initially recognized as the master of the Xingqian Ta core, weak authority, acquiring partial information and control over the Xingqian Ta. Gained recognition from the will of the Xingqian Ta, weak, significantly enhancing affinity with the stellar laws. Acquired partial maps and permissions for the 5th to 7th layers of the Xingqian Ta. Gained a special status, celestial favor. Weak within the realm of the Xingqian Ta, power receives a minor boost, and perception is greatly enhanced. The process unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. While this is undoubtedly attributed to Chao Ming's strength and bloodline, it likely also relates to certain implicit rules set by the Zhuoshan Ku during the forging of the Xingqian Ta. For truly extraordinary beings, the Xingqian Ta itself would offer recognition. The radiance gradually subsides, and the dark golden stellar core slowly settles into Chao Ming's palm, vibrating slightly, conveying a sense of intimacy. Luo Bing, Ling, Ai Li Rueya, and Wu Ka are left speechless, the shock within them impossible to articulate. The core of the Xingqian Ta has been subdued. Yet, just as Chao Ming begins to recognize the core, an anomaly occurs. The entire Xingqian Ta, from the 1st to the 7th level, suddenly trembles violently. Although extremely faint, nearly imperceptible, every being within the tower feels a momentary pang of trepidation. Simultaneously, in the deepest recesses of the Xingqian Ta, in a secret space where even immortals dare not tread, a pair of eyes, seemingly imbued with the essence of countless stars' birth and demise, slowly opens. The owner of the eyes emits a soft exclamation, tinged with surprise and amusement, as if someone has managed to elicit a resonance from the core, accompanied by that bloodline aura. How intriguing. It seems the tower I left behind has finally encountered a worthy little fellow. He does not intervene, merely observing with keen interest the events unfolding on the 5th level, as if watching an enthralling drama. On the platform of the 5th level, Chao Ming holds the docile stellar core, feeling the faint connection with the entire Xingqian Ta and the influx of information into his mind. Suddenly, he senses through the core a feeble, yet exceptionally pure, and ancient life fluctuation emanating from a remote corner of the 5th level, suppressed by a powerful sealing force. This life fluctuation evokes a sense of familiarity, akin to Ai Li Rueya's nature spirit, yet more ancient and noble. An unexpected gain? Chao Ming's eyes flash. Addressing the others, follow me. Using his weak control over the 5th level, he deftly leads the 4 through various dangers, soon arriving before a ruin entwined by the roots of enormous withered ancient trees. The sealed life fluctuation emanates from deep within the ruins. With a wave of his hand, the sinister flames sweep through, rendering the roots, stronger than metal, into ash, revealing an entrance sealed by runes. Breaking the seal is effortless for Chao Ming, who has gained preliminary control over certain permissions of the Xingqian Ta. He easily unlocks the seal and steps inside. Within the cave, there is nothing but a small altar. Upon the altar lies not a treasure, but a person, a beautiful yet pale elven woman, clad in tattered green gauze, with pointed ears, trapped in a deep slumber. Her body is entwined in countless dark golden chains of runes, yet even so, she emanates an extraordinarily pure and ancient life aura, alongside a faint ripple of divine power. Is she a descendant of the ancient elven pantheon? How could she be sealed within the Xingqian Ta? Ai Li Rueya exclaims in astonishment, feeling the pulsations of awe and reverence from deep within her bloodline. Chao Ming's gaze sweeps across, and a system prompt sounds. Discovered a quality target. Isabella. Potential rating, legendary, an ancient life elven and natural deity descendant, severely injured, in a state of slumber. Possessing divine blood, favored by the laws of life, once an immortal deity at her peak, sealed after sustaining severe injuries. Rescuing and conquering her may yield immense rewards. Insights into the essence of life laws, natural divine techniques, divine blood essence, and the potential to awaken her hidden world tree bloodline. An immortal deity? A descendant of the ancient elven pantheon? The light in Chao Ming's eyes shines brightly. This is a true treasure. An immortal deity at her peak, and a being with divine blood. The value far exceeds all previous gains. He could sense that Ysabe's very essence was grievously damaged, her soul plunged into a deep slumber. Sustained only by the seal of the Star Tower and a thread of vitality from her own divine blood. To awaken her, to conquer her. In an instant, Chao Ming made his decision. He stepped forward, extending his finger towards the dark golden sealing chains. These chains contained the power of the Star Tower, yet were now within his control. With a hum, the sealing chains slowly loosened and dissipated under Chao Ming's command. Without the support of the seal, Ysabe's body fell limply. Chao Ming reached out to support her, a surge of pure, gentle dark fire energy mingled with a hint of life force flowing into her body, probing her condition. The injuries were more severe than he had imagined. Her divine body was on the verge of collapse, her divine essence dim, and the fire of her soul flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. An immensely pure and vast source of life was required to awaken her. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Ming suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the life-spring Qinglian seed and a substantial amount of life force soul liquid. These were treasures for a realm master, but for an immortal deity, particularly one of divine lineage, they were still woefully inadequate. He concentrated, utilizing the faint authority he had just acquired to communicate with the Star Tower. In my name, gather the essence of life from the fifth layer. With a hum, the fragmented stars of the fifth layer, containing billions of years of scattered yet exceptionally pure life essence energy, were drawn by the core of the Star Tower, converging from all directions like rivers returning to the sea, pouring into Yisabei lost body. Simultaneously, Cao Ming refined the life-spring Qinglian seed and life force soul liquid, transferring them into her. Nourished by this influx of energy, Yisabei lost pale complexion gradually regained a hint of color. The feeble flame of life beginning to stabilize and even slowly strengthen. Yet it was still insufficient to awaken her. Cao Ming's gaze sharpened, and he made a bold decision. He forced forth a drop of his own vital blood. That drop, shimmering with a crimson-silver hue, burned with the flames of rebirth and contained the supreme life essence of the dark fire phoenix. The value of this blood far exceeded that of an ordinary immortal deity's divine power. The drop of blood fell upon Yisabei Lost's brow, instantly merging with her body. Boom! Yisabei Lost's body quaked violently. A boundless, magnificent energy, imbued with the meaning of rebirth, surged through her limbs and bones. Her nearly withered divine blood seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, beginning to boil and revive. The dim divine essence flickered slightly with light. The fire of her soul suddenly surged. Her eyelashes trembled violently, as if struggling to awaken from an endless slumber. Cao Ming could feel a powerful and ancient consciousness slowly returning. He leaned down and whispered into Yisabei Lost's ear, his voice laced with dark fire allure and supreme authority, gently proclaiming, "With my blood, I grant you rebirth. Awaken, from henceforth, you shall be my divine servant." This declaration served as the final contract and key, igniting the revival process completely. Yisabei La abruptly opened her eyes. They were like the purest emeralds, yet at this moment filled with confusion, weakness, and a nascent, absolute dependence and reverence for the figure before her. The dark fire phoenix blood within her began to intertwine with her natural divine blood, forming a wondrous connection. "Master?" she weakly uttered, her voice tender and submissive. Successfully rescued and initially awakened the ancient divine lineage Yisabei La. Due to her extreme weakness and nascent state, her dependency and sense of belonging are at an exceptionally high initial value. Conquest progress at 25. Current total conquest progress, 130. Received substantial rewards. Profound comprehension of the law of life significantly enhanced. Acquired the natural divine art, life's tribute. Received divine blood essence baptism. Permanently enhances physical strength and life recovery speed. Triggered hidden reward. Detected an exceedingly faint world tree bloodline factor within the target. Obtained world tree seed. Fragment 1. World tree seed. Fragment, a cosmic rarity that can be planted within the inner world, nourished by life energy and divine power, with a chance of growing into a world tree avatar, containing endless life and spatial mysteries. The immense gains left Cao Ming pleasantly surprised, especially the world tree seed. Though incomplete, held immeasurable potential. He cradled the exceedingly weak Yisabei La and addressed the 4 individuals who had turned to stone behind him. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We shall leave the 5th layer." Having initially established core recognition and awakened Yisabei La, the commotion is considerable and has likely drawn the attention of certain entities within the tower. Utilizing his faint control over the 5th layer, he opened a temporary passage and swiftly departed the Shattered Star realm with his companions. Shortly after they left, a vague silhouette, formed of starlight, appeared on the platform. Gazing in the direction of Cao Ming's departure, a knowing smile gracing its lips. "Dark Fire Phoenix, my little one, your luck and courage are commendable. Grow well. I eagerly anticipate your journey ahead." The silhouette gradually faded. Cao Ming returned with his companions to the relatively safe 4th layer, the illusionary Star Sea, seeking a concealed illusion to rest. Yisabei La remained exceedingly weak, curled in Cao Ming's embrace like an injured beast, instinctively drawing comfort from his reassuring aura and warm dark fire energy. Iliruaya carefully employed natural magic to untangle her chaotic life energy. Luo Bing and Ling stood on guard, their gazes toward Yisabei La tinged with awe. This was the legendary ancient divine lineage. Yet she had also been subdued by their master. Cao Ming absorbed the immense rewards from this experience, particularly the information regarding the Star Tower and the World Tree Seed. According to the core's transmission, it seemed that above the 7th layer of the Star Tower lay a hidden space of inheritance, which required higher authority and strength to unlock. The true core inheritance left by the mountain-sitting guest was likely there. It appeared he would have to return. Cao Ming mused inwardly. The mysteries of the Star Tower extended far beyond this. He glanced at the slumbering Yisabei La in his arms, and then at Luobing, Ling, Iliruaya, and Wuka. This journey to the Star Tower had yielded far more than anticipated. It was time to depart, to digest what they had acquired, and prepare for the next step. Let us depart. It is time to leave the Star Tower. Utilizing the core's faint authority, he effortlessly located a stable exit and exited the tower filled with endless mysteries. In the outer battlefield, amidst the starry cosmos, Cao Ming and his companions stepped through a light portal at the base of the Star Tower. Awaiting them outside, Qin Yuma swiftly piloted the ship towards them. Your Highness. Upon seeing Cao Ming safe and sound, accompanied by a new, ancient, and frail presence, Qin Yuma sighed in relief and respectfully welcomed him. Return to the original secret realm, Cao Ming commanded, stepping onto the ship while cradling Yisabei La. The ship powered up, sailing into the dark cosmos. Cao Ming stood before the porthole, casting one last glance at the majestic Star Tower, his eyes shimmering with crimson-silver light. The Star Tower, the mountain-sitting guest, the World Tree Seed, and the ancient divine lineage. His cosmic journey was about to conclude, and a broader stage awaited him. Chapter 50. The Phoenix rests in the 9 flames. The ladies serve with grace. The journey through the dark cosmos was monotonous and lengthy. Yet for Cao Ming's ship, this voyage was filled with unique scenery and warmth. Inside the main chamber of the ship, Cao Ming reclined lazily upon a soft couch made of the finest beast pelts. Closing his eyes to digest the immense gains from the Star Tower expedition, a faint crimson-silver glow alternates with ethereal starry shadows around him, his aura becoming increasingly profound and restrained. Beside him, several enchanting women of distinct charm are attentively serving him in their own manners. Qin Yumo kneels beside a soft couch, her delicate fingers infused with gentle primal energy, tenderly massaging the acupoints on Cao Ming's head. Her technique is precise and seasoned, applying just the right amount of pressure to alleviate mental fatigue and enhance energy absorption. Her expression is focused, her gaze soft as water, as if she cradles the most precious treasure in her hands. As the earliest maid to follow Cao Ming, her service has become second nature, exuding a calm and thoughtful grace. Ally curls up on the carpet on the other side of the soft couch, resembling a docile kitten, carefully using a jade comb to untangle the meridians of Cao Ming's calves. Her recently awakened, blood jade green lotus body renders her exceptionally sensitive to the flow of life, energy, and blood. Her fingertips shimmer with a faint crimson hue, and as she combs, she not only soothes the muscles, but also revitalizes the blood flow. Occasionally, she lifts her petite face, her clear and innocent crimson eyes gazing at Cao Ming with admiration, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Her service is imbued with dependence and intimacy, openly expressing her adoration. Ali Rueya, instead of crowding around the soft couch, is meticulously arranging a small spiritual tea station nearby. She extracts a unique spiritual tea from the ancient Feng tribe, nurturing it with her pure natural energy and adding a few drops of precious life essence. Soon, a pot of tea exuding a refreshing fragrance and brimming with vitality is ready. She elegantly pours a cup, presenting it to Cao Ming with both hands. Her voice soft and melodious. My lord, please enjoy this tea. It nourishes the soul and harmonizes the essence. As a descendant of the elven royal bloodline, her service carries an innate elegance and meticulous control over life energy, akin to a gentle spring rain that nurtures without a sound. Luo Bing stands behind Cao Ming. Her posture as upright as a pine tree, her demeanor as cold as ice. Unlike the others, she does not engage in physical service, yet her consciousness is highly attuned, scanning the energy fluctuations within and outside the chamber like the most vigilant radar, ensuring absolute safety. Occasionally, she extends her finger, pointing to several subtle energy nodes around Cao Ming, her fingertip exuding a sharp yet precise sword intent, aiding him in alleviating minor blockages caused by rapid energy absorption. Her service reflects the decisiveness of a swordsman, exhibiting loyalty through her silent diligence. Ling sits a little farther away by the window, her star prophecy eye slightly opening, shimmering with mysterious starlight. She is not spying on Cao Ming. Rather, She is adjusting the flow and distribution of energy within the chamber to better align with his cultivation rhythm, while simultaneously sensing potential risks and opportunities in the dark cosmos. Her service is grand and enigmatic, intertwined with fate and the future, embodying a prophetic serenity and guardianship. The newly joined Isabella quietly reclines on a soft blanket-covered lounge chair beside Qiao Ming, still in a semi-conscious state of recovery. Her pale complexion has regained some color, her long eyelashes fluttering occasionally. One of Qiao Ming's hands gently rests on her hand, a pure and gentle malevolent fire energy mingling with life essence, continuously nurturing her battered divine form. Although she cannot actively serve yet, her very presence, along with her pristine ancient divine blood blending with Qiao Ming's malevolent phoenix bloodline, naturally produces a marvelous yin-yang harmony effect, allowing Qiao Ming's energy flow to become more seamless, even subtly enhancing his understanding of the laws of life. Her service is passive yet precious, akin to a natural high-tier enhancement array. The 5 or 6, including the reclining Isabella, exquisite women, each showcasing distinct styles of service, weave together a captivating and immensely comfortable tapestry. They each fulfill their roles with seamless coordination, creating an environment for Qiao Ming's cultivation akin to an ethereal paradise. Wuka stands guard at the door, attending to some peripheral duties, his eyes filled with pure reverence as he observes the scene within, not daring to harbor any distracting thoughts. He understands that being able to follow such a great person is a tremendous fortune. Qiao Ming luxuriates in this comprehensive top-tier service, his body and mind enveloped in a state of profound relaxation while efficiently cultivating. He can sense his cultivation steadily consolidating, with the speed of assimilating the gains from the Star Tower far exceeding expectations. After several days, the spaceship finally arrives at the primal secret realm, returning to Jiuyin Palace. Upon receiving the news, Zhen Nan has long awaited outside the palace gates with the maids. Seeing Qiao Ming return safely, a joyful smile graces her face. When she notices two new, uniquely charming faces, Luo Bing and Ling, with Isabella wrapped in Qiao Ming's cloak, behind him, a fleeting curiosity passes through her eyes, devoid of any jealousy or displeasure. She has long grown accustomed to Qiao Ming's extraordinary charm and strength. As long as she holds a special place in his heart, she is content. Welcome back to the palace, Your Highness. Zhen Nin leads the maids in a graceful bow. Rise. Qiao Ming smiles gently, handing Isabella over to Qin Yumo, instructing her to settle her in a quiet room for proper care. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Yumo carefully accepts Isabella and, along with Ally, proceeds into the palace to arrange matters. Qiao Ming then leads the others into Jiuyin Palace. Back in the familiar environment, Qiao Ming immediately begins the next round of arrangements. He first places the Jiuyin Phoenix Nest, a replica, in the center of the cultivation chamber. As soon as the nest appears, a warm and vibrant life energy permeates the air, invigorating the flame energy within the entire Jiuyin Palace. What a marvelous aura! Zhen Nin exclaims in delight. Particularly sensitive to this life energy due to her pregnancy. This is the Jiuyin Phoenix Nest, which is remarkably effective for cultivation and nurturing the fetus. You may all cultivate here from now on, Qiao Ming informs the ladies. Upon hearing this, the women are filled with both surprise and joy. Qiao Ming then retrieves a large quantity of cultivation resources, distributing them according to each individual's constitution and needs. He provides Qin Yumo with a batch of fire wudong crystals and Jiaolong's essence to further refine her fire spirit body and enhance her cultivation. He gives Ally the remaining life soul liquid and green blood source crystals to solidify her blood jade green lotus body. He bestows Ali Rueya with some essence of life green lotus seeds and treasures of the natural realm to aid her in comprehending the laws of life. He bestowed upon Luo Bing a portion of the energy from the Jian Yuan Zhu and fragments of the Sword Dao inscription, thus refining her swordsmanship. To Ling, he granted some energy from the Huan Ming Xian He and treasures of mental force, enhancing her star, eye, and illusions. For Zhenan, he offered the gentlest, Sheng Ming Jinghua, and calming treasures, ensuring the best nurturing for the fetus within her womb. Finally, he turned to the newly arrived Luo Bing and Ling, stating, as you are both newcomers and unfamiliar with the palace regulations, Yumo will guide you. Devote yourselves to your training and adapt swiftly. Yes, my lord, replied Luo Bing and Ling respectfully. The reasonable allocation of resources significantly elevated the loyalty, gratitude, and happiness of the women, igniting their enthusiasm for cultivation. The feedback from their service indicated a marked increase in resource utilization, harmony within the harem, and a slight gathering of fortune. Once arrangements were in place, Chao Ming entered the phoenix nest and began his seclusion. His primary focus was to refine the Sha Yuan Long Jing and the remaining Yu Ming Sha Ji, further enhancing his soul power and physical strength. Encased in the essence of the evil fire, the primal crystal of the realm Lord-level Sha Beast, and the energy of the Yu Ming treasures were swiftly unraveled and absorbed. The refinement of the Sha Yuan Long Jing led to a substantial enhancement of his soul power, achieving a mental force amplitude at the cosmic level's pinnacle. Refining the Yu Ming Sha Ji improved his physical strength and significantly bolstered his soul's resistance. His soul sea expanded further, his mental power becoming as solid as substance, allowing him to manipulate the energies of the void with a mere thought. His physical strength steadily approached the threshold of the realm lord level. Subsequently, he began to comprehend the space swordsmanship fragment obtained from the Star Tower and the spatial chapters of the Tian Shimi Dian, corroborating their insights. With the natural affinity for space granted by his evil fire phoenix bloodline and the insights from the Star Tower, his understanding of spatial laws advanced rapidly. He delved deeply into the intricacies of spatial laws, such as cutting, teleportation, and sealing, enhancing his compatibility with these principles. Lastly, he concentrated on the most precious World Tree seed fragment. This seed, no larger than a fingernail, was entirely withered and yellowed, covered in cracks as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet it emitted an ancient and vast life force along with spatial fluctuations. Chao Ming gingerly placed the seed in his palm, channeling a trace of the natural divine blood essence and pure life force he had received from Isabella, gradually infusing it into the seed. A low hum resonated as the seed vibrated slightly, the surface cracks appearing to heal somewhat, and the life fluctuations intensified. Indeed, it was effective. A glimmer of joy appeared in Chao Ming's eyes. Although nurturing this world tree seed would be a lengthy and resource-intensive endeavor, its potential was undeniably worth the investment. He continued to nourish the seed while also preparing for his imminent breakthrough to the realm lord level by organizing his accumulated knowledge. Time passed unnoticed in seclusion. When Chao Ming finally opened his eyes again, his aura had reached the true pinnacle of the cosmic level. Merely a step away from the realm lord level, his soul, body, origin power, and comprehension of laws were all perfected. It was time. He stepped out of the chamber. Outside the palace, the women who had received the news were already waiting. Their auras had notably improved during this time, especially those who frequently cultivated in the phoenix nest. Qin Yumo approached, holding a set of brand new dark red palace robes, and gently said, "Your Highness, you have emerged from seclusion." Chao Ming opened his arms, and Qin Yumo promptly stepped forward, assisting him in changing attire. Ali brought warm water for cleansing, while Ali Riya presented hot tea. Luo Bing and Ling stood quietly to the side. Everything was orderly and harmonious. Once dressed, Chao Ming swept his gaze over the women and remarked calmly, "I must head to Hundun City to leverage the environment of the primordial universe for my breakthrough to the realm lord level. Umo, Ali, Luo Bing, and Ling, you four shall accompany me. Ali will remain to assist Jun Nan in managing the palace affairs and focus on her cultivation." "Yes, Your Highness." The four women beamed with joy at being chosen. Though Ali felt a tinge of disappointment, she complied obediently. Chao Ming then turned to Wu Ka, saying, "You shall also stay behind to oversee external security and miscellaneous tasks." "Yes, my lord." Wu Ka respectfully accepted the command. With the arrangements complete, Chao Ming, accompanied by the four women, utilized the transmission system of the Virtual Universe Company to once again journey to Hundun City in the primordial universe. For him, breaking through to the realm lord level was a natural progression, and a broader stage awaited him, filled with opportunities and worthy goals. Chapter 51. Phoenix descends into chaos. Colorful garments dance through the realm barrier in the primordial universe, Hundun City. Chao Ming arrived once more at this sacred site for human cultivation. Accompanied by Qin Yumo, Ali Riya, Luo Bing, and Ling through the teleportation array, chaotic energies swirled around them, and the shimmering cosmic source law patterns at the distant rift in the sky remained awe-inspiring. Each visit here reminded him of his own insignificance. Ali Riya softly remarked, her emerald green eyes reflecting the brilliance of the law patterns. Today, she wore a light green fitted gown woven from moonlight vine, adorned with tiny life crystal stones, shimmering as she moved, complementing her ethereal nature spirit and enhancing her graceful figure. This attire made her stand out strikingly against the dark backdrop of Hundun City. "For my lord, this place is indeed a launchpad for ascendance," Luo Bing stated coolly, yet her gaze towards Chao Ming bore intense admiration. Clad in a sleek white swordsman's attire crafted from the cloud-patterned silk unique to Hun City, not only did it offer superior defense, but it also subtly refracted the surrounding law light, rendering her akin to an exquisite sword, its cold light restrained yet sharp. Her hairstyle had been slightly altered, secured with a simple jade hairpin, revealing her fair and elongated neck, adding a touch of femininity. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the two women, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Appreciating the beauty and grace of his attendants was a significant source of joy on his path of cultivation. Well done, he commended lightly. A rosy hue immediately blossomed on their cheeks, their eyes sparkling with delight. Receiving a compliment from Chao Ming was enough to fill their hearts with euphoria. Qin Yumo had chosen a more dignified and elegant dark red palace gown today, with gold-threaded patterns of a phoenix poised to take flight embroidered along the hem, subtly resonating with Chao Ming's evil fire phoenix bloodline. Her hair was meticulously styled, adorned with several simple yet precious flame gemstone accessories, presenting an aura of poise and grace befitting a chief attendant. She stood quietly half a step behind Chao Ming, attentively observing his needs, as if all her splendid attire was merely to accentuate her master. The attendant's meticulous adornment to please their master triggered a delightful effect, enhancing their mood and slightly improving their comprehension efficiency. The feedback from their service indicated an enhancement in aesthetics and dressing coordination skills. Ling donned a new deep purple off-shoulder gown made from starry night fabric, the hem resembling a flowing river of stars, adorned with countless tiny starlight stones, reflecting the subtle glow of her slightly open star prophecy eye. She seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such a sensual outfit, occasionally tugging at the hem. Yet she bravely wore it to impress her master. In her hand, she held a petite star wand, adding an air of unique charm reminiscent of an astrologer. Chao Ming's gaze lingered on Ling for a moment before he nodded. The star eye complements this attire well. Ling's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple. As she hurriedly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you for the compliment, my lord," her heart fluttering with joy. Amidst the captivating presence of four uniquely enchanting maidens, Chao Ming and his companions once again arrived at the city lord's mansion to complete the formalities for prolonged cultivation, subsequently renting a secluded and richly chaotic large training abode. Upon entering the residence, Chao Ming made his way directly to the rooftop, the optimal place for comprehending the laws of the universe. "I require solitude to break through to the domain lord level. I must not be disturbed during this time," he instructed. "Yes, your highness," the four maidens replied in unison, their expressions solemn. Qin Yumo promptly began to arrange the rooftop, retrieving from her world ring the meticulously prepared meditation cushions, calming incense burners, and even a small pot of a special plant capable of condensing chaotic energy, transforming the rooftop into a miniature paradise. Her movements were deft and gentle, striving to create the most suitable environment for Chao Ming's breakthrough. Illyria then commenced the preparation of a life-affirming elixir specifically designed to stabilize the mind and replenish vital energy during the breakthrough. She elegantly blended various rare herbal essences and spiritual liquids, her focus unwavering, as if conducting a sacred ritual. Luo Bing stood silently at the entrance of the rooftop, her long sword cradled in her arms, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, emanating a powerful sword intent that enveloped the entire area, forming an invisible barrier of vigilance. Any probing consciousness attempting to approach would be met with her merciless sword intent. Ling sat cross-legged in a corner of the rooftop, her prophetic starry eye fully opened, radiating a soft starlight that enveloped the entire area. She was not foretelling, but rather adjusting the fortune, guiding the surrounding chaotic energy and law fluctuations towards the most advantageous direction for Chao Ming, while simultaneously blocking any potential subtle negative energy disturbances. This was an immensely taxing endeavor, yet she willingly embraced it. Chao Ming, sensing the perfect environment crafted by the four maidens, felt a surge of tranquility and confidence within. He nodded slightly at the four and then settled into a cross-legged position on the cushion, closing his eyes. Boom. The moment he fully immersed himself in the state of cultivation, a tremendous and boundless aura erupted from within him. The cosmic-level peak primordial force surged forth like a boiling ocean, initiating its assault towards higher realms. The crimson and silver evil fire primordial force spontaneously manifested, transforming into a towering beam of light that drew the chaotic energy swirling around him into a frenzy of convergence. Breaking through to the domain lord level represented a leap in the realm of existence, a process where the primordial stars within transformed into a vast continent, necessitating immense energy and a profound comprehension of the cosmic laws. For Chao Ming, this posed no challenge. The exceedingly rich cosmic source energy within the Chaos City, coupled with the meticulously crafted environment by the four maidens, rendered the energy convergence at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, his already perfected soul, physical form, and understanding of the laws made this process seamless. The core of his inner world, originally a stellar nucleus, began to expand violently, attracting and merging countless primordial stars. The nascent form of a brand new continent taking shape at an astonishing pace. The foundation of this continent was the burning evil fire, and the sky was woven with the secret patterns of space. The entire process unfolded with an ease that was almost shocking. In merely 3 days, boom, a resounding sound reminiscent of the creation of the world echoed from within Chao Ming. The newly formed evil fire continent stabilized completely, vast and boundless, brimming with terrifying energy. His soul core hovered above the continent like a deity, illuminating all directions. Domain Lord Level 1 achieved. Yet, just as he succeeded in his breakthrough, an unforeseen alteration arose. Perhaps due to the overwhelming and pure energy he summoned during his breakthrough, or perhaps because the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix was too extraordinary, or possibly due to the unique environment of the Chaos City itself. The previously ethereal cosmic source law patterns above his newly birthed evil fire continent began to coalesce into a tangible oppressive force. An invisible yet heavy binding power enveloped his inner world. This was the instinctive suppression by the cosmic laws against a defiant life form. A trial and a test. If he succeeded, his foundation would be incredibly solid, and his potential boundless. If he failed, his inner world would suffer damage, and his future would be utterly ruined. Chao Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with crimson and silver light. A mere law suppression dares to hinder me. He not only felt no fear, but instead rose, lifting his head towards the heavens and letting out a clear phoenix cry. The domain of evil fire erupted with full force, battling against the intangible law suppression. Outside the rooftop, the four maidens' faces turned pale. They could all sense the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended. It was the law suppression. His Highness's breakthrough had attracted the attention of the cosmic source. Ling exclaimed in alarm, the starlight in her prophetic eye flashing violently. "Protect His Highness." Luo Bing cried out, her longsword unsheathing by 3 inches. The fierce sword intent soaring to the sky, attempting to alleviate some of the pressure on Chao Ming. Despite knowing this might be a futile endeavor, she acted without hesitation. Qin Umo and Illyria immediately summoned all their primordial force, activating the effects of the calming incense and the life-affirming elixir to their utmost, transforming into an invisible barrier and a flow of energy directed towards Chao Ming. Their strength, in comparison to the cosmic law suppression, was akin to a drop in the ocean, yet the sincerity and resolve behind their actions resonated clearly within Chao Ming's heart. Feeling their unwavering support, warmth surged within him, igniting his spirit. Very well. Today, let the cosmic laws bear witness to my path of the evil fire phoenix. He relinquished all restraint on his own power, the bloodline of the evil fire phoenix operating at full capacity within the newly birthed evil fire continent. A supreme will embodying the annihilation of all things and the rebirth through nirvana coalesced into form, manifesting as a phantom crimson and silver phoenix that roared defiantly at the invisible law suppression. Sizzle. An invisible clash erupted violently within Chao Ming's inner world. The law suppression aimed to dull the edge of the evil fire, while the will of the evil fire sought to incinerate all bindings. At this impasse, a stroke of inspiration struck Chao Ming as he suddenly recalled the World Tree Seed he had acquired from the Star Tower, though incomplete. This item contained a trace of the world's essence and the power to stabilize space. Without hesitation, he retrieved the fragmented seed, enveloping it with his own blood and the primordial force of the evil fire, and thrust it forcefully into the core of the newly birthed evil fire continent. The moment the seed merged with the continent, it was as if a withered tree had encountered spring. It voraciously absorbed the energy of the evil fire continent and the pressure generated from resisting the law suppression, and the cracks on its surface began to slowly heal, sprouting a tender yet remarkably resilient shoot. The moment this tender shoot was born, a power capable of stabilizing worlds and supporting the heavens and earth radiated outward, significantly enhancing the evil fire continent's capacity to withstand pressure. Simultaneously, a flash of insight illuminated Chao Ming's mind, granting him a deeper understanding of the mysteries of space stabilization and flame eruption described in the Heavenly Eclipse's secret tome. With his fingers poised like a sword, he gently sliced through the void, annihilate the shackles, and be reborn freely. Buzz. a line of crimson and silver fire. Refined to perfection and embodying his newfound comprehension of space and flame, surged upwards, precisely striking a certain invisible node of the law suppression. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. The heavy law suppression receded like a tide. In its place, a gentle and pure cosmic source energy cascaded down, flooding into his inner world, nurturing the newly formed evil fire continent and the tender shoot of the world tree. Not only did his inner world sustain no damage, but it also thrived from this calamity, absorbing the primordial energy and withstanding the law suppression, becoming even more stable, expansive, and powerful. The tender buds of the world tree unfurled slightly, emanating a vibrant vitality. The first level of the Domain Master was thoroughly solidified. Moreover, its foundational strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Domain Master by tenfold or even 100-fold. Chao Ming slowly reigned in his aura, the radiance surrounding him becoming subdued. Yet the profound and increasingly imposing presence he exuded filled the four women outside the platform with genuine awe and delight. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking through to the Domain Master," the four women exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with pride and joy. They understood that they had just witnessed a miracle. Chao Ming's gaze swept over the four women, noticing the lingering pallor on their faces and the concern in their eyes, stirring something within him. He stepped forward, gently brushing his hand against Qin Yuma's cheek, then patted Luo Bing's shoulder, nodding to Ali Ruya and Ling. "Thank you all for your support." Although their powers had not directly aided him, he felt their unwavering intention and determination. The four women were taken aback by Chao Ming's rare warmth. Hastily bowing in response, "It is our duty." Chao Ming smiled faintly, his spirits high, breaking through to the Domain Master, with a foundation exceeding expectations. And having initially activated the seed of the world tree, alongside grasping a deeper understanding of the fusion of spatial flames, constituted a substantial gain. Today, he was in a splendid mood. He gazed at the four women, particularly admiring their carefully chosen, uniquely styled dresses, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Yuma, please fetch the 7-colored feathered garb I obtained earlier. Ali, prepare the floral dew. Luo Bing, Ling, you should also change into more comfortable attire. Today, let's unwind." Upon hearing this, the four women were momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to grasp the implication, their cheeks blooming with alluring shades of crimson. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shyness, yet more so joy and anticipation. "Yes, Your Highness," the four women responded in soft voices, swiftly turning to depart with grace to prepare. Moments later, the main chamber of the cultivation residence transformed into a scene of springtime vibrancy, alive with color and fragrance. The following 3,000 words are omitted. Engaged in profound interaction with the maidens, feeling physically and mentally rejuvenated, triggering the effect of yin and yang harmony, enhancing soul compatibility, improving energy control precision, and dispelling fatigue. Service feedback, intimacy, sense of belonging, and happiness significantly increased, enhancing skills and pleasing attire. Several hours later, Chao Ming emerged from the main chamber, feeling refreshed, followed by four women radiating vitality. Their eyes sparkling with warmth and their attire, though slightly languid, exuding charm. After breaking through to the Domain Master, he perceived the entire universe with newfound clarity. It was time to visit his teacher, the master of the Tianshi Palace in Chaos City, and commence the next phase of his cultivation plan. The journey of the Domain Master officially commenced, and his entourage of maidens would grow alongside him, each showcasing their unique allure, becoming the most striking sight in his boundless starry realm.